Hey, we is streaming. Now let me see if I can get the Skype to work, because have no idea whether this is working, but we'll see if it syncs with the studio. Right now the Skype is, there we are, active. Okay, so let me call Viviana Sanchez. Let's see if we can get this working. Okay, is she coming up? I think we're trying to connect. There we are, honey. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. We're live, and you may proceed to call upon anyone. You have a new connection, but you don't need to worry about him till Wednesday. Justin White, he's in your little chat room there, or chat box, text box on Skype. And other than that, you may feel free to proceed to share screen if you wish, so you can show me what you're doing and confirm the usual suspects. And
Okay, so Brandon, how about Mr. Warrington?
sure.
Okay. Oops, we'll call him there. And then we have Sammy,
Mm-hmm.
Noreen,
Mm-hmm.
Selena,
Sure.
Clarissa,
Yes.
um, George Knight.
Oh no, not right now, but that's
All
fine.
right.
Yeah, you might as well put him on the call. That's fine. Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Um,
He can always jump in later.
and we have Noreen, not Penny, right? Penny?
No.
And the curious girl.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I think that's it.
I think so, and of course Peter can wait till the top of the hour, next hour.
All right, very good. So
Yes,
I'll add all these. Okay,
thank you.
there you go, sir.
Brilliant, darling. We'll see who responds, and other than that, feel free to speak of whatever you wish. Obviously, I'm never really fully here when we start these transmissions, and it takes a while for me to settle in. Got mostly everything settled in. Still have to make my tea, and so as soon as we get an opportunity to do that, then I'll go do that. Other than that, of course, I will simply, shall we say, struggle to oxygenate and caffeinate. I hear just the most minor of echo. It doesn't disturb me at all, but I think it's your computer. You may have another computer on or something like that. I mean, it's not an issue. Noreen says, hi, I'm backing up on air. A friend on YouTube now. Can't join for now, maybe later, thanks. So that's fine. And it's so nice of her to respond. And so shout out to Noreen Helphand. And of course, okay. And honey, feel free
Okay,
to.
is that
Sorry?
is the echo gone?
Who?
Do you still hear an echo?
Oh, no, no, not at all. Now that you mentioned it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Wonderful.
great.
Bless you. And anything else you wish to bring up, go ahead. Anything that's going on with your day, anything going on in your area of the world. I hope the wildfires are generally under control. I know that they were a national enough issue where the president visited a while back.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we actually got our first major downpour, so that was lovely today.
Wonderful.
Thunderstorm, rain. Yeah, it was great. So hopefully that is really going to help right before 4th of July when we have a lot. I hope they close the forests for everyone because we have a huge influx of people from, Phoenix and everywhere all over to 4th of July. And that's usually like when we get a lot of fires, and hopefully they'll just close the forests. Be safe.
Understood. Honestly, well, they should. Of course, the attitude is usually these are the public comments, and they usually leave them open. But thank you for reminding me. I really do want to emphasize to people that all wildfires are not created equal. Wildfires that are generated by lightning do not spread as fast, generally, as those that are caused by humans. So you definitely want to be careful on this 4th of July. As a matter of fact, I should talk about that either tonight or more realistically. Let me see, when is the 4th? It'll be Wednesday. Guess I should talk about that Wednesday. But thank you for reminding me of that. Other than that, honey, what else is going on? You sound a little quiet tonight, so that's the last thing I need. I need for you to be as talkative as possible. So, is there some stimulant you can take, or something to keep you active this hour?
Well, unless you provide me with something, I guess I'm dry. No, but so what I've been studying the last couple of Ukraine's going to be considered for the on the UN Charter, and we don't know how long that would really take. So I was like, oh no, I know that Putin's probably going to be lashing out at that. But anyway, it encouraged me to go back and look at the oh my gosh, no, I didn't. The Minsk agreements, and I've just been researching all the way back to John Kerry since he was in the State Department back in 2013. And so I wanted to ask you basically about the Minsk agreement and if that was disannulled the moment like February 23rd or 22nd when Russia officially invaded the Ukraine. Because now they're trying to say we should get back to the Minsk agreement.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I definitely will have to look into the original Minsk agreement because I've completely forgotten what its contents were or what exactly it stipulated. Perhaps you could provide us all with a summary.
Well, I think it gave Russia every right to formulate and protect the region of Donbass. Donbass, is it Donbass?
Okay.
And so that was their whole reason for going in because they were saying that Ukraine was firing on Russian citizens that they consider Russian citizens in Donbass or they fellow Ukrainians. So that was their reasoning, and I was listening to the United Nations and I guess it was on the 27th when the United Nations met for the 11th meeting concerning Ukraine. They played the voice or the text message of a young boy. He was a Russian boy, and he stated that both, and I could be wrong, but he stated that like all of us together are killing like citizens. And I found that very interesting because I wondered what he meant by that. Like, I wonder if he meant like if that was like a conjoined effort on both nations. I mean, or countries, I should say. But anyway, it's very interesting, and
Well, the first thing
I
that
would.
comes to my mind is, were are you sure you mean UN? Because I'm certain you must mean EU, right? Like European Union. That the Ukraine is being considered for European Union status, which is what would upset Russia because the Ukraine has always been in the UN. He was in the UN at the time of the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union got an extra vote through it. So it was always
Well,
recognized. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
you're right. I mean, but they're not recognized in the UN as a sovereign state that would have any kind of
No, oh, no, 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 no. I
protection,
see what you're saying.
correct?
Okay, okay. This is what I'm sure you're trying to say, is that
Okay.
just so to explain it to you, Ukraine is definitively has been recognized as a sovereign nation by the United Nations, even throughout the Cold War, even though it was not, functioning as one. It just got Russia an extra vote through that, and White Russia, the Belarus, and that also goes way back into Russian history, where there is the old term Tsar of all the Russias, and the reason that Russias are a plurality is because they recognize different Russias. So White Russia and Ukraine are distinctively different cultures, even though they are Russias. They are not what they call Great Russian, or the Russia that grew out of Muscovy, that became Moscow. But in terms of and by the way, just for our listeners, Moscow was established by Vikings that went inland instead of doing outward raids towards the sea. These Vikings went inland and were essentially river Vikings. So they established ultimately what became the Muscovites, and kind of you have that Nordic composition that's interbred with the Slavic peoples to kind of create that distinctive Russian culture of Muscovy. In terms of the EU, however, and the UN, what might be going on is that the United Nations does not recognize these little breakaway enclaves, and these enclaves like Donetsk and Luhansk. Luhansk and Donetsk are basically ethnic enclaves of Russian speakers in Ukraine. And bear in mind, Ukraine, because it was occupied by Russia for so long, is bilingual. Everybody in Ukraine speaks Russian, but they also speak Ukrainian, whereas Russians never learned the Ukrainian language, and that's why they have such a hard time in Ukraine, is because the Ukrainians will use Ukrainian language, and it'll be like a code. They might as well, they're speaking a foreign language. So they can communicate to each other without Russians understanding, yet everything the enemy says, the Russians, the invaders say, the Ukrainians understand completely. So it's an enormous disadvantage for the Russians, and it's the same problem that the Americans faced in World War II. The amount of Japanese who could speak English was enormous, whereas effectively, statistically, not a single American spoke Japanese. So the Americans, make this big deal about they broke the Japanese codes, but it doesn't mean anything, because in the end, the Japanese worked their way around it simply by speaking in Japanese metaphor. But in terms of I think this is what you're referring to as Donetsk and Luhansk, and these breakaway little enclaves where you have these pure Russian speakers are not recognized by the United Nations. And so what's going on is probably something to do with that you're speaking of, is what I would presume. Does that make sense, or does that sound like it might be the case, honey?
I'm sure I'm pretty wrong, but they want to be recognized as and thank you for explaining that, by the way. I know you're still waking up, and I didn't mean to get you into it.
Oh, no,
Get
no.
you into that
No, that's
position
fine.
right
That's
now.
fine. If no one else is able to join us right now, it's the best thing to do. I mean, I've got to do something to occupy the time until we can have you. One thing that you can do while I go on like that is you can multitask by digging up something that you can potentially read while I'm away for a few minutes when I make the tea, because I do have to do that. and but aside from that,
But basically, so what I mean is that they're not protected by the what is that when it's now I can't think of it. They're not protected by the charter of
the
the
United Nations.
agreements. Yeah, the United Nations.
It,
So they're not protected in war, basically, because they're sovereign.
okay. You're talking about the Ukraine, right? Or are you talking about these breakaway little
Well,
things?
no, Putin doesn't want them to be a part of the military part of Europe and the UN and all of that part where they're protected. Like, say, if Russia were to go in and invade Ukraine, then we would already be solidified to go and defend them. What is that establishment? I forgot.
You're talking about
Sorry.
NATO.
Yes, NATO. Thank you.
N- anyhow, we'll have to figure out what exactly we're trying to address here. I
Yeah.
think we're
Okay.
talking
Cool.
about what we've just said. So that would all remain coherency. That would all maintain coherency. In the meantime, I do remind everyone who joins us to throw in an upvote. It's one of these things where this isn't really a case where I'm waking up. It's a case where I'm crashing, because I've been partying through most of the day. We have the San Francisco Pride Parade is today, as well as a number of other convergent. It was my son's anniversary with his husband, because they got married on the day 7 years ago in 2015 when same-sex marriage was legalized. And aside from that, it is also National Beauticians Day. So I had to drop off a bit with V for certain, just making certain to maintain amenities and all the rest of that. And we are immediately, of course, slammed by the Autobots. These truly are just programmed downvotes that are purchased by Stephen Outrim. And yes, you can purchase downvotes. And they hit us about 20 at a time in the beginning to prevent us from getting on searches. And aside from that, of course, we have the gang stalkers, which at this point everyone should be familiar with. The gang stalkers, of course, parasitize off my name to attack me. And they are, of course, financed by Stephen Outrim, who at this point fancies himself as having taken the place of Michael Aquino in many respects. And of course, there are any number of them at this point, as you well know. There has been, quote unquote, a purge, which was the term that was used by Marcus Grix, I believe. And I said, I'm happy to take on the responsibility for that, but that's not essentially what happened. A purge is when you get rid of people, but these people essentially purged themselves. And basically decided they were going to become gang stalkers. But the positive aspect of this is that it exposes basically the organized effort of gang stalking. So at this point, there's no hiding it behind any denial. It's there for all to see. And that being said, T-Tank Barry has joined us in the chat room. I also have an incoming message. Or a notification at least. I'll take a look at that. In the meantime, obviously, I will be speaking quite heavily on China, Ukraine, and a number of other issues tonight, many of them domestic. Honestly, I'll start with the international just to get it out of the way, and it may take a while to do that, honestly. But then I will move towards what happened at home, because what happened at home is, the beginning of the end. It's the beginning of the end of the world as you know it. Our world has changed profoundly, and it's become much more unstable on the American home front. So we'll go into a bit of all of this, obviously, and if only somebody can join us to help with, there we are, our lovely Deanne Hillis-Buchberger was saying, NATO, honey, you're welcome to come on. If you provide me with a Skype number, I can bring you on to talk to our lovely Viviana Sanchez. If that's possible, then please do so. As for Selena Khan and all the rest of those, let's see if we can run through a number of those people again. See if there's someone we can bring on. As for anyone else, let's take a look here. The problem is I'm talking without the caffeination will kind of counteract basically some of the other drugs I took earlier, and that would help. But definitely what we were speaking of was, I got to share let me see if I can take advantage of this moment to share the link. And the link will be to the show. And let me see if I can do that. Then I can pretend I'm doing something constructive. And, put that in the... By the way, I just want people to know as well, before I turn back to the people in the chat room, which is basically Green Eyes and T-Tank Barry at the moment. I want everyone to know I'm maintaining the Facebook timelines at this point, just to maintain private messages. The entire lines, all of the timelines have been purged because of the my timelines are connected to the website, and the website was declared a terrorist website, and because of that, all of the posts that had a connection to the website were purged, and this was very close. In fact, it's pretty much 2,000 posts, and that was on all three timelines put together. And that being said, what I'll do now is just change the link on the promotional banner for tonight, which includes a photograph, of course, of my primary stalker at this point, the primary active stalker. And what I do know from everybody out there, and I'll repeat this when Peter Moon comes on, so I shouldn't be covering it right now at all, is that everybody on Earth effectively has been contacted by this person. I mean that as a metaphor, but it's like anybody who is a friend of mine on Facebook, and all too many people who don't know me at all have been contacted by this very deeply disturbed individual named Lena Shea. So if you have been contacted her by email in particular, and this includes yourself, Viviana, and I'll go over this again with anybody who comes on with us. I know many people have been contacted by her by email, and everybody says, I don't know how she got my email. She was given your email by Richard K. Cole Jr., who is abusing basically his connections with the intelligence services of the United States, in particular the NSA. So this is an abuse of federal services. This is truly domestic terrorism and cyber stalking. So yes, if you've been contacted by her by email in particular, report her to the FBI. That is cyber stalking. It's call 1-800-FBI, and you can do so anonymously. You can press the star 67. Your report will be taken. Enough of those reports will add up like radiation, and it's very important to do this. Every bit helps. Certainly, what you can do as well is contact her local police station, which is in Albany or Calgary, New York. We'll wait until Viviana has more time available. She can actually look up those numbers for us. There are also contact Child Protective Services in that area because she is spending all day doing this. This is a fact. We know this because everybody on Earth has been contacted. She must be doing absolutely nothing else. She's certainly not raising her children. So she's definitely responsible for negligence. All of that being said, until she's put away and imprisoned, and this is what Richard K. Cole does: is he uses these meat sock puppets until they're imprisoned or dead, as happened with John Victor Lillier, and essentially that will be the case with her in terms of imprisonment for her crimes. And she's walking loose as a felon, and I've explained the reasons why already: child predation, and she's loose and a danger to her community. So something does need to be done about that. And but she believes she's immune and invulnerable as a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom. Definitely, if you want to help, if you really want to fight the child predators and the network, then take out this pawn, and all you have to do is file reports. All three of those places are viable, and you can contact their local media as well. All of that being said, in the interim, I will do a bit of change here to the text of the latest promotional banner, and I honestly just need you to take over, Viviana. I cannot multitask like this. So if there's something you can talk about, anything, yeah, and honestly,
Yeah, indeed.
yeah, thank you, bless you, God, yes, just
Sure,
take over.
take care of yourself.
Yeah,
Please do.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Miss Lena Shea has been emailing me a couple of times. I just used the mighty block on any and all kind of stuff like that. They've pretty much been leaving me alone on Facebook for the most part. So, but yeah, I'll look into any type of information I guess we should share. So I wanted to talk about John Kerry, because he's like someone I follow, and I've been following his career. And I find that it's very interesting. He's now head of the global, and let me get the proper terminology because I already lost it. I'm looking at old. He is the envoy for climate John Kerry implementation and overseeing all things on climate action. Of course, John Kerry was pivotal in getting, I believe it was 196 countries to sign the Paris Accord agreements. Oops. And so in that, mostly my interest in him is mostly because hey, Sammy's here.
I'm sorry.
Sammy's here.
Hello.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey.
God bless you. Sammy, do us a favor, please.
Hey,
I'm in very poor shape right
yes,
now.
Doug, take your break.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Help this girl. Just kidding. Sorry. Anyway, hi, Sammy. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Great. A little busy, but I'm trying to help out Doug. make his tea. So, just trying to
Yeah.
do my part. How are you doing?
Well, you're sweet. I heard you went to go see him. Was it last weekend?
Oh, yes. It was hot as hell when I went to San Francisco. But, it was enjoyable. Doug is an excellent host. He's very good at hosting. Obviously, just obviously you have to tell him ahead of time, but he was excellent. He was excellent. I had a great time. I don't know. I try to help him out with, as far as keeping it in a good time frame because it was hot as hell and he doesn't do good with the heat, at least now. But it was great, man. He the city should hire him as as a guide because he'll give you your money's worth. But it was great. It was great. Hello.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad you got to get out with your loved one and enjoy another part of, California and enjoy Douglas's company. And what has this been like your first trip post COVID?
It has, but really, it's really been my first visit to San Francisco at the level that I saw it, and how Doug showed the city. Well, he showed what he showed me. It was well worth the money. Um, well worth the money. I got an excellent bargain on the trip. Um, just the stuff that he showed me. I mean, it was well worth it. Um, but like I said, it was really hot. This was the longest day of the year, and it was hot, but it was worth it. I mean, I ran into the Warriors parade. They had a parade for the Golden State Warriors, which was cool. I like basketball, but um, it was an interesting day that day. But for the most part, it was great. It was awesome. I think I would recommend it, Vivian. You ever get a chance to go up there? San Francisco was a great city. Um, but with Doug, you know, if you get in contact with Doug, what he shows you it's pretty cool. It's well worth your money.
Oh,
It is a
awesome.
it is a it is a pricey city, but you know I always feel like when you're somewhere, it's great to enjoy it there. So I got to stay downtown, and it was great. It was great. Well, I enjoyed it very much.
Oh, lovely. I'm glad you did. Yeah, does the Amtrak go through there?
Oh, that's a good question. Um,
Probably.
I don't. It probably does. I mean, it's a major city. Um, and like I said, it's one of those cities where you know everything's there. It might cost you, a little bit more expensive, but it's there. That's one thing I do appreciate about San Francisco. Um, if if you want something, it's there. It's just going to cost you, but it's there. So, I had to pay about $135 for parking for 3 days, which it is pricey, but I mean, you might as well pay. It's just that's one thing you got to get over things. You got to pay, and so I don't mind paying. It's a vacation. I'm I like to enjoy myself when I'm on vacation, and I work hard for my money, and I have no problem spending, and stimulate the economy there, and visit a friend, and that's one of my things. Was I want to visit my friend because of what he's been going through. It's good to throw some positivity and shake a hand, make a friend, and meet Doug. That was one of the highlights of that vacation was I got to meet Doug and shake his hand, and he was roasting me because of my hair. I'm bald, but it was great. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because it's good. It's good to have friendships that you can do that with each other. Doug did not look like Morticia from the Adams Family. He actually looked very presentable. Um, he actually, with my girl actually liked him. Like Doug is very hospitable. He's very charming. He can talk, and he's not a robot. He's not creepy. He's very much very charismatic and very excellent host. Excellent in
Oh,
the sense
that's
that
that's
and
awesome.
especially with what he's been through, the ability to just be a bright spot in and just being a host, it's a miracle. But I had a great time, and he very much made my vacation well. It's just hot. It was hot, but you know, it's um it's one of those things where I'm glad I did it. It was very rewarding to me to visit him, and we had a great time. It was
Oh,
short,
that's
but
awesome.
I'm glad it was short in a sense that I didn't. You don't want to be a nuisance or annoyances, but it left me. Next time if I do come up there, I might just drop by and say hi. It's always good to leave wanting to do it again, not overstay your welcome.
Yeah, I get it. But but you just saw him the one day out of the three, right?
Yes, I only saw him one day. I only saw him one day.
So what did you do like the rest of the time there?
We went to the beach. I ate some Dungeness crab, which I recommend. I don't know if you like seafood, but the Dungeness crab is I mean, it's to die for. The sourdough bread is great. I mean, I don't have a lot of vices. I don't really drink, or I don't smoke. So food is my vice. So they have great food. It's just what else we did? We went on the Golden Gate Bridge. We did all the touristy stuff, really. We went on Lombard Street. My girl wanted to get on Lombard Street, so we did. We drove down that windy road, which I found it a little corny, but that's what she wanted to do. Um, all the touristy stuff my girl wanted to do, and it was great. I had a great time. It's just, uh, when you're on vacation, quote unquote, you want to maximize the time, but I did sleep. I had to get some sleep because we drove. That's one of the things we did. We did drive, and it wears on you. It does wear on you, and other than that, it was great. It was just hot. This week was hot for San Francisco. Strangely, it was hot, but what are you gonna do? It's global warming or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but it was hot. It was hot, but the food is great. That's one thing I do give San Francisco is that the food is excellent.
Oh, that's awesome. Do they have like they have a lot of do they have like their own little like Chinatown and little areas like you can get a variety of different types of cultural food?
Yes. What I did with the Dungeness crab that I got it Vietnamese style, where they kind of cook it in the garlic sauce, um, and then they have peppercorn sauce, the peppercorn, the way they make it, and they do have a quite variety. It's China, it's San Francisco, like Chinese food. They have great Chinese food. I don't remember the places, like I was just hungry, but they do. It's pretty much a big international city. I would say San Francisco is a great city if you're single. It's a great city because it's just a vibe. A lot of people try to stay across the bridge, which I understand. It's probably cheaper, but something about staying in the city, it's a great place to be single because everything's accessible. Obviously the cost, but if you sit in the contents of what it is, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. But yes, it's a great city to visit. It's just it is a city, and did it smell like pee in certain areas? Yes. Obviously, the bums and stuff, but I'm used to it. I live in Los Angeles, which is similar. Um, but then again, I'm staying downtown, so I mean, San Francisco is what it is, but it was great. It was great.
Oh, awesome. I'm glad you had a great time. That sounds
Yeah.
fun. And you got a lot of pictures at the Presidio, I'm assuming. Hello?
Hello. Yes. I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
I'm sorry, did you get a lot of pictures from the Presidio military base?
You know what? I wish I did, but here's the thing. I was just so fixated on what Doug was showing me that I didn't. It's one of those things where when Doug shows you certain stuff, I was so focused on what he was showing me. And it was hot that day. And I'm not that. For some reason, I'm just not that person to be clicking pictures, which I should. So I'm probably gonna do that next time. But what he showed me, Vivian, Doug's the real deal. And not that I'm saying he wasn't. And I felt kind of bad because when someone's showing you certain things where he worked at, the Presidio, certain buildings, and the way only he can break it down, I felt bad because I'm sure memories started rolling in, and I can tell, there's still that trauma there. As much as his therapy and him coping with it, it is still the place that changed his life. And I try to be sensitive in the sense that um, I don't want to pry. I didn't want to pry too much into detail because a lot of the stuff you want to forget because it's just not healthy. And he still gave me more than what I thought he would, Doug. And that's saying a lot. That's saying to me how much he wanted to forget. He still gave me more than I actually thought he was. Pointing out certain areas where, the daycare, where Aquino's office was, where he worked, where the incendiary were, the computer mainframe where was attached to the building where he worked at, so on and so forth. He gave me a lot, and I was quite surprised, but at the same time, I really didn't want to pry into too much, where then you start becoming annoyed with someone, because unfortunately, you can go and listen to his transmissions, and but when you're there and he's showing you these areas, then it gives you a new perspective on how much the deep state or the enemy is really trying to prevent him reaching the masses. But really, it's testament to the level of criminality that was there, and abuse, and how much things haven't changed. But at the same time, even though the Presidio was closed down as a military, you can tell, you can feel what went on there. There's a vibe to that place. Now, we were in the middle of the day. I could imagine at night. At night, I would not step into that area. I just can't. But you can feel it. And, that land is saturated with pain and anguish and just abuse. And this is prior to the whole, child abuse. You're talking about Native American land there, and the conquistadors and the church, the Catholic Church. This was a presidio established by the Spanish. This is as old as this country. So, you're talking about layers upon layers. And you're talking about the surface. You could imagine the underground tunnels and so on and so forth. So it's a place that's great to visit. I would not visit at night. Um,
Oh
it's
wow,
not,
that's
and it's not that it's not that I'm afraid. It's just you get the vibe. I think if you would go, you would be like, okay, I can see why. I can see what he's talking about. But it's great to have someone like Doug because he's going to give you insight into things that you're not going to get. You're not going to get. And it's well worth the money traveling up there and seeing Doug. And it's not even because the Presidio. No, it's Doug, the actual person. He's a great host, and he's funny. He's just a great guy to get to meet. And yeah, he great sense of humor. He made my girl laugh, and he made me feel comfortable. And I try to do the same as well. And it's great. When you both are in the same vibe, and you both when someone knows your vibe and you're just trying to be a friend, it's great. It's not intrusive, and I pretty much let Doug lead, and we got everywhere we wanted to go, and yeah, but it's great. I really would recommend Vivian because he made it a treat, and as short as it was well worth it.
oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've always thought that if I'm ever on a train going up to Oregon, which is my hope and dream, I could stop in and say hello, at least
Yeah,
grab a hug and a coffee, and just get
great.
to, be in the presence and hang out with Doug for a minute.
Oh, that's so
Um,
cute. I just got back to hear that. Oh my God. That's adorable. Oh, so
do you know if that Amtrak stops there, or did that Amtrak train
Amtrak train?
ultimately?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sammy?
Does it go?
Let me. I'm gonna have to look that up, but I'm sure it does. At least it must have because Oakland is across the bay. So if it doesn't, I'm sure it gets pretty close. But
Oh,
I'll
okay.
look that up. I'll look that up. But like I said, it was well worth the trip. Doug was an excellent host.
Oh, bless
Oh,
Um,
you.
that's
You're
awesome.
so
he
kind. But by the way, both of you, you're doing so wonderful. I'm certainly going to let both of you continue while my tea is steeping and I'm busy just doing some things to help myself detox from everything that I was high on throughout the day, and then I'll be able to speak a bit more coherently. So both of you are going along so smoothly. I'm just going to tend to what I'm doing for a few moments, and then I'll interact with some of the people in the chat as well in a few minutes before we bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour. But thank God for both of you. Honestly, I couldn't do any of this without you two in particular. So please continue.
Okay.
Oh, but one of the things that we went with Doug, it was the Palace of Fine Art. It's oh my God, I have to get the name, but I'll send you some pictures that we took.
Oh,
And
that'd be awesome.
he showed me the swastikas and the Japanese emperor seal on the actual building, which
Oh,
it's
cool.
pretty much decorated in swastikas and the seal of Japan. And all these little nuances that Doug was showing me um was amazing. Like I was literally just enamored with what he was showing me. And I'm glad that I let him take the lead because I never would have even looked at these little nuances. And I'll put them up on the message board. I what I
Oh,
regret is I did not take a picture with Doug because I was just having so much fun, Um, but it left
You're
me.
always like, I don't mean to be sexist, but I'm going to be sexist.
Go
Um,
ahead.
why is it that guys always forget to take pictures?
Well, one because um honestly, I was just having fun. I was just enjoying
I
the
know.
moment,
I'm roasting you. Yeah.
No, and it's great. I was just enjoying the moment, but at the same time too, I'm very conscious of not trying to creep out Doug in the sense that I'm not a fanboy. He's my friend, but you know, I don't ever want to come off as as a creep in the sense that Doug has his stalkers, and a
Oh,
lot of
no.
them.
I don't mean take pictures of Doug. I meant like take pictures of all these different little, I don't know. That's just how my brain is. I'm like, I have to record like pictures and moments, and I'm
Well,
always telling my children like to do that too, and as for the most part they don't. I'm like, don't you realize you're
Well,
going to really
the
like to look
the
upon this
positive
later?
side of that, however, is that I just came back on and I just caught that, and the positive side of that is, of course, that when you're taking too many photographs, you're trying to capture time, and it really does kind of detract from the quality time that you have spending with people just interacting. So you want to make certain not to go too far in that direction of trying to preserve the moment and thereby missing the moment itself. T
right.
Tank Berry turns out.
That's a good point.
Yeah, oh, thank you. So T Tank Berry
Well, I mean,
turns out.
but
Oh,
if I was with you in that crowd, I'd be still taking pictures while enjoying the moment because you'd be all talking. You know what I mean?
right, yes, yes. And by the way, so T Tank Berry, I want to thank you so much. I did receive the envelope, so that was you. And so I had an anonymous individual come up to the door and slide $180 in $20 bills through
Wow.
the door slot
Mhm.
just about the day after my visit with our dear Sammy Romero, or maybe within 48 to 72 hours after that, within 2 to 3 days. And it was wonderful. Obviously, very much helps. And this turns out it was T. Tank Berry from Mendocino. He did this at 7 a.m. in the morning, and It was our upstairs neighbors, their dog Doodle, who started barking at him as if he were the mailman. So, bless him for taking that risk. And thank you, T Tank Berry, for the thoughtfulness with which you arranged the envelope. The envelope had a clear window in it so that I could see the money. And this is important because obviously, when somebody sends me a sealed envelope or drops it through the door, your first thought with security is whether or not it has some kind of anthrax, yeah, or something. So he eliminated
Whole
all.
story.
Yeah, go on.
Doug has a story about anthrax. So he'll probably have to tell you that later, some other time. But
Yeah.
Doug, anthrax with Doug is the big story behind that. But anyways,
Yeah.
go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, and just in case people want, there is some like 911 Holocaust denial channel that I think has my interview up on that, which I of course do not support Holocaust denial in any way, shape, or form. But this one person has probably put up many of those types of videos on his channel before he disappeared. But I think the channel may still be up, or we may have that on the Odyssey with John Warrington, who I will bring up to people later tonight as a person to turn to as well. Don't forget his Odyssey channel, very important. And with that, George Knight will be able to tell us if he's able to drop in a few minutes later. If not, on Wednesday or whenever he shows up next, George Knight can tell us about that episode in which I spoke more in depth about the anthrax in that interview with that person, because that was the first interview that George Knight ever saw concerning myself. With that, I turn it back to these two wonderful individuals to carry us to the top of the hour. I'm going to go mute again for a few minutes. Thank you. But I'll be here listening.
Great.
Well, just
Hello.
so you know,
Yes,
Brando is here too.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Brando.
Yes, hi, Brando. Is that Brandon Young? He's using
Yeah.
like a different alias from. You're welcome to jump on, Brando. We did call you. Oh, he says thanks, Viv. I will join ASAP. There we are. Green Eye says that makes a lot of sense. So oh, bless you, honey. And of course, hello to Peggy Wood. Oh, and I think her name was CK or Vicky. I'm going to have to. There was a wonderful young lady named CK or Vicky who entered something just divine inside of the chat room with our latest episode before tonight's, and I definitely want to give her credit. I'll have to look that up later and thank her personally for that. As for T. Tank Berry, God bless you. And for Sammy Romero, of course, there's never enough thanks. He provided a care package that I'm still digging through, and certainly have made use of his electric blanket on the first night that, or actually the first night was too hot, but the second night, pretty much my baseline electric blanket died, so it came just divinely in time to replace that. So please, both of you continue. Go on.
That's Vivian. So, yeah, that was pretty much my trip. It was great, you know. What did you do?
Do you
this
have
week?
any? Do you have any
Go ahead.
like anything to say about the building? What, like, why was it in the Japanese signatory? Why was it built like that? Did you get any of that?
I believe it was the architecture. I think the person designing it. I'm trying to actually look into that as we were trying to.
It was the World Fair, honey. Basically, yeah. So you can take it from there.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So I guess it was a World Fair, which kind of lets you. What we were sorry, I'm eating it.
I was about to say,
weird.
Oh my God, Sammy, are you chewing? Oh, that's
Great.
so cute.
No, just kidding.
That's adorable.
1 second. I'm sorry.
God,
1 second.
No worries.
Godfella.
Yeah, I'll excuse him, of course. Oh
sorry
God.
about that. Excuse me.
No worries.
It kind of gives you an insight on how Adolf Hitler was such a popular figure when this building was constructed. Obviously, this was a little bit earlier than him, but Adolf Hitler was Times Person of the Year,
Yeah,
right?
actually, it was during his time.
Okay,
It was after his rule was established. So it was around
right.
1936. It was about three
Okay.
years before the war in Europe, and so that was yes. So please continue.
So, this building has these swastikas and the Japanese emperor's seal on them. Give me 1 second. Let me try to load them on, Vivian. Go ahead, if you don't mind talking a little bit. That way I can load these pictures on.
Okay. Oh,
Okay,
great.
sure.
While he's loading the pictures, it turns out he cannot multitask either, which is fine.
Right. So,
I can understand completely.
yes, my girl knows about that. So,
Oh,
she
yes.
one
That's what
second.
happens when you grow a
No,
penis. You
sure. Take
become
your time.
monofocal. Yes. And at any rate, how far is away? Says Sleepyhead in the house. That's so cute. And T Tank Berry says you are very welcome, Douglas. You are the man, T Tank Berry. Believe me, that was great and very profound. And actually, aside from that, Vivian, continue.
Well, hi, Brandon.
Hmm.
How's your summer going so far?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I
Oh,
can
by
hear
all
Hi,
you.
Brendan.
means. Yes, catch us up on what's going on with yourself, Brandon, please.
Douglas.
Yeah.
Hi, Viv. How are you?
Oh,
Hi.
hi.
Good. Well, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Yes, and when's the next time you can bring your girlfriend on as well, your fiance?
Oh, soon. She's with
Good.
me right now. It's her birthday.
Wonderful. Happy birthday to her. And by the way, Sammy's
Yes.
just entered some photographs into this into our little text box here in Skype. Wonderful human being, and so glad he was with us and able to drop by. There we are. Some of these
Yeah.
delightful photographs, and thanks so much, Sammy. That's
Yeah,
wonderful. And
no problem.
yeah, and so Brandon, you've been to the Palace of Fine Arts as well, right? Share us your
Oh,
experience
yeah.
there.
Yes, thank you for asking. We should maybe dedicate a Wednesday or, an hour
Yeah,
to this topic.
yeah.
But in San Francisco, there is buried a cask, an elvish cask, that this publisher buried in 1982. Long story short, I've been, of course, to San Francisco many a time. I have many friends that live there. Before I even knew you, Doug, of course.
Yeah.
And I've visited there many, many, many times. Way back in 2007, I believe, was one of the first times. I went there and I stayed at the Greyhound bus station, which was really interesting. They had little lockers where you could put your stuff. And we went out for a day,
Right.
walking around. I think that it was the Haight-Ashbury district. But also, I've my friend lived in Oakland, near the Cathedral of Christ the Light, which is one of the most spectacular cathedrals and spiritual spaces, in my opinion, in the whole country.
Right. And are you
No,
talking about that architectural church that is white and has the cross kind of imbued within its structure? It's in
yep,
other words, yeah, it looks very strange to people from the ground because they can't see it from the sky. From the sky, it is a cross, and but beneath, what happens is people think it looks like a washing machine agitator.
I,
And so it's been called Our Lady of the Maytag because it is a Roman Catholic church, and so they refer to it as Our Lady of the Maytag. But
but
it is spectacular. It is spectacular inside.
well,
Go inside.
inside,
Yeah, and you see it. Yeah, and it's okay on the outside, but it's spectacular on the inside. Dude, and by the way, when he's talking about staying at the Greyhound bus station, yes, they used to have lockers. All of that is long gone now. That was like the year of the death of my father, and it's amazing that they still had that then. How did? Oh my God! And when you say staying there, were there like at one point rooms like a hostel or something above, or
yes. Well,
oh
we figured that this is, back in my 20s, so I guess I was a hippie.
yeah.
Um, and we thought, oh, let's go to Burning Man. Let's go. I swear, Doug, I'm not kidding. And this was the first time going. My friend Ethan invited me out. He had been taken, of course, a biodiesel bus called Bio Tour. You can still look this up. People can vet this. I don't give a crap. And he went across the whole country on biodiesel. and made a non-profit out of this thing, so he could just continue. But anyway, he ended up hooking up with some friends from Silicon Valley who were involved with um, Burning Man, but also people from San Francisco, which is, I guess, Silicon Valley as well, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, long story short, I went out there.
Right.
I stayed. I said, let's just wing it and see what happens and hope for the best. If not, we'll just sleep in the Greyhound station. And so we ended up back at that Greyhound station like 2, 3 in the morning. It's open 24/7, but they have police station there. That's right there.
Yeah.
And the place seemed like it had been the visitor to many vagabond, you know?
Oh God, yes. Go on.
So like, and our bus, mind you, this Greyhound bus was going to Reno, Nevada. So you imagine that would be a bus that many San Franciscan had taken. And just the history of this place sort of overwhelmed me. But it was a spot where you could put in your locker and lock it up for the day and go out exploring, because they had a few bags.
Right. And
the first spot we went to was down the pier. Yeah. And there was this fantastic underground, it seemed, Trader Joe's. And we went there and I got a bunch of supplies, went off, and walked up one of the hills there. It must have been Haight Street. Walked up the entire thing, up into the park. Must have been Golden Gate Park, I imagine now at this point. And yeah, spent the whole night and met like people who were saying they were like, you know, the firemen of San Francisco. And I said, well, you know, do you have any, my friend who was with me actually said, do you have any marijuana? And the guy, oh, of course. You know, he just dug into his hand and gave like a handful of the stuff, you know. I mean, it's kind of a magical place in a weird way. So that was the first impression. But the thing is, they had a cop going around in the Greyhound bus station keeping people awake, which I thought was weird. I didn't understand why at the time. I was naive. So, but I love the city. I love that we got back, went to some weird restaurant on Haight Street that was open at like midnight, you know. And we had like one of the last dinners there. It was very, very eclectic, you know, and to me, it felt like a real city. It's not like Boston. It's like almost akin to a New York city, where you have such a mismatch of cultures and thought, and it might as well be the international city of the world. So that was pretty profound, but, yeah, now recently I've been discovering, like, looking into the history of it, and with, you know, I think inspired by you a little bit, but also inspired from this puzzle treasure hunt that's out there since 1982 that's taken on a new life called the Byron Priest treasure, which a lot of people think points to Golden Gate Park, which also I think encompassed the World Fair. And then the Legion of Honor, which is a little bit south, but the city is so storied, and you know, how perfect would it be to go to San Francisco and have a guided tour by Douglas Dietrich? Like you would learn so much, you know. And San Francisco is just a beautiful city. It really, I mean, I can't deny that, you know. I just in the way it's on a peninsula, and the way it's situated in a lot of different ways, you know. It's got a weird climate. It's got all these influx of businesses, interests, and lobbyists, and things like this. So, yes, you know this well enough, but I'm trying to explain to the audience.
And you can tell them, of course, that puzzle was the inspiration for the movie National Treasure.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh.
I did not know that.
Oh, of course, I think so.
It might be a different treasure. This one's a little smaller. Probably school children, for the most part. But it's like almost a scholastic publication.
Okay, I see.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yeah. I'm sorry. Because Peter Moon jumped on, we're getting the glitch of a number of people on the bandwidth, and but
Gotcha.
definitely if we can maintain a roundtable for a few moments while Peter segues in, I do want both of you to kind of sum up what your experiences were, both Brandon and Sammy. Then we segue to Peter. So by all means, Brandon, kind of feel free to give us some closing thoughts there.
Yeah, on the whole, I would just say that San Francisco is one of the more magical cities of the world,
Bless you.
and it is an epicenter of magic and mystery that a lot of people don't understand until you actually spend some time there. So go and spend some time there. Not some people, but almost everybody. Go to San Francisco. And yeah, so over to Sammy.
Yes.
Yes, I can totally agree with Brandon. Obviously, he knows more about the city than I do, but when I was there, definitely you get that vibe of it's a great city, especially through the eyes of Doug. I felt bad actually because Doug actually gave me more than I actually even thought he was. I felt a little bad in the sense of, memories rushing through, but it is a great city. I think the city is great. If you're single and, you like a city that has a lot of movement and just a lot of things going on, it's a great city. I definitely want to visit back and explore it more. But I had a great time. Doug was just, he really made it quite enjoyable. And he's a great host. The city should, obviously, it's just me and me thinking the city should hire him, because he definitely, he's great. He's a great people person. My girl loved Doug. She liked his style.
Oh, thank you.
And the way he comports himself. He's very, very charismatic. And my girl thought he was handsome. For being, the person he is, Doug is a great host and just an all-around great guy. But yes.
Oh, bless you. Hugs. And thank you so much to your lovely significant other who brought that care package. And I know you put your 2 cents into the care package, but she definitely...
of course.
Yes.
It was all her, yes.
Yes.
She's very, very caring. And I can't... it's a compliment for her just to do that because she makes me look good. Yes.
And that's so wonderful. And both of you, Brandon, I know you go to bed early, and tomorrow is basically may not be a work day for you. I guess before you go, I do want to certainly, Sammy, drop in later when you can. And Brandon, is
Yes.
school still on, or is it summer vacation now, right? Or something?
As the great Alice Cooper once said, "School's out for fun." And he's not great, by the way. There's just one song everybody remembers, and all of his albums are terrible. But yeah, it's out for summer for now, and I'm enjoying this. It hasn't even been a week yet off. So, and I'm enjoying celebrating Kelsey's birthday tonight, which
That's
is really...
wish her happy birthday for me. And,
I will. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys later. I love you all very much.
And we love you in return. And we love Sammy as well. And also his significant other, Viviana Sanchez.
Yes, Brandon, goodbye.
Yeah, thank you. Viviana Sanchez is taking care of her mother right now, so it's just Peter and I. So Peter, thank the gods you always have a good command of the stage. Tell us about everything that's been going on with yourself. The other day you spent a day at the beach, which is rare for you. I take it you were involved in some volleyball or some other activity?
No. I was with Paula. We went to the beach.
Yeah.
And she went to the beach again today while I was playing football, but she loves the beach, and I try to go when I can with her. So it was a beach day yesterday. And one thing, usually we go to the beach in the morning because it can get very crowded. We didn't yesterday, but when you go to the beach, and we both commented on this, we might get to the beach by 9 a.m. and it can be pretty warm. Yeah. And you can be there for like 3 hours, 4 hours at the most usually. Mm-hmm. And you come home and the day's left, but you feel like you've put in a whole day's work after going to the beach. Yeah. It's kind of an interesting phenomenon. All you did was go to the beach and sit on the sand and maybe walk a bit, go in the water a bit, and you feel like you've done a whole day's work. And then if you come home early, you have the whole day in front of you. I told her maybe I'll execute it with her this year. I said I'd like to spend a whole day at the beach with her. Get up early and just spend the whole day there from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6 at night, and then go out to dinner just to do it. That was my mindset as a teenager, to spend all day at the swimming pool or the beach. But so I had a good day at the beach. But I did, as you requested, listen to your diatribe on Daniel in its entirety, and I finished it. And I had two salient points with regard to it. Mm-hmm. I think first is the most expository or condemnatory thing you brought up was the fact that he had exposed Mr. Cole for child pornography.
Yes.
Being busted for it.
Yes.
But then at the same time, he turns to him and goes back to him and apologizes to him.
Yes.
Not for exposing him, as I understand it, but for, turning his back on him and being in your camp.
Yes.
and of course, this doesn't make any sense. But the other thing was that I brought up and you addressed in your private message to me was that his sugar mama, I said she smells of Satanism. Yeah. For her to be so controlling and so, controlling of him. Yeah. And you pointed out that she works with autistic kids.
Yes.
And it's interesting how autism would come up in this domino chain of events.
Yes. Because
you said that Daniel was the last domino to fall into this domino chain, falling into the
sewer.
Fire of damnation. Yes. But I want to point out where the dominoes begin. Actually, it begins when I'm giving a diatribe on autism, and I am interrupted by Jameson.
Mm-hmm. That's
non-secretarily interrupted on the subject of autism, because he has something to say about autism and tells me what I'm saying is not correct. And
it didn't even make any sense, and his interruption was quite violent. It was something that I had to tell him to basically retreat, and he just withdrew very sullenly. But please go on. Yes, that was...
he did apologize eventually, unprompted by you, but this is what happened. He started batting back with me, and I told him, I said, this is not your platform.
Yeah.
And he says, it's not your platform. I said, yes, it is. I'm speaking. Yeah. It's not my channel, but I have the floor. Yeah. You don't take the floor away from me.
No, and he's certainly not the host. So
no, and that created a conflict in his soul. That's where we batted heads. However, I just continued on, and then at the end of my diatribe, when I was done, or at the end of the night, when I finished, I said, okay, I'd like to address Jameson's point now. Bring it up. Right. And you kind of said, well, it doesn't really matter. He's asleep or whatever. And JoJo was so shocked at what she said, my graciousness. She could not believe the graciousness I had to want to hear his point, which was fine. I didn't mind him having a point. Just don't interrupt me in the middle of mine.
Right.
And I made a mistake. Now that I look back at it, she was floored over by my graciousness, right. What she called my graciousness.
Yes.
I was just being, considerate. I wasn't trying to smash his viewpoint. I just was trying to say mine. Right. But this was a mistake, to be gracious with somebody who is basically proved himself to be quite vicious.
Yes.
Lamely vicious, but vicious nevertheless. And so it was over autism that the domino that was the first domino to go. Now I didn't make an issue out of that, but that harbored resentment in him, which led to his black magic being practiced against me, in my estimation.
Right.
We could have been doing it anyway. But see, the autism is a very important point, because where I will go back into some history on this with me. I was called on the phone by a woman in the Silicon Valley area who wanted to talk to me because she had an autistic son, and she said that she was told, I don't know who told her this, or she knew it herself, that I would have a cure for autism in the future. And I think she had read the Healer's Handbook by Stuart Swerdlow or something. I don't know. I said, well, you should be talking to Stuart, not me. I don't have cures for things like this. It's not what I do. And she says, no, it was you. Now, it was last year in April, before Paula went to Romania for like 3 or 4 months.
Right.
And one of the students at her mother's school, who's a very advanced healer herself, had introduced Paula to this type of hydrotherapy, it's called. And it's really misleading to call it hydrotherapy or colon therapy, although it is. It's kind of like getting dozens of high enemas. But the thing was, I was recognized. Paula set it up so she was going to go. Drive 3 hours to Pennsylvania. And at the last minute, I decided I needed to go because I was having a digestion issue. So somehow the Red Sea parted and somebody dropped out, so I was able to go. And this is how it happened. And I went for this therapy. Now, this therapy, and this ties to autism directly, because this woman had an autistic child. And every solution that medical science, alternative science, nothing was going to help him. But she kept looking because she loves her son, and it guided her to therapy and with the colon. And this is a very unique setup she has. It's not like your typical colon therapist who will have what looks like a fish tank and tubes and stick a tube up your ass, put water in there, and you'll be flushing, defecation, and you'll see it go through the tubes and blah-de-blah-de-blah, irrigating you. Now, I had that done many years ago. And the reason I had it done was because my previous wife couldn't get pregnant. And we attributed it to coming off the pill. She'd been on the pill for a long time. She wanted to get pregnant. So she underwent a colon therapy regimen with the high colonics, they were called. It was a very specific regimen. You're taking all sorts of supplements before and after. And it was so good for her, I did it myself. I can't complain. I didn't have any bad experience with it. And that was all well and fine. But now it was, I'm many years older, 30 years older, something like this. And I've got some digestive issues. So anyway, I go and I'm introduced to this whole new therapy whereby you're actually on a table and you're bringing the water up into your colon yourself. And you release, and it's a setup so you can see it coming out on a tube, plastic tube with a mirror, so you see what's coming out of you. And it's a process that you administer yourself with her guidance. It's very thorough. It's very exhaustive. I don't mean you feel exhausted. It's very cleansing. Paula it got rid of so much negative emotions that she had harbored inside of her from growing up under adverse conditions. Very positive for her. It was like life-changing. It was very positive for me. Not so much on the emotional level, but on the physical level. And we've gone back, 3 or 4 more times. And it's such a cleansing. And, it makes the whole idea of going and scoping out your colon like a joke because, you're cleaning it out. You don't need in there somebody scoping out. You're flushing it out. And she did this, and this is what cured her son of autism. And I met with her son, and he's a gem of a human being. He's, and of course, a big problem for him has been the women he meets at work or whatever. They're not suitable. They're not suitable brides because they've got all sorts of problems. They're not autistic, but they're into drugs, into this, into that. They're just, they're not good for him. He will find somebody, but he's like, I think 29 or so. But I'm just saying he's so much more of a higher caliber person than what is typically out there in society. And this was all driven by her love for her son. She's very intelligent when it comes to these matters. She maintains a low profile because, the FDA doesn't want her in business. And her husband was an engineer. He devised these. He created this table.
Yeah, the mechanism.
Yeah, the table, the way it's structured. And now I think there's an order for a lot more. I think for the first time, I'm confident that her procedures are going to be exported. But some of the orders for the tables are coming from clinical places. I mean, like medical places. There is a clinic, I think, in Florida that treats end-stage cancer patients and has a lot of success with not necessarily the same. I'm hoping that they will get a clinic set up for this in Transylvania, affiliated or associated with my stepmother's school. But in any case, what this is important because the Sphinx is related to the word sphincter. And you have many sphincters inside your colon. And there's all these passageways and release points. And stuff gets stuck up in there. So I'll be sitting on the tip, say, oh, there's a gallstone. There's a gallstone right there. You just passed a gallstone. Oh, great. And God knows what. So, although in a way I'm kind of clean, but it's very good because and now also what's happening when you're getting this water up your colon, you're not only cleaning out your colon, you're becoming hydrated. You're becoming hydrated on levels you will never be hydrated under normal circumstances. And back in World War I, they didn't have IVs. So the way they kept you alive was by sticking water up your ass. And because that would hydrate you, because this is how you hydrate. When you drink water, it goes into your colon and your colon absorbs it. And this is how you hydrate in real life. So this is very curative to people because hydration is a key to all sorts of illnesses. Now, where it relates to on the sphincter level, because sphinx is like, it's like a passage, it opens up, it closes and all this sort of thing. But on the more guttural level, survival is all about perceiving your outside environment. And the first thing an organism is going to do is going to see its outside, and it's going to consume something so that it can sustain itself. It's going to input and output. Input, output, much like a computer. Mm-hmm. It's an input and an output, and it's on the level of survival. As L. Ron Hubbard said, the common denominator of existence is survive. So you've got to intake and outtake, and then when you start taking in, you become perceptive of the environment, whether you're a tadpole or an alligator and you're what's outside there, and you're always responding to danger and to survival. And of course, as an organism becomes more sophisticated and its needs and pleasures and dangers become more diverse and nuanced, you are still moving on the basis of input and output. So it's all about perception. And what I was saying in there, that autism is a dysfunction in the input-output relationship. So the autistic person or the ADD person or anybody what's called the spectrum, because there's something called the spectrum. Mm-hmm. And people might not be what you call full-blown autistic, where they're like Dustin Hoffman in the Rain Man movie. They might have little elements of it. And sometimes it's accompanied by genius. Or sometimes it's just, but it's always sort of an awkward situation for the person. But what it is they don't see the environment in an objective way. They see it the way they see it. And this can be accompanied by genius, somebody like Alan Turing, who is just plugged in. Many geniuses are plugged in to, streams of consciousness where they don't necessarily interface with the outer world in a way. Now, this can be very problematic, say when kids go to school and there's something called body language, whereas certain kids will be rejected by their body language. And not always, but it can be attached to their athleticism or lack of athleticism. And sometimes if they're athletic, they can have an awkward athleticism that might lead to them being alienated. Sometimes it doesn't lead to alienation because their awkwardness somehow fits in. They might be a spectacle, but they still fit in. So anyway, certain kids don't want other kids hanging out with them. And this becomes sort of an input-output. And then some kids don't see that they're being rejected by their peer group. So instead of, walking away and finding a different peer group, they hang around and get beat up or something like that. Because this is, the law of the jungle. This is what happens with kids.
Yes.
And so, of course, a lot of parents or students or teachers rather are autistic themselves to a degree, because they watch all these kids go and they say, "Oh, you're not causing any problems here, are you?" And kids, "Oh, no, this guy's great." And they hide the fact from the teachers that they're going to beat the crap out of the kid. This is how inept teachers are. They don't understand how kids operate. They operate completely two-faced to the teachers. And it's like, how stupid can you be? And of course...
Did Hubbard speak of this?
No. Okay. No, this is my own observations.
Oh, it's very astute. I was I was just surprised.
It's my own observations because I learned, real quick at a young age what I should do and what I shouldn't do and where I should go and where I shouldn't go, and
but you yourself never struck me as being bullied. So I was just surprised.
I was bullied in my younger years.
Okay.
From the age of 3, maybe till I started school.
Wow.
And the reason for that is I was the youngest kid on the block.
Okay.
I was the youngest kid. All the kids were friendly, but I was the youngest one. So, and what it was is it's just big kids pick on little kids. It was nothing personal. It was just like, oh, and then sometimes, and then there was sort of a trade-off, because then, okay, they'd want to hang out with you or whatnot. They had nobody to hang out with, and they'd come to my mom. Oh yeah, I'm not going to mess with him. And, they make a trade-off with her. But I was used to being bullied.
Oh my God.
It wasn't horrible.
I mean, just the thought that they would be so open about it as to barter with your mother for your company. Don't worry, I'm not going to beat him up. Oh my God.
Well, it wasn't quite that way, but it was that way, and it's like, I would tell my mother, I said, well, call me to come in. And she'd say, if and they'd say, "Oh, you're having your mother call you to come in, so we don't beat you up or what." I mean, it was like, "Oh, you're a sissy," whatever, and you don't want to be called a sissy. So I'm not sure I even knew well, I did know what a sissy was. I mean, I'm only talking a very young age. Mm-hmm. And of course, I learned how to deal with it. And then as I got older, things kind of settle out a bit because, as I'm growing up, the kids are growing up. Now, I'm not talking about my immediate friends, which were like 1 year or 2 years older. I'm talking about kids that were yet older. And so these kids, I mean, they get older and they have other things to do. And then whenever we'd play baseball, I would be the last one to bat. And, they'd let me bat, but I was like, in other words, I can barely swing the bat. And then all of a sudden when I grew up and got coordinated, I got good. They go, "God, he's good," and it's like, wow, then you're more accepted. And so this was, but then, so when I went to school, all this stuff stopped because I was bigger. I didn't really realize it at the time. I was bigger than other kids. So I was kind of shunned for being bigger. I might have been afraid. As I said, my only friends in the kindergarten were the Jewish kids, 3 Jewish kids,
right? Kenny
and Lori Gus and Mike Smith. And, they didn't have a problem with me. I wasn't Jewish, but they were friendly. They were nice, and they were intelligent, very intelligent. Mm-hmm. So I learned about science from Mike Smith. He had that little book, Stars, wow. And he'd teach me about science. And, I just have communicate with him. And it took me until actually a few years ago, I realized what that was they were, they must have been put off by me because I was bigger.
There we are.
But I was used to being smaller in the neighborhood.
Right.
And then, of course, as I got into the 3rd grade, I began to excel in kickball. So then I was liked by the older kids. So sports
at that point you were an asset. Yeah.
yeah. So I was like, and then so I understood this very well. And I remember seeing some kid one of my classmates getting the crap beat out of him because he was on the cusp of where the 4th and the 6th graders was. We were in the 3rd grade, and every time he'd scream, this kid was 6th grader was beating the crap out of him. And 6th graders did not beat the crap generally out of 3rd graders. There was usually not beatings on the school yard, but every time he'd stop, the 3rd grader, I think his name was Larry, would start cussing him out. And when he started cussing him out, he'd start getting more beatings. I said, this kid, he should shut up.
Right.
And then the beatings would stop and go away. It was like, the kid was like, he didn't know how to behave. Right. You don't poke the bear, so to speak.
Was that some form of autism, do you think?
Well, this is like what I'm learning later is body language, what I would learn. Mm-hmm. And so so like I understood the psychology of what goes on very well. And so I'm talking about, input and output and all this stuff. And yes. I remember stopping and this is like in high school, and one of my friends, super smart guy, we're playing baseball, and he says, "I'm going home now." And the guy batting, he's a bear of a guy. Bear, I mean, he's like tough and he's kind of nasty, and he's saying, "No, you're not going home." He's like, he's ready. He's going to knock the shit out of my friend because he's walking off the game. And these guys didn't get their last turn at bat. They were getting beat. They were getting shelled by our team. And he just, he was pissed. And this guy was going to walk up and say, and I kind of said, you don't walk off now, And I stopped him from walking off because he's going to get the crap beat out of him. Now, we never had any fights in Davis. Never had any fights because it just wasn't that type of atmosphere.
Right.
But I prevented one there. It wouldn't have been a fight. It would have been a one-way clobber. So, in other words, and this guy was super intelligent. He's a great guy, too. But he didn't see the menace that he was, he had no idea of who or what he was dealing with.
Right.
And so I it's pretty quick, to see menace
Right.
in that environment. I also had a tendency when as I even in my younger years, I could cross neighborhoods. I could go into other neighborhoods
Right.
and make friends or whatever.
Mhm.
But if other people would cross into that neighborhood, or I brought some, it didn't work out well. It did not work out well because they would start bringing their neighborhood with them or start asserting their shit, which is not, so I was good at going into different neighborhoods and sometimes I'd bring them together, but
So you're kind of a diplomat in that sense. By the way, you're doing so well. I do want you to know that what surprises me is my impression had always been that you had actually taken Paula for these treatments. I had no idea that she was the one who had actually instigated the process with yourself. So that's mind blowing.
It's not her as much as it's her friend,
Understood.
Who's also my friend.
Right.
But
you see what I'm saying? She introduced you to it, essentially,
yeah,
or
and
brought you back
school.
into it.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a gift from the school.
Right.
Not that the school is sponsoring it. It's somebody who goes to the school, who is, a very advanced yoga teacher in her own right.
Right.
And
do explain this school to our listeners. I kind of think of it as an extension of the Sholamants and whatnot. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab my tea before it oversteeps.
Well, the school is, if you want to look at it, it's SVIT, SVIT.ro. The .ro is Romania. SVIT.ro. That's the school Paula's mother runs, and it's a wisdom school, and there's accompanying healing treatments with it. There's all sorts of services they do, but basically they have different, I guess what you'd say, sessions whereby they just had one session that lasted for, I think it was 2 weeks. Paula was there, and she was basically servicing, just helping out. And there's lectures, there's exercises. I'm not a part of the school. I call myself a friend of the school because it's my family's school or my family-in-law. And I know many of the students, at least in one particular group, because there's different groups. There's more advanced groups that come, and these people come, they're obviously well-to-do, or they couldn't afford to go. I don't have no idea what the classes cost. I have no idea. And of course, we socialize with the ones in New York and New Jersey. We'll go to dinner. I've lectured to them at times, not very often. I'm told I'm very popular with the students. And of course, I know many of them. Many of them have come over to the house. And many of them I'm very fond of. So they all have most of them have expressed a desire to move to Romania, which I do not necessarily endorse because they've fallen in love with the place. But if you're going to move to Romania, you better damn well have your means of sustenance covered. I know one guy gets a stipend from the government because disability or whatnot. He's not disabled, but he's disabled enough to get the stipend or whatever he has. So he, rather than, he can live much better in Romania. So he lives there and goes to the classes. But many of them want to go become virtual Romanians. And as I say, to me, it's not a good idea unless you have, and plus immigration they're not as immigration friendly as the United States is, even without all the border stuff. the United States is much more immigration friendly than a place like Romania, which has suffered from a brain drain as well from their own best students. So, you know, I know she reads from different books. She has exercises and all this sort of stuff, but it's not something I've my discipline has been Qigong, Taoist Qigong, and I still practice that every day. Mm-hmm. And but I certainly don't have an issue with what they do or with what Paula does.
Right. And thank you. Yeah, go on. And
that was filling some time to answer.
No. I mean, you do so wonderfully, and I definitely want you to continue with the subject. The other thing I do want to bring up is that when it comes to the autism and the satanic aspect of what was going on with Daniel Arola being essentially a kept boy, again, to put that into perspective, there is the fact that this woman, whoever she is, but essentially his sugar mama, obviously a woman of incredible inheritance. She basically was taking advantage of somebody like Daniel Arola, who was homeless and brain injured, and was basically stripping for a living and essentially doing quite a bit of drugs and doping, and the access to the drugs never stopped with her taking him in. So when she took him in, the access to all of the drugs continued. But and bear in mind, so for people who do not know, pot is illegal in Texas, and but he's growing pot in the home. He has his own like greenhouse where they're growing pot. So he's producing that drug, and he has access to many hardcore street drugs like acid that he's been using. And of course, this does impact people, especially baseline human beings. The example that I can think of that most people would understand to a degree would be Philip K. Dick. But what most people don't know, many people are attracted to his writing if they want to experience basically a drug trip, because his writing is basically written while he's on drugs. He's probably one of the few artists who has produced coherently to a degree. I don't appreciate his work. I think it stinks.
Ken Kesey wrote his famous One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest on LSD.
I never knew that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not a hidden fact.
Okay. No. I hear you. I mean, that's impressive. That's impressive because I read that, and I loved that work. I adored that work when I had no idea. But when it comes to somebody like Daniel Arola, the comparison with Philip K. Dick would be this. Philip K. Dick, what most people don't know is that Philip K. Dick was someone who ultimately, on drugs, experienced something that cosmically was so terrifying. He basically freaked out, and he had a meltdown, and he basically became very anti-drug. So if you would have met him after that experience, you would have thought he was just this close to Nancy Reagan. You know, don't do drugs, kids, was his attitude, and he was very adamant about it. Basically something like that, I think, might have factored in with Daniel Arola as well, with all the acid that he's dropping and all of the pot that he's smoking, and he combines those two drugs quite often. At some point, something might happen that just warps the mind and its perception of reality so much that people's personality changes are profound, as if they're a walk-in soul, to use a New Age term. And in his case, he might have felt that the universe was bottomless emptiness, and infinite nihilism is what crept into him, which would explain his turn towards the Kings of Edom. Something similar, obviously, with many of the people that
let me just say something. Is drugs, just like alcohol, are called spirits. Yeah. Drugs have spirits attached to them. Yeah. And you are now in the realm of those spirits, and it makes you much more amenable to Aquino-esque type magic.
Yes. Yeah.
This is why Crowley, in his Book of the Law, it's not him saying it, take strange drugs or whatever he says.
It's something like that. Yeah, hard rock attitude. Yeah.
yeah. And the strange drugs is it's going to lead you into the influence thereof. And when you take strip clubs, which is apparently where she met him,
Yeah.
and you take the element of strip clubs, and I don't think I've ever been in a strip club. I mean, it's possible I might have walked into one, but I don't ever remember. I certainly didn't go there as a voyeur.
I was about to say, it's an experience I don't think you would forget. So.
Yeah, but the element of it is, you know, there is such a element of the netherworld involved. Nobody knows this better than Douglas.
Yes.
And you have drugs, you have the sex element, the sex trade is what it is.
Yeah.
And there is a vibrational frequency that is involved with the mob and Satanism. It's like how deep is the connection? How fluid is the connection? You know, you might have some place in Ohio that nobody where, you know, they all flock to, but just some, you know, dark figure comes in and collects his cut of the money, and, you know, keeps the police under control, and nobody does anything about it.
Well, oftentimes the police are there as voyeurs. They provide the security because
that was Jack Ruby in Dallas.
Yeah.
He was the police were there.
Yeah.
They glad-handed the police. He, you know, gave them free booze, and they would come in, and, you know, he made friends of the police.
Yeah.
That's why they thought nothing of him walking in and shooting Oswald. It's Jack. I thought Jack was first shot. No, this is another Jack. So, you know, both two Jacks. You know, two Jacks got shot. You know, and between Friday and Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, and what something before I forget, before it dribbles out of my ear. And by the way, what I did was I went and took the strainer out of the tea so it wouldn't oversteep. I'll be going back there again for a few moments just to put some elements in it, like my usual nutmeg and turmeric, and stir that in. But before I spend a few minutes doing that, and before it dribbles out of my ears, there was also a pattern to the leaks. And when I come back, we'll talk a bit more about autism, perhaps, because I did have just a few more thoughts on that. But when it comes to the, shall we say, the all of the defections that took place, the interesting thing for me was right after Jameson defected, and Peter Moon's quite right, there was something that started to truly pronouncedly emerge in Jameson, having to do with his autism outburst, which didn't make any sense and was something completely stupid. And
he's autistic.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, in a sense, that excuses him. I don't like to think.
No, he's on the spectrum, but it's all driven by the drugs. And I'll get back to that. The health has to do with the input and the output, but carry on.
Yeah, but I noticed that it was right after him that Salman Sheikh had his birthday. And as a matter of fact, when Salman Sheikh blocked Jojo Mikolejic, Peter Moon, and myself, it was on his birthday. And so when I called him to ask what was going on, and I explained all that in one of these tapes shortly after everything happened and went down, that was when I was speaking about Masonry and Islam, and that's when he went to his real meltdown and just joined Richard K. Cole immediately. Like this was his only option. This is what is so bizarre about these people, that there's no option of simply withdrawing. They have to go to Richard K. Cole Jr., which, as many people have said, implies they were always involved with him in the first place, because, you know, what kind of person becomes involved with somebody who was actively involved with Aquino, except somebody who was already involved? The perspective really only makes sense that way, because the idea of somebody just suddenly saying, hey, what the hell, I think I'll just reverse my entire course in life and do something cosmically different than what I did before, as opposed to simply choosing some middle ground, some gray area, in terms of this stark a choice. They all went for the extreme. And when it came to Salman Sheikh, that was basically his birthday meltdown. So he basically melted down on his birthday, because I had spoken to to him shortly before I went on with everyone that night. And then that all happened in a single day on his 30th birthday or 40th, whatever it is, 30th or 40th birthday. I remember it wasn't even.
All this happened in conjunction with major eclipses too.
That's right. And then when Lena Shea began her major stalking offensive, where she's been nonstop ever since, that was on her birthday. Because I remember I was at the time just growing maudlin and sentimental and saying, oh, well, as an asset, she in the past was always saying that she would never fall for something as stupid as Richard K. Cole and his bullshit. And that was obviously something that flipped on her birthday. It was, and I actually put her birthday up on the title of one of my episodes, so people only need to go to that point. And that's when her major stalking campaign really launched itself. So when she really went on the offensive and changed her channel, which had just been like her karaoke channel, into an anti-Dietrich channel, and launched this page on Facebook under her name where she just spends all day contacting everyone on Earth and spreading shit about myself. The interesting thing was, that all started on our birthday. So these people were obviously triggered on their birthday. So their birthdays were obviously some kind of trigger point, from the Salman Sheikh birthday to the Lena Shea birthday.
Well, see, what L. Ron Hubbard would talk about, what he called the birth engram. Yeah. In other words, an engram, a moment, like birth is an engram, which an engram in Scientology, or Dianetics rather, is a moment of pain and unconsciousness that creates an imprint on the person.
Yes.
So you would have engrams, not only the birth is an engram not for the mother and the child, as is the prenatal incidents that happen. Yes. So it's like a trauma. Birth is a trauma.
Yes.
There are exceptions. Yeah. And I remember one lovely girl telling me of her exception when my wife was pregnant. Mm-hmm. She said, this girl was skinny. Mm-hmm. She was a lovely person. Mm-hmm. And she said when she had her baby just came out. I said, I can't believe you even had a baby. You're so tiny. She said, yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. And it was just smooth. Boom, boom, boom. No pain, no anything. That can happen. But,
of course, maybe she's unaware of whatever pains or traumas her child might have experienced in the womb, but go on.
I don't know. We didn't discuss that. But in any case, this is so.
By the way, just to reinforce everything Peter Moon is saying, I spoke in the past of the Pak Jong Clinic in South Korea and Dr. Suk, S-U-K, a Korean surname that's fairly common, and how Dr. Wong Suk, his first name was Wong. By the way, this is not something made up as a joke. First name was H-W-A-N-G. And I spracketh of how he had learned to educate the fetuses in the womb. Obviously proof that, as L. Ron Hubbard said, there is an experiential phase where we are growing up in the womb. This is why in Asia it's considered, you're considered 1 year old when you're born. But at the same time, it was proven that all of the fetuses he educated forgot everything they learned through the birth trauma. The birth is so traumatic that the lifespan that they had in the womb, which was equivalent to many lifespans as an adult human being, or the equivalent to at least one full life cycle as an adult human being that you go through in the womb, because you're evolving through different species developments. Really, they've proven this, that the fetus goes through the fetal development goes through different speciated developments, where you like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon where you were once a caterpillar, or a tadpole becoming a frog. You're changing that radically in the womb as you reform. But that in and of itself, whatever you learn in the womb, you forget consciously when the birth trauma does what it does to you, which is, it definitely puts you through the ringer. So all of this obviously reinforces everything that Hubbard seemed to intuitively know and tried to articulate through
he dealt with it from people having their own recalls. So he had experiential, clinical data he was dealing with, and plus his own observations, plus what he'd learned from his own, learning from psychology, from his naval commander, Commander Snake Thompson. But the thing is that I was talking about the birth trauma. So these people can be triggered on their birthday. The birthday can, make people sad. It can make them all sorts of, reactions. They can hate their birthdays. I generally always liked my birthday because I would, have a party, get goodies. We'd have friends over. It was a fun time. And
I would dare say in this case, don't you think that these people were like MK Ultra'd, so their birthdays were pre-programmed to explode?
Oh God, yeah. And then Aquino's birthday is like super that way. We won't go into Aquino's birthday, October 16th, 1946. October 1946, whatever day it was. I think it was the 16th. But the birthdays can trigger somebody. But to get back to the autism and the in and out, and I was talking about kids being bullied because they're not perceiving the exterior environment. They're not reading the body language of the kids around them. They're not perceiving the menace in the environment.
That's right. That's right. Please continue with that.
Well,
I'll be right back in a few minutes. Please go on with that.
That's psychological. When you take it back to the more visceral experience of the law of the jungle, it's like, wow, there's, snakes coming out to get you, tigers out there. You've got to be very perceptive or you're going to be had. And when we get into more, we're not talking, now we're no longer talking about the law of the jungle in terms of, being in the desert or the jungle or kids getting bullied in school. That we're going into a more sophisticated realm of civilization whereby one has to keep the wolf away from the door, so to speak. In other words, you have to earn a living. You have to go get food. You're not trying to shoot a buffalo or catch a rabbit. You're going to the store, and to go to the store, you don't have to go earn money. But when you have a person who's sheltered and living in their parents' domicile and they're not producing a income, it makes them removed from the environment. They're not having to deal with the menace of the environment. They're not seeing the menace of the environment, and they develop, this is rather obvious, but they develop psychological complexes whereby they're basically ineffective in life. They're not producing a valuable final product that is of use to anybody. And it becomes a psychological masturbation, for lack of a better metaphor. They're stroking themselves and they're not really producing anything. They're glorifying in their own narcissism. And they have a lot of focus on their self because they're protected. And boy, you're protected as a kid growing up in this world if you have a quote unquote normal upbringing where your parents provide for you. And then at some point you have to go out and earn a living. And I know it was a shock to me when I, looked at the prospect of having to go out and earn a living. And it was, if I looking back on it, was much easier than I thought at the time. But it was detestable that one should have to go do this. And these people that we're talking about haven't done this. They're parasites. And I don't say that pejoratively. It's a fact. It's an objective fact. So they're living off of somebody else's largesse, and it's not healthy. So the phrase, the devil makes use of idle hands, applies because they're not doing anything, so they begin to meddle or be meddled with. And this is a problem of what I'm talking about, the in and out of the environment. They're not facing the actual menace to the environment. They're removed from it. So they're not interfacing with the environment. They're not inputting and outputting in a way that is real. They're inputting and outing on a frequency that's inert or, in a sense, incestuous, because they're just, and then like attracts like. So you have somebody, from everything that's been described to me about Richard K. Cole, he doesn't produce any valuable final product. He produces harassment and attacks. I mean, how would you feel going to bed at night saying, yeah, I sure sent these emails out about Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, I did this, I did that. I recruited, 5 more people to stalk him, to gang stalk Douglas Dietrich, or whatever. What kind of mindset is that? No. Now, so when I'm talking about autism, it's like, and there's so many people that are quote unquote on the spectrum, whereby you're not perceiving what's going on the outside. You're not getting it. And of course, this can be taken to extreme levels where, like the famous quarterback Tom Brady, who's playing into his 45th year, I think, which is unheard of. He is so mentally focused on the menace of the other team that he's got it all mentally figured out of what they can do and can't do. So his probability mixed with his skill, his physical skills are very present, but they're very limited. He can throw, very good. But this is basically what he does. He can move around a little bit. Not horribly mobile, but mobile enough. His physical skills are extremely limited, but his intelligence is like over the top. And that's input and output of knowing what the other team will do, sending videos of his opponents to his fellow teammates so they'll know what to do, and pounding them and drilling them and leading them. This is why he's successful, because he spends so much time on the input and output. This also applies to war and intelligence. And intelligence, if you have intelligence. You have President Biden, who seems to be completely clueless to what the people need and does not address the needs, even to the point where the press, who would be anti-Trump, will criticize Biden for being so inept. So, because he's not focused on, the input and the output. So this is what we're dealing with these poor characters. But to get back to the domino effect, as he said, Jameson was the first domino to go, and Daniel was the last one. These dominoes are just dominoes. And when they fall, it leaves a clear space,
right,
in which to actually do the work.
Perfect.
And this is, the work involves actually more dominoes. I'm going to talk about those.
Thank you.
But I was going to say, and I will recount what I've said about my Qigong teacher before. Once all these people dropped out and the class got smaller, the quality of the teaching went way up.
Yes.
And I said, wow, I'm so lucky to be here with few students.
Yes.
And because there were few students, and because they were there because they belonged, he taught better, he taught quote unquote harder, and with more quality. And I just felt so honored.
Yeah.
Yes, privileged, indeed.
And thank you for that. And
Yep, I'm not done. Paula just walked in. I was just handing her.
understood.
So what I'm saying is, with the quality of your work, I want to say something that this is very important. Michael Aquino was the director of so much human misery.
Yes.
I think, Penny Bradley was patting herself on the back because she's trying to stop child trafficking. I'm not saying she's not. I'm not saying she's not because I don't know what she's doing in that regard. I'm not saying it's just bringing the awareness of it. But I'm not criticizing her for saying that, but she's patting herself on the back. But at the same time, let's
just put it this way.
Anyone who's done more than Douglas, but Douglas has directly taken apart Michael Aquino. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this. Michael Aquino.
Yeah.
And what people don't understand, people do understand. Michael Aquino was the perpetrator of so much child abuse, and it was combined with trauma and magic and taking the trauma. Hubbard talked about trauma and relieving people of trauma. I want to say one thing about Hubbard. Hubbard has been so criticized for attacking psychiatry because psychiatry is good, according to the media. And Matt Lauer and whatnot, but and Hubbard targeted psychiatry correctly because in those days, and we've talked about this, that they were using ice picks to do transorbital leucotomies and lobotomies, right. Yeah. And it was vicious and it was very diabolical.
Yes, and just so people understand, Peter Moon is not giving you the full details here. A lot of people don't know what the hell you're talking about. So just briefly, what they were doing was taking ice picks and they were shoving them into people's brains. Literally just taking ice picks and just jamming them into people's heads like something out of a slasher film. And oftentimes what would happen is that they would turn the patients back to their families, and these patients would just start gushing blood out of their eyeballs. This is not... It's like something you would see in a horror film, and this is what psychiatry was doing back in the day. This is what, of course, Hubbard was trying to offer an alternative to. So go on.
He was vehement about it because they did it, and it was like, wow, he was motivated. He had multiple motivations, but he did have a humanitarian streak in him, and this was just outrageous. But be that as it may, but the one thing. And Hubbard continued his hate of psychiatrists well into the 70s, and I heard he even became delusional about it. But I'm not here to comment on that because this is what I heard or read, to the point where it was just too much as he got older. But where he missed and where his guardian's office missed, they're going after the psychiatrists, but they were not going after the Satanists because they didn't recognize the Satanists. They were not in league with the Satanists. Well, they might have been in league to the degree that they didn't spot them and do anything about them. But they were, this was the enemy because the psychiatric techniques that were done with the ice picks, Aquino took to a new level. He took to a new level with the programming, with the magic, and harnessing the trauma. So he was using trauma in combination with rituals to affect and target people. And when you use trauma, see, Hubbard would try to clear trauma, but he wasn't doing it with magic. He wasn't employing magic. There was magical underpinnings with him, and there were attempts at magic maybe by him to a very small degree, but he was not really in his Scientology career doing magic per se, not in the sense that Crowley was doing it or Aquino, where it was very engineered and very precise. And much to everyone's disappointment, too successful. And so Aquino was terrorizing the mother of conspiracy theorists, Mae Brussel.
Yes.
And he had successfully traumatized, sodomized, and worse, all these kids at the Presidio, including in his own home, where he had a torture chamber. And this is factual. It's not hyperbole. It's not speculation.
That's right.
And he, as we said in the last broadcast, he was not prosecuted on grounds of national security. Now, as outrageous as this might be, you got to understand this man was very powerful, and we could talk a lot about how powerful he was. And he's now rumbling from the grave. His rumblings aren't anywhere near as powerful as his live action was when he could influence things better. He was dismantled by Douglas Dietrich. And people don't appreciate or understand that. He is solely alone responsible for dismantling Aquino's operation. And so when people attack Douglas Dietrich at all, they're attacking the man who took down Michael Aquino. And how did he take him down? When the stuff was going on at the Presidio, Douglas couldn't, say, "Stop, Mr. Aquino, Colonel Aquino, what you're doing is wrong. I'm going to report you to the MPs." That would have put Douglas in the brig or worse.
Yes.
But he began to leak information. He was personally responsible for having Gary Hambright arrested and the case going into the San Francisco court system. And while they weren't able to legally prosecute Aquino, they pinned the tail on the donkey on him, but the tail on the donkey says don't prosecute. But he was able to dismantle the operation and stop all of that child abuse and other abuse. And, this is far more than what people do to win a Pulitzer Peace Prize or a Nobel Peace Prize.
Thank you.
In far more, and not having to face all that evil. So who in the hell, well, we know who in the hell these people are, that say Douglas bad. And then take issue with them, and then listen to these people who say untruths about Douglas, and in an attempt to cover up the fact that they have narcissistic issues and they don't have jobs. They're not interfacing with the environment.
That's right.
They're parasites.
Yes, none of these people are employable, and none of them have a job. Go on.
Exactly. So,
just to put this, go on. Yeah.
Well, taking down Aquino is not a small endeavor. It took years. Yes. And even after he was taken down from the Presidio, he still had his grottos or pylons. That's true. As they would be called. Yes. And do his deeds. And it was very interesting because I had a whole strategy with Aquino in how to release this first book. I was not going to go after Aquino publicly, and he died in the process of the Roswell deception. So I didn't have any conflicts with him. Yeah. The conflicts are in the seeds that he's embedded into people's psyches. Yes. And that's just the programming. And it's not all Aquino's fault. It's the various and glorious conspiracies of what we call the demiurge, the whole apparatus of the physical plane that is all sort of it's got a retardant in it to understanding it and dissolving it. But Aquino is, so there is a residue left where he's trying to speak from beyond the grave and harness the dead. And Douglas is, of course, questioned. Well, if he really knew this, if he was really the real deal, Douglas has explained himself, but it doesn't always fall on people's ears because they don't hear everything. And we have, so in other words, all of this sniping is ill-informed. Now, it's my job to get all the information straight and aligned so it can be assimilable. However, and this is the dominoes we're talking about, the dominoes have fallen in very peculiar ways, not ways that I would expect. And I will restate this because it's important. As I said, I wanted to, if I'm going along my normal pattern of publishing, I'm going to publish Douglas's book, The Roswell Deception. It's going to sell, and then I'll do another book, and it'll sell, and then I'll do another book. Well, this pattern takes too long because it takes me pretty much a year to write and produce a book. It doesn't have to take that long, but it generally does. If Radu delivers his book to me in July, which he hoped to, it'll take me at least until the end of November and probably December to have it all translated and done. Then I have to start producing it, and somehow dig up a cover, which I might have to go to you, Douglas.
Okay.
I don't have my old source, but anyway.
Good point.
So the it takes time. Yes. So because of all of these demonic attacks, and they are demonic attacks.
Yes.
That as by reason of what happened with the dominoes falling and the exorcisms of these people. Well, first off, so much has been clarified because what it has done, it says, okay, you've got to do something different, and you have to do an exorcism here. So all of a sudden, this takes me from writing this book about the Presidio and how Douglas took down Michael Aquino, blah-de-blah-de-blah, and putting it in nice, primer language that anybody can understand. You can read it. Oh, Douglas did this. Douglas did that. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, this Mr. Aquino is a very nasty fellow. And wow, and he did this and he did that. And the government and the Army hit it, and they're not doing anything about it. And oh, my goodness. Oh, boy, we have a real problem, but they haven't been doing anything. They're saying that they haven't done anything about this for years. And oh, this is why, they created this illusion about Roswell. And remind me to tell you about Bill Burns. He's resurfaced.
Okay.
But that's for later.
Okay.
And so, it's like, oh, wow, this Mr. Aquino, and then we find out that at the end of the book that Aquino says that, tries to cave in Douglas and tell him that Hitler is his real father, and now we have meat, and okay, that's not all the way how the book was going to go, but that's what some of it would have included, and it's all well and fine. I would have liked to have done that book. It would have been a good read, and I've not completely abandoned it. However, it's like all that book is like, it becomes sort of pablum, like Aquino was naughty, and it's not working because it's like, but these are forces of the dark side. These forces I'm talking about are the forces that befuddle you when you try to get information. These are the forces that befuddle you with the oil prices, with the crappy food you're persuaded to eat, with all of the GMO, Henry Wallace, making GMOs, his grandson defending him, attacking Douglas, all of these ills. And you can go, read the papers or read whatever issues are coming up. This is the core. It's not, it's not abortion. It's not COVID. It's not whatever else is going on. Black Lives Matter, George Floyd. These are symptoms of the problem. The core issue is the enablement and passiveness towards evil.
Yes.
Going out and protesting tends to feed it and exhibit, whether you're fighting it, because you don't get justice. You get, overcompensation. You get George Floyd results in all these corporations investing in Black Lives Matter. And it turns out that Black Lives Matter has a lot of corruption in the founders. Mm-hmm. So it's like people act with all this knee-jerk reaction. And it's all a bunch of crap.
But by the way, I ran across something just last night that made me think of what you had said, and it pretty much verified everything that you said about Colin Kaepernick. That somebody who was on the
Colin Kaepernick is how they say it. Colin Kaepernick, the quarterback, former quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, and somebody said that they were with him in his last training season, and they said it was the worst training season he ever had. So apparently you were right that he took a different career. He basically just launched a different career for himself by doing what he did. So that puts that in some perspective.
But he was a great athlete who happened to play football. He had no passion for football, from what I understand. And when he didn't win the Super Bowl, he almost won the Super Bowl. When he didn't execute the final play, that kind of sealed his
fate.
Yeah. In other words, if he won, he would have been a hero forever in San Francisco.
Right.
And maybe all of this stuff wouldn't have happened.
Right.
He's an incredible athlete who took a knee in protest of the way black people were being treated. He was totally correct to take the knee. He was totally abused by the owners, who now capitulated, and now they acknowledge that Black lives do matter, which has nothing to do with the organization. Nor was he affiliated with Black Lives Matter, to the best of my knowledge. But he ended up winning a lawsuit or getting a settlement from the NFL, and he was trying out, I think, with the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, who were giving him a look. But yeah, he's made his fortune, and he's been criticized for not being outspoken now that he's got his fortune from the settlement. But whatever. So much for that.
Yeah.
But
okay.
but back to what I was saying about where was I exactly?
Oh, well, we were talking about, first off, the birthday triggers, and then we went into the the book that you were writing before, and
yes, the book, yes, the book, because you see, I just want to state before I say this, I'm not an apocalyptic. I don't have an apocalyptic mentality. I never have, and I stated this before. I've sat and listened to people in my living room talk about, the tidal waves that would destroy Long Island. Heard this not just my living room, from other friends of mine. One friend of mine, very intelligent, gifted man, went up to the Poconos to avoid the tidal wave because Yokar, the great entity he loved, had said there's going to be tidal wave. And his family went with him. And his family did not believe this, but they did it for him.
That's so awful.
They honored him. Now, and then what was worse is that Yokar then said to his immediates, and I don't know if he was with him when he said this, when it didn't happen, he goes, "This was a test. This was a boot camp for you to be ready."
Oh, God.
Okay, well, good for you. Oh, you gave him a test. Good. You can't lose when you say that.
Yeah, of course not.
Now, of course, I didn't take this very seriously. I did know that Yokar could see beyond the veil, though, because I did go to see Yokar one time. And my friend was very impressed that I went to see Yokar. But when I saw that Yokar wasn't telling the truth, he could see things, but he wasn't going to tell me the truth.
Interesting.
So,
do explain to our listeners that Yokar is not, he's a channeled entity, yes?
It's a channel entity from a guy named Michael Morgan, who I've been told by people who know him detests his students and only brings Yokar out when he wants money.
Cool.
That does not mean...
Why can't you and I to get a scam going like that? Go on.
We could. But I won't do it. And as I said one time, when I first got involved with writing, and I had met this woman who was getting a writing group together, and she had a friend, and her friend was getting into channeling. She was kind of older woman, and I went to her channeling. She did an event at a place called Body, Mind, Soul, which was a big center on Long Island for a while. And I went just to support her, just because I had sort of a friend relationship with part of this writers group or whatever. And I went to support her, and she channeled. It was the first time she'd ever done it publicly. She was a little nervous, a little awkward. But, they gave her a round of applause, and I thought I could have done a better job myself, but that's beside me. And I remember when she was telling me about channeling, this was on the phone, she says, tell me about this kid who channeled, and he goes, yeah, and he channeled, and like all these women came to me, and they had they were just fascinated. And it was like what she was doing, whether she wasn't intentionally doing this, she was trying to seduce me into channeling so I could attract all these women. And I said, this is so fucked up. It's like, and you know what? It's true. And she was saying, this guy, he's just, she was basically saying he wasn't very attractive, but that wasn't, they like, the women like the channeling. Oh, ooh, and this is true. This can happen because it's this frequency that's, they're enamored with. So I said, this is horrible. If to me, this is like downgrading your self-esteem, or it's creating where you don't have any self-esteem. So yeah, you can do it. And as I've seen many channels, I'm very creative. So yeah, I could create. I could do better than a lot of these people. And when you start being creative, you start to tap into things. But what that lacks is authenticity. If I was doing it as entertainment and fun, that might be different. But this is not what I want to do.
Right. And by the way, that's not something that's recommended for entertainment or fun.
I will say this. I once went to it's the only one. It's not really the only one I ever went to as a patron of some sort of Whole Earth Festival or something that they had. And it wasn't the New Life Expo, Whole Life Expo it was called, in New York City. And I'm sitting there, you know, I run into Kevin Ryerson. Kevin Ryerson was a famous channel who made famous by Shirley MacLaine. He played himself in her TV series Out on a Limb. And I run into him and I'm just talking to him. I'm having a conversation with him. You know, I'm not looking up to him or looking down on him. I'm sort of telling him, you know, I've been down to North Carolina, and, you know, he's like, oh, yeah, and he's kind of like, you know, like he's conversing with me. We're having a nice conversation about, you know, he's giving me a little bit of input. I just ran into him. You know, it's like Kevin Ryerson, the Shirley MacLaine channel, but I wasn't like, I was just talking to him. And then I run into my friend Janice. She happens to be there. She's like my first metaphysical friend on Long Island. And I go, oh, hi, Janice. And she goes, you know, I said, you know, we want to hang out together. She says, oh, I'm going to see, you know, Kevin Ryerson. Why don't you come with me? I said, I was just talking to him. Oh, whoa, yeah. I said, oh, okay. You know, I was going to hang out with her. So I went and I don't know. I think I paid a ticket for $33 or something, which, you know, I said, you know, and I'm just kind of hanging out with her. I gotta, you know, I'm there to do something. So I go to see Kevin Ryerson. I'm just talking to the guy like he's a regular guy. And then I see him on stage. Boy, this guy was so entertaining. He would put Johnny Carson to shame. Not that Johnny Carson deserved shame. He was a good entertainer. Kevin, man, he was good. And Kevin was funny as hell. And he comes out and he says, look, I have this ability. It's been tested. Duke University, all this, and, you know, you can look at it different ways, but it seems that you know, he talked about psi ability. I have ability to tap into things. And he brought 3 characters forward. One was an Irish pickpocket, and one was sort of some Atlantean priest or something. I mean, reminded me of Ramtha. It wasn't Ramtha, but it reminded me of that kind of Atlantean warrior type of mindset. And then there was somebody else. But I saw the spirits come into his body, and I could see when the audience would start clapping. And I'm not talking about Kevin, because the spirit would make fun of Kevin. Start like jiggling his belly and stuff, like, oh, God, you got one down here. And then, but you could see that the spirit completely loved the adulation it was getting from the audience.
Right.
It was admiring it. It was feeding off of the energy of the audience. This was not Kevin. This was an entity. And, you know, and I say, you know, well, Kevin had a great talent. I don't know what he used it for. I really don't. He was very personable. I liked him. My friend who was into Yokar knew Kevin, because he knew all these channels. He knew so many people. He never talked about it, but he knew, you know, a lot of this stuff. So what I'm trying to say here is there is a boundary issue with spirits and channels. And I don't, you know, they can be quite despicable.
Yeah.
And I really like what Jonathan Shalimar said to me in one of my fairly recent conversations after the Shasta event, because I was very struck by when I was in this diner in Weed, which is just north of Shasta, and the girl in there, Jamie, tells me, she says, you know, this is, Lamanna is known to appear in this diner. And Lamanna is a Lemurian spirit from Shasta. And something about it rung me as authentic, like, wow, this is neat. This is neat. You know, I really felt something there. And when I told Jonathan about it, he says, oh, yeah, he says, I've run into Lamanna. He says, Lamanna has a lot of ego. And I thought that was very astute for Jonathan, because although it's a spirit that's like legendary and looked up to and people are waiting to appear, it has an ego. So just because spirits are spirits doesn't mean that they're any different than you or I. They just might have a little more latitude in their perception. And by and large, they're not responsible for the same things incarnated people are responsible. So they don't necessarily, and almost always, don't regard or respect your personal issues. And this can be a big problem in interacting with them, because they'll tell you, yeah, you need to go to this game. You need to go see this baseball game. And yeah, you're going to meet the love of your life at this baseball game. Well, they don't account for the fact that it's a sellout. And if you want to get into the game, you're going to have to go to a scalper and spend $300 or $500, or if it's a World Series game, even more than that. And then you go in and, you don't find anybody.
Oh my God.
This is the problem you can have in trusting these spirits. And one of Aleister Crowley's most cogent pieces of advice is, when you find a spirit and you exhaustively test them, and once they've passed all the tests, test them again. And once they pass the test a second time, then discard them.
Yes.
Discard them. Like you don't need them. Don't keep them around. So in the course of the last few weeks, with the dominoes falling, I've been forced to take responsibility in ways that I've never quite taken responsibility before, in terms of dealing with spirits. And there's been little, if no conversation. There's been conversation about spirits, but there's been some conversation with spirits, but it's like, it's mostly getting rid of negative spirits and neutralizing them. And the main way to neutralize a spirit is to recognize them. Just to simply recognize them. I see you. I know who you are. And once you recognize them, it kind of disarms them, because you now see that they can't do whatever they're doing, making you think this way, making somebody else think that way, influencing this. This is just raw awareness of your own soul, what's inside of your head. And it's like I'm being forced, for lack of a better word, to look at these factors. And of course, when I see these factors, it makes Douglas's story come into focus. What's the most relevant and powerful things? So I was going to say that I'm not apocalyptic in my viewpoint. Personally, I have always felt that I will be allowed to do the work that I'm here to do in this life, and I will be allowed to do that work before I pass on. And when I do, I will have done what I'm here to do.
Yes.
And that's just my own personal attitude, and that I will not be, stuck on a hill during a tidal wave and, see my flat screen TV diving into the water and saying, oh, what the hell, or my car going into the ocean. No. And, saying, oh, the world's ending. This is not something. And I notice many of the people who buy into that are, without. They don't feel that they have a lot in life. Mm-hmm. So if that happens, it will bring everybody down to their level.
Yes.
If they have nothing to lose.
Right.
Or they feed off of the fear because they have their own Edomic, chaotic, entropic energy inside of their heads, that it's not that they're not actually feeding off of it. There's an entity feeding off of their fear of it, and they've got it stuck in their heads. So, however, having said that, the Mayan work, the Mayan Factor, Jose Arguelles, as I put in my last newsletter, which is now out and mailed out. It was mailed out, I think, on Friday. For those of you who subscribe to it.
Oh, yes, and do share with our listeners what you brought up about the disappearing island, of course. I think
that's not in the newsletter. That's a separate issue, and you did talk about that in the last transmission, but we can get to that.
Yeah.
But the disappearing island, but the Marcus Island, the Japanese island, but the Mayan Factor, the Jose Arguelles, is talking about, and he's not the only one to do this, but he's talking about how the evolution of society is such that, population, pollution, this subscription to what he calls false time, which is the, 2460 or 1260, 12 months, 60 minutes, in an hour, as opposed to the 1320 timeline, 13 months lunar calendar with base 20, which the Mayans used, which is calendars of synchronicity and telepathy, puts us all in telepathic rapport with each other to the degree we use the Mayan calendar. So he's talking about how all of this negativity, and this is all the pollution, the toxicity, and so on, everything that's anti-holistic and anti-earth, is hitting apocalyptic trajectories. And he's talking about this quite calmly. He's talking about it 10 years ago. He passed away about 9 years ago, after 2012. And so you could say that we're moving into apocalyptic times, or we've been there, but then it gets more on a collision course with increasing. Now, I can quickly play devil's advocate against this, simply by saying, and I saw a bit of a documentary, I think it was on Newsmax, Newsmax, if I'm not incorrect, is very, but what's the word? It's very anti-left.
Reactionary.
More anti-left than it is pro-Trump or pro-Republican. But it was talking about the specter of communism. And it was making communism sound pretty bad. But it was showing how all of the organized famine took place in both Russia and in China, and how systematic it was. And of course, it was portraying it as directed. It wasn't a mistake. It was absolutely horrible. And how they were killing the wealthy class or the middle class, and they were taking people, they were just murdering people that had money, and then taking all the grains and stuff from the poor people or the peasants. And so it was just, and people were dying of starvation. And then you find out that it's being sponsored by Falun Gong. Who now Falun Gong is very anti-communist. Falun Gong produces the Epoch Times, which is very pro-right. I have no, taste for any of this, but the renditions of communism we certainly know are true. There's just the brutality of the Communist Party and the brutality of Stalin. Yes. Absolutely horrible. So those people who lived under and all the gulags that they set up, the people who were in the gulags, the people that starved in Russia and China, they suffered apocalyptic times.
Yes.
And it didn't all happen in one night or 2 weeks. It was long and drawn out. So, and I pointed this out before. It's like for Christ to suffer for 3 hours on the cross And catechism teaches he suffered for 3 hours, so you can be free of your sins. 3 hours. Well, 3 hours of torture is horrible, but it's a lot better than what the Romans used to do by just leaving them up there for days and weeks. It'd take weeks to die. You know, there were worse tortures than that. And of course, there are prolonged tortures. To be in a concentration camp or even a death camp could be months, weeks. And there are all sorts of horrible things that have happened. So where do you draw the line on apocalypse? It's very, it becomes very nuanced. What is an apocalypse? Apocalypse is like when you're waiting for the big one to happen. 9/11 was quote unquote apocalyptic. It changed people's lives. It changed society forever. It makes us all wait in lines at airports longer than we would otherwise. So what is an apocalypse? I always say it's about you. But nevertheless, what Douglas has dealt with is apocalyptic potentials, the Vox Arca. It's, the kings of Edom and Aquino were trying to bring about an apocalypse.
Yes.
And Douglas has explained in past transmissions that the reason he's alive is because he holds his hand on the trigger. He stole the Vox Arca. He stole it from the Defense Department. And there are enough people who are afraid of it for what he may do. It has its own protection around him. Now, people can misinterpret what I'm about to say, but misinterpret it if you will, because if you do, you're a stupid ass. But that's okay. There are plenty of stupid people in the world, and you won't be alone. Is that Douglas Dietrich is more of a badass than Michael Aquino. And that does not mean that he has the evil intentions of Michael Aquino. It means that he outmaneuvered him in the ring. He outmaneuvered him. He won the chess game. The chess game is not over, but in a sense it is.
Yes.
He won that chess game. Aquino lost. He lost. He's still rattling.
Yes.
There's other dominoes to fall in other arenas of life. He outmaneuvered one of the most recognizable evil people in the history of America. And if people appreciate that, people have all sorts of opinions about Douglas. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. Yeah, he could say this, he could say that, he could do this better, he could do that better. But just take stock of what I just said and appreciate it. And appreciation is an index of sanity to the degree that you can appreciate. If you live a humble life and you feel unsatisfied that your life is too humble, well, be appreciative for the fact that you have a life, that you have a food source, that you have relative peace. Because most people with a humble life do have relative peace, and they should be very thankful for that. There's nothing wrong with having a humble life at all. It's far more predictable and peaceful. And if you can tie into the peace in your own soul, you can be happy for the rest of your life. There's nothing wrong with that. Because all of this drama is just drama. And, it is what it is. So, but people who are, have their criticisms of Douglas, please take appreciation of what I've just said. And he has done a lot. And so with that, I will let you respond.
Sure, thank you so much, and definitely want you to respond to my response. Just a lot to cover there, a lot, and I do thank everyone for listening to Peter Moon and all that he has to say. It's wonderful, and I'm very grateful for his putting all of that into context.
And it's all about the work I've been doing on the next book.
Thank you. And I know that you've been very inspired and you really are doing that work, and it's incredible. I deeply appreciate it beyond my ability to express. And it's been he was inspired to do such by, of course, all that's happened with the dominoes falling. And that's a term that I've noticed a friend of mine, the old VA bureaucrat who retired, Paul Morslander, he definitely was using that term recently. So I think that it's synchronous. It's synchronous that we've got that's in the air, because a lot of dominoes are falling. Obviously, there's a lot going on that I'll address soon enough tonight. But in terms of just putting a few things into context with what Peter was saying, because we have new listeners, and many of the new listeners are not necessarily acquainted with everything that Peter brought up, I do want people to also understand why I can sound derisive to someone like Penny Bradley patting herself on the back, basically talking about what she's doing to bring awareness to child trafficking or something like that. To me, it's actually offensive that she would do that, because of course I know what she's done, and what she's done, of course, in that direction has been jack shit. And so understand my case is truly unique. It's everybody talks about the weather, but you're going to find damn few people who do anything about it. Of course, we've come to that point in history where you do have weather makers. There are people who can alter the weather, and either they do so through chemistry, where they're literally flying planes that can trigger rain, etc. What we have is finally a point in time where there are some people who are basically in certain situations and gifted with certain opportunities that can do something about the weather. Now, a lot of people talk about child trafficking, but I'm the only person that I know of that's ever really done anything about it from a citizen's level. Certainly, maybe other people have, but certainly not at my level. And understand, none of this is narcissism. It's simply a fact. By the way, to add to some context for Penny Bradley, John Henry McMills Warrington said it best. He sent me a private message saying, Penny Bradley talks about regeneration booths where children who've been killed and or mutilated can be put in, then 30 seconds later, ping, like in a microwave, they pop out just like new. I mean, this is where we're coming from with Penny Bradley. If she says she's doing something to help kids out, and you listen to her, you are an idiot. That's something that should be self-evident. You're talking about a person here who says it's okay to kill babies because, we could just make them live again. I mean, what the fuck is that? At that point, it's like, okay, I think that's a worse fate than death myself, to be a child who's sacrificed in a satanic ritual and then resurrected so it can be done all over again endlessly in an infinite loop, like a wash cycle that you can't turn off. That's something that I think is hardly helping victims of human child trafficking. And by the way, of course, none of that is true in terms of any of this technology existing. It's something from a deranged mind, just like every other fantasy that she has. If she can fantasize she's traveling to Andromeda or a different galaxy, she can fantasize she's helping kids being trafficked. There's no limit to her fantasies. She can do anything. And certainly she has far higher number of listeners than I do, because this is what people want to hear. Somebody who's doing something every day with godlike powers. If you want to avail yourself of that, you're truly out of your mind. But then the world, and especially America, is known for being filled with these kinds of deranged individuals and people who follow them. That is the cultic behavior that you also see in the gang stalkers, which brings us back, of course, to just a minor tangent with Daniel Larola. One of the things that made his keeper so satanic to Peter Moon was the fact you have this wealthy lady who is basically identified at one point by Daniel Larola to me, and I couldn't even recall her name. It was basically her first name. I never retained it. It was nothing of any consequence to me. And it was one of these things where I did know, of course, she was, for all intents and purposes, fabulously wealthy. But what she's doing, because she teaches basically developmentally disabled children and children at various, shall we say, intensive levels of autism, and she brings in Daniel Larola into not only her life, but into that environment. He, of course, is brain injured, and that's something that must never be forgotten as well. Aside from all of the drugs that he is constantly imbibing, he is someone who suffered that horrible automotive accident where a drag racer smashed into the side of the car that he was a passenger in, killed the driver. The drag racer hit the driver's side of the car, from what I understand, basically shredded the driver, and he survived in a coma. And so he was comatic for a week or two, a long period of time, emerged with some level of brain damage, and then recovered enough to function as a homeless stripper. So she takes this individual home and basically puts him under such control where he has absolutely no money of his own, and he thinks he's gifted and living fat because, of course, he gets unlimited access to the internet, which he used overwhelmingly to cyber terrorize and bully and stalk people. And aside from that, he was engaging in maintaining his physical health, and he was certainly never allowed sex with any other woman. And this always showed in his conversation, where he was just relentlessly talking about fucking white woman, because he only had one white woman to fuck and was not allowed any other woman in his life. So aside from that, he wasn't allowed any money. But this is basically exploitation of a brain damaged and potentially even developmentally disabled individual. And she would bring him into the class so he could use his ukulele to keep the kids entranced while she went out for constant smoke breaks. Because, like I said, she smoked like a fiend. So obviously, this is not a situation which is conducive to anything healthy, and may explain quite a bit about him. And whether or not, as some people have speculated, he was inserted from the beginning as an asset, in the end, it's a moot point. When he did what he did, of course, he is what he is now. But when it comes to where we're at, where people are aware of this level of evil, understand that anybody who was involved with me for any period of time understands the evil that we're dealing with, which makes their defections to that evil all the more striking, in the sense that they were either always a part of it, or they are people who dislocate it so enormously that they essentially annihilated themselves in terms of what they have committed themselves to now, which is the nullity, the annihilation of all that there is, because that is essentially what the Adamic philosophy, if you could call it that, is dedicated to. But these people all knew that, and they know it now. So it's not some question of, Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They know exactly what they're doing, and this is what they seek. So when Peter Moon has brought up what he did, again, just to contextualize this for people, when it comes to Michael Aquino and what I took on, understand that what I accomplished was so enormous that the U.S. military had to change its entire behavior pattern, at least in terms of public exposure. Because of me, the month of the military child was established. Because of me, in 1989, the U.S. Congress passed the Military Child Care Act. And that act set in motion the Department of Defense's creation of military child development centers that have since been, quote unquote, recognized as the national standard bearers for quality of care. Now, when it comes to the amount of children they're caring for, 2 million military children at any given time are under care of these facilities. Now, when I was involved with the U.S. Army, working for the Department of Defense as a civilian, at the time, the U.S. military with bases all over the world, more than we have now, in Germany and Panama, South Korea, Okinawa, what they lease in Japan, etc. All of these bases have child daycare centers. The U.S. Army alone was caring for 100,000 children a day, any given day. And all of this involved enormous human child trafficking. And again, even Rudy Giuliani was brought in to investigate what was going down at West Point, where Michael Aquino was again directly involved, because when he wasn't at the Presidio at that period of time, he was working in Virginia and traveling to West Point constantly. So his supervision of the satanic ritual abuse of these children was participatory, and it was nationwide. And he was an individual who brought in Giuliani, or certainly helped to have Giuliani brought in to cover his ass. And Giuliani dismissed everything that was happening to the children as, they're seeking attention. They're doing it all to themselves. So when you have what I accomplished, shutting down the Presidio military base and the massive investigations and scandals that rocked the U.S. Army, that's what led to them promoting themselves or rebranding themselves, covering up everything that they did, and then coming up with this shit, the Military Child Care Act that had to go through U.S. Congress, and basically the month of the military child, where once a year in March they celebrate how well they take care of children. So understand that there are 2 million children of U.S. military servicemen and women, and that's 200,000 children in 800 centers, 3,500 family child care homes, about 40,000 employees. And within any 9 or 10 months after big units return from deployment, then there's lots more babies being born. So all of this just is a result of the kind of MCCA, the Military Child Care Act, passed by Congress in November of 1989, all directly resultant of what I brought down at the Presidio and elsewhere in the satellite bases. So without me, none of that would have happened. I've had more impact on this country and the world than you can ever fucking imagine. It's something that your average human being could never do in 1,000 lifetimes. And
this brings up a very important relevancy, that this work could not be done by an ordinary baseline human.
Thank you.
And it's Douglas's life is so unusual that, first off, people aren't going to be in these circumstances, and most people are probably not going to survive them. And he had a mother with very unique training, and this is ninja training. People are not set up to function this way. Yeah. And, one thing I've always wanted to tell you, Douglas, is like, in terms of creature comforts and general upbringing, my parents were much more able to provide for me than yours were. Yes. On a day in and day out basis, by leaps and bounds. But you have so much more. You call them saints.
Yes.
I'm not so. I love and respect my parents, but I don't hold them on such a high, pedestal. And I've always been kind of touched by that. I mean, it's like I'm very thankful for what they did for me, and I let them know that before they passed. But you put them on a, I mean, you refer to them as saints.
Yes. And what they did was, of course, incredible considering what little they had to work with. And of course, the most important thing of all was that they were always there and they were always loving and they were always accepting. And it's something that most people never have parents that do that for them. Now, whether or not Aquino and his associates were all indeed true believers, or whether the entire thing was something Aquino dreamed up as theater, as he used that term often, in the interest of national security, does it even really matter? Because after all, what would be the purpose of such theater, if indeed that is what it was? Well, one thing that comes to mind was what he did on my birthday when in 1989 he went to Germany and held his satanic rites to desecrate Himmler's old castle. And he wanted to summon up an anti-Nazi knighthood, the followers of Satan. And he actually supplied that explanation as to why he was there whenever questioned about his mission. Of course, that's unprecedented access that he always had to the most vile sociopaths in this country, who have all been stupidly flattered and oh so eager to carry out whatever operations and missions Aquino dreamed up. And the whole problem of the word leaking out that I hemorrhaged about that information has been covered up as a satanic panic. Peter hasn't brought it up yet, but he can describe one time doing his Tai Chi and asking Alexa about all of this. And Peter, you can describe that, how scrubbed every bit of information has been.
Well, I had asked for Michael Aquino off of Alexa, and I got no response. They give me Michael Aquino that had nothing relating to this.
Some murderer in the Philippines, I believe, yes?
Yeah, and then I asked about the Temple of Set, and it started telling me about the Satanic Panic. It didn't mention the Temple of Set. It started talking about the Satanic Panic. So what this is saying is that Alexa is, covering for Satan.
Yes, very much so. In other words, what you'll get is the satanic panic propaganda when you speak to Alexa and ask Alexa questions. And this is because Alexa is basically a victim of the search engines that she accesses.
But it's basically Wikipedia. It doesn't look too far beyond Wikipedia.
It's true, yeah. And it definitely is. You're left with what you get, and what you get is nothing. But can anyone, shall we say, who is from an average perspective, understand why an empire like that of America, with all its moral authority, want a self-described Satanist and his satanic knighthood having anything to do with psychological operations in the name of national security? And nobody questioned all the unsavory, immoral things going on with all that. And even if, as Aquino projected it, it was all just play acting at being a Satanist, no one ever asked, why? To what end? And the end, of course, was ultimately the destruction of the world that he sought, the introduction of total chaos upon the world, the destruction of nature itself. And when it came to the October 1983 ritual, now that I remember, it was 89 later, was the Oakland fires that he set ablaze, and he called me to tell me he did this. The Oakland fires were set ablaze back in 89 or 87. It was one of those years because I remember in 87, the stock market crashed and it was also my birthday. And though that had nothing to do with him, there was plenty that was going on at the time that was so apocalyptic from my personal experience, because the Oakland fires destroyed the best part of Oakland, which is right across the bay from me. It's right here in the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Understand that for me, it's a lifetime of endless apocalypses, a lifetime of an endless sea of horrors. But it was to the Hall of the Dead that Aquino traveled in October of 1983. And from October 19th to October 20th, my birthday eve until my birthday day, that he performed the ritual to establish a binding against Nazism re-entering the world so that Satanism would prevail, with Nazism being the greatest enemy of Satanism. Now, basically understand that it was in October again of 1987 that I managed to get Gary Willard Hambright indicted by a federal grand jury on 12 charges of offenses against children, not one of whom was over the age of 4. And he was the scapegoat, and yet Aquino defended him until his dying day, always claiming his boy was innocent because I guess he felt somehow that made him look innocent. But when the police raided Aquino's own home, 2430 Leavenworth, right just a few blocks from where I live now, that was when, of course, they identified the torture chamber that all the children had described. And all the children, dozens of them, scores of them, ultimately, it was hundreds that spoke of it. It was only dozens or scores that the FBI could afford time for to actually drive by the home after they drove them all over the city to confuse them and mess up their sense of direction and geography. Still, every time they were passing by Aquino's home, the children would point at it and scream and cry and break down and talk about what happened to them in there. All of that was proven true, how they described the interior, all painted black, and the torture chamber itself completely soundproofed, with, of course, the blood of all those children, many of them, their names written in shit and blood that was dried upon the walls, and, of course, a cross on the ceiling, so that when they were lying down, they could look up at that and see that God was watching all of it. And Aquino would tell them, he's getting off on this. God himself is getting off on your suffering. And therefore, God wants this to happen to you because you're nothing but a piece of shit. This was Michael Aquino. And, of course, he's the man whom all these people, Lena Shea and Daniel Arola and Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh, defend. So to understand this much, when, as I said, I worked with him for so many years, got to know him, I think that another accomplishment that I can chalk up was at least providing a few more years of life to Mae Brussell. And it was in December of 1970 that Mae Brussell, after she began to investigate and start reporting on Michael Aquino, openly talking about him, the first person to really do so openly. I was simply hemorrhaging what information that I could when I became involved, and I wasn't even involved at that point. But it was Mae's daughter Bonnie who was killed at the age of 15 in an automobile accident, and the driver of the other car, it was no accident, was a soldier in full uniform in the U.S. Army at Fort Ord. And he went AWOL, absent without leave, for 2 weeks after that crash, returned to his own home, was never sought by the authorities. The U.S. Army said that he committed what he did in the name of national security, and they basically said if they could, they would give him a medal. And that individual walked free. By the way, going AWOL, theoretically, you can be shot. But that individual was basically set free. And Barbara Brussell, the other daughter, was also in that accident. Her legs were severely injured, suffered a broken back, face injuries, a broken nose and arm. Took her forever to recover. But as for Mae Brussell, that was truly when she realized that Michael Aquino was driving her to the point of madness, And she actually went mad. She actually was going to kill herself. And this was because her daughters kept appearing to her and talking to her, saying, I can't be without you, Mother. The only way that I can go on to ascend to heaven is if you join me. I need you to hold my hand to take me there. And she would talk to them in her own home. And so when I called her to let her know what Michael Aquino had basically exposed to myself, the kind of technology that a conventional engineer could never understand, the technology called artilica. Artilica takes reliquary or artifacts, and these are melded with modern technology, and that gives them a range and a power that they had beyond the occult, the kind of historic significance they held before. And they were experimenting with satellite holography. And what Mae Brussel witnessed in regard to what she perceived to be the ghost of her daughter Bonnie was in fact a holographic image projected into her home via satellite. But it was also more than that. It was this bound soul of her daughter. When you die in an accident violently, most people don't move on. Your soul is bound to elements of the mechanism you died in, especially if you're in anything from a carriage crash to a train wreck to a plane crash. And the best example I provided was, of course, Eastern Airlines' pilot and his chief flight engineer, who, like so many others, were killed in 1972 after their plane, Flight 401, crashed in the Florida Everglades. And it was Michael Aquino who had his cultists cannibalize parts of that craft and put them into the parts of every other plane in the Eastern Airlines fleet. And they terrorized the passengers over a period of years. The specters of the flight engineer, the chief flight engineer, and of course the Eastern Airlines pilot himself appearing and telling all the passengers they were going to die. This was, of course, what they had said to the passengers who were on the plane with them when they all did die. But they were showing up to tell everyone that because they were still stuck in that moment, in a loop of that moment forever. Once the man, Mr. Borman, who owned that airlines, had all of those cannibalized parts taken out because of a phone call from myself, he saved his airline. The sightings never happened again. It's the same with Mae Brussel. I told her, you've got to remove those parts from the automobile that you're keeping as mementos in your own home. This is the way that Michael Aquino can keep your daughter entrapped and make her appear before you. And when she picked up the phone and talked to me, she told me she had had a gun to her head and was just about to pull the trigger, and that when the phone rang, she wasn't even going to answer. She was going to pull the trigger, and then she decided she was going to answer. And that's when she picked up the phone and I spoke to her, and she followed my advice, and then they had to resort to a different method to kill her off. They basically parked a vehicle in front of her home, a van, and just bombarded her with microwaves until she died of radiation cancer. This is the kind of horror they tried to perpetrate on myself. Understand, with what I did, with the saving of these, how many children did I save? Not just the ones at the Presidio, but every child in the military thereafter who would have suffered what all the children were suffering contemporarily. That means millions. No one saved as many children on Earth as I have. No one in recorded fucking history. And what have I got for it? Endless torment from a network of gang stalkers. And the one thing they don't want is the next book coming out. So they're going all out now to attack my character. And it's never attacking anything I say. It's always all about Douglas Dietrich to try and prove I am a liar. And their obsession is with that term. Or somehow projecting an image. Cosplay is another term you hear. The madness of it all is to say Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. This is the madness of these people. And like Justin White said to Salman Sheikh, well, then who is he? But there's never any answer. But it brings us back to, why are these people doing this? It's because, in reality, in a very real sense, Aquino is still alive. All of these wretched meat sock puppets are containers of his fragmented soul. When it was exposed to me by Brendan Zoget, and of course I have no proof for this, but J.K. Rowling's, the author of Harry Potter, whom he has delved deeply into, he said that she is a member of the British pylon of the Temple of Set, and that makes perfect sense. Her occult knowledge is such that she simply provides different terminology for the same concepts Aquino had always taught myself. But Aquino, of course, was turned in her book into Voldemort. And Voldemort split his soul into 7 pieces, 8 pieces, that he could plant in different people to remain immortal. But basically, you can't weigh a soul, nor can you judge mentally a body. Therefore, you can't calculate the percent of Voldemort's soul that exists in each Horcrux. That's the term she uses in the Harry Potter novels. When I tried to remember the term that Aquino used, I could not. I spoke to my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, about that, and she herself said that if she helped me remember that term, that would break through the compartmentalization that helps me deal with the symptoms of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, I told everyone about my cell phone and how it directs the calls to a totally different individual, this white guy's voice in San Bruno. And of all people, V helped me, of course, to try and locate this individual. By the way, the young gay man who helped me try and fix other aspects of my phone told me it's impossible unless somebody removed my SIM card and reprogrammed it. But of course, remember, I'm given a free phone by Medicare and Medi-Cal's program, the California Lifeline program. So these phones have preset trackers put on them, so to speak. It's no surprise they're able to do what they do. But what V said was that she Googled the number that I provided her with, and she said it's in Anaheim, California, as opposed to San Bruno. 650 is all San Mateo County. So she said it's in Anaheim, and she looked up the name, and it's somebody named Daniel Tran. The exact same surname as my psychiatrist, except spelled differently. My psychiatrist's surname is spelled in romanization Tranh, whereas this person is spelled Tran. Now, understand, it's the same fucking name in Chinese characters, but the Vietnamese don't use them anymore. They haven't since the communists took over. But it's a Vietnamese surname, but the dude definitely has a white voice. So I bet the listing is pseudonymous. But definitely, this is how tracked my entire life has been because of everything that I am personally, the son of Adolf Hitler. Obviously, they've lent all credence to that by spending hours attacking the viability of sperm and lying about the viability of sperm, which anyone can actually look up and find. Sperm can last up to 40 years at least in refrigeration. And certainly with the ginseng formula my mother put it into, that she actually almost had Hitler jack off into straight. The reality was, of course, she took it in her mouth and then put it into the tube that had the vial of ginseng formula in it that she had brought with her. That's what kept it viable until she got it to the refrigerator. And, of course, put it in a much more technologically advanced freezer when it was taken to Japan, and also the sperm that she kept for herself, which she used years later. All of this, of course, was known to those who tracked myself since birth, and all of that is what made them integrate me into Aquino's environment. And he hoped I would be the Antichrist, that he was destined to be only the harbinger of. Well, in that sense, some people have speculated that he allowed me to steal the Vox Arca in the hopes that maybe at some point he could drive me to madness to trigger it myself. Obviously, that's what they're attempting to do now. And understand that their efforts are relentless. Anyone listening has been contacted by Lena Shea. She has contacted people who don't even know me. She spends all day. This is all she does. And of course, this is the madness of the whore of Edom. It's the madness of the cult of the kings. So with that,
Douglas, this is a new perspective because it's like saying, wow, in other words, they want to get it to Vox Arca, but it's better for them. It's like they drive you into madness, so you'll try and put an end to it all, so they don't have, if they're not going to go into the Vox Arca, which they could not use anyway, they can get you to do it and destroy everybody. That's their. It's kind of funny. It's very funny. I thought they were kind of afraid of you doing it because they didn't want to die, but I can see it doesn't work that way.
It's either or. It's actually in a certain sense, it's both. You've got different factions. There are factions that are more conventional in the military that knew of it and are afraid of my triggering it, which is why they don't go all out to simply eliminate me. And there are the other factions that want it triggered. Does that make more sense? That's much more the context.
Well, yeah, it's complicated because see, it's kind of like, what do you, it's like the Vox Arca. See, it's funny. If you look at it from a different existential viewpoint, it fell into your lap. It didn't fall into my lap. It didn't fall into somebody else's lap. You could argue that Aquino allowed it into your lap, but I don't really think he wanted you to steal it.
No.
He could adopt that viewpoint and say, yeah, I want you to do it. But no, this was their weapon. This was the most powerful weapon. And when I look at my own life, like one of the reasons I've gravitate to where I do is because I've, kind of studied the mystery of all mysteries. And I was led to Montauk. And Montauk, as I always said, the Presidio was a Montauk project in and of itself. And it's led me to you. It's led me to David Anderson, Radu Sinamar. It's like these are very impactful people and situations that they talk about. And I have been, as my Qigong teacher said, he says, boy, they dial you down. They dial you down. Not my colleagues, but the media. I've got to be dialed down. And so, it's like, wow, what is this? What is this Vox Arca? It's, it's like if you're born with a kid that has a peculiar karma, you're kind of married to that karma of that kid. And people are often shackled to their kid for one reason or another. I'm not, some people have very challenging children is what I'm saying. And it's just an example. But like the Vox Arca is kind of your child in its own way because it's something that you have to deal with it peculiarly so. But then again, as you've explained, it's your defense. It keeps other forces at bay because it is a powerful grammatica. That's the right word. It can put things in their place. It's tied to the actual structure of the universe itself, because when you iterate certain grammar, it moves. It moves matter.
Yes.
And so this is, by its very nature, is can change things, can change existence.
Absolutely. And that's very important to emphasize. Now, in terms of the year that Michael Aquino conducted the Wewelsburg ritual, which is what some people are asking me about, it was either 82 or 83. And so at that point, I was either 16 or 17 years of age. So at that point, I was already working with him. And I really knew that he had gone out to do this, but I really didn't know the depth of what he was doing until he was involved with what he was doing in Virginia, when the Virginian County Police were asked to make an inquiry into the leaders of the Temple of Set. And then they basically found out that all of the high officers that were investigated by the Virginian inquiry were leading lights in the Temple of Set organization, as were all of the members of the Army intelligence throughout the United States. The overwhelming majority of them were members. So understand that all of the U.S. military intelligence is abusing their technology of surveillance and manipulation of MKUltra victims to terrorize myself and anyone affiliated with me. So understand that if you get an email from Lena Shea, and I get reports from everybody that they all get emails from Lena Shea and they don't know how she got their email address, understand she shouldn't have your email address. That's cyber terrorism. That's cyber stalking. Report her to the FBI. And you can do that anonymously. Just press the *67 and call 1-800-CALL-FBI and report Lena Shea for cyber stalking and cyber harassing you. Enough reports will result in action. She will ultimately go to jail. So make certain that she does. She's just another meat sock puppet being held out by Richard K. Cole Jr. And this is a man who never shows his face, like the puppet in the Saw franchise, yet these people worship him as if he's God. This is Aquino and his soul separate and deposited into separate individuals in action. This is Harry Potter's Horcrux. And if you think Harry Potter is somehow tacky, remember, J.K. Rowling is very likely a member of the Temple of Set in England and very much carrying out Aquino's legacy by popularizing it throughout the world. And even though he's the villain, which he always wanted to be, Voldemort, understand the reality of his practice. And of course, the whole novel is simply travesty, heresy, and a kind of desacralization process. Because in the Vedic language, Hari Putar, that means son of God. So Harry Potter is simply just another inversion ritual in its very naming. So all of that being said, and everything that we put into perspective, Peter Moon, of course, I couldn't do it without him. He's very much not my handler, because if he were, we wouldn't be at opposite ends of the political spectrum as we are, but he's very definitely a handler in the sense that he handles things that would otherwise get out of control. And he does that through his unflappability. And as somebody who is, shall we say, bored by much of the attacks that come our way, he's proven himself rather impervious. And by the way, our lovely Diane Hillis-Buchberger says that it's stupid for anyone to think they could control a vampire as myself. But of course, that was another reason why Michael Aquino was so infatuated with me, was because I was not baseline human to begin with, and was certainly made even less or more than human by the blood plasma transfusion that was overseen by Dr. John Henry Hagman. And again, these are people you can look up. Look up John Henry Hagman, and you'll find that this man is guilty of crimes against humanity. He may not technically be a war criminal, having not performed his surgeries and atrocities in wartime, but that makes it even worse. In peacetime, he was performing experiments on his own medical students, on children like myself. And so I am also, in that sense, truly a child victim. And he took what should be just a congenital condition, my Kawasaki syndrome, and made it transmissible. My entire life has been impacted by these people in the most intimate sense imaginable. I have been violated as equally as any child who was repeatedly raped by these fiends. So I find it truly offensive in every sense. The gang stalkers who come after me and continue to try and decry my experience, because it devalues the experience of all of the children who were victimized at the time that I was trapped in that environment. By birth, having been born into, in a sense, a military family, certainly my father's American military side entrapped me in a situation where this was the norm. And then radically changing that environment as I did, changed the rest of my life for the negative. No good deed goes unpunished, and there's been nothing but torment in response for what I've done. What few people understand and appreciate myself, well, look how few you are. And the fact that the gangstalkers seek to discredit someone that effectively no one has ever heard of, statistically, that alone should tell you everything you need to know to validate what we say. Honest to God, do buy the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. But definitely Peter Moon and I are working on something that will now cut to the core of all the enemy's fears, exposing them, and of course, empowering yourselves. Peter Moon will release more information as time goes on, but it might not hurt to subscribe to his newsletter, and Peter will tell you how to do that.
It will. You can go subscribe to the newsletter at www.skybooksusa.com. And one of the situations with this book, it's going to carry a hefty price tag, and if I'm going to change the marketing as it evolves. I mean, I'm changing what I have to do, but it's going to be highly priced for the simple reason of giving 50% of the proceeds or profit to Douglas and splitting it with him. And it's going to be high priced because there are not enough people who are worthy of appreciating this information. This has been proven. It's been proven. It's not because I'm making an edict about it. It's like you talk about casting pearls before swine. These swine are worse than the swine that Jesus cast over the cliff in the New Testament.
Thank you.
These are. This is, yeah. It is, and I'm going to design the book. I'm not talking about the artistic design. I'm talking about the construct as much as possible to empower individuals over this, for their own benefit. Now, I want to switch gears a bit, yes. And as much as I'm switching gears, I'm not really switching gears at all. But I got a report today from a dear friend of mine who said that Bill Burns had surfaced.
Oh, God.
And he is apparently stating, this is, secondhand or third hand, but saying that he was commenting that originally they thought the craft over Roswell were Japanese dirigibles with weapons of
oh my God,
weapons of toxic materials in them.
Oh my God.
So apparently he has read the book and is apparently trying to
co-opt it. He's trying to co-opt us.
Cover his ass.
Yes. Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. That is the highest form of flattery, yes?
Oh yeah. And and he's not attacking it or denying it. Apparently, I say I have not heard a word from myself. I'm looking it up now.
Oh my God, this is news. I mean, this truly is news, by the way.
Exactly. Let's see.
Take your time.
I don't. I don't see anything yet.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Yeah. It's definitely. I'm. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Bill Burns, he purchased UFO magazine quite some time ago, and he turned it basically into kind of a character assassination rag, really. And he, like, one time on the cover, though, as kind of their man of the year was, oh my God, who's that British guy? I can't think of his name. The guy who wrote Body Snatchers in the Desert. He was somebody who, Nick Redford. Nick Redford, and when they had this sketch of him on the cover of UFO magazine to make him look as much like an alien as possible, and believe me, it didn't take much work to do that. He was someone who what's funny about him was when Keith Gall, our dear friend, met Nick Redfern and asked him about, are you aware of Douglas Dietrich? And he said, yes, I'm aware of him, but I'm, will avoid mentioning his name like the plague because, I'm very concerned about his anti-Americanism. This is a guy, Nick Redfern, who is claiming that the U.S. was taking deformed children suffering from hydroencephalitis and various other deformities and shooting them up into the stratosphere just to watch them explode. I mean, there's absolutely no reason other than gratuitous sadism that anything like that would even be done. And he calls me anti-American after saying this is what the Americans are doing. It's just absolutely beyond bizarre. All of this is, shows you where a lot of these people are coming from. And of course, Bill Burns was on that UFO Hunter series, I think, for forever, for quite some time. But our man, Peter Moon, can probably give us even more details.
I don't know much more about that. Here, this is an older, there's a lot of quotes of what happened in the Battle of Los Angeles from the newspapers. Yeah. And this is Bill Burns saying, quote, "The obvious thought was that these were Japanese bombers come to attack the United States," quote, UFO expert Bill Burns, publisher of UFO magazine, told PR Newswire in 2011. But it wasn't. They were flying too high. And the astounding thing was not one artillery shell could hit the craft out of all the hundreds of shells that were fired. People outside that night swore that it was neither a plane nor a balloon. It was a UFO.
By the way, that's all bullshit because, as Peter Moon can attest, we have recordings from the radio audio at that time saying these are clearly dirigibles. So go on.
But this is Bill Burns. It floated, it glided, and to this day, nobody can explain what that craft was, why our anti-aircraft guns couldn't hit it. It's a mystery that's never been resolved. And this is Bill Burns. People outside that night swore that it was neither a plane nor a balloon. It was a UFO. Oh, yeah, he said it again. This is... well, I don't know really what he said. These people are, they are what they are. Despicable and uninformed. And now, I also want to say that I posted on my YouTube channel. I didn't send it out to the Time Travel Education Center, but I had I did an interview last night, and he was willing to talk about Roswell, but it didn't go in that direction. There was too many other stuff to carry, unfortunately. I did I'm trying to get the guy's name so that I'll have it and people can look it up. Robert Khalil, Kalil, Kalil. He did an interview with me, and he said at the end, he said, "This is the best podcast I've ever done." And of course, it went from Montauk to David Anderson started out with David Anderson to Transylvania and all that. But he said he was a big Art Bell fan. And he was mentioning that David had been on Art Bell. And I kind of told him the truth about Art Bell. And he actually took it. He said, "Oh, I'm so disappointed." He's disappointed himself, but he actually took what I said. I explained Art Bell would never have Peter Moon on, no matter what. And he took it to heart. It's an interview. People want to listen to it.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, that's.
And he was willing. I'm going to come back on with him again.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know how big his reach is, but whatever.
But
so
definitely, I'm glad that that happened, and I'm glad that you helped to enlighten another individual as to this sort of thing. Go on, by all means.
Well, that's all about that. I was hoping to. There's not really time while I'm on, to talk about the Halab Triangle between Sudan and Egypt.
Oh yes. And you know what? We can bring that up on Wednesday, which will be practically tomorrow, and I'll go into that. Tonight I'll try and provide as much exposition as possible on all of the things that are, of course, impacting America, which, as you know, are many. I know that you probably feel that as much noise is being made over them now, perhaps it's all just that, a lot of sound and fury. But obviously, with what happened with the guns ruling and the abortion ruling and another ruling many people aren't aware of from the Supreme Court, things in America are profoundly going to change. And I can tell you that much. The other...
They've already changed.
Yes. Yeah, and I'll be talking about...
changed horribly.
Yeah.
It's not the way it was.
And yeah. And by all means, I will also talk to people about the international situation first. Probably easier to start with that. But with that being,
I want to share something. And
yeah,
this I sent it to you. I don't know if you had a chance to read it.
Okay, let me take a look at it.
But this pertains so much to what we've been talking about with the gang stalkers.
Yes.
And this is a story about the Buddha. It's a short story, how to deal with insults. And it's a story. One day, Buddha was walking through a village teaching Dhamma. A very angry and rude young man belonging to another group of believers came up and began insulting him, meaning the Buddha. He says, "You have no right teaching others," he shouted. "You are as stupid as everyone else. You are nothing but a fake." Buddha was not upset by these insults. Instead, he asked the young man, "Tell me, if you buy a gift for someone and that person does not take it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man was surprised to be asked such a strange question and answered, "It would belong to me because I bought the gift." The Buddha smiled and said, "That is correct. And it is exactly the same with your anger. If you become angry with me and I do not get insulted, then the anger falls back on you. You are then the only one who becomes unhappy, not me. All you have done is hurt yourself. If you want to stop hurt," and that's the end of the Buddha quote. And the article says, "If you want to stop hurting yourself, you must get rid of your anger and become loving instead. When you hate others, you yourself become unhappy. But when you love others, everyone is happy." The young man listened closely to the wise words of the Buddha. "You are right, O enlightened one. Please teach me the path of love. I wish to become your follower." And the Buddha answered kindly, "Of course, I teach anyone who truly wants to learn. Come with me." And this man began to walk the path of Buddhism. And I would recommend this to people who are angry at Douglas for whatever reason, or angry at me. I mean, that's something that, you're not angry. Something that we might have said might have angered you. But we're not trying to anger you. What are you angry about? And why are you angry? love will conquer these problems. And I think that these people are angry because in some respects they've been outed.
Yes.
I'm not talking about sexual outing. They've been outed for their irresponsibility and their lack of, power. They're not powerful. So when you're powerful, you start throwing rocks because, you're powerless.
Yeah.
So this is a very important lesson. We don't own your insults. We don't want your insults. They're your insults. I don't have time to respond to them. I have much more positivity in my life, and I've gotten, I've had much worse insults than this. You won't be able to find them, but you might find one or two. But I mean, no, these things have been done away with. But yeah, it's like when you have public notoriety of any time, people can get jealous of the public notoriety. All these things. It's like if you look at Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Bill Gates, and a host of other people of such notoriety, they get viciously insulted on an hourly basis. They do not have time to deal or process all of these insults. So it's like, they become sort of meaningless. It can become, well, even some of the most scathing stuff against Donald Trump, it's just kind of like, that's the Democrats trying to hang him. And ultimately, it's not going to work. The only thing that's going to hang Trump is if they can, keep him away from having any influence or control over the ballot boxes, and therefore lose the election. That's the only way they can stop Trump. So, all the other stuff doesn't matter, or they can put him in jail, but that's not going to happen.
Well, certainly,
so,
what's going on? Certainly, what's going on right now is kind of a third impeachment for him with what they're trying to do with the January 6th hearings, right?
Yeah, but nothing's going to happen,
right?
Because it's all partisan.
Yes,
it's not. They're not real hearings. They're hearings with an attitude.
Yes,
and they don't, and they got Liz Cheney, as the Republican, and Liz Cheney is an oxymoron. It's like, why? I mean, it's like, she's Dick Cheney's daughter. That's enough. That should be enough to incriminate her.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, believe me, I spoke at length about she's no alternative. That's for certain. These are the people who brought us everything in terms of the Iraq invasion and everything else that brought so much pain and misery on the world. By the way, I've shared the screen share. I don't know if you can take a look at your screen and see the screen share.
On Skype?
Yeah, on Skype. And this is before our dear Peter goes off into the gentle night. I wanted to share this with everyone. Nancy Burns is the wife of Bill Burns, and she became the editor of UFO magazine. And of course, what happened was Bill Burns and Nancy Burns, for those of you who don't know, were going to interview me once so they could set up an ambush. And I caught them on the episode preceding the episode on which they were going to interview myself, basically calling me a Jap. And so Nancy Burns said, "Please accept my apologies for using that term Jap. I have no right to use it since I am not a member of the Japanese race." This was after I canceled, of course. I canceled being on their show. And although I do think my heart was there in 1945, whatever the hell that means. And she went on to some other stupid things to say. I was basically mocking the way that the worst parts of warmongering refer to the former opponents in the war. And I am sorry. I should have thought before I spoke. Please know that we do not intend to try to sandbag or trick you in any way on the show. This is when they were saying, we're going to have that Jap guy next. next week, and he says the Japs won World War II. Believe that shit? This is what they were saying. Anyhow, she said, I've heard you on Coast, so I can assume you have scholarship at your fingertips to handle those kinds of questions. Again, I do apologize and hope you will reconsider. Of course, George Norrie wrote me to say, they are good people, Doug and Nancy Burns. Yeah, of course, they're the co-authors of his books. Or rather, they're the authors of his books, because George Norrie couldn't write a paragraph to save his soul. But the funniest was by Rick Prestel, who, by the way, was the gentleman who later on accused me of rape. Of raping him. He's the guy you actually see in the original Roswell and the Rising Sun turning the UFO slides for me. So do give me some credit.
What else did he say here? Go read it. What
Very funny as hell. Hey, Douglas, that was nice of her, but she were Japanese. She could come up to and say, yo, Jap, cruise the Nissan doing sake shots and picking up some kimonos, yo. Like they roll like that. And he wrote that like sushi roll. You would reply, yo, driving Jap, let's Audi 5000. Because that is how Japanese culture is. Everyone refers to each other as Jap. This woman can't be that stupid. She was a journalist. She must have given her editor a lot over time. It took her 2 months to figure out maybe it was something she said. I am sorry. And now she's the editor-in-chief. Now nobody listens to their show, but this could lead to something in UFO magazine.
Now, he sounds nuts.
It's actually quite funny. It's actually very clever. Because what he's saying is he's trying to make it like African Americans have jive talk and
Exactly.
affectionately call each other nigger with the soft R. He's trying to say, yeah, Japanese people, yeah, they all do that, right? Because what she said was, oh, I have no right to say Jap because I'm not a member of that ethnic group. It's not like the members of that ethnic group use that term on themselves. So that was such a bizarre thing to say. So that's what he was satirizing, was basically that, two guys talking.
Why did you write to Jacques Vallée of all people?
Yes, good point. Why did I write to Jacques Vallée of all people? Yes, and he of course had nothing to say that I recall. If he said anything at all, let me see. It was just G never responded. Yeah, no, it was just Rick Pestel that did. That was but I was surprised George Norrie responded. But that alone shows you. So everybody, we've got this out there as kind of like to add into the experience, and that should put where Bill Burns, that should put what he says in context, anything he says in context.
I'll try to get some more specifics on that Bill Burns stuff that I heard about, because
but he's definitely doing damage control because of us. That we know.
Well, it would seem that way. I don't know all the I haven't heard a breath from Michael Salla on your book. Haven't heard from him since I was not able
since you said my book.
I haven't heard from him since then, but I also am not able to go to that event in San Jose because I'm going to be in Shasta. And by the way, if people want to go to the Shasta event, you can save $100 if you sign up prior to July 1st at Awake Within the Dream, Mount Shasta Living Truth Summit #2, if people are interested.
I'm so glad you remembered that. I'm sorry, go on, yeah.
I've also put out, it's brand new, the ebook for the Philadelphia Experiment murder, which tells the irregular circumstances around the death of Phil Schneider and law enforcement's enablement of the cover-up surrounding that. And it goes into deeper issues as well. The Philadelphia Experiment murder on Kindle, if anybody is interested in that story, which is a very interesting story.
Yeah, it's very important. Thank you for emphasizing that. One other thing to emphasize is that I'm so glad that I haven't been to many conferences as of lately, though, of course, always open to going to Shasta with you if Mr. Shalimar ever wants to try having me there. I'm just glad he's able to organize these things at all. I know that they're very difficult for him. So people do support the effort and see if you can hang with Peter Moon there. In terms of the other aspect that Bill Burns thing brings up, when I talk about Rick Prestel accusing me of rape, it's another example of just how strange these things are. When I was at the original conference, where people think that was the one where I was attacked by, oh God, what's that guy's name who does all those UFO books and was known as the straight guy in the UFO community. I can't remember his name. Lives in upstate Rochester, New York, as a matter of fact. By the way, Viviana says, can you repeat that time and name, please? So if you can repeat that time and name, please, that you said earlier, even if it's like more than one thing.
What time and name?
Viviana, come on and tell us the context of what Peter was talking about, time and date that you want to know, Viviana.
Oh, the Living Truth Summit
Yeah.
is September 16th to 19th. So the Living Truth Summit #2, Mount Shasta, Awake Within the Dream.
There we are.
Awake Within the Dream is the website, and it's Mount Shasta, Living Truth Summit, #2, September 16th through 19th.
Excellent. Dick Dolan, that's the guy's name, Richard Dolan.
Richard Dolan.
Yeah. And so Richard Dolan, he when I think it was at that same conference that this happened, but what had happened was I was first approached by some young lady, and at the time she gave me a photograph of herself and like a resume, which almost certainly was completely false. But when it was handed to me, she was dressed very seductively, had like this brooch that was very much like a spider web across her cleavage. So she had kind of this goth style, and I told her how much I appreciated that and the effect it had on her appearance. And she says, "Oh yeah, that's what they told me you would appreciate. It's in your dossier." I mean, just like that. Just like that. And she wanted me to invite her up to my room, and I wasn't having any of it because I figured it was going to end up in a rape charge. And when I went up there, then what had happened was V had gone home early because she couldn't stand all the weirdos in the place and just thought everybody there was nuts. And that's when Rick Prestel said, "Well, can I stay in the room overnight, because otherwise I'm going to have to spend several $100s to be in another hotel room?" And I said, "Sure, we've got 2 separate beds." Obviously, we each slept in 2 separate beds. And then the next day, he accused myself of rape. Now, that didn't go anywhere, but the point is that someone was going to accuse me of rape that day. It was just, so again, this is like what I, as a public informant, I've been dealing with all this time. And it's just, this is the kind of horrors and hazards of basically doing what I did, which is erring on the side of right, and then having everything for me the rest of my life basically in the wrong because of that. And so with that, of course, it's up to so many people who I've affiliated with since that time, positive people like Peter Moon. They're doing their best to help put things back in the right direction. And we are definitely doing what we have to do now with what we are doing. And so, Peter, love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. And Viviana, if you'll come on and say goodnight to Peter as well, and we'll usher him off into the gentle night.
Well, I think she's might be disengaged. But
No, I'm here.
there she is. Well, I want to thank you for the excellent job you've been doing. And although you don't surface much while we're talking, I want you to know I very much appreciate you and what you've been doing.
Oh, thank you, Peter. That means so much to me. I appreciate you as well.
Okay, so I'll say that.
Have a wonderful rest of your week as well, and give some love to your lovely wife from me. Tell her I said hello.
I don't even know if she knows about you, but anyway,
Okay.
I will tell her. Good night.
Good night, Peter. Night. See you on Wednesday. And so that was Peter Moon. And so, honey, how are you doing? And let's see if we can get Sammy back on. If we can't, that's okay too. Or whoever might be able to come on, Noreen perhaps. And I hope everything is well with your mother. I understand you're still taking care of her, but she's generally in good shape, right?
Oh, I was just doing little things like getting her bedding ready.
Yes.
I forgot to dry the blanket this late night, so I was scrambling. Oh, but she's doing good. She's really slow, but she's getting a little more demanding as the days go on. Not demanding in a bad way, just like I need to be there right now, this very moment, or she's gonna throw a fit, kind of demanding.
Wow.
So let's call Sammy and Brandon and Mr. Warrington, perhaps.
Yes.
Noreen.
Yeah. Or George Knight as well.
Oh, yes. What time is it over there now? George Knight.
Who cares?
It don't matter to us.
Yes, oh my God. They're 8 hours ahead of us. They're either there or they're not. And, John Warrington's hours have been much different. Everybody maintain John Warrington in your thoughts and prayers. What he's been through is it's hard to imagine anyone going through that. His lunatic brother murdered both his mother and father. You were aware of that, right, Viviana?
Yeah, you told me about, was it 2 transmissions ago?
Okay. All right. So I did.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah.
And is he also in Across the Pond?
Yes, he is. Across the Great Pond.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, and so he will likely be moving out of the place where he was essentially property manager forever. He's been there certainly as long as I've known him. And so he'll probably move into an apartment somewhere or something. But maybe that's for the best. He's certainly not in the best of situations right now. I don't even know how he made it through COVID with all of those. Not that he's impoverished or something, mind you. He's like the property manager and was kind of living in this situation that's very rare in England, where they have like a shared kitchen and shared bathroom. I mean, I can't even imagine living in a situation like that in times of COVID. I would die.
Yeah.
But he went through that and apparently survived. Other than that, let's see if we can.
I do believe we have Sammy Romero here.
Oh, wonderful! And so, Sammy, let's hear your voice.
Yeah. How's everybody doing?
Oh, much better for you joining us. Thank you. And so, my dear friend, so sorry I missed so much of what you were saying in the opening hour. So let me catch up for a few minutes now. I take it that you were sharing a bit of your visit here to San Francisco and how that went down. So feel free to summarize that a little bit for new listeners who have joined us.
Oh, yes. My visit was quite pleasant. I was a little nervous at first, and I think it's just the fact of who you are. But even coming into San Francisco, seeing all the streets like Leavenworth Street, some things come to mind of how infamous that street is, and how close I was to the vicinity of everything, which no normal person not normal person, but any average person that obviously doesn't know about you doesn't know the significance of the story of your life, but especially what you brought down. And but even that, I mean, I had to kind of wipe my mind off of that, because really what I was is just there to a vacation with my family and really just to visit a friend. I think in the scope of things, being someone, being me, all I can be to you is a friend. And that really was my objective, to visit you, is just be a friend and kind of give you that support that you need. Even though it was, maybe 2 hours that we spent together, I just really wanted it to be a pleasant time. And really just, that really was my objective, to be around you. And even that, you really went above and beyond what I thought you would even relate to me when we weren't even in the premise of the Presidio. I could tell that a lot of memories were rushing in through your mind, and I felt a little bad because that wasn't really my intent. But it's almost like walking into ground zero, and you can't help it. So besides that, I was very satisfied to seeing you, as far as just providing that good vibes with you, and and leaving the city wanting next time to come, and not overstay my welcome towards you, or
Oh,
being invasive,
no
and
worries.
so on and so forth.
Honestly, it's one of those things where, had we spent the entire day together, I would have been fine. Honestly, it was very relaxing to be with yourself and your significant other, and we definitely want to protect her by not mentioning her name on air. If you feel comfortable with mentioning her first name, I'll be happy to do that. So that's up to you.
I
Uh,
mean,
yeah.
Maria is very common
Common. It's pretty
in
common,
the
yeah.
Latin
So
world.
I think we're safe with Maria.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's like saying, I don't know, Slovenia in some type of Russian or Slavic. I don't know.
No, it's
Just
true. It's true.
uh,
A parallel to that might be something like Svetlana. There's plenty of Slavic women
oh,
named Svetlana, and so
but
yeah.
in the Asian term, I don't know, Chang, or I don't know. That might be me not even knowing much. But anyways, it was great. It was very pleasant, Doug, and you superseded what I thought you would even do.
Oh, bless you.
So yeah,
Thank you so
yeah,
much. And I definitely want to acknowledge what a comfort you were. Certainly relaxed to be in your presence. I had been relaxed by a very good weekend at that point, and I was
great.
certainly relaxed to be in your presence. I'm certainly better off now after I finished through the crashing and purging process of coming home from all the partying I had done throughout the day. By the way, I get this. I do want to thank again T Tank Barry. I want him to know I'll give him another shout out as soon as I get into the zone where I start monologuing. Our friend Sammy Romero will be credited again. Of course, he is $200 that he provided enabled me right then to purchase the still mineral water I need to rehydrate myself because I can't use the water that comes out of the pipes in my home. It's just simply not potable. So I do want to thank these wonderful gentlemen for the efforts that they took to present this money to me personally. Definitely Sammy Romero delivered it to me personally, as did T Tank Barry by literally dropping it through the door. I have another individual who just contributed $25 via PayPal, and he's asked to not be identified in full, so to speak. So I'll just call him KP for now. And this wonderful individual contributed $25. So all of this helps, and certainly understand that this is essentially my living, and I couldn't do it without any of you. So when it comes to the support that people provide, either fiscally or morally, it is beyond. It's beyond what you can imagine. As well, this other individual who contributed to the PayPal, which is great because I always need at least something on the PayPal to keep a baseline there. He brought up something that I'll read out when I get into the zone of monologue, where he was asking me to speak about another subject in the future, zombies, because he realizes, of course, Penny Bradley just would deflect everything I was getting into so she could just force her way into sharing her bullshit, which was like her big thing, was we are not going to have some kind of, like, she felt, lecture from people. She always said we are going to have a conversation, but the point is her idea of conversation was just to lecture herself. So it's like, fuck you. So all of that being said, funny, I just got a GIF sent by somebody named Mark Zuckerberg. Great, and they're sending me porn. Why? And he's Muslim, of course. He's got a Turkish Star of David, a Turkish crescent moon with the star. It's a Turkish flag, essentially. And I'm just, why do men think that this is going to work with women? Half these people think I'm woman, or maybe they all do. And certainly I've had women refer to me as sister when they're like talking to me on the Sora AUI timeline. And that's understandable because of just the appearance and all that stuff. But honest to God, for all these people who think I'm female, obviously I'm pretty sure that sending woman pornography has never worked for them in the past, and I don't understand why they think that would work for them in the future. But such being said, I do want to address just a few things before I turn back to Sammy here with the wonderful people in the chat room. And of course, there are some people who are just what they are. We have definitely one person, is it Mr. Douglas Marks, I believe, who said, World War. Which countries are involved? Please elaborate. Are you talking about the Fourth Reich or Russia and Ukraine? Also, without one world language, we will never have world peace. Do you agree? Okay, so what he's referring to is the title, which is World War, Guns, and Fetuses, episode of Critical Omissions. And of course, thereafter, it does express the fact that we have this episode going during the 7th same-sex marriage legal anniversary, which is also the 7 years ago that my son and his husband got married. And basically, it's like the 7th anniversary I was partying about today, and we'll go back to doing so shortly after transmission is over. Sammy Romero got a phone call. Okay, so I'll keep burning bandwidth until he returns because I need him so that I can do a break. Good thing I didn't take a break before he got the phone call, because otherwise he would have left Our Lady hanging. So we don't want that. So it's kind of good I went into this little tangent here. So I have another person, by the way. So when it comes to World War, obviously you'll hear me talking about that all night. So you'll find out what I'm talking about. As for a one world language, well, take a look at the Arab nations. They all speak Arabic, and they have very often been at war with each other. So is the phone call over, Sammy? I see him coming back on the screen.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, there we are.
My apologies. I had a phone call.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Thank you for handling that. And, before I get back to you, I just wanted to say one more thing to one more person asking a question, because it's relevant to the title and, of course, the image that's in the thumbnail of live stream. And that's some individual named, very Polish name. And I'll have to roll back down. Edward Jaworski. And he says, what does two lesbians, he means two, what does two lesbians kissing have to do with anything? And a bunch of laughter. Well, it is in the title. This is the 7th same-sex marriage legal anniversary, and it was the San Francisco lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersexed, and allied pride parade today. And so I think it's pretty relevant. And that's not two lesbians, that's myself. As soon as our man, Mr. Sammy Romero, left, I actually got my hair cut because I didn't want it too long for the parade day, and got it dyed blonde again. And that's why I wear the earring in the left ear, to show that I'm straight. So if a little bit of, shall we say, knowledge there for you, so you can understand what you're talking about before you speak next time. And that's a woman that I'm kissing, just so you know. So there we have that, and hopefully that puts that in some context. Other than that, of course, I am so grateful that Sammy's here, because then I can also take a short break now and basically kind of refresh myself and get myself prepared towards monologue. But before I go and do that for about 10 minutes or so, anything else you want to bring up with me, Sammy? And do take your time. I can stave off my refreshment break for definitely about 10, 15 more minutes or so. So hopefully, Viviana,
you know what, Doug?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
No, but nothing much, Doug. I think you should go. I mean, I think
Thank you.
Go ahead and go.
Oh, bless you. So I'll go do that. And Viviana, you'll be able to talk with Sammy for several minutes, right?
I'll do my best.
Are you okay, honey?
I just got something lodged in my throat.
Okay.
I'll be okay though.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, and Douglas Marks
I'm
says,
sorry. I just popped up and I was like, oh, and it got lodged in.
oh, honey.
the
other day. Yeah, the other day
Sorry.
I had something in my throat. She remembers that. Oh my God, when we were talking about Bigfoot, the Bigfoot night. And Douglas Marks says, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Douglas Marks. Okay, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back within minutes. Everybody stay here, and these wonderful people will both entertain and educate you. Okay, thank you.
Well, welcome back, Sammy. Are you
Hi,
home?
Vivian. How you doing? Yes, I'm home. I'm home.
Oh, good.
I've been experiencing I guess the fireworks are already starting. I mean, they started about a month ago, but the closer we get to, 4th of July, the more tense they start getting. Which, the older I've
Uh,
gotten, the more I've resented 4th of July. And I started to realize, what's the point of fireworks? I don't see their point. They're just, explosives, pyrotechnics. I don't, I don't understand no more why people are still fascinated by them. I've kind of outgrown fireworks. Like, I don't really don't care for them very much. But maybe because I'm getting older. I don't know.
yeah, you're older, wiser, more mature, and tired of probably the stigma of it all because so many people, have a problem with
Right.
PTSD.
Well, and also it's just, especially with adults. I notice a lot of adults, very immature adults. Oh, how could I say this? Let me word that correctly. Very overgrown children, very older children still deal with them. And, it's just, I understand children, a certain point like them, but there's just no point to them anymore, especially what's going on right now with the fires. But, like I said, to each their own. I think you can say that about a lot of things, but particularly fireworks, it's just I don't see the point of them no more. Um, it's just pointless. But I digress. But I am looking forward to the holiday. Not because of the holiday, really. It's just usually people, for the most part, um, are not around, so it makes it a lot easier for traffic at least certain hours of the day. So that's always a good plus.
Hmm. I bet they're very huge over there in LA, as far as the fireworks and the celebrations.
Well, the thing about it is it's really year round. Fireworks here really are year round. I mean, there's fireworks that I've had instances where some idiot is lighting up actual fireworks in the middle of the day, and it's pointless. Like, why are you lighting fireworks in its daylight? But that's you're talking about uncommon sense. It's not even common sense. It's just uncommon because you know common sense is the reverse. In other words, so I don't mean to sound very nihilistic or very negative, but it also is teaching me about the environment that I live and the disadvantages of not having a real community. Um, when I say that is people being aware of their power to vote. And what I mean by that is locally, getting involved in your community, getting to know who your neighbors are, and how really we're still segregated, even in a big city like Los Angeles. It's just segregated. Last night when I arrived home from work, there's a big biker gang club. There's like a clubhouse, like I would say a couple of blocks down where I live. And it's usually every Friday where they have these meets at their club, and they really pretty much shut down the whole street. Well, last night must have been some type of celebration or something, and there was traffic on the street that I live, and there was this biker club, and it's very interesting because it's a black biker gang, and there was they're the bikers, and then they're women. Their women are very scantily clad, dressed. I mean, they're practically naked, which uh, it's very sometimes could be distracting depending whatever type you like, but it's not really the point. It's mostly that lets me know how limited law enforcement are even in the city and how much they're really powerless in the sense of when people really act like a community. And in this case, they acted in the wrong way. So I can imagine if they would put their numbers together and acted more proactive in a sense of changing the little bit the environment that we live in. Um, and it's one of those things where it's sad in the sense that they don't realize their own potential and power, but at the same time, they harness it for the complete opposite of what they're supposed to. And I think this can be said with any group in America, well, especially any Black or Hispanic uh, enclaves that I'm not saying it's like that everywhere, but for the majority, because of education, not education, but really just understanding what America is really, and as far as the system, knowing how to use it and representation, um, we still live in these ignorant times where, as far as my demographic, where I live at, um, they use their resources for very materialistic, very self, very selfish um, way, very selfish way of thinking, and not knowing that community can also be good. But like I said, that requires not being selfish. It requires um, wanting to help one another, and I think that's one of our biggest problems in the city. But really, where the area that we live in is there's a lot of selfishness going on. And when I went for a walk right now, and I saw this large SUV with all blacked out windows, and it looked very suspicious. And I was telling myself, if I lived in Burbank or maybe another part of the city, like, I don't know, Palos Verdes or Beverly Hills, or all these other areas that are just zoned off and are more well funded, and really there's more sense of community there because the taxpaying electric actually care about their tax dollars where they go. I could report this large SUV, and report it to the local authorities, like this large SUV is right outside my place. It looks very suspicious. Now I was thinking to myself, if I do this and I call this local sheriff, they're gonna ignore my call and they're not even gonna come out. But like I said, it's one of those examples where um it's not very necessarily being poor and impoverished. It's the poor mentality that we have to fight through. And if you can't better your environment, then you need to remove yourself from that environment. So that's what I've been thinking about is looking for better pastures and really just take control of my situation, because as much as I love the people that look like me, and I don't have no hatred. I'm not a self-hater, but um, you have to you all there's drawbacks to being around um, an area where I live in. Is that, but really, and when I really do put things in perspective, it's really just the level of that in every part of the city. You will never have part of the city where that's not noticeable, especially nowadays. The cost of living and so on and so forth. So it's mostly also not going over the edge and being a raving maniac. It's part of life. It's a struggle that I think anybody can go through, especially if you live around civilization. And it's just it's part. I mean, what life would be without struggle? But it's just little petty nuances that I noticed living in the inner city. But yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Any observations? I mean, please.
Well, you're always welcome to come here. We can start a commune. We could go buy some cheap reservation land. I mean, well, there's land.
Oh yeah.
You can't buy land on the res because it's federal. But
right.
Outside of the res, there's some nice property.
Right.
And but
that's...
out here it's really nice. A lot of Californians move here to get away.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that. One of the things though that's a lot of people have done that. Now that you mentioned it, a lot of people have actually bought, land, quote unquote, and actually made their own towns. I have a friend that lives in Chicago. He lives in it's pretty much the Wisconsin, Illinois area, but he was talking to me that this Indian community that's in Illinois, most of the residents actually own Dunkin' Donuts establishments, and really what they do is just sponsor somebody, and they work at their Dunkin' Donuts, and they save all their money. And the reason why they save their money is, they save up to apply for a business loan. So they save up X amount of dollars, and once they achieve that, the money that they need to raise, while they're raising, they also go to business school, and they buy their franchise.
Okay, just
And
returned, and so tell me where we're at. Catch me up.
oh no, I was just observing how useless fireworks are, and I'm getting really annoyed by fireworks. But I mean, that's like anywhere. That's anywhere. I think fireworks in where I live at, it's year round. I mean, it's what it is. It is what it is. It's part of living in the city. But what I was talking about is, man, this makes me want to move. And what Vin was talking about is, buying land and investing in building your own community, which sounds great, but that would require mobilization of a lot of families, at least a dozen to begin with. But that's obviously that's a challenge. I'm not saying that's impossible, but that would actually require coordination.
The commune is a fantasy, but
right,
I'm saying,
but
it's available. And the thing about what I love about here is that there's accessible water from under the earth,
right,
to tap into. That's like fresh water. And I'm always I'm always about being somewhere where I can get water.
right.
If anything happens.
No, in Los Angeles, it's pretty much a desert next to the ocean. That's the funny thing about it is, for some reason, this area hasn't figured out to use the ocean as some type of reverse osmosis. I'm sure, I don't know if it's possible, but somehow using that instead of piping down and importing our water to Southern California. But like I said, that's
well, what you're talking about is the process of desalinization, taking the salt out of the seawater, and at some point Los Angeles obviously is going to have to do that.
Yes. Yes. And because we're really a desert next to the ocean. And what I observed from San Francisco when I went there, and I told my significant other, especially when we saw the electrical carts, Doug, I said, you see all this? It's the future. Yeah. And I was explaining to her about Gene Roddenberry using Star Trek, using San Francisco as the home for Starfleet. Yes. And I said, this is for a reason, because what we're looking at here is this is probably going to be the capital of Western civilization.
Yes.
Because if you observe even what we're looking at with Doug, history is looking at you right in the face. And if history is looking at you in the face, and that means the future is looking at you in the face. I explained to you about your vampiric side and your nuances of who the person that makes you up. Because, when I talked to her about you, about all this compound that makes up who you are, it's very complex, and it's almost like it's out of our paradigm, but it's just what it is. She even told me, well, how do you know it's the truth? Like, how do you know Doug is who he is? I'm like, you have to understand that what Doug is does not happen. It only happens, if that, once in many lifetimes. And I don't mean to, to try to, boost you up, Doug. It's not what it's that. It's just what it is.
Yes.
And when I was around you, you have quirks. I have quirks. You went as my girl, scolding me and correcting me, and I have no problem with it. That's what women are supposed to do. If they love you, a woman loves you, she's gonna try to make you look good, or at least show that I care about this man. And she very much does. And Doug is very observant of that. And I know I'm rambling in circles, but I'll try to get back to what we're talking about.
Well, Well, it's not a
what I
graded
was talking.
exercise, don't worry. But by the way, a shout out to Peggy Wood in the chat room.
Yeah.
Mwah. But back to, I appreciate the fact that her and Vivian had an on-running thread of conversation. That was cool. And but go on, Sammy. Yeah, by all means.
Yes, what I was talking to Vivian about is one of the reasons why I'm so annoyed where I live at is the fact that there's a biker gang that has their clubhouse a couple of blocks from us, and they shut down the whole block last night.
Holy shit!
They had a party, and there was this is a black biker gang, by the way. They had the whole block.
I didn't even know there was such a thing.
Well,
Holy shit!
When I moved this area, I'm like, there's black people can actually, mobilize at least to form this biker gang. And I guess they must have muscle because law enforcement really doesn't mess with them. But I told myself, now, if this biker gang can shut down this block for several hours, why can't they mobilize to actually have representation to better their lives? And they should not have an excuse why, they're so in the situations that they are.
There's so many questions. I mean, there are so many questions that are brought up with this situation that it boggles the mind. I mean, first, they're in the vicinity of a school, right? They're right across from a school.
Several elementary and private charter schools. That's to really correct you. But it's because they have numbers. These is a gang that, they have lifted trucks. They have vendors, food vendors that they have that sell food for their little parties and hangouts. They shut the whole block down, and they have women walking around very scantily clad and, gyrating and dancing because they have a DJ, and it's very distracting, mind you. But it is what it is. But it fascinates me because if they can only just reverse that into something productive for the community, and it really gets me upset because they choose. And when I say they, it's really, I'm also including my demographic, my enclave of Hispanics in this city alone. If they choose, we're in our situation because we want to. And this very goes back to what Peter Moon, or I don't know what Peter Moon or it was you that say the reason why anything happened when you were at Presidio, it's because people let it happen.
Yes.
So,
or were directly involved in the crimes. They were directly involved in the crimes or enabling it. Yeah, go on.
I'm coming back from work and I'm distracted by all these scantily clad women, but I also need to get home because my girl's waiting for me and I need to get the hell out. And I was in traffic and a whole block party for about almost an hour. And my place is not that far from this club. So I told myself, if only these idiots ever figured out, hey, why don't we actually elect somebody and actually, to our advantage? I mean, the Asians have their bank. They have their communities in Monterey Park and Pasadena. And, if only, the African,
Obviously, we might as well call them a militia. They're basically a paramilitary force.
Right.
And so the question is legitimate. Why do they not have a lobby in Sacramento, which is the capital of California?
Correct.
Yeah. So
it's almost like it's a joke in a sense if you look at someone like Kamala Harris, who is really biracial.
Yes.
And it's a joke. It really is, in a sense that the LAPD, who is pretty much a gang of themselves, actually gives them more respect than if I were to go door to door and sign a petition and say, hey guys, for $2 every month, if I were to go to every, let's say just 50,000 people, give me $2 and I'm going to use this fund to, clean up the streets. I would probably get arrested,
Yeah.
I would probably be, I'd probably be tarred and feathered, but, it's just what the world we live in. And you kind of have to laugh or you're going to cry. But
that's right.
I think you know what I'm talking about, Doug, in the sense that the reason why I decided to even go to visit you is I had to tell myself because I consider you a friend, and at first I was very, and I don't know why this is coming up, but it just seems very organic. The reason why I wanted to go see you because at first I was hesitant, and even Isaac said, you think you want to go visit Doug when, especially with this going on? I'm like, something told me yes, especially right now with things that are going on, because they won't expect it.
Yes, that's true.
They don't expect someone to have the balls to come reach out to my friend and pat him on the back and says, "You're doing a good job. You're special. You're loved."
Yes.
And they won't expect that because people don't expect people to be selfless. And it's not because I want to toot my own horn. It's because I really care about Doug. And at times I feel like a square around Doug, but it's not that. It's the fact that I see Doug like a big brother in a sense that even Doug makes fun of my not even receding hairline. My hairline's so jacked up, it's crazy. But that's what Doug's showing me love. He's roasting me and being a dude. Doug knows that I can care less about my hairline. In fact, that's not, you know what I mean. I'm very confident in who I am, and even people like, how do you do it? You're bald. I'm like, if being bald is my only problem in life, I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yes.
It's just what it is, and I can make fun of myself, but like I said, what it goes back to is if I'm just observing this around my surroundings, I could imagine you and what's going on with this Supreme Court ruling,
Yes.
which is it's just a layer. It's more than just that. It's a privilege to come, and you called it about 2 months ago, really 3, really, and it's coming into fruition, and everything's gearing up. And it's everything coming together, and it's interesting that it's happened right when this purge of individuals have left you.
Yes. And
it's almost synchronistic in what I think is a failed attempt to try to gang stalk you into triggering what you have.
Yes.
And it's completely failed because I felt like I wanted to reach out with love, what I can do. Being a friend. And really, that's what you're supposed to do. It's not really something to brag about. It's just what you're supposed to do, Well,
it's beautiful. And believe me, I think that what you did was a beautiful gesture in every way. And Maria, of course, made it perfect. Honestly, the two of you have such a wonderful energy together, and it's very positive. And I'm so glad I was able to show you what little I was able to show that day. And honestly, I'm glad you were able to appreciate the aspects of San Francisco which are so futurist in their nature. When it came to specifically what Eugene Roddenberry had viewed for the future, some people might view this as, and believe me, there are people, of course, who see quote unquote the negative in Star Trek, but understand this, the Star Trek franchise, and I'm speaking to everybody, not just Sammy here when I say understand this. He understands it, but just to clarify it, when the Star Trek franchise was started by Gene Roddenberry, and even though there were some dips and quirky episodes that were just, for lack of a better word, inexplicable, and others that were profound, the main point was always optimism. He had very much an optimistic perspective on the future. And when he conveyed Starfleet as being headquartered not just in San Francisco, but specifically the Presidio military base, he had a prevision that the Presidio military base was somehow going to close down and transition into something that would be more positive, that something maybe good could be built on the grounds of something that was that evil. Now, I have no idea how much he knew about what was going down at the Presidio military base, but the very idea that he wanted to supplant it with something so positive speaks volumes. And the fact that it ultimately did close down, the fact that I was ultimately able to make that happen, it ultimately made me feel as if I was fulfilling the role that he had projected onto Spock. Understand, of course, Michael Aquino had always called myself his data, and enough of that information was fed to the next generation writers, which Gene Roddenberry was still somewhat in the game at that time, but increasingly fading out because people just, he was just older, and he was just getting controversial in terms of some of his humanism, and they wanted writers who could turn out a lot quicker plots and episodes. He just was not operating at that speed. And when they ultimately replaced him, and in the movies it was much worse. He was basically just kicked out. He was basically fired when it came to the films because he was just simply too idealistic, and he wanted Starfleet to be basically like a universal Coast Guard, and that's not what people go to films to see. They go to films to see like Starfleet battles, and that's what the movie The Wrath of Khan delivered. And it was in that film he was basically fired, Gene Roddenberry, off the set, and they just took his franchise and they ran with it because at that point they had the legal right to do that. But the difference between the Data character was that the Data character was basically a victim. And Data character was also, Aquino thought it was very much like him, and his character was very much based on what Aquino described to the writers of The Next Generation, because, of course, I had been that flesh color of deathly pale after the plasma transfusion. So for months and months, basically half a year of my life, I looked like that. And it took another half year before I truly normalized to a normal flesh color, which I still think I'm pretty pale. But when it comes to that character, he's someone who everybody has an affection for, but there's moments when he goes off on his own and he's quite threatening, such as when he reunites with his brother as the Sons of Soong, this artificial creation of these two androids that resulted, of course, that what they retconned later are retroactively co-opted into the franchise was an androids rebellion. That is the reason why those androids are not all over Star Trek or all over the various starships as staff or something like that. So they retconned why there were not many robots in the Starfleet universe and all the rest of that. But, my point being that I feel like I realized, in a sense, by closing down that base, kind of what Gene Roddenberry thought of with Spock, a Vulcan intervention. And there's still a lot more Vulcan intervention to be had. But with that, I definitely want people to know how much I appreciate you all of you here who are participating in the chat room. And by the way, I'm just curious, Sammy, are you at work? Because your audio is excellent. I mean, I'm not hearing any noise at all. How did you manage that if you're at work? If he's
if you're the beeping, that's
yeah. Oh no! I was saying how excellent your.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm at home.
Oh, no wonder the audio was so excellent.
Yes.
Oh my God. Is tonight a night off for you finally? Because it seems like you're working every night.
Yes. It's an off night, and I'm trying to multitask with chores and trying to keep this place somewhat the standard that my girl does. She's very clean, and so I'm trying to do my part. I have to wash the dishes anyway, so yeah. So it's an off day, but it's not an off day because one thing I do learn about living with a woman is women like they like a clean area. At least mine does, and I try to do that.
Oh, absolutely. Most of them love the clean area. I'm so glad that you do that for her, and of course for your own sake as well, your own sanity.
Right.
Right. And so, such being said, I'm going to try and go into monologue early tonight, and because there's been so much going on, I really have to address it all as much as I am able. And I will get started now, unless you have something else to add. And I do want to speak to you privately sometime soon. Nothing urgent at all, just casually.
No
problem. Casually catch up.
No.
Yeah.
No, Doug, I think...
By the way, the other day, what you said was almost frightening. What you wrote in the message box, because I did say to our dear friend Sammy here. Let me see what I wrote. I mean, by the way, he looks so much better physically. He's in excellent shape. He is in. I was actually shocked. His photograph that he has as his Facebook icon is horrible. He has this safety vest on that makes him look like he looks like the Kingpin. I mean, he looks like he's bloated. It is just. And that photograph does not do him justice at all. I think his wife strategized his using that photograph so other women wouldn't move into her territory. I'm sorry, his significant other, he's soon to be wife.
No, this is that's hilarious. No, you know what? I'm not good with pictures. In fact, I'm not really good with social media, Doug. I've never really liked social media, as anybody can tell from my profile. I really don't care. I'm the complete opposite. I don't. My family has literally had to make me share because I'm just not really. I just don't like doing it. As far as that profile picture, that's a terrible one. But like I said, I really don't care. I'm probably gonna change it.
Thank God.
But, yes.
Try to get something with a fuller. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Yes, I've learned. Well, obviously too. The reason why my appearance has changed because of my dieting. I really don't try to eat late no more.
Oh, great.
And, at least that. And I really try to cut down on soft drinks. And, I have my coffee in the morning, but that's about it. Right. So, trying to, understand, be cognizant of, my age. I'm not old, but, I'm getting older. So, yeah.
Oh, my God. Don't even go there. You're fine. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's like, anyhow, I mean, take it from somebody who's over 100 years old, for God's sakes.
No, and you look great. You look great. My girl even told me you actually look really, you look great, She likes the fact how you're very well put together, your outfit, and, even your hat. I kind of understand, at least how I interpret how you wear that hat was because it's part of the public. Public actually it's a good way for people to actually leave you alone.
Yes.
Sense of who you are. It's not that you're not a bad person, but you're different in a sense of who you are already. But really, it's the truth. It's not that it's the lies. It's the truth. But yeah, I mean, I found it. I kind of understood why, but. No, even your the way you dress, it actually grew on me in a sense of it actually didn't bother me. Even my girl actually thought it was very stylish of you.
Thank you.
She in her not being from this country, is actually very open to very different styles. My American side actually showed because I actually asked you, but. Other than that, she's like, why'd you even ask him that? Like, that's his style. So, obviously, she's a little bit more. It's interesting how people from the outside, from outside the United States, can actually just appreciate different styles. Not that I don't. It's just I'm American. I'm going to question everything. And sometimes, there can be silly questions, but.
No worries.
That's just,
by the way, just so people know, another reason for my obsession with the lifts, aside from the vanity of having lost height when I was in that horrible accident that I threw myself on top of my mother and that stupid cab driver that we had drove into an oncoming truck. Aside from all of that, even with regaining the height that I had lost, which is supposed to be physically impossible, but I'm very gracious happened. If anybody, which I'm sure Sammy probably noticed, depends on how much time you spent outside of the car. As beautiful as San Francisco is in so many ways, it is also filthy, and the streets are just so full of shit, just literally.
No, and you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Especially the area that I did. It's very close to the Tenderloin.
Yes.
So when I went there, I'm like, wow, this makes Watts look like Beverly Hills.
Yeah,
I thought Watts was, or Compton, or even some parts of South Central. I'm like, damn, this is Beverly Hills compared to this, and it's crazy because it's San Francisco. So it's like, damn, this is a mind fuck, excuse my French. But
it makes sense in the sense that you've got people that are so wealthy that there's there's no way that they can. I mean, obviously, we do not live in a just society, so it makes sense that when you have people that are so astronomically wealthy here, that they would have a place that where poverty is taken to the other extreme as well. And so yeah, the filth is something conducive to why I wear lifts. I mean, I can't even understand people who I see with sandals, just sandals and bare feet, and they're like inches next to dog shit in terms of, oh my God, it's you're really
Well,
concerned. But go on. Yeah.
well, the dog shit is one thing, but the human feces is
Yes,
probably worse.
it is. It
But
is. Go on. Yeah.
like I said, I had a great time. And really, it was a treat. I'm gonna tell you that it was a treat, and I really recommend Vivian.
Yeah.
If you ever get a chance to take it, because you will enjoy yourself as far as what Doug can show you. And I'm sure every person is going to be different, but at least in my perspective, in my case, Doug superseded. You blew off the doors of what I actually thought you would want to do. I think the fact that I got to be a blessing to you, Doug, my family, that was what I really wanted to be, as far as giving you at least some type of comfort that you have people that love, and they're actually normal. Like, I have a job and I have a family, and I have things I work towards, and I'm not someone who really has nothing to live for, or I feel like there's not stuff to fight for. I really do believe there's the future is brighter than what is now, and there's going to be better in the past. It's just there's going to have to be change, and unfortunately, war requires change. It's just
right.
inevitable. But anyways,
or rather, change usually does not take place without war.
Right.
Is basically
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
By the way, this is when we were speaking about how this was a pleasant experience for him, and yes, by all means, I'm so glad he corrected me, because forget the dog shit. There's human shit everywhere in San Francisco, and it's amazing how my mind blanked that out for a minute. But definitely, just so people know, it's there. I saw, and I do want to share this before Sammy leaves tonight. The other day when I went to CV, which was just the day before I saw Sammy, there were people who, it was actually the appointment I had with her the month before that I saw this. There was just a young couple, and they were Caucasian, and they were obviously homeless, and they had spent the night sleeping in what was like a restaurant booth outdoors. And that was something that was just horrifying to me. I brought that subject up with V, and she said they probably...
You know what?
Yeah.
Nothing scares me than poor white people. That really scares me.
Yeah.
What a waste of white skin, That's what Paul Mooney used to say, the comedian.
Yeah.
But it's true. Like, what are you doing homeless? You guys are so privileged. Or that's really scary.
Yeah, it is. It is. And just to put that into some context for people, of course, things are changing radically now. And you have a lot of these white baby boomers in particular have expended all of this privilege and wealth that they have inherited, and their children are going without. So we are truly in very desperate times. But when I asked Sammy, basically, when I asked him in the Facebook messages, I pray both myself and thine own made it home safely, and he answered, "Yes, we made it safe, thanks to the Creator and my parents' prayers. Glad my family can be a blessing to you, Doug. Thank you once again for making time for myself and family." Obviously, I appreciate the last sentence. Of the other two, it made it sound like something had happened. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck happened on the way home?
I went through Red California. I have family there. And every time I go there...
you said that. Tell us a little bit about that before you go out until the night. Holy shit.
Every time I go there...
you don't know if you're going to make it out alive, yeah.
Well, yes, and then the inbreeding white people, like there really are yokels out there. The Simpsons make fun of this, but it's true. These people are yokels, and they're inbred, and where they conjugate is Walmart. Walmart is their you see them at Walmart, and that's very much where I see them a lot, or other areas, but Walmart is very eerie. Like, you will step into Walmart, you're like, damn, Walmart is pretty much like like when I think of Walmart, I think of America. It's just everything it doesn't have no value in the sense that it's just there. You know what I mean? It's like we'll get it at Walmart. Walmart, okay, I guess, but no. And when I walk these areas, and I literally left San Francisco, and San Francisco is, as much as we talk about human shit and dog shit everywhere, it's a place where because people ask, well, isn't it expensive? I'm like, you have to understand, okay, San Francisco is what it is, but when you're there, and obviously you make accommodations to be there, it's actually a pretty good place in the sense of learning about really the world.
Yes.
And I live in Los Angeles. I'm not saying Los Angeles is not like that, but the problem with Los Angeles is you have Hollywood here.
Yes. Hollywood
really kind of distracts you from the great things of LA, but really it's Hollywood, really, when you come to LA. Yeah. And, I'm not saying there's not, but what San Francisco is what is the East Coast New York, in my opinion.
Yes. Yes.
In a sense
the parallel, I understand.
Yes. Yeah. It's so much history there. And the fact that there's buildings that are as old as the buildings in New York, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's almost like it's divine intervention in the sense of why God put that city there and so much history there. And when I was thinking, driving back, I told myself, I'm glad I did what I did in a sense of shaking your hand and just having the ability to talk to you, yes. Because hearing you all these years, I've wondered if you were even accessible in the sense of so much trauma you went through and how very sane you are. And I hate to put it that way, but it's a miracle, okay, of how much of a great person you are. And I have to credit that to your parents because I love my parents, and I have to credit who I am to my parents. I had very good parents, and when you're talking to Peter Moon about, how much your parents loved you, and they did what they could, what little they had. Well, that touched me too, because I can say the same thing about my parents. Yes. And in a sense, I'm only looking after, Diana's child, really. And at the end, that's who I'm friends with, because, you're a reflection of your parents, and you're not just your biological father, but you're the man that raised you as well. And I'm honoring them by helping you, because you're still their children. You're still their child. I mean, every one of us have our parents, but what I'm willing to you is you're still their child, and they're still with you. And a lot of people don't understand that when you decide to hurt someone's child, our Creator does not like that. We are His children, we are His creation, and the people that are under His love and authority, God is not going to just allow that to happen. And I felt like, God used me in a sense to, show you and just be a friend, And I'm no one special in a sense of it's me. It's really, kind of God using me to kind of remind you, Doug, that be people that love you, okay? And it's one of those things where not even me, but even the people that have helped you, wow, I was there too. It just wasn't me. It's very comforting that it wasn't just me that was there to help you. Yes, monetarily, but even with that, it's sending good vibes. You talk about Artilica with Megan Brussels, the wreckage of her child, but that little help that I gave you, that little care package, is my Artilica of love, yes, of selflessness that comes from my parents. It's like my parents to your parents, yes. Because eventually people like-minded are going to find each other. And I think you and I are very similar in that through our parents and even each other as far as our selflessness. And you've showed it obviously through your work throughout your life. So, that's just really all. It's what I'm supposed to do as a friend,
Thank you. That was beautiful, and of course, you're a beautiful soul, as is
Thank
Maria,
you.
and also Viviana. So, Viviana, join me in saying goodnight to our dear friend Sammy, and let people know you'll be behind me throughout the night. Of course, if you do fall asleep, don't worry about it. But do come on just to let people know you're here, Viv. See if.
Oh, thanks for coming up, Sammy. I appreciate it.
Yes. Yes.
You're a wonderfully kind, sweet, and generous person. I appreciate that you had such lovely things to say and that you got to go visit Douglas. Awesome.
Oh, you're welcome. And maybe one day we get to meet each other too. But for the most part, please support Doug. His PayPal. And go visit Vivian Sanchez's channel.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be well entertained, and please continue supporting Doug. And So good night, and God bless everybody.
Yes. God bless.
Good night, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy. And share our love with Maria. And so, Viviana, do say good night to our audience, so to speak, and let them know you'll be behind my back so long as you can stay awake.
Yes, I will be right here in the chat with all of you lovely people. And enjoying your transmission, Douglas.
Oh, bless you, honey. Thank you so much. Love you dearly.
Certainly.
Yes.
Right.
And always good to have such wonderful people. And yes, this is what motivates me to continue. And Troy Bellamy says, God's love to you, Douglas, and the crew. Thank you, sir. Hugs. And so with that, I do want people to understand that today was National Beauticians Day. And it was also the San Francisco lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and allied plus parade. And it was the 7th same-sex marriage legal anniversary. It is also the day after the weekend of the fall of Roe versus Wade and the rise of Dobbs and Bruin. These are two legal actions that will now live in infamy for the future. And of course, I will address the World War ongoing, guns and fetuses on episode tonight. A shout out first, of course, to KP. KP says, no full name shout out, please. I'm still with you 100%. Talk about zombies again, please. Penny diverted you from the topic on Halloween. Thanks for everything, KP, and thank you, KP, for a quarter of 100 United States dollars. My thanks to T-Tank Berry. T-Tank Berry, wonderful individual, contributed 180 United States dollars, traveled here very early in the morning at the break of dawn, and he basically dropped it right in through the door slide and set off my upstairs neighbor's dog, which was fine by me. And this wonderful individual was so thoughtful. He put this in an envelope that had the open mirror so you could see what's inside the envelope, and this enabled me to see right away what it was so I wouldn't have to trip off it and wonder as to whether or not it was anthrax powder. And of course, our dear Sammy Romero, who contributed 200 United States dollars. My thanks to all of them, both those gentlemen, T-Tank Berry and Sammy Romero, both drove here to do what they did. And God bless them and keep them both. These are brothers in battle, truly. And of course, don't miss the last chance to see the crescent moon near Mercury before dawn tonight. It's also, I think, the last chance to catch the moon alongside the Planet Parade that's thrilled Skywatchers this month. So if we had Amalia Willard on with us, the curious girl who has her own channel, she's been on here before, she could probably go to town on this no end. And maybe someday she'll be rejoining us again to do so about some other similar celestial phenomenon. It is, of course, the final weekend of Pride Month, which is why my son will be picking me up shortly after transmission ends towards daytime. And in fact, the sun won't be up yet when here in the Pacific Coast, but it'll be up by the time transmission finishes on the east. And it's the time to commemorate the fight for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and allied plus rights in these United States and beyond. Because for decades, that struggle has been closely intertwined with movements for democracy, freedom, and human rights worldwide. Now, this week, it's the G7 and NATO summits that will be in focus. This is what our dear Viviana Sanchez was alluding to earlier in the program when I was basically crashing hard and getting ready to vomit, which is what I did several times to actually normalize myself. And the Ukrainian, by the way, I just got a news flash. The White House, it says Biden still opposes expanding the Supreme Court. Okay, that's madness at this point. That's just madness. I'll go into that soon enough. And as far as I'm concerned, it's almost like he's operating for the enemy. But more about that soon enough. When it comes to the G7 and NATO that Viviana was attempting to allude to, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is expected to virtually address both the G7 and NATO summits. The G7 summit is already underway in the Bavarian Alps, where President Joe Biden and his fellow leaders are even now discussing ways to punish Russia for its invasion of Ukraine while still managing an unsteady global economy. They have decided to do this by basically banning Russian gold from the markets. And the G7 summit that began over this weekend in the United Germany will continue through tomorrow. With the war in Ukraine and rising prices, the big focus for the leaders of some of the world's biggest economies. In fact, the 7 largest economies on Earth. Now, the day after tomorrow, President Biden will travel to Madrid, Spain, the capital of España, for the 2022 NATO summit of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, another alliance that has been aiding Ukraine amid Russia's ongoing invasion. In summary, the U.S. President, Joe Biden, realizes the West is locked in a battle with autocratic governments such as Red China and revanchist, revisionist Russia. The United States and European powers blame Putin's decision to invade Ukraine as the reason relations with the West have sunk to the lowest level since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, including the severest sanctions in postmodern history. In fact, modern history in toto. But Putin insists the West wants to destroy Russia, that the economic sanctions are akin to a declaration of economic war, and that the Russian Empire will build ties with other powers such as Red China and Asian India. Which brings us back to the BRICS, which recently held its meeting just days before the G7. These are the 2 enemy power blocks. If you want to see what World War III is like, these are the 2 opposing sides. However, Communist China straddles them both, as does Asian India. So you've got some sides that are playing 2 sides. I've just put in an article where you can see the head leaders of the BRICS. And these are the enemy. Every one of those guys in that photograph ought to be shot. And every single one of them deserves such a fate. Because they're not nice people and they're dragging their own empires into the dirt. But the BRICS is an acronym coined to associate 5 major emerging economies: Brazil, Russia, Asian India, the People's Republic of China, and South Africa. And their leaders held an online meeting this week last, wherein Vladimir Putin excoriated the West for exporting crisis, and Xi Jinping called for the BRICS to rise up, basically his own declaration of war, and Xi said Cold War mentality must end. By that he means everyone must take up a hot war mentality. That's essentially what he's saying. Now, the market's wrapped with stocks roaring back with the best week in a month. But when most people think of copper, they think of pennies or pipes. to the people who are watching copper prices closely, they're thinking recession. Why, you might ask? Well, the price of copper, which is used in everything from building materials to consumer electronics, has been tanking in recent weeks, and that's being seen as a sign of a global economic downturn on the horizon. So, desperate to tame rising prices, central bankers are vying to boost domestic buying power at the expense of exporters. Ergo, therefore, the global currency wars have begun because, well, inflation. The European central bank's Isabel Schnabel started it. In February, she flashed a chart showing how much the euro had weakened against the US dollar. 2 months later, the Bank of Canada's Tiff Macklem bemoaned the decline of the Canadian dollar. Swiss National Bank President Thomas Jordan suggested he'd like to see a stronger franc. But the United States dollar has been soaring, now up 7% for the year, as the Federal Reserve prepared to aggressively combat inflation. And so, one by one, central bankers elsewhere, just as desperate to tame the relentless march of inflation in their own backyards, began sending not-so-subtle signals that they would for once welcome a stronger currency, which helps reduce the cost of imports by boosting buying power abroad. It's a form of intervention so rare that their jawboning alone moved markets. On June 16th, 12 of them upped the ante. Switzerland surprised traders with the first rate increase since 2007. The year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, George Dietrich, was thanatized, processed to death by the Veterans Administration, sending the franc soaring to its highest level in 7 years. Hours later, the Bank of England announced its own rate increase and signaled bigger hikes to come. The value of currencies has emerged as an even larger part of the inflation equation. Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated economist Michael Cahill says he can't recall a time when the central banks of developed nations have ever targeted stronger currencies so aggressively. The foreign exchange world is calling it the reverse currency war because, for more than a decade, countries sought the opposite. A weaker currency meant domestic companies could sell goods abroad at more competitive prices, aiding economic growth. But with the cost of everything, from fuel to food to appliances soaring, strengthening buying power has suddenly become more important. It's a dangerous game. If left unchecked, this international competition threatens to trigger wild swings in the value of the most dominant currencies, handicap manufacturers that rely on exports, upend the finances of multinational companies, and shift the burdens of inflation around the world. Foreign exchange wars are notoriously a zero-sum game. There will be winners and losers. Alan Ruskin, chief international strategist at Deutsche Bank AG, says every country wants the same thing, but you can't have that in the currency world. One of the most notable large-scale government interventions in currency markets came in 1985. The value of the US dollar had shot up during President Ronald Reagan's first term on the back of rising long-term interest rates, reaching its highest ever level against the British pound sterling. The administration initially saw this as a tribute to the strength of the American economy, but the drawbacks soon became all too clear. Reagan came under pressure from U.S. manufacturers who were finding it increasingly difficult to market their goods abroad. Lee Morgan, former chief executive officer at machinery giant Caterpillar Incorporated, estimated that hundreds of U.S. companies were losing billions of dollars in international orders annually to Japanese competitors because of the stronger dollar. In September of 1985, U.S. central bankers met with their French, German, Japanese, and British counterparts at the Plaza Hotel in New York City. in what became known as the Plaza Accord. They came up with a plan that would drive the American currency, the US dollar, down 40% in the ensuing 12 years until finance ministers signed the Louvre Accord in Paris that ended the effort. Since then, governments have rarely intervened so explicitly to influence the value of currencies. Subtler attempts are more commonplace. In 2010, Brazilian Finance Minister Guido Mantega gave currency wars their name when he accused countries including Switzerland and the Empire of Japan of deliberately weakening their currencies to increase their competitiveness abroad. The tensions deepened the rift between emerging market economies and their more developed counterparts. Red China has inflamed critics for years by refusing to allow the yuan to strengthen as cheap exports fueled an economic boom. Donald Trump targeted the Communist Chinese Empire's exchange rate on the campaign trail. As these United States and Red China traded blows for tit-for-tat tariffs during his presidency, the Chinese mainland allowed the yuan to weaken below the symbolic level of 7 to the dollar, a line it hadn't crossed in more than a decade, raising alarms that the currency might be weaponized and prompting the U.S. Department of the Treasury to brand Red China a currency manipulator. And perhaps no country today is better known for its efforts to keep a lid on the value of its currency than the Empire of Japan, where the yen's decline has padded the pockets of companies such as Toyota Motor Corporation and Nintendo Company. The Bank of Japan governor, Haruhiko Kuroda, has continued to signal a dovish stance, whilst conceding that the yen's plunge is not good for the economy. The currency has fallen more than 18% this year, and foreign exchange traders are increasingly betting on the day when central bankers there will have no choice but to reverse their stance. In today's currency war, the strong US dollar arguably has the most to lose. Its gains in 2022 have proven a blessing for a Federal Reserve that's trying to fight the fastest price gains in 4 decades. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has stressed the Biden administration's commitment to a market-determined exchange rate, but that hasn't stopped politicians from celebrating the dollar's gain. In May, Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey, a Republican, said on Bloomberg television that the Fed has to do its job. It's got to stay this course in fighting inflation, but the strength of the dollar is doing a lot to help. Well, the United States may not enjoy this advantage for long. The Swiss and British rate exchanges, increases really, have already weighed on the dollar, which earlier in June notched its biggest 2-day drop since March 2020. Some industries will welcome the weakening. Salesforce Incorporated says it expects the dollar's gain to cost it $600 million in revenue this fiscal year. During an earnings call in May, the CEO, Mark Benioff, said the dollar might have even had a stronger quarter than we did. Now, developing countries, especially exporters such as Argentina and Turkey, are among the most vulnerable. A lot of emerging economies have more debt denominated in dollars than they do in their own currencies. To quote Harvard economics professor Jeffrey Frankel, that's the worst of all worlds, to have your currency depreciate against the dollar when you have dollar debt. Exactly how much a stronger currency will even tamp down inflation remains unclear. The so-called pass-through rate, the degree to which a foreign exchange rate affects consumer price index, has proven minimal. But in an era of rampant inflation, it may do more good. A 10% gain in the dollar would have previously only damped inflation by about a 0.5 percentage point. Today, Citigroup Incorporated global chief economist Nathan Sheets, who previously worked for the Treasury Department and Federal Reserve, says it could be a full percentage point. Experts warn that any government intervention carries a high risk of failure. Per Mark Sobel, a former top Treasury Department official who's now U.S. chairman for the Official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum, a think tank. He says, targeting exchange rates can be a very fickle and unfruitful exercise. Predicting how exchange markets may react to a given policy choice can often be a fool's errand. Well, Russia has driven the United German economy to the breaking point. So it is in all this context that United Europe must declare a war economy. Vladimir Putin, who casts the Ukraine war as a special military operation, blames the United States for humiliating the Russian Empire in the aftermath of the 1991 fall of the Soviet Union and threatening Moscow by enlarging the NATO military alliance. Russia claims to have sent troops into Ukraine on February 24th to degrade its southern neighbor's military capabilities, root out people it called dangerous nationalists, so-called Nazis, and defend the Russian speakers of the two eastern Ukrainian regions. Ukraine testifies that Russia has launched an imperial-style land grab and will never surrender its territory to Russia. Now, during a weekend, well, actually it was Wednesday midweek last, conversation with Politico, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg condemned Putin for his attack of Ukraine, and he reiterated the organization's support of Ukraine. He said NATO has a political and a moral obligation to provide substantial support to Zelensky's country and would continue supplying Ukraine with weapons for as long as necessary. The next step in the conflict between the West and Russian President Vladimir Putin was supposed to be a European boycott on Russian coal, oil, and natural gas. It may instead be a gas embargo by Vladimir Putin himself imposed upon Europa. It all comes to much the same. The countries of the European Union must accept what some of them, notably the United Germany and Austria, spent years denying. It's that in the eyes of an amoral despot such as Putin, everything is a weapon of war. That includes nuclear and chemical arms, but also wheat, disinformatia or disinformation, and, not least, energy itself. For decades, Putin has done his best to make European countries as dependent as possible on Siberian hydrocarbons to create vulnerabilities in the West. Now he's exploiting those weaknesses. Since April, the Kremlin has been shutting off Russian flows of natural gas to a growing list of EU countries Putin deems to be hostile. First Poland and Bulgaria, then Finland, the Netherlands, and Denmark. He's now throttling the gas flowing through Nord Stream, a pipeline linking Russia directly to the heartland of United Germany. By the way, Viviana has just tagged myself in a post, which I am allowing. God bless you, honey, to show that I am live. Now, when it comes to what is happening as a result of Putin's denial, downstream recipients like Italy, Magna Italia is how I always think of Italy, Roma on the peninsula, they're also affected. The International Energy Agency, based in Paris, warns that Putin could turn the gas tap off completely within months. And he probably will, just because he can. In the first 100 days of the war, Russia has made as much as ever from selling fossil fuels. Sanctions be damned. One reason is that non-Western countries such as Red China and Asian India are stepping in for the EU as buyers. and buy more than Europa ever did. They've got populations in the billions. Another is that soaring energy prices are making up for reduced volumes to Europe. As is his wont, Putin shrouds his aggression in subterfuge. Sometimes he blames the buyers for not paying in rubles, for example, even though that isn't stipulated in the contracts, or technical problems. The interruptions at Nord Stream allegedly have to do with missing components. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has called these Russian excuses what they are: lies. Putin's objective is crystal clear. It's to make his countries such as United Germany deplete their storage tanks, so they will be only partially filled when the cold season arrives in fall and winter. Putin loves the soaring energy prices these shortages are causing, which are hurting Western consumers, causing social tension, and may yet test the European Union's very resolve. He'd be especially thrilled if his energy blockade forces parts of European industry to shut down. That may yet happen. Several United German industrial companies, in sectors from chemicals to steel and glass, have already warned that they may have to curb production if energy gets dearer or scarcer. Austria, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Denmark have already activated emergency plans. The United Germany this week escalated from the first of 3 stages, early warning, to the second, alarm stage. In the 3rd stage, emergency, the government seizes complete control over allocating natural gas in Das Vaterland, the fatherland. United Germany and other parts of Europe are heading for rationing. In effect, a war economy. Austria has already had to restart a mothballed power plant running on coal, which is much dirtier as a fuel than gas. United Germany is also firing up its coal generators. That's bitter for a country that had instead been planning to exit coal power altogether. It's especially wrenching for the Greens, who are running the Combined Energy and Commerce Ministry and have to implement this policy U-turn. Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany's predicament, is blowback for the cumulative policy mistakes of decades. Not only have successive governments, including all 4 mainstream parties at various times, naively made themselves dependent on Russian pipeline gas, they also rashly exited from nuclear power generation. The last 3 fission-based plants are slated to be turned off in December. In effect, previous German governments volunteered to becomest Putin's energy hostage. That makest Das Vaterlands debate now all the more racking. The center-right parties in opposition and government want to keep the 3 remaining nuclear power plants running. The center-left Social Democrats and Greens, for whom opposition to nuclear energy has been a generational totem, are still resisting. Such debates being waged at all are proof that reality still hasn't fully sunk in. The late psychiatrist Elizabeth Kubler-Ross believed that people must cycle through 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. The United Germans, in particular, appear stuck in the first 4. Acceptance means preparing now for the economic war against Putin to come. It means getting fossil fuels from other countries, fracking gas out of the ground underneath, and importing even more of it in liquid form by ship. It also means splitting atoms, putting up wind turbines, and all the rest. But above all, acceptance means cutting back. All Europeans must stop being the grasshopper in Aesop's fable, who spent the summer making music and frolicking, but then had nothing in the winter. They must instead become the fable's ants, forbearing, abstaining, conserving, saving. Western Europeans have been lucky so far not to be in a shooting war as Ukrainians are. But they're already combatants in the economic war against Vladimir Putin. It's time for sacrifice. Are we ready for the new world order? By the way, that was the provocative title of the panel that led off the ambitiously named World Government Summit in Dubai in the last week of March. It was framed to suggest that a new global order is emerging, and that the world is not yet ready for it. There was a proliferation of writing about who will shape the future world order in immediate wake of Russian President Vladimir Putin launching his invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, the most murderous Europe has suffered since the Soviet invasion of Poland in 1939. The tempting conclusion: should Ukraine survive as an independent, sovereign, and democratic country, the American and European-backed forces will regain momentum against the previously ascendant Sino-Slavic synaxial forces of authoritarianism, oppression, and most self-evidently, in Putin's case, pure raw evil. That sounds like good news, but there's a downside. In the Atlantic magazine, Atlantic Council Fellow Michael Schumann wrote on behalf of an organization not related to the publication that the Russian invasion of Ukraine and a series of COVID-related shutdowns in Red China do not, on the surface, appear to have much in common. Yet both are accelerating a shift that is taking the world in a dangerous direction, splitting it into two spheres, one centered on Washington, D.C., the other on Beijing. My own son's husband's conversations in Dubai, at the World Government Summit, and at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum, which I am only now free to discuss, showed little enthusiasm or conviction for this bifurcated vision of our future. The Middle Eastern participants have no interest in abandoning relations with Red China, the leading trading partner of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula and the United Arab Emirates in the Persian Gulf, or breaking with the Russian Empire, which established itself as a force to be reckoned with when it saved Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad through its military intervention in his war. Beyond that, our Mideast partners have lost confidence in America's commitment to global leadership or competence for it, following yesteryear's botched Afghanistan withdrawal. They are also experiencing whiplash from a Trump misadministration that trashed the nuclear deal with Iran to a Biden administration they feel is pursuing it without sufficiently factoring in Tehran's regional aggression. In all my own travels throughout Southwest Asia, what you Americans know as the Mideast, years agone, I have never heard of this level of frustration from Southwest Asian or Mideast government officials with American policymakers. That said, they are watching Ukraine with fascination because a Ukrainian victory, with a strong united West behind it, would force a rethink about American commitment and competence and shift the trajectory of declining transatlantic influence and relevance. Conversely, a Putinista victory, even at a huge cost to Russians and Ukrainians alike, would accelerate Western decline as an effective global actor. My own answer to the panel question on our preparedness for the New World Order, well, it would never be mine own, but I'm relaying it to you on his behalf. It was actually my son's husband who actually mentioned this on conference. was to quote Henry Kissinger. I mean, who else? A person who's not an expert in foreign affairs really has no one else to quote. So he resorted to the standard, which is unfortunate because Kissinger should never be such, in questioning the premise itself of New World Disorder. But in his book titled World Order, Kissinger wrote, "No truly global world order has ever existed. What passes for order in our time was devised in Western Europe nearly 4 centuries ago at a peace conference in the German region of Westphalia, conducted without the involvement or even the awareness of most other continents or civilizations." Over the following centuries, of course, its influence has spread. With that Westphalian context, the question is not what the New World Order would be, but rather if the United States and its allies can, through Ukraine, reverse the erosion of the past century's gains as a first step toward establishing the first truly global world order. Former U.S. National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley told Sugar Daddy, the name we use to protect the identity of my son's husband, that the effort was the 4th attempt toward international order in the past century. The first effort after World War I, through the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations, tragically failed. Instead, the world got Eurasiatic communism, U.S. isolationism, a global economic crisis, and millions dead from the Holocaust and World War II. Following World War II, the Axis and its defeated American partner were dramatically more successful, building what came to be called the liberal international order through the Marshall Plan and new multilateral institutions like the United Nations. The Marshall Plan being the reparations paid to Europe for the damage the Americans had done, forced into such as they were by losing the war to the 1,000-year Reichen exile and the victorious Empire of Japan. The United Nations still wages that war to this day, via their own charter, rationalizing their very existence. But they wage it now against my Taiwan, the sole surviving active Axis nation on the surface of the world. But aside from the Marshall Plan and the United Nations Organization, World War II brought into being the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, the IMF, NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the European Union, and others. The third effort came as following the West's Third World War, its so-called Cold War, in which the West emerged triumphant. European democracies emerged or were restored. NATO was enlarged. The European Union expanded. And it seemed for a time that the rules, practices, and institutions developed in the West after World War II and throughout the Cold War period could absorb and steer an expanded international order. The Communist Chinese Empire profited from and embraced this order for a time. What has been eroding now for some years is American leaders' commitment to defend, uphold, and advance that expanded international order, what Sugar Daddy's quoted Kissinger called an inexorably expanding cooperative order of states observing common rules and norms, embracing liberal economic systems, forswearing territorial conquest, respecting national sovereignty, and adopting participatory and democratic systems of government. American foreign policy leadership has rarely been consistent, but it was remarkably so after World War II and through the end of the Cold War. Since then, the inconsistencies have grown, underscored by former President Barack Obama's leading from behind and former President Donald Trump's America First. Both, in their own ways, were a retreat from former President Harry Truman and the post-World War II architecture and American global leadership that he established in defeat and embraced in economic prosperity. In the Middle East, countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, United Arab Emirates, that were once our closest allies, now are hedging their bets. Beyond the Iran disagreements, the failure of former President Trump to accept his own electoral defeat raises doubts among our friends about the durability of the American political system and the consistency of U.S. foreign policy. Beyond that, our Mideast friends resent the Biden administration's characterization of the emerging global contest as one pitting democracy versus authoritarianism. Anwar Gargash, diplomatic advisor to the UAE president, told the World Government Summit, and here I quote his T, "Every democratic attempt in the Arab world has turned ideological or tribal, so I'm not sure it is something we can work out successfully." He repackages the issues between democracy and authoritarianism as not binary, but ones of governance, and the solution being something in the middle of both. President Joe Biden's decision to release an unprecedented 180 million barrels of crude from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve on the 31st day in March was an acknowledgement that America's traditional oil-producing partners were not prepared to help us. That decision came just hours after OPEC, the oil production exportation cartel, ignored calls from Western politicians to pump oil more quickly and to resist any suggestion they should remove Russia from the organization. Meanwhile, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov visited New Delhi, the capital of Asian India, but this last week, to thank Asian India for its refusal to join sanctions against Russia, an approach shared by Brazil, Mexico, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates. Said Lavrov, "We will be ready to supply to India any goods which India wants to buy." To shape the future world order, these United States and Europa first need to reverse the trajectory of Western and democratic decline in Ukraine. The rest will need to follow. Because by Beijing's BRICS summit, Putin is back on the world stage. When the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin dialed in to the virtual BRICS summit hosted by Beijing on Thursday, it was his first time attending a forum with the heads of major economies since launching an invasion of Ukraine earlier this year. For Putin, this offered a welcome picture. His face beamed on screen alongside other leaders whose countries make up this acronymous grouping. China's Xi Jinping, India's Narendra Modi, Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro, and South Africa's Cyril Ramaphosa. A signal that Russia, though battered by sanctions and remonstrations for the invasion, is not alone. It's a message that may resonate even more clearly as the communist Chinese and Russian empires, weeks before the invasion, declared their own relationship to have no limits, and as each of the BRICS leaders have avoided condemning Russia outright, even as they hold varying levels of interest in not being seen to endorse its actions and run afoul of Western friends. Below the surface, Putin's invasion threw yet another complication into BRICS, a more than decade-old grouping of major emerging economies, which already suffers from mistrust between members and mismatched ideologies. But observers concur that the decision by the group to press ahead with its 14th annual summit reflects a view held by BRICS countries on the global order, and, by extension, the situation in Ukraine, that departs from that of the West. While the countries may argue that engaging Russia is better than not, the optics only becomest sharper in contrast. The BRICS summit was followed days later, this weekend, by the meeting of a bloc of the world's leading advanced economies, the Group of Seven, which have been united in their voice against Russian aggression, and kicked Moscow out of their bloc following its annexation of the Crimea in 2014. It's all about these turbulent times, because thusly on Thursday, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping criticized the abuse of international sanctions, while the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin lambasted the West for fomenting global crisis, with both tyrants calling for greater BRICS cooperation. The beginning of the formation of the enemy alliance we must go up against. Xi Jinping called on BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to take up the responsibility conferred by their economic clout, and said they should stand up for a truly multinational international system based on the United Nations, where both Russia and China have the veto votes that render it into eternal impotence. Therefore, no one can act against them. The Communist Chinese Empire has by far the largest economy in the BRICS grouping, rendering it the natural leader. Its economy accounting for more than 70% of that group's collective $27.5 trillion United States dollars worth of economic might. Through a translator, Xi told the BRICS summit, "We must abandon Cold War mentality and bloc confrontation and oppose unilateral sanctions and the abuse of sanctions. Our meeting today cometh at a crucial moment of choice for the future of humanity. As key emerging markets and developing countries, BRICS countries must rise to our responsibility." Putin called for stronger BRICS cooperation and took a swipe at the West, which he accused of fomenting a crisis, blaming the West for, in his words, using financial mechanisms to shunt their own mistakes in macroeconomic policy on to the whole world. Only on the basis of honest and mutually beneficial cooperation can we look for ways out of the crisis situation that has developed in the global economy due to the ill-considered and selfish actions of individual states. Putin has said relations with Red China are at the best they have ever been, and touts a strategic partnership with the mainland Chinese aimed at countering American influence. Beijing, this year's host and by far the most economically powerful of those five nations, which together make us up around a quarter, 25% of worldwide GDP, gross domestic product, appears set to focus on its own agenda, promoting its new global development and security initiatives and pushing back on what it sees as bloc building by the United States. In a speech to BRICS foreign ministers last month, where he called on that group to promote development in this period of turbulence and transformation, Xi Jinping said that BRICS countries should strengthen mutual political trust and security cooperation, coordinate on major international and religious or regional issues is really what he said. I'm misreading the character here, the Chinese iconograph, accommodate each other's core interests, and oppose hegemonism and power politics. Now, some of the crises of this period, like food insecurity and a rising debt crisis in the developing world, are those that the group, established in 2009 as a means to serve common interests of emerging market economies and developing countries, was ostensibly formed to address. Since its inception, BRICS which added South Africa circa 2011, the year my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother died, was murdered, has been united in calling for more representation of major emerging economies on the world stage, and against what it views as a disproportionate dominance of the Western powers. That has meant pushing for reforms at the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, and, on occasion, making a veiled jab at NATO actions. It's also seen the countries discussing issues like how to settle trade in their own currencies, outside the US dollar system, an issue that now takes on more relevance for BRICS following Western sanctions on the Russian Empire. Those penalties have cut off Russia's central bank from most US dollar transactions, sanctioned banks, and removed major institutions from international banking systems. That's left countries that continue to do business with Russia scrambling for ways to avoid violating sanctions. Both Asian India and Red China on the mainland remain heavy buyers of Russian fuel. According to Shahar Hameri, a professor and political economist at the University of Queensland in Australia, any kind of meaningful steps away from a US dollar-dominated system, or denominated system is what he actually said, are potentially significant. There wasn't going to be any full-throated embrace of Russia at that summit. There was never any doubt about it, and I'm sure there was plenty of awkwardness there. But behind the awkwardness, de-dollarization is one area where these governments do have a shared interest. There be cross purposes as well, of course, because despite some common interests, the BRICS groups has long been plagued by questions of cohesion, given outsized differences in its members' political and economic systems and their divergent geopolitical interests. In addition, the complexities of Russia's invasion of Ukraine toned down any major outcomes of this week's summit, even as, with the exception of Brazil, the BRICS nations other than Russia abstained from voting in a United Nations General Assembly resolution supported by 141 countries that called on Moscow to withdraw from Ukraine. The Communist Chinese Empire, for its part, has accused NATO of provoking Russia to attack Ukraine, while similar rhetoric has circulated in public debate in Asian India. In South Africa, Ramaphosa earlier this year told lawmakers the war could have been avoided if NATO had heeded warnings over considering Ukraine's membership of its bloc. And although Brazil voted to condemn Russia's aggression against Ukraine at the UN, its dictator, Bolsonaro, has hedged, saying days earlier the country would remain neutral. Meanwhile, a long-standing source of internal friction within BRICS remains unresolved: tensions between Asian India and Red China, which in 2020 spiraled into a violent border clash. On the other hand, BRICS has been a way of ensuring some form of engagement with China for India. And this remains critical as New Delhi, the capital thereof, is wary of provoking Beijing, especially as it has partnered with these United States, the Empire of Japan, and Australia on their Quad security grouping, and is increasingly viewed by the US as part of its strategy to counter Red China. Asian India thus walked the BRICS tightrope and played BRICS to its interests, New Delhi making a fairly safe gamble by supporting the group without putting itself at odds with the West. The BRICS group, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, may seem like a legacy software, a once promising innovation now eclipsed by more effective alternatives. The group held its first summit circa 2009, minus South Africa, and pioneered so-called minilateralism. But its members have struggled to implement their vision for trade and economic structures outside the US-dominated financial system, in part because of their own economic challenges. BRICS, which held its annual summit virtually on Thursday, retains relevance simply by virtue of its membership. The countries make up nearly a quarter of global GDP. For Asian India, which seeks a permanent seat at the global high table, BRICS still provides benefits. However, the presence of India's rival, mainland China, and the greater role it seeks to assert within the group poses challenges. BRICS can still work for New Delhi, but it must perform a careful balancing act. BRICS brings several advantages to Asian India. Its aim to create economic alternatives for countries in the global south reflects a long-standing foreign policy goal for New Delhi, harkening back to its leadership of the non-aligned movement, the NAN, that was meant to be a counterpoint to the United Nations. Participation in a non-Western grouping balances Asian India's growing partnerships with the West, a key aspect of its strategic autonomy policy. BRICS, however, lacks the momentum and common purpose of the quadrilateral security dialogue, made up of Australia, Asian India, the Empire of Japan, and these United States. Intra-BRICS trade with each other, while modest, presents opportunities for Asian India in key markets, including Red China, which remains an important commercial partner despite security tensions. Asian India also supports the BRICS goal of shielding members from the economic fallout of Russia's war in Ukraine. And unlike within the Quad, the Ukraine issue does not create tension for India within BRICS. Still, BRICS presents a few problems for Asian India because China, which currently holds the group's rotating presidency, appears determined to scale up its own clout. Ahead of the summit, Red Chinese state media trumpeted the BRICS' China Year. Beijing also hopes to expand membership, thus growing its influence. Asian India works with Red China in other multilateral groups, such as the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I think they call it, but they are not battlegrounds for competition, whether because of their narrow focus or larger size. So buoyed by its growing friendship with Russia and intensifying competition with the United States, mainland China appears keen to position BRICS as a counterweight to United States-led, all U.S.-led institutions. It could use the group as a platform for anti-U.S. propaganda framed around U.S. sanctions on Russia and broader American hegemony. This would go against India's strategic autonomy policy. New Delhi also seeks to avoid being seen as part of an anti-U.S. bloc or an anti-American united front. Checking in my incoming messages here. And now, India should thus ensure that the group's public statements refrain from confrontational rhetoric against the American empire, even while quietly endorsing BRICS policies that won't go down well in the West, such as stepped-up economic cooperation with the Russian Empire. The summit produced a long joint statement that plays to Asian India's interests, emphasizing combating COVID-19, cooperating on economic development, and curbing climate change. It featured no direct criticism of these United States. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is even now participating in the G7 summit in United Germany, just after the BRICS meeting, underscoring how Asian India duplicitously manages its relationships. Still, these ties also made Asian India more reticent to back major outcomes from a BRICS summit. Going forward, India can make it a fairly safe gamble. It can pledge support for BRICS activities to show its loyalty and welcome continued cooperation while banking on the likelihood that BRICS won't move quickly on implementing them, sparing New Delhi from putting itself at odds with the West. To quote Sushant Singh, a senior fellow at the CPR, Center for Policy Research in New Delhi.
I would have been surprised if any substantive initiative was announced, because India would then be sending a message to the Quad and to its Western partners that it is willing to work very closely with China and Russia. This would make India's position very complicated. Still, we're talking about some very major economies whose leadership is willing to be seen with Putin, even if it is only on a virtual platform. The fact that Putin is welcome, he's not a pariah, he's not being pushed out, and this is a normal engagement which has taken place every year, and it's still taking place, that is a big plus for Putin.
Another question is how other nations in the bloc will view a drive, long under discussion and expected to be spearheaded by the Communist Chinese at last Thursday's summit, to expand the bloc to include more developing countries. In a meeting with his BRICS counterparts, yestermensis, last month, Red China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi called for the group to start a member country expansion process. According to Sino-Slavic relations analyst Alexander Gabuev, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, under normal circumstances, who says this has fueled an argument that the developing world instead should formulate international norms. Such an enlargement could play into perceptions from some parts that the West has shown a double standard in how it upholds those norms. Well, to quote the Carnegie Endowment's Gabuev, China has taken the usual steps, touting BRICS as a kind of soft alternative to the G7 and seeking to portray BRICS as a leader for the developing world against the club of wealthy capitalist democracies, which always includes members endorsing each other's key projects, albeit, in his words, now it's just harder to do because of Putin in the room. Bringing more countries on board is something that gives it more legitimacy, but again, whether that will go beyond symbolism for now, I'm not so sure. So, it comes down to this. Is the United States willing to sanction Asian India for importing Russian oil, even if it meant undermining a strategic relationship multiple U.S. presidents have cultivated since the turn of the century? Is crushing the Russian economy more important to American policymakers than executing its Indo-Pacific strategy, which depends on partners like Asian India to assist American efforts to compete with China? Or is the United States willing to undermine a central plank of that strategy in order to turn the economic screws against Moscow? Whether American and European sanctions will have their desired effect depends on one man, Vladimir Putin. Judging by his actions to date, the Russian strongman seems as open to enduring the costs of a recession if it means achieving his military objectives in Ukraine. It helps that Russia is an energy powerhouse that's still posting bumper sale revenues thanks to soaring oil prices. Even without an energy windfall, Russia could, in the near term, be buffered from sanctions. That's because the empire has been sanction-proofing itself since 2014, when it was also hit with a raft of trade restrictions after it illegally annexed the Crimea from Ukraine. Some experts have cast doubt on the reliability of Russian statistics since the start of the war. To quote Andrew Lawson, a fellow in the Europe, Russia, and Eurasia program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the Russian government obviously has an incentive to try to hide the economic impact of Western sanctions. Even if the economy is holding up as well as it appears, Russia could still eventually run out of time. When the commodities rally stall, and as the West's intensifying sanctions gnaw their way through their system. But for now, the empire is showing unexpected resilience from a range of measures, such as padding up its reserves and weaning off foreign capital. So, let me try and articulate what the Russian Empire has been doing in attempts to sanction-proof their economy. For one thing, Moscow has been padding up reserves and stashing up gold. This is why it's been so important to block Russian gold, restrict it wherever possible. Before the invasion, Russia held the world's fifth largest foreign currency and gold reserves pile, worth about $630 billion US dollars, according to the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economics. On June 13th, Veronica Karian, an economic researcheress at the ABA, American Bankers Association, wrote in an ABA Banking Journal post that this stockpile can cover the government's balance sheet and support the ruble. Putin has refashioned the Russian economy into a fortress to weather external shocks. Russia has lost access to about half of that amount due to sanctions, as their own empire's finance minister confirmed in March. But there's still lots of physical gold stashed up in the country, which is also the world's second largest producer of that precious metal. Russia's gold holdings have tripled since 2014, and they are all stored in vaults at home. That's according to the central bank that I sourced this from. The United States has sanctioned Russian transactions using gold, but that, as the aforementioned Karian has observed, wouldn't stop opportunistic countries from doing business with Moscow. Russia is also continuing to pad up some reserves in the form of its emergency funds, thanks to a windfall from its oil and gas sales. In April and June, it added $12.7 billion US dollars to its emergency reserves. These funds will be used to ensure stable economic development amid sanctions, as was reported by Reuters on the 9th of June, citing themselves a Russian government statement, I should say. As well, the Russian Empire has been weaning itself off foreign capital and paying down debt. On March 3rd, Gian Maria Milesi Ferretti, a senior economic studies fellow at the Hutchins Center on Fiscal and Monetary Policy, wrote that beyond saving up, Russia has been weaning itself off foreign capital by aggressively paying down debt over the last 8 years. The Russian Empire is now a net creditor on the international markets. In February, Andrew Weiss, a Russia expert at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, told NPR's Money Planet that Vladimir Putin is allergic to borrowing money. He's not looking to use the banking system in Russia or access to Western capital to make it Russia great. Now, Russia's foreign debts are pretty low. The government owed about $39 billion US dollars in foreign currency bonds at the end of 2021. JP Morgan estimated such. In comparison, Greece defaulted on the 205.6 billion euros. That would be 277.5 billion US dollars in sovereign debt circa 2012. Per Statista, U.S. national debt is at about 130% of GDP. As for Russia's overall national debt, it's just at 17% of GDP, well below triple-digit figures for many developed countries and mostly denominated in worthless rubles. So on June 15th, Anton Tabak, chief economist at Russian ratings agency Expert RA, wrote on to the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace website that the Russian Empire doesn't really need to borrow. The biggest problem Russia has now is paying its foreign debts because of restrictions caused by sanctions. Once that's solved, Russia and its companies will be able to pay down its debt, and the empire's own resources should, in the aforesourced Tabak's own words, be sufficient to cover the needs of the budget, banks, and corporations. And Russia is turning inwards to economic self-sufficiency. Russia is being forced to turn inward as it has become an international pariah.
But as a huge producer of commodities, its economy won't crumble entirely, even though growth will be slow and low. Hassan Malik, a senior sovereign analyst at Boston-based investment management consultancy Loomis Sayles, has told Business Insider that Russia is one of the few countries in the world that can engage in autarky. By engaging in autarky, here he is referring to the notion of economic self-sufficiency. The country is a major producer of crude oil, natural gas, wheat, and metals like nickel and palladium. To counter an exodus of international companies that have taken their goods and services with them, Russian entities have taken over the firms and are substituting their products with homegrown offerings. Exempli gratiae. The city of Moscow and a Russian state-backed group took over French car maker Renault's operations in their country for the nominal sum of 2 rubles, 3.5 cents. The city's mayor, Sergei Sobyanin, said in a blog post that they plan to revive a Soviet-era car brand with the manufacturing facilities. But Russia's economic situation will still be very tough. On June 9th, the AFP, the Associated Free Press, reported that Putin himself said that substituting imports with locally produced goods is not the panacea. I mean, far from it. If you've ever had anything built in Russia, you may as well stay home. He said Russia will look for new trading partners and continue developing its own industries for critically important technologies. In his March 3rd post, the aforecited Malesi Ferretti wrote that the breadth and scope of current situations, well, the sanctions, go as far beyond those imposed in 2014, so they will impose a very severe cost on the Russian economy. Now, Russia's economy is expected to shrink 8.5% this year, with a further decline of 2.3% in 2023. At least that's what the International Monetary Fund has projected in their April report. That would be the economy's largest decline since the years following the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. Indeed, the Western coalition that Secretary of State Antony Blinken and other U.S. diplomats knitted together with such care in the early days of this war are fraying. Turkey and Hungary, both members of the NATO alliance, have withheld their consent from key initiatives intended to isolate the Russian Empire. The Fifth French Republic and Die Neue Vereinte Deutschland, the new United Germany, are pushing hard to negotiate with the Russians, breaking with their counterparts in the United Kingdom, the Baltics, and these United States, where leaders are slow to trust Putin after experiencing his two-faced approach to peace talks during the Syria conflict. These disagreements have started to play out in public, creating a disunited front that makes it harder for the West to confront Putin at all. And the further you go outside the Western alliance, the more divided opinion becomes. Much of Africa, which has been the focus of Russian propaganda campaigns and diplomatic efforts, remains reluctant to take a stand against Putin at all. In the United Nations, only 8 African countries voted with the majority to suspend Russia's membership on the Human Rights Council over evidence Russian troops had committed mass atrocities in Ukraine. 9 voted against the measure, and another 22 abstained. And earlier this month, the president of the African Union met with Vladimir Putin with the goal of getting Russia's help with the dire food crisis in the sub-Saharan region. A bitter irony, given that Putin's invasion of Ukraine, their leading food provider, is what's subjecting tens of millions of people around the world to starvation. Red China and Asian India are also reluctant to confront Putin. Communist China's dictatorship has assiduously taken a neutral line on Ukraine, while lower-level officials and state-aligned media actively circulate Russian disinformation. Asian India a nominal democracy and ostensibly a American partner, has taken a similar approach. At a forum in early June, Subramanyam Jaishankar, India's Minister of External Affairs, declared that, to quote his tea, Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. Whilst foreign policy commentator Murtaza Hussain went on record to say, he made a good point. He's saying, you guys don't moralize or really care about things that happen in Asia. Now you're asking us to set aside our own interests. That isn't so much a propaganda victory for Putin as a calculation by non-Western countries about their own rational interest. The Russian government is willing to take thousands upon thousands of casualties to try things and fail. That's not as big of a political crisis as it would be here in the United States. Putin has more tools for controlling public opinion. Napoleon once wrote that war is a matter of opinion, and that, in the long run, may be what ultimately dictates whether Putin emerges victorious from his invasion of Ukraine. Because democracy versus autocracy is the wrong framing for the war in the Ukraine. On the first day of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, amid the cacophony of war, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he heard the sound of a new Iron Curtain falling across Europa. That message resounded loudly in Washington and across all Europe, where ever since the West has framed the war in ideological terms. Autocratic Russia, they explainest, is waging a brutal and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine because the latter aspired to follow the Western model of liberal democracy. As such, the world must help Ukraine to defend itself, or risk imperiling the entire free world. This strategic narrative has been very effective in mobilizing these United States, the European Union, and other like-minded democracies, drawing as it does on national memories of the ideological confrontations and wars of the 20th century. It appeals to liberal values that are deeply embedded within the United States and Europe, infusing the West with greater unity and purpose. But elsewhere in the world, it has fallen flat. The majority of the world's countries have chosen to sit on the fence in the Russo-Ukrainian war. In fact, most of the world's population is represented by governments that opposed or abstained from the 3 United Nations resolution votes rebuking the Kremlin's aggression. Aside from these United States, Canada, the European Union, and a handful of countries in Asia, very few have joined the sanctions regime against Russia. And Moscow has exploited this fact to fuel its own propagandistic claims. As the war continues, then, the West needs a new strategic communication strategy. Instead of appealing to values, the West needs to make the hard-nosed, realist case for why other countries need to stand up to Russian military aggression. One that recasts Russian aggression as a violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity, undermining global stability thereby. So let me tell you why the West's strategic narrative falls flat. The notion that the world is currently divided over Ukraine, with autocracies on one side and democracies on the other, is a myth. The most populous democracy in the world, albeit only in name, Asian India, has refused either to condemn or sanction Russia, and it is not the only democratic holdout. The so-called democracy of communist South Africa, the Bolsonaro dictatorship of Brazil, even our man in Mexico, Indonesia, and others are also towing neutral lines. Indeed, looking at the way countries have split, the critical fault line is not between democracies and autocracies or even between East and West, but between the global North and the global South, making this a third world War indeed. With the Third World as the cockpit of conflict, think of it as a global civil war between humanity itself, North versus South, on a worldwide level. Developing countries have proved reluctant to back the West. In March, the Gulf states rebuffed American calls for them to increase oil production to offset the price hikes resulting from the invasion. Most African countries refused to condemn the Russian Empire at the United Nations, and many Southeast Asian and Latin American countries have grown increasingly ambivalent to events in Ukraine. Indonesia, for example, has refused to exclude Russia from the G20 summit it will host in November, although it did extend an invitation to Ukraine. Why are these governments wary of taking sides? To some extent, these choices are explainable from a hard-nosed realpolitik perspective. After all, many of them import plenty of Russian weapons, fertilizer, and oil, and some also depend on Moscow's diplomatic support. But the West's tone-deaf messaging shares the blame. The autocracy versus democracy framing has been a poor basis for building a broad global coalition, seemingly out of touch with the rest of the world. The fact is that the bloc of democratic nations is not all that large. According to the University of Gothenburg's Varieties of Democracy, or VDEM project, the level of global democracy is at its lowest point since the end of the Cold War. Today, there be fewer healthy democracies than autocracies globally, with today's 34 liberal democracies accounting for only 13% of the world's population. And, according to the VDEM project, many of the countries in the West, or many countries that the West might hope to get on its side, major G20 countries like Brazil, Asian India, and Turkey are key, well, along with key regional powers, like Bangladesh and the Philippines, have all been steadily autocratizing. Put simply, the West's strategic narrative has an arithmetic problem. Far from making Putin a pariah on the international stage, as Biden vowed to do shortly after the invasion, the autocracy-democracy framing has since reduced the effectiveness of economic and financial sanctions. To be sure, it has successfully mobilized the Democratic Cooperative Network, first imagined in 2019 by Antony Blinken, now our U.S. Secretary of State, and Robert Kagan. But while many major North American, European, and Asian democracies have imposed stringent sanctions against the Russian Empire, many of the largest economies, including Red China, Asian India, Bolsonaro Brazil, Indonesia, and the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, have all refused to join in. A small number of like-minded countries may perceive supporting Ukraine as an extension of defending their own rights and freedoms, but appeals to democratic ideals have narrowed the threat perceptions of others. Most of the world's countries have no innate commitment to the defense of democracy and freedom. To them, what's happening in Ukraine might seem like nothing more than a distant European war. The week after Russia's invasion, Mexican Presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, or AMLO, said, "We do not consider that this war concerns us." A few weeks later, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni similarly asserted that we do not want to be involved in this and stayed out. Don't threaten me, and I will not threaten you. This is all about being outside the West's echo chamber. Framing the war as symbolic of the eternal struggle between good states and bad states also opens up the West to charges of hypocrisy and double standards. In fact, many governments harbor deep resentments towards the West, particularly the American Empire, for the trail of violence and regional instability it left in the wake of military interventions in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. In a speech hailed in the West, Martin Kimani, Kenya's ambassador to these United Nations, urged Russia to reconsider its war with Ukraine, invoking Africa's colonial past to warn against the dangers of stoking what he called the embers of dead empires. But Kimani also issued a thinly veiled criticism of these United States and our Western allies, condemning the trend in the last few decades of powerful states, including members of this Security Council, breaching international law with little regard. The charge of double standards has been helped little by the contrast between the warm welcome Ukrainian refugees have received across Europe and the hostility shown to Syrian refugees in 2015. Reports that Ukrainian border guards mistreated African nationals attempting to flee the violence only reinforced perceptions of Western racism. Many have asked why the war in Ukraine has elicited greater moral outrage than, say, the human tragedies playing out in Yemen, the West Bank, and elsewhere. Russian propaganda has gained traction by exploiting these criticisms, reportedly teaming up with local media organizations and social media influencers to push a narrative that the American empire and our allies are to blame for this Ukrainian war. They have also blamed the West's economic sanctions, rather than the war itself, for disrupting global wheat and fertilizer supplies and triggering a global food crisis. And working with the Russian Empire, the Communist Chinese on the mainland have echoed this narrative. Early in the crisis, its government reportedly issued an official directive warning media not to report information disadvantageous to Russia or sympathetic to the West. So the revanchist, revisionist Russian and Communist Chinese empires' anti-Western narrative casts Russia's special military operation in Ukraine as an effort to end the American quest to dominate the world and replace it with a multipolar, just, democratic world order. It plays to widespread anti-Western, anti-imperialist sentiments and recasts the war as a global struggle between a bullying West and the rest of the world. Putin has exploited possible NATO expansion as one reason to justify his invasion of Ukraine. Though Finland and Sweden both applied to join the alliance after the outbreak of the war, he has also warned the organization and these United States about becoming directly involved in this war. And that narrative resonates. Echoing the Russian justification for the war in Parliament in mid-March, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said, "The war could have been avoided if NATO had heeded the warnings from amongst its own leaders and officials over the years that its eastward expansion would lead to greater, not less, instability in the region." By refusing to condemn Russia for denying Ukrainian statehood, all these countries are in fact asserting their own perverted sovereignty. Public admonishments of neutrality from Western officials like U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, will, if anything, be counterproductive. So what be the alternative, you may ask? To build a global consensus against Russian aggression, the West should instead focus its narratives on Russia's violations of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity. As the organizing principle of the Westphalian international system, state sovereignty is a universal norm and may resonate better with states unmoved by appeals to democracy. Singapore, for instance, the world's only successful dictatorship, has sharply criticized Russia's military aggression and imposed tough unilateral sanctions on Russian banks and crypto in the early days of the war. The Singaporean narrative of this war emphasizes Russia's violation of Ukrainian sovereignty. On the day of the invasion, The country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs made this clear with a firm statement noting that Singapore strongly condemns any unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country under any pretext. For Singapore, which VDEM classifies as an electoral autocracy, this is a simple case of national interest. As the Singaporean Prime Minister, Lee Hsien Loong, explained in an op-ed, an opinion editorial column last month, the Russian invasion is bad for every country, but especially for small states like Singapore. Our security, our very existence, dependeth on the international rule of law. The West should learn from this example. Appealing to national interests, rather than values, would be a more effective foundation for assembling an international coalition in opposition to Russian aggression. Prime Minister Lee so advised that, I think if we talk about sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, a lot of countries can come along. Framing the war in these terms would prompt countries to reconsider the strategic implications of allowing Russia to redraw boundaries at will. What kind of precedent would it set for them if they were to find themselves in Ukraine's position? A strategic narrative like this would also draw attention to the hypocrisy of Beijing's diplomatic position in supporting Russia, which directly contradicts Red China's long policy of non-interference into the domestic affairs of other countries. Going forward, the West's public diplomacy will need to actively deconstruct the idea that the war in Ukraine is a matter of West versus East. While Zelensky's impassioned addresses to the U.S. Congress and European parliaments may help to sustain public support in Washington and Europe, other communications need to be more carefully tailored to appeal to a wider audience. In an interview with the Communist Chinese state-run Xinhua news agency, for example, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba emphasized the repercussions of the war on global stability and security rather than shared values. U.S. and European diplomats should likewise strongly emphasize Russia's violations of the UN Charter and the imperialist dimension of Russian aggression in their messaging to other countries and regional organizations. The worsening global food crisis also offers an opportunity, albeit a tragic one. The West should highlight initiatives to address the food crisis as part of a broad coalition of countries and should frame these as examples of cooperative problem-solving and the pursuit of mutual interests. In eschewing ideological language, this approach promises a more effective way to engage countries that have refrained from taking a side in the conflict, but may be more open to addressing the humanitarian challenge if they are not forced to choose between Russia and the West. To this end, the West should prioritize 4 main points in its strategic communications. First, it needs to counter the Russian narrative that the food crisis is the result of Western sanctions against Russia. Instead, it should emphasize that fertilizer, food, and seed are exempt from the sanctions imposed by these United States and other countries. Second, it should lay the blame for these shortages squarely on the Russian Empire, stressing that the Russian blockade of Ukrainian ports and its shelling of grain export facilities and steel plants have prevented tens of millions of tons of grain exports from reaching the countries and populations most at risk. Indeed, some Western officials have already used language like this. Last month, Blinken told the UN Security Council, and here I quote his T, "Sanctions aren't blocking Black Sea ports, trapping ships filled with food, and destroying Ukrainian roads and railways. Russia is. Sanctions are not emptying Ukrainian grain silos and stealing Ukrainian farm equipment. Russia is." This address may well have helped the West's cause already, but it is in dire need of amplification, especially in statements to the general public. Third, the West should emphasize that it is doing all it can to ensure the flow of these goods, even engaging directly with Putin himself, as French President Emmanuel Macron and Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, attempted yestermensis last month in discussions to reopen the port of Odessa. While these talks so far have led nowhere, they have demonstrated the West's willingness to address the worsening food crisis while drawing attention to Russia's abuse of the blockade as a form of blackmail, to use Blinken's word, to win some sanctions relief. Finally, the West should underscore our commitment to support the most vulnerable countries in addressing the global food crisis. There are already several related policy initiatives and actions underway, such as the United States' call to action at the United Nations, France's food and agriculture resilience mission with the EU, G7, and African Union, Die Neue Vereinigung Deutschlands, the new United Germany's Global Alliance for Food Security, also at the G7, and Yester Septimanius, last week's region-focused Mediterranean ministerial dialogue on the food security crisis. To be sure, the West will still be open to charges of double standards, but it can mitigate such criticisms with robust action. Responding collectively and with the same vigor to the global hunger crisis as we did to the Ukrainian conflict would be a powerful antidote. International finance institutions, including G20 countries, should also work with the International Monetary Fund to reallocate loans to low-income countries so they can afford the near-record-high food prices. Then, to reduce those prices, the American empire and a united Europe should consider temporarily suspending mandates for biodiesel fuel, which would free up supplies of palm and soybean oil, as well as corn. Countries with major holding reserves, including Asian India and these United States, should also consider releasing grain stocks onto international markets to mitigate the effects of price increases. Finally, and most importantly, Western countries should seize this moment to be better partners to countries in the global South, shifting away from a model of Western donation to one of mutually beneficial cooperation. The West's COVID-19 vaccine donations to poorer countries, for instance, have followed the traditional aid and charity-based model, but some in the global South have expressed resentment over this one-sided approach, which arguably prioritizes Western patents and profits over health. If Western countries instead shared proprietary information on vaccines, they could be produced locally at far cheaper rates. The global food crisis could be a chance to course correct and decolonize aid by recognizing countries in the global South as full agents and equal partners in the West's strategic narrative. Furthermore, these United States and European countries should consider investing more heavily in Africa's agricultural sector, sharing technology to help the continent fulfill its potential as a wheat producer. Above all, there must be a close alignment between rhetoric and action. Framing the narrative as East versus West or democracy versus autocracy misses the point. What concerns us all today is a choice between the use of force for political gain and a respect for international law. The countries of the global South might regard the Russo-Ukrainian conflict as a distant one, but its implications for the rules-based order and global stability affect them too. The West must engage them more effectively, because it's not just a matter of whether the West can help Ukraine sustain its economy or supply it with enough weapons and ammunition to outlast Putin. Stephen Pfeiffer, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, told the press that the U.S. government assessment has been that this is likely to turn into a war of attrition. The sides hammer each other, but neither is capable of achieving a decisive breakthrough that ends the war. That seems to be the most likely scenario for the near future. The bigger issue is going to be whether there's the political will in Europe and the United States to continue the fight. So far, I think it's there. Whether it can be sustained 6 months or 12 months down the road, I don't know. As Americans experience the rising economic costs of this war, there be no guarantee the bipartisan consensus on Ukraine will hold through the 2022 and 2024 elections. Western leaders have already begun making a delicate pivot to adjust the public's expectations downward. In a speech delivered the week before last, former President Barack Obama warned that, to quote his T, "This war is far from over. The costs will continue to mount. As the West's dream of bringing a quick end to Putin's war through economic sanctions begins to fade, the war will be increasingly fought on a battlefield where Putin has the advantage, at America's gas pumps and grocery stores. And this is just the warm-up fight. Since the United States seems serious about confronting Red China in an extended contest for global supremacy, it had better start getting its own house in order. Other countries will not want to ally themselves with a power that rests on an increasingly uncertain economic, social, and political foundations. Understand that to counter the man who ran for president as a career, James Patrick Buchanan, who said, "We are a republic, not an empire." We are an empire. Not a goddamn republic, but a democratic empire. Yet an arrogant and pathological Republican America could lose the new Cold War. The United States appears to have entered a new Cold War with both Red China and revanchist revisionist Russia. And American leaders' portrayal of the confrontation as one between democracy and authoritarianism, fails the smell test, especially at a time when the same leaders are actively courting a systematic human rights abuser like the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. Such hypocrisy suggests that it is at least partly global hegemony, not values, that is really at stake. For nearly 2 decades after the fall of the Iron Curtain, the American empire was clearly number one. But then came disastrously misguided wars in the Middle East, the 2008 financial crash, rising inequality, the opioid epidemic among the whites that finally made drug abuse a thing of pity instead of scorn, and other crises that seem to cast doubt on the superiority of America's economic model. Now rising interest rates are ending an era in which the rich got much, much richer. Now stocks, crypto, and home values are all plunging at once. It's the end of the asset economy. Here's a bit of esoterica Le Grand Madame Judith Hager would bring up from time to time, as Mark Zuckerberg tried to buy her island of Kauai. Mark Zuckerberg has a mortgage, she would tell me, or at least he had one. You see, a decade ago, the Facebook founder refinanced his loan on a $6 million Palo Alto mansion. He was worth $16 billion at the time, meaning he could have bought that house and 100 more outright, no mortgage necessary. But First Republic Bank offered him an adjustable rate loan with an initial interest, so Judith told me, of just 1.05%, below the rate of inflation at the time, meaning the financier was paying him for the privilege of lending him money. Zuckerberg got to preserve his Facebook holdings, load up with tax-advantaged debt, and benefit from rising Silicon Valley real estate prices. All at once. Just so they could have him stay in area and lend our real estate his name. So why not take the loan? Why not take the loan? Has been a pretty good summary of American wealth building and class dynamics in the past few decades. An extended period of low interest rates has translated into surging asset values. That has made the small share of Americans capable of investing in homes, farmland, stocks, bonds, commodities, art, patents, water rights, startups, private equity, hedge funds, and other assets breathtakingly rich, fostering astonishing levels of wealth inequality. Given low labor force participation and sluggish wage growth, the United States has come as to look like what the theorists Lisa Adkins, Melinda Cooper, and Martin Konings have termed an asset economy, in which prosperity is determined not by what you earn, but by what you own. The "why not take the loan" days are at least on hold. The Federal Reserve is hiking interest rates as it struggles to tamp down on inflation. That has pushed equities into a bear market because corporate profits are at risk and investors are pulling back to safe assets. The housing market into a correction because mortgages have become much more expensive, and the tech sector into free fall as many companies are being asked to deliver profits for once. Financing for mergers, acquisitions, and startups has dried up, and the economy might be on the verge of its second recession in 2 years, particularly if gas prices remain high. Animal spirits and a few hundred additional basis points have erased colossal sums of paper wealth in the past half year. 2 trillion United States dollars and counting in crypto, 7 trillion US dollars and counting in stocks, uncalculated sums of home equity. Rising interest rates and spiraling inflation might be killing off our age of asset capitalism, with no more than 1.05% loans available for anyone, not even the richest of the rich. Does this mean a new economic equilibrium going forward? One less advantageous to capital and more advantageous to labor? Less favorable for high wealth rentiers and more favorable to regular old renters? The uncomfortable answer is no. Low interest rates helped bolster growth and employment, even if they fostered inequality. But high interest rates are not going to build a more equitable economy either. In some ways, this financial moment resembles the one that kicked off our grand, unequal age to begin with. In the 70s, the United States economy was characterized by high rates of inflation, strong wage growth, and falling asset prices. Fun fact here, the S&P, the Standard & Poor's 500, gained essentially no value during the 70s. Inflation ate away at the earnings of working families, while stagnant asset prices squeezed high-income households. Then, work started to pay less, and ownership to pay more. The forces cleaving labor away from capital, were many and complicated. The share of employees in blue-collar professions declined, as did the unionization rate, as manufacturing became automated and shifted offshore. To China! Corporations ballooned in size, and their tax bills fell, with big players' dominance of their respective markets becoming more absolute and the financial economy going global. The minimum wage started falling in real terms, and the government deregulated the transportation, telecommunications, and financial sectors. All of these factors suppressed wage growth while jacking up corporate profits and increasing investment returns. Over time, wealth inequality became more pernicious to society than income inequality. The problem is not just that a chief executive at a big company makes 33 times what a surgeon makes, and a surgeon makes 9 times what an elementary school teacher makes, and an elementary school teacher makes twice what a person working the checkout at a dollar store makes, though that is all a problem. It is that the chief executive also owns all of the apartments the cashiers live in, and their suppressed wages and hefty student loan payments mean they can barely afford to make rent, let alone eat. In their aforecited master treatise, entitled The Asset Economy, the aforecited Atkins, Cooper, and Konings have proven that, and here I quote as they, the key element shaping inequality is no longer the employment relationship, but rather whether one is able to buy assets that appreciate at a faster rate than both inflation and wages. The millennial generation is the first to experience this reality in its full force. This reality took on its full force amid the monetary surfeit and fiscal austerity of the Obama years. Borrowing costs had been following since the early 80s. Well, falling is what I mean to say. Since the 80s, the borrowing costs were going down. When the global financial crisis hit, the Fed dropped interest rates all the way to zero and started buying up trillions of dollars of safe financial assets, spurring investors to invest. Officials at the central bank begged, in their own way, members of Congress to spend more money to help get the country out of its slump. Instead, after a skimpy initial round of stimulus during Barack Obama's first term, politicians started shrinking the deficit. This kind of giving with one hand, taken with the other policy mix, helped lower the unemployment rate, though not as much as it would have if the country had deployed more stimulus. It also flushed ungodly sums of money into financial markets and corporate ledgers. With money essentially free to borrow, rich people loaded up on piazzatere and index funds. Businesses bought up their rivals and soaked up their own shares. Working families hobbled along. The Fed helped the country avoid a double-dip recession, and the outcome was yawning inequality. The Mark Zuckerbergs of the world got 1.05% mortgages they never even needed, while everyone else got priced out of the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex completely. At the same time, other policy forces came along to screw over many millennials. Cities stopped building houses, causing or intensifying housing shortages and driving up rents. Millennials got locked out of the housing market for a decade, and prices had swelled by the time they were able to get in. As housing got more expensive, everything got more expensive, particularly childcare. Student loan debt soared too, yoking young people to decades of repayments. The rise of the asset economy has not just disadvantaged the poor relative to the rich or the young relative to the old. It has also disadvantaged black families relative to white families. Black students are more likely to have student loan debt and more likely to owe large balances than their white counterparts, making it harder for them to save, buy homes, or start businesses. The housing bust hit black homeowners far harder than it hit white homeowners, and relatively few black families have benefited from the recent increase in prices. White families remain much richer than black ones, and much more capable of passing wealth on, generation to generation. Things started to turn around for the 99% during the Trump years, believe it or not. Wages started to tick up among low-income Americans, in part because of states and cities hiking their minimum wages. The jobless rate fell enough that the country neared full employment. When the coronavirus pandemic hit, unfortunately, Republicans were in charge, so they decided deficit spending was fine, and Congress suffused the economy with stimulus. Families are still living off the savings from the stimulus checks and extended unemployment insurance payments and child allowances sent out during the Trump and Biden administrations. But supply chain problems, rising energy prices, and all that stimulus have ginned up the highest rates of inflation in 4 decades, forcing the Fed to hike interest rates. Once again, as in the 70s, working families are getting sacked by rising prices as rich families watch their paper wealth go up in flames. We are in a bear market, a punishing one for the roughly half of Americans who own stock, and a particularly punishing one for the wealthiest 10% of Americans, who own about 90% of all equities. In fact, trillions of dollars of wealth have vanished this year alone. And we're not even halfway through yet. Trillions of dollars more might vanish in the coming months. Low interest rates, ones that many people expected to be around for years to come, underpinned that entire run-up in wealth. Despite the gyrations in the financial markets and the collapse in the price of homes, crypto, and so on. The underlying real economy retains some real strength. The unemployment rate is very low, and households have not yet pulled back on spending. But inflation is dampening consumer sentiment and bleeding working families of cash. Gas prices are particularly troublesome. To try to return the country to price stability, the Federal Reserve is continuing to hike interest rates, raising its benchmark rate 0.75% this week, the biggest jump since 1994. The central bank has no track record of pulling off the kind of soft landing it is aiming for. There's a good chance the Fed will smother so much demand that the unemployment rate will climb and the economy will shrink, putting millions of families in financial peril. Everybody might end up worse off for a while. In the future, should the Fed avoid lowering interest rates and flooding the country with money to avoid ginning up more inequality? That notion is certainly out there in progressive circles. Zachary D. Carter, the biographer of the economist John Maynard Keynes, has written, and here I read it therefrom, the basic thrust of the argument is that low interest rates make life sweet and easy for big corporate predators, who can do more of their bad predatory things thanks to lower financing costs. Stock valuations rise, the rich get richer, the powerful and corrupt thrive, while the weak and ordinary are ignored. But this line of argumentation, as Carter himself so notes, downplays the downsides of high interest rates for regular families. High interest rates mean slower growth, means higher unemployment, means smaller wage increases for low-income workers, in particular Black and Latino workers. In that way, low interest rates might help hold down wage inequality, even as they amp up wealth inequality. Sharply higher borrowing costs also make it harder for working families to pay off their credit cards, buy cars, start businesses, and fix up their homes. The answer to our unequal age lies not in better monetary policy, it lies in better fiscal and regulatory policy. The central bank has enormous influence, but primarily over borrowing costs and the pace of economic growth. The power to alter the distribution of wealth and earnings, as well as expand the supply of childcare, housing, energy, and everything else, lies with Congress. It could spend huge sums of money to hasten this country's energy transition and make us all less vulnerable to gas price shocks. Congress could overhaul this country's system of student loan debt, helping Black families build back wealth. Congress could break up monopolies and force companies to compete for workers and market share again. Congress could task states and cities with increasing their housing supplies so that regular families could afford apartments in Queens and houses in Oakland and condo units in Washington, D.C. Congress could implement labor standards that would mean the middle class could afford to buy into the stock market too. Yet it remains hamstrung by the filibuster and by a minority party dedicated to upward redistribution. The problem with our asset age is not that so much wealth has been generated. It is that so much wealth has been generated for so few. If everyone could own some Facebook stock and a house in Palo Alto, everyone would be better off, even in a down market. But low interest rates cannot create that world on their own. And here be where we get deeply pathological. Because, moreover, between Donald Trump's election, the attempted coup d'etat at the U.S. Capitol, numerous mass shootings, a Republican Party bent on voter suppression, and the rise of conspiracy cults, such as QAnon and its affiliated Edomite gang stalkers of myself, there be more than enough evidence to prove that all too many aspects of American political and social life have become deeply pathological. Of course, America does not want to be dethroned, but our pathology renders it simply inevitable that the Communist Chinese Empire will outstrip these United States economically, regardless of what official indicator one uses. Not only is its population 4 times larger than America's, its economy has also been growing 3 times faster for many years. Indeed, it already surpassed these United States in purchasing power parity terms back in 2015. And nobody, other than myself, knows anything about China, including the goddamn Red Chinese government. If you were ever to suffer yourself as a foreigner in mainland China, the first thing you would get used to hearing would be the retort, well, you don't know China, spat at you by the locals. It's usually a knee-jerk reaction to some uncomfortable modern issue or in defense of one of the many historical myths children in the mainland are taught as unshakable facts about the world. But it's also true. You don't know China. Nor, however, do the Chinese. Not even their own government. You don't know China because, in ways that have generally never been acknowledged, virtually every piece of information issued from or about that country is unreliable, partial, or distorted. The sheer scale of the empire, mixed with a regime of ever-growing censorship and a pervasive paranoia about sharing information, has crippled our ability to ever know China. Official data is repeatedly smoothed for both propaganda purposes and individual career ambitions. That goeth as much for Chinese as it does for foreigners. Access may sometimes be easier for Chinese citizens, but the costs of going after information can be even higher, to the point of their very lives. We don't know the real figures for GDP, gross domestic product growth, for example. GDP growth has long been one of the main criteria used to judge officials' careers. As a result, the relevant data is warped at every level, since the folk reporting it are the same ones benefiting from it being high. If you add up the GDP figures issued by the provinces, the sum is 10% higher than the figure ultimately issued by the national government, which in itself is tweaked to hit politicized targets. Provincial governments have increasingly admitted to this in recent years, but the fakery has been going on for decades. We don't know the extent of bad loans, routinely concealed by Chinese banks. We don't know the makeup of most Chinese financial assets at all. Sometimes we don't know the good news of recoveries because the concealment of bad news beforehand has disguised it. We don't know China's real Gini coefficient, the measure of economic inequality. But economic data may be, ironically, more reliable than most just because so much attention has been paid to its unreliability. Red China's own National Bureau of Statistics itself has repeatedly called out instances of bad data reportage and now attempts to gather provincial data directly itself. There have been cleanups and attempts at rectifying past mistakes, although the increasingly ideological and paranoid turn of the single-party state may be obstructing all these efforts itself. But we don't know, or rather, what we don't know, goes far beyond just economics. Look at any sector in Red China, and you'll find distorted or unreported public information. Go to the relevant authorities, and they'll generally admit the most shocking practices in private. We don't know the true size of the Chinese population because of the reluctance to register unapproved second children, or for the Family Planning Bureau to report that they'd failed to control any births. We don't know where those people are. Rural counties are incentivized to over-report population to receive more benefits from higher levels of government, while city districts report lower figures to hit population control targets. Beijing's official population is 21.7 million. It may really be as high as 30 or 35 million. Tens, actually hundreds of millions of migrants are officially in the countryside, but really in the cities. Perhaps. We don't know the extent of the recent winter expulsions of the poor from the metropolises. We don't even know whether these people are breathing clean air or drinking clean water, because the environmental data is full of holes. We don't even know anything about high-level Chinese politics. At best, we can make, as I have, informed guesses. We don't know how the internal politics of Zhongnanhai, the Chinese equivalent of the Russian Kremlin, even operate. Chinese politicians don't write tell-all memoirs. Chinese journalists can't write a Fire and Fury, a What It Takes, or even a Game Change. We don't know whether Xi Jinping truly values China's wealth and power or only his own. We don't know whether the officials targeted in the anti-corruption campaigns were really unusually corrupt, lascivious, or treacherous, or whether they were just political opponents of Xi, albeit I will always bet on the latter. We don't know the extent of factionalism within the Communist Chinese Party, though we do know how often its existence is condemned by Xi and his faction. We don't know whether officials who lather slavish praise on Xi actually believest anything of what they say, or are acting out purely out of fear and greed, albeit I will always bet on the latter. We don't know what Chinese people even really think. We don't know whether interviewees really support the government or give cautious answers when asked questions by a stranger in a politically repressive country. We don't know why communized Chinese tell pollsters they are more trusting of others than any other country in the world, while in practice paranoia about the intentions of others is so rampant that elderly people are never even helped on the streets for fear they're running a scam. And children like toddler Wang Yue are left out to die after being hit by cars because nobody dares to touch them for fear of being called a pedophile. We don't know the real defense budget of the Communist Chinese Empire. We don't know the everyday conditions of the Communist Chinese Army because the restrictions placed on military coverage and the ability of soldiers to even talk are even more tightly limited than for civilians. We don't know how good Chinese schools really are because the much-quoted statistics provided by the program, the PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment, that placed Red China first in all the world, were taken from a study of a small group of elite Shanghai schools. As soon as that was expanded merely to include Beijing alone, another metropole, and 2 rich provinces, the results dropped so sharply as to put China at the bottom. PISA's willingness to accept only this limited sample is typical of the gullibility and compliance of all too many foreign NGOs, non-governmental organizations, especially in education, when dealing with communist China. I have seen numerous foreign educators fall victim to obvious Potemkinism, including believing that Beijing No. 4 High School, the rough equivalent of Eton in England, was a typical Chinese public school. We don't know the extent of the collapse of rural education. We don't know the real literacy figures, not least because rural and urban literacy is measured by different standards, a common trick for many figures. We don't even know the real crime figures, especially in the cities, which many represent as little as 2.5% of the actual total. We don't know the death toll for the ethnic Uyghur insurgency in Xinjiang, where local officials, in the words of one government terrorism expert, bend figures as much as during the Great Leap Forward. Nor do we know how many people are currently held in re-education camps. Incidentally, we don't know how many people died in the Great Leap Forward, piled up in village ditches or abandoned on empty grasslands, to fertilize what people would hope would become as food. The 16.5 million once given in official tolls, or the 100 million estimated by honest historians. And we don't know what we don't know. These are the known unknowns. But the unknown unknowns are equally worrying. We most certainly are missing the biggest future stories. The ones that will shake or transform Red China and the world right now. Foreign reporters are limited to residence in a few major cities, chiefly Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. And they are followed and harassed when they travel elsewhere in the country and find it particularly difficult to reach the countryside. According to the official population figures, Beijing and Shanghai, often portrayed as the new norm for the new China, house less than 4% of the country's residents. The situation for Chinese journalists is far worse. A limited ability to conduct investigative journalism in the 2000s has been almost obliterated by authorities determined that there will be no oversight beyond the party. Fear grips all throats. On the mainland, those who would once give names now talk only anonymously, whereas the overwhelming majority do not talk at all. Our sources of information, always a thin stream, have dried up almost entirely under an increasingly tight censorship regime of the last few years. Social media platform Weibo was once a limited window into provincial complaints and scandals. It is now massively censored. Private messaging groups on WeChat, an all-conquering messaging service, replaced it. Last year, they were massively censored in turn. All this maketh the work of those who manage to successfully extract meaningful economic or political data, such as the masterful researcher Adrian Zenz, all the more impressive. And as the government closes down any source of information outside its control, we can only wonder at how much it knows itself. Local officials have always demanded enormous amounts of data. It's not uncommon to receive requests like, list everybody who attends religious services in your district and where. But the CHICOM, Chinese Communist System, has always distorted the information it sends up even internally, and may be doing so even more as Xi establishes outright dictatorship. Li Keqiang, the increasingly irrelevant, or so we think, Chinese premier, complained to U.S. diplomats in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, was murdered, of his inability to know basic economic information about the province he then ruled, and his need to send out friends and colleagues on surreptitious data-gathering trips. The CHICOM government's solution to this is an increasing faith in big data, a belief that by circumventing lower-level officials, it can gather information directly from the source. So, huge amounts of money are being poured into big data in Red China, including efforts at predictive policing and the widespread monitoring of dissidents. The central state government requires Commu-Chinese firms and foreign firms with a Chinese presence, such as Apple, to store and hand over data on a vast scale. But big data itself is prone to systematic distortions, misplaced trust, and the oldest rule of coding brought up by our dear friend Sammy Romero. Or was it Peter Moon talking about diet? Garbage in, garbage out. That's the coding axiom. As the economist Josiah Stamp recounted of another power trying to control a vast territory through all oppressive means, when he spracketh on the British Raj, he said, "The government of British India are very keen on amassing statistics. They collect them, add them, raise them to the nth power, take the cube root, and prepare us wonderful diagrams. But you must never forget that every one of these figures comest in the first instance from the Chowkidar. The Chowkidar is the village watchman, who just puts down what he damn well pleases. Will technology allow us, the central static Commu-Chinese government today, to do any better? We don't know. But I would bet on emphasizing the not. In fact, the only thing we do know is that Red China has done everything to declare itself the emergent strategic threat to America. So that writing is on the Great Wall. Xi Jinping is pitting Red China against the world. Xi has stifled dissent at home and is increasingly willing for Red China to assert itself abroad. In mid-July of yesteryear, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping held a rare meeting in Beijing with business leaders, admitting that the COVID-19 pandemic had a huge impact on the country's economy. Xi used a Chinese idiom, an ancient Chinese saying, to assure his listeners. While the green hills last, there will be wood to burn. If we maintain our strategy, we will find opportunity in crisis and turbulence. The Chinese people will surely prevail over all difficulties and challenges ahead. Now, Xi's remarks, reported in communist state media under the headline, Xi Jinping conveyed confidence. Confidence! Nevertheless, confidence! That's actually what they fucking put in the Chinese. I couldn't believe it when I read it. I read it over 3 times myself. But yeah, they repeated themselves 3 fucking times. Like, you know, if you say it enough, you'll come to believe it. It all belies a difficult and increasingly hostile international environment. One that analysts concur the Red Chinese leadership brought upon itself through miscalculation and stifled dissent within the ruling single-state party system. For years, Red China worked to assure the international community that its rise was peaceful, that it would not try to overturn the status quo. A more assertive China has since emerged under Xi, one more willing to confront its critics and brave damage to its reputation. In just the span of but 12 months in 2021, China ordered the closure of a U.S. consulate in the country's southwest in response to a similar move from these United States, fought a deadly border clash with India, an unresolved border that threatens to erupt again, seen the abrupt end of the so-called golden era of relations with the United Kingdom, engaged in a war of words with Australia, bringing relations close to an all-time low, forced a draconian national security law on Hong Kong, earning international condemnation, and fallen further into a rivalry with the American empire that is forcing other countries to choose sides. Increasingly, they are choosing these United States. Commu-Chinese companies and citizens have begun to suffer the cost of growing mistrust. 59 Chinese companies have now been locked out of Asian India, one of the world's fastest growing markets, including WeChat and TikTok, a third of whose global users were in India. Commu-Chinese national champion Huawei has lost access to a key foothold in Europa as the United Kingdom, aligning with these United States, announced it was blocking that tech giant. In fact, all of Red China's tech giants have lost their swagger and may never get it back. On trading floors in New York and Hong Kong, the brightening mood toward Chinese technology companies is unmistakable. As I said, we had a good week. with stocks like Alibaba Group Holding Limited and Tencent Holdings Limited surging from multi-year lows, talk of a new bull market is growing louder. Yet speak as to executives, entrepreneurs, and venture capital investors intimately involved in Red China's tech sector, and a more downbeat picture emerges. Interviews with more than a dozen industry players by my own gang brother suggest the outlook is still far from rosy, despite signs that the Communist Party's crackdown on big tech is softening at the edges. These insiders describe an ongoing sense of paranoia and paralysis, along with an unsettling realization that the sky-high growth rates of the past 2 decades are likely never coming back. Alibaba and Tencent are expected to deliver single-digit revenue growth this year, a letdown after years of rip-roaring expansion. One prominent startup founder said he'd pass on money from those companies because of the attention it would attract. Another said his company is proceeding on the assumption that it's only a matter of time before officials double down again. A third Beijing-based entrepreneur recently sold his stock in a tech unicorn and said he's reluctant to start a new venture until there's more clarity on what the government will even allow. Asking to remain anonymous for fear of retribution, that entrepreneur said, "China's tech crackdown has happened. There is no comeback from that. The regulatory pressure on Chinese tech companies may have hit the brakes for now, given the sluggish economy, but it's unthinkable that regulators in the country would loosen their grip on platform companies ever again." On the face of it, Red China's $1 trillion internet industry is finally emerging from a brutal reckoning. Jack Ma's embattled Ant Group company is poised to revive a long-derailed initial public offering, an IPO. Scores of new video games were recently greenlit for app stores. And after a sweeping data security probe, Beijing may soon let ride-sharing company DD Global Incorporated off with a mere fine. During conference calls over the past few weeks, top executives proclaimed a new era in which they could once again focus on building products and delivering profits. Take Koolearn Technology Holding Limited, an online education operator that was nearly wiped out last summer when the government banned for-profit tutoring companies, if you can believe that. After its push into e-commerce went viral on social media, the company shares doubled during a single day of frenzied trading on June 13th. Alibaba has jumped 60% from its March low in Hong Kong, though the stock still trades at about half its peak valuation in 2020, a sign that investors aren't yet pricing in a return to pre-crackdown boom times. The Nasdaq Golden Dragon China Index of U.S.-listed shares has rallied 52% from this year's low, leaving the gauge about 60% below its peak. On Bloomberg television, Xin Lijun, retail chief of e-commerce giant JD.com Incorporated, said that Beijing has gradually begun to release some policy signals, but a return to the past days of riding the horse without holding the reins is not very likely. Still, startup heads have cautioned investors against getting too comfortable. After regulators scrapped Ant's IPO plans in 2020, sending shockwaves across global capital markets, the change in temperature was unmistakable. Startups shunned money from big investors. Industry leaders grew nervous about consolidating power. Billionaires like Jack Ma went into hiding. Beijing has a long tradition of clamping down ahead of important events. This year's upcoming Party Congress, when Xi Jinping is expected to win an unprecedented third term into eternity, is about as significant as it fucking gets. Some worry that the government is merely loosening the leash temporarily to spare an economy devastated by coronavirus curbs and high global inflation. To quoteist Guo Changchen, founder of Kiko Robot Technology, a Xiamen-based artificial intelligence education startup, "I do feel that there is starting to be some signs of regulatory easing And truthfully, over the last few years, we did see some of this barbaric growth. As long as there are regulations and those regulations are clear, then we can work on our development within this system. Founders say a maze of government regulations introduced in 2021 have made their lives difficult to say the least. These rules govern everything, from the platform economy to what kinds of entertainment are permissible on social media. Scrutiny over practically every facet of the industry has led to a chilling effect. American money, which vanished during the clampdown, shows no sign of returning. JP Morgan was among the Wall Street institutions that, for a time, called Red China uninvestable. Putting aside this year's stock rally, mainland China is still weathering a decline in venture capital investments, despite once being touted as a primary rival to Silicon Valley. The value of deals on the mainland fell roughly 40% from a year ago to $34 billion in the first 5 months of this year. That's according to data that I've sourced from the research firm Preqin. Meanwhile, venture capital and private equity funds raised $6.2 billion, a fall of more than 90% compared to the first 5 months of last year. Even apparent beneficiaries of China's easing of rules face a rocky climb. Although regulators greenlit Baidu Incorporated to release new games starting from April, the company has shelved its game development and publishing arms and downsized staff, according to a person familiar with the matter that spoke to my Tong brother, Beaver. That means one planned game, The Advancing Rabbit, will likely never get released. Of the 105 gaming firms that obtained new licenses since April, at least 11 are no longer operating normally. And that's according to a Bloomberg News analysis of company records available on registry tracker Quichacha. Some studios dissolved their companies. Others took down their websites or repurposed them for things like job and rental listings. Creative choices are still heavily policed. In February, Shanghai outfit Lilith Games canceled a new mobile game after deciding that its anime-style graphics were unlikely to get past regulators, according to a person familiar with the matter, again talking to my gangster brethren. Chinese censors have a low tolerance for what they consider lewd imagery, such as the more sexualized or explicit iconography popular in Japanese anime. Jesse Sun, a headhunter with Shanghai-based consultancy Game Hunter, has gone on record to say that, in his words, the licensing hiatus has triggered layoffs and streamlining among game developers across the board. It's a dead end for many small and medium-sized studios. Even in a best-case scenario, Red China's once swaggering tech titans are now effectively utilities, eking out single-digit growth. Many are afraid to pursue moonshots in an age of knee-jerk regulation. Ant is unlikely to ever again pull off history's largest IPO, which is, as I said, an initial public offering, our stock launch, a public offering in which shares of a company are sold to institutional investors and usually also to retail investors. An IPO being typically underwritten by one or more investment banks, who also arrange for the shares to be listed on one or more stock exchanges. Didi has dialed back its overseas expansion, and Tencent and Alibaba say they'll focus on safer, familiar bets like social media and online commerce while gradually ceding the lead in yet-to-be-disrupted arenas like fintech. The founder of a farming startup said he recently asked an investor whether his money counted as disorderly expansion of capital. You see, without spelling out its scope, the monocrat Xi Jinping has used that term to explain why regulatory oversight of tech moguls is so necessary. And the founder recalled the investor couldn't answer. In fact, guess what? He said no one knows the answer. As I said, as much as you don't know about China, the goddamn Chinese know even less. And as countries welcome fleeing Hong Kongers, the now communized Chinese territory has already been seeing a brain drain. More countries have begun speaking out against Red China's mass detention of Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in Xinjiang, Uyghur, northwest China, as advocates call for some sanctions and legal measures. Communist Chinese scientists, students, and others have come under ever more scrutiny abroad. Throughout last year, after proclaiming to have contained the COVID-19 outbreak at home, Beijing had apparently gained the upper hand over some of its rivals, such as the United States, still struggling as we are with the pandemic today. So Communist Chinese officials have ramped up attacks, criticizing the American empire and other Western countries for our COVID-19 response, or lack thereof, defending its own policies in Xinjiang, expelling foreign journalists, and quickly implementing the security law in Hong Kong, with arrests made less than a day after the law was passed last year. Beijing also finds itself locked in confrontations with countries not traditionally seen as rivals. After Australia pushed for an inquiry into COVID-19, Red China imposed 80% tariffs on Australian barley and sentenced an Australian man to death. As Huawei CFO, Chief Financial Officer, or rather, the chieftainess financial officier, Meng Wanzhou being female, as Huawei's top lady and her extradition case in Canada proceeds, Chinese courts have begun the formal charges against 2 Canadians detained in what was universally seen as retaliation. Recent dispatches of Communist Chinese ships to islands claimed by the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire have hurt years of rapprochement, with conservative lawmakers now calling on the government to cancel a state visit by Xi to the Japanese home islands. To quoteist Myra Rapphooper, a senior fellow for Asia Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, at length and verbatim, there has long been a question of whether Beijing could be authoritarian at home while acting responsibly and constructively abroad. Hong Kong, Xinjiang, the South China Sea, Huawei come as together in a distressing picture. It is hard not to feel like we have been given a preview of what sole communized Chinese global leadership would look like. This puts all of its neighbors on guard at once. That was her conclusion. Now, analysts have been puzzled by the behavior of the Chi-Com leadership over the last few years, cautioning that it is difficult to decipher why certain decisions have been made and even who made them. But it is clear that the more centralized leadership of Xi Jinping has caused more backlash. To quoteist Susan Shirk, chairwoman of the 21st Century China Center at the University of California, San Diego, at length and verbatim, it is rare, actually, that the Chinese leadership has picked fights with everyone at the same time. There is something broken with the policy-making process. This is a reflection of what Deng Xiaoping called the overconcentration of power that leads to policy mistakes. And why does it lead to policy mistakes? It's because nobody dares tell the leader that this is a bad idea. This changes the whole narrative of China's intentions. China looks like it has a very narrow self-interest that it is pursuing rather than a more cooperative approach. And that means that other countries are going to erect all sorts of barriers. There will be real costs, not just reputational, but economic costs. At home, Red China faces the threat of high unemployment as the economy, already slowing before the pandemic, struggles to recover. After the outbreak, online censorship appears to have worsened. Those who have expressed critical opinions of the government or its COVID response have been detained, including a prominent law professor and young internet activists working to save information wiped out from the Chinese internet. Min Jinpei, an expert on governance in China at Claremont McKenna College, has thus observed, in his own words, that inside the system, voices of dissent, of disagreement, are never heard. So one mistake follows another. The Chinese people are probably starting to digest that their country is in this Cold War with the American Empire. The future looks pretty uncertain. And how they will deal with this, because for the last 40 years, Red China lived in a very peaceful environment, and now everything has changed. For the communist Chinese leadership, what is most important may not be international reaction, but maintaining support from its citizens. Officials maintain their country is only defending its own interests and pushing back against outside interference, a line aggressively pushed in state media. Its propagandized success over the virus, when compared to other countries that propagate no such cover-ups, appears to have helped. A recent survey, a survey of 1,000 urban residents by the China Data Lab at the University of California, San Diego, found that trust in the central government has actually increased. On a scale of 1 to 10, average trust in the central government was 8.65 at the peak of the outbreak in Red China in February, and 8.87 in May that same year, compared to 8.23 in June of yesteryear. For Xi, who has spent several weeks last year making appearances around the country to compensate for all the time he was hiding out at the height of the pandemic, talking with farmers in northeastern China, posing in an attack helicopter while visiting the Air Force, or giving important instructions on floods overwhelming much of the country, that may have been more important than any international backlash. Dali Yang, a professor of political science focusing on Red China at the University of Chicago, then concluded, and here I quote his T, "For the people who are making the decisions, they see it as the price to pay, and they are willing to pay it. This time they think, maybe we are strong enough. We are equals now, and therefore we can cause as much pain to you as us. We can fight. Ergo, therefore, this side of the Pacific in Washington, D.C., there be bipartisan consensus that mainland China poses a strategic threat, and that the least these United States should do to mitigate the risk is to stop helping the communized Chinese economy grow. The reality of the situation is such that preemptive action is warranted, even if it means violating the World Trade Organizational rules that the American empire itself did so much to write and promote. In fact, Google and Microsoft in particular must explain their enabling of Red China's genocide propaganda. Quote, Google and Microsoft are enabling the Chinese Communist Party to spread perverse conspiracy theories and lies. Unquote. That's the striking finding of a recent Brookings Institution report that I've reviewed. That respected Washington, D.C. based think tank tracked how Red China, in their words, has exploited search engine results on Xinjiang and COVID-19. Brookings compiled daily data over a 120-day period on 12 terms related to Xinjiang and COVID-19 from 5 different sources. 1. Google Search. 2. Google News. 3. Bing Search. 4. Bing News. Reconnection was successful. We were knocked off. I need response to tell me whether I'm still online. So let's hear it from anyone listening, and I'm pleased to see we've got a lot of listeners, as to whether or not you can still hear me. We got knocked off. We are reconnected, but we need feedback. Let me check incoming notifications. Oh, the lovely Trisha Whitmer. Shout out there to you, honey, if you're listening. Oh, my God. And I'm going to...
Hello, Douglas.
There we are. You can hear me.
Hello. I can hear you, Douglas. Yeah. You're live on YouTube as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to confirm that quickly. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to come on for a few minutes just to say hi?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can do, Douglas. Yeah, and of course, if you need me to go, I'm happy to do whatever. If you're in the middle of, your
God, actually, if you could give me, if you could hold the stage with Viviana for a few minutes while I grab myself a Coke.
Yes,
that would help immensely. Let's see if we can call up Viviana. Viviana, are you there, honey? I think that's her, right? If not, then I know you could hold it alone. You can talk about some new posts. As a matter of fact, you know what? It would be nice for you to do a post on at some point in the future. I can think of a few now. I've never done this before, but actually kind of giving you some ideas for what to put a post up on. I should have thought of this a long time ago. And oh my God, you've been so good about this, and thank God you're tagging me more regularly. And so tell me about, I think, do me a favor. I'm going to go grab a Coke, and what I'm hoping you can do while I refresh myself a little bit, I'll be back in about 7 minutes, 10 minutes at the longest. Why don't you tell people about the horrors of inflation right now in England? It's at its highest ever. I don't know how. I mean, obviously, both you and your wife are working, so I assume both of you are getting along, but you've got 3 children. And you can maybe tell people how your life is impacted by this and how other Britons must be in even worse positions. I can't imagine. So if you could tell people about that while I go mute for a few minutes, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. I'll hold the stage. Thank you very much. Take your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, take your time. Thank you. Yeah, and hello, everyone. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here with you this evening. It's now 8:44 in the morning here in the UK, and I'm basically going to just explain how everyone here in Britain is going through a cost of living crisis. It is basically, to live is getting more and more detrimental for families in the UK. Just about half an hour ago, I went to an Esso garage, and the price of diesel is now just under £2. It's £1.99 for a litre. So that's gone up dramatically over the last few weeks. It's the highest it's been in 17 years. And so it's just little things like that people are now turning towards alternative transportation, such as using public services, such as buses and trains. Because they've realized that it's such costly, a monthly cost to maintain and run a personal vehicle for their home, that now people are relying on alternative transportation, as well as now people can work from home. It's more ascertainable to work from home for their job role, and so more people relying on, if they can, to work closer to home if they can, or get a job in their hometown or home city. And it's just little things like this. People are trying to find ways to bring the cost of living down. And this is what everyone's going through. And I'm hearing this from everyone that I know about. even things like turn like the refrigeration off. They're actually, if they've got multiple refrigerations, they're actually trying to bring down, trying to get rid of stuff in their refrigerators to if they can compensate by putting it into a smaller refrigerator and just having it switched off. That's what someone I discussed with my family over the weekend. It's just little things like that, things that are being, you have to run 24 hours a day. And it's so scary to think that people have to, resort to this sort of behavior. They have to, find alternative ways to try and bring down the cost, their monthly bills, because it's just getting more and more. And it's energy bills predominantly. It's mainly the gas and electric, all the utility bills, because the price of gas and energy is rising. It's going up too high, and inflation is rising because of this reason, because of energy bills. And this is all part of that. This is a result of the Ukrainian conflict, that's going on in Ukraine at the moment, when Russia has illegally invaded Ukraine. This is the ramifications of this conflict that's going on. And it's scary, frightening, and I feel for a lot of families, and even personally for myself, and what me and my partner have discussed, that it's actually worthwhile, more cheaper for me just to work and her to stay home and look after the children. One of our daughters goes to school, but the other one is only going to nursery once a week, because that's all we can afford to do, because it costs so much money, hundreds of pounds each week, just to put little Evelyn in for one day of nursery. So we're relying on family members to come and look after her on the other days, and to find childcare. It's just it's really, this is what we're resorted to. And so it's actually more worthwhile if my partner stays at home and I just go to work. And it means I'll have to work an extra day a week. So it doesn't mean, I get the weekends off. It will mean I work the weekends as well, which is more money. It's double pay over the weekend, which is worthwhile. But that's what it's coming down to. It's actually cheaper for one partner to stay at home and one to work and do extra hours. So it means one's working longer and more hours, and the other one stays at home to look after the kids. And this is what it's resorted to. And every family member in the UK are going through this. It doesn't matter how rich you are or how poor you are. You're trying to find alternative means of. And this was obviously a Russian campaign, a Russian propaganda campaign to dislodge Britain from the European Union. This was started with that whole campaign to get people to push for Brexit and to vote for Brexit when we had the referendum in 2016. And this is this is completely obvious when you look at going back to the campaigns by people like Nigel Farage that's promoting it. And then all of a sudden, once they won a victory of Brexit, then they disembarked and they went to Russia and went to the United States. Yeah, Nigel Farage went to meet Donald Trump, who's a Russian asset, Russian puppet. Yeah, this is what's happened. And Britain, for the last since Brexit was finalised and there was no agreement, there was no trade agreement at all. It was, the European Union said, no, you left, that's it. We're not going to give you any special privileges anymore. You're not going to get any fair trade. You're off on your own. You have to find alternative trade sources. So, and in the supermarkets, people are struggling to, each week you go to the groceries department and there's nothing there on the shelves. And it's been like this for the last few years. And this is just all through personal experience. This is not something that I'm finding from other sources. This is just something that I've been experiencing. And it's just going to get much worse. And poverty is rising immensely. More and more people are going to be homeless. And so, you've got these people in government that are they're just incompetent to run the country. They can't find any means of actually stabilizing the country anymore. They're just, what they're relying on is just more and more taxpayers' money. Everything's just going up, including national health, through the National Health Service. Everything is going up. Everything is rising. We pay national insurance each month. We pay tax each month as opposed to local tax also each month. And everything is just going up and up and up. And the pay rises, the increments are not going up. But thankfully, I'm in a job where I am getting my increments and pay rises. If it wasn't for that, and I was still in the hospitality industry, I would be suffering big time. It would have been, yeah.
Oh my God.
So thank God I'm now just moving up in the world, moving forward, just to provide a family with a sustainable future, just to give them some hope. Otherwise, it would have been, it's scary. It is really frightening. But thank you, Douglas. It's not something.
Yeah, go on.
It's not something I've ever thought about, so it's not something I've been inclined to talk about openly either. But it's so important to discuss this, and just so people are aware, because I'm actually speaking openly on behalf of the whole nation. It's not something. It doesn't matter how rich you are. They everything's rising, and the rich don't want to part from their money. They don't want to spend the money. That's why they're rich in the first place, and even they are suffering because they got to spend some money.
Yeah. Well, as we've said before, the British, unlike the MSs, they've got assets, but not money. So the shortage on money, hits them proportionately hard in its own way, and nothing like it does the poor. But you get my point. And are you there?
Yeah. Absolutely,
okay.
No, thank you, Douglas. It keeps cutting off for some reason. It goes silent and then it comes back on. Really strange.
Interesting. Might be interference. Who knows? We can only speculate. But what about?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about what you might know about Huawei. How that was supposed to come in and do the British infrastructure, and how the British slammed down on that. Tell us about any repercussions you might know of, or what you remember of all that. That was kind of before you started working for what you do now, as a service engineer.
Yes.
But you must have heard of it, or of course, or followed the story, right?
Well, do you know what's really funny, Douglas? I can actually allude to that, because I'm doing obviously fiber installation. Our original optical termination network box, basically, it's a white box for connecting fiber from the house router to the network, which is run by fiber, which is completely separate to the copper. And that used to be Hawaii, and now it's obsolete. We don't use it anymore. You have to replace it with a Nokia ONT. So we used to use Hawaii, and I've got actually at home in my shed, I've got 10 ONT boxes. There's no use for them, so I've got to get rid of them somehow. I've got to
Oh my God.
Yeah, but they're obsolete and we don't use them anymore. So that makes, that is just for people to understand that it's something that is it's rendered obsolete. We don't use it anymore in the network. And sometimes I did see in the work chat yesterday over the weekend, last Friday, someone was asking for Hawaii ONT because they had a fault on somebody's line and they needed that replacing. It was proven to be faulty, and he was actually asking people if they had any. A lot of engineers didn't have any, and of course I never responded. Of course, I've got 10 in my shed.
Oh my God!
I can't use them. Yeah, I've got 10 of them.
Oh my God!
And
how come you didn't respond?
Because I only read the message over the weekend. I wasn't working.
Oh, I get it.
He was asking Friday, and so he would have. I think he found one in the end. But my God, I was just looking at that, thinking, we don't use them anymore, because now it's turned over to Nokia.
Oh my God!
We use Nokia ONTs now.
Right. And just so people understand, the English accent, it speaks the Huawei as more like almost sounding like Hawaii. Just so people don't get confused, it sounds almost like you're saying Hawaii.
Exactly.
When it comes to the Nokia, that's Swedish, Norwegian. What is that?
Oh, do you know what? I don't actually know, Douglas. It might be. I have to look that up quickly.
Yeah, because I think that's a Scandinavian company or something like that, which makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Nokia. I'm just typing it in now. But no, thank you for having me on, Douglas. I thought I'd jump on quickly.
Yeah. Nokia. Oh, I'm so glad you did. And by the way, my thanks to Vicky Johnson. She says we're still heard. By the way, the reason that we were dropping out was because for some reason chat disconnected. That may have been when the online broadcasting studio software went offline. So I guess it was all connected, but I guess it was some glitches as things readapted across the big pond.
Yes, absolutely. God, it's such a tedious. Yeah, it's from Finland. Yeah.
Finland.
So yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah, Finland.
Okay.
Yeah, 1865. Yeah, it dates its roots back. Yeah.
Holy
Just
shit.
reading it now. Yeah. From Finland. So yeah, the Finnish multinational. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah.
God, no,
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'm so glad because there should be a deeper connection between Britain and the Scandinavian countries, though mostly with Norway in the future because they're both outside of the European Union. Both Britain now and Norway are outside of the EU. So aside from all of that, as you said, you have this kind of connection, and you've got this kind of equipment that is essentially obsolete. There's no place you can turn that into. Is there some superior you can report that to?
That's really scary, actually, Douglas, because there's no one. Once you have it, you can't return it back to stores. They won't basically refund the what we call the OUC.
Okay.
It's just basically our patch. They do not refund it. So once it's bought out, there's no returning it.
Are you telling me they make you pay for this? You have to like buy it and then.
Oh, me personally, no, nothing. They don't make us pay for anything personally out of our own expenses. Anything that if we ever have to use our own expenses, for instance, if our SO cards just malfunctions, doesn't work, and we have to pay for ourselves, we can basically, they will get it reimbursed. We can it's through a system called CoCorp. So we can basically get our expenses reimbursed. We can get a refund for it. But no, this is basically out of our budget, basically our area budget, patch budget.
Okay.
So yeah, we have a budget, so it comes out of it. So yeah, that's basically I can't return it to anyone. I can only drop it off somewhere. They won't even recycle them. That's just scary.
Jesus.
So it's basically all they said to us a couple of weeks ago. All we can do with them, because there was another chap in my patch that had the same issue. He's got 10 of them, and I've got 10 of them. And he was like, "What do we do with them?" And he goes, "Just get rid of them. Just if you can use them, use them. But we're not supposed to put them out in the network anymore." Right. So. Yeah, they're replaced by Nokia now. So it's just little things like that. It just shows you, yeah. That's something personal as well. That's something from my inside experience. That why I can't even pronounce it, Douglas. And do you know what? I don't know anyone that can pronounce it correctly in the UK because they all say differently. Hawaii.
That's
Hawaii.
Fine. That's definitely
but
fun.
Nobody can.
Yeah, it's by the way, I want you to stay on with me until I finish this Coke. When I'm finished with this Coke, then I'll rinse the taste out of my mouth and I'll get back into monologue. But thank God you're here. Oh my God, you know my voice was starting to crack. So you're a lifesaver. So by all means, let me take advantage of you and exploit you.
Yeah.
Have you talk a bit more about anything you want? Tell people about the latest posts you put up and what they're about.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, very, very important. Of course, I've got one of my recent posts is on Captain Thomas Mantell. He was he's a World War II pilot. He served in World War II, and he was a national hero, recognized as a national hero. And shortly after Operation High Jump, this is what the United States experienced shortly after the Operation High Jump, which was a failed operation by the Navy, by Richard Admiral Byrd. The Third Reich in exile became quite hostile over the airspace of the United States, and this is when they started to turn towards a hostility towards them. And it wasn't like they were going around flying over, conducting scout runs or conducting their scouting runs, killing off civilians. This wasn't the case, but they would fly over national airspace. And this was this certain incident with Thomas Mantell was over Kentucky, and he was dispatched. He was ordered to go and pursue this unidentified unidentified flying object, and which was appearing on radar screens. And of course, I've got all the details I could read off to tell you which Air Force base he flew from and the flight path that he took. But basically, to put things short, he basically was in pursuit of this UFO, which was the Third Reich in exile's craft, and it accelerated. It basically ascended so high up into the sky after they were trying to pursue. And of course, he was in his Mustang, his P-51 Mustang. It's a fighter pilot. It's a fighter plane, basically. It's not a jet.
But it's like World War II era. Yeah, World War II era.
Yes, thank you.
Go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and basically the United States Air Force's cover-up for this was that he simply blacked out. He simply, ascended too high in the sky, and there was lack of oxygen. And some historians, I've seen some articles that they try to say, it was Venus. It was the planet Venus that he was pursuing, which is preposterous because it was appearing on radar.
Right.
And it was actually visible from the naked eye down below. Eyewitnesses were watching this thing. It was actually reported from the Air Force Base itself. They could see this object in the sky, and it wasn't and of course it was quite cloudy as well, so you wouldn't be able to see the stars. And so, yeah, he ascended so high, and then obviously he pursued it too closely, and he was taken out, like thousands of other Air Force pilots have been taken out over the United States over the following decades following that. And this is obviously a repercussion. This is the consequences of what they did in Operation High Jump. This was then the Third Reich's response so they became hostile over the United States, and it was to force the Americans, the military high command, into concessions and keeping them at base so they wouldn't attack them.
Yes,
they were trying to and this was the whole purpose of it. And it's really hard for people to understand it as well, because they always, under propaganda over all these decades, they've always been under this indoctrination that the Third Reich wanted to take over the world. They wanted to and this is what they struggle to understand this, because they think, if this was the Third Reich and they were using these craft, they think they would have obliterated the Americans and the British and all the allies and the Soviet Union during World War II. And this is not the case. This was not the objective of the war, especially towards, the years following, towards the cessation of proactive prosecution. It was holding their strongholds out until they could relocate the government. This is the series of conflicts that they continue to have over to the earlier parts of the 1940s was just to hold off the Allies as long as they could, so they could relocate the government into exile. And that was the purpose of that. And it has nothing to do with globalization of conquering the world. It has nothing to do with that. And so, the latest post was just snippets of newspaper articles of Captain Thomas Martel. And he was one of the original cases. Yeah. He was one of the most well documented cases. Of course, it was going on from 1946, 1947. This happened in January in 1948. So his death occurred. And I actually watched a little. It was only a snippet of a documentary that the grandchildren are now investigating the death of their great grandfather. Wow. Their grandfather. Yeah, and they've said the United States Air Force and and of course the military have never given them an explanation to why he died, and all these. Yeah, and it's really quite sad. And I kind of want to reach out to him in a little bit just to explain what actually happened, because they have a right to know. But this is what's been going on. They've covered this up, these cases, and there've been thousands. And this is what I said on my stag do. I explained to him there was an undeclared war in the 1950s. It was an aerospace war, and in the German it's called the Schiffskrieg, and in the English it's the Dis War period. It was the aerospace wars between 1951 to 1956, and it was a very violent period of time.
Yes, and what's so important about this is that you've gone farther beyond even myself by pursuing what I simply exposed. Our man George Knight is now preeminently emerging as truly the expert in his own right. And I want you to know how proud I am of you in your doing that. You really are an incredible human being, and I'm just so excited for you. I mean, now with the marriage coming up soon, I mean, let me take a look at the calendar here and see. This is this is next month, right? It's just
next week.
Yeah, next week.
On the 9th of July.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Next Saturday. Yes.
What about the honeymoon?
Yeah.
What are you doing for the honeymoon?
We basically, for wedding gifts, we've basically said that we've just requested for people to donate money, and once we've received the money from everyone, that wants to give us money, then we'll see what we've got to play with, basically, and then see if we can book somewhere for us to go away somewhere, maybe in September. But I'll let you know, Douglas. Yeah, I'll let you know once we
Now,
booked.
I don't know how many listeners we have in England, or how many listeners would be capable of working with the exchange rate system concerning the PayPal or anything else, but let people know where they can send the money. I'm gonna go mute. I'm gonna rinse the taste of this Coke out of my mouth. I'll be back in about 5 minutes at the most. So take over the stage and let people know where they can send the money, and also where they can simply send well wishes, and let them know your Facebook timeline, what your Facebook timeline is, as well as your YouTube channel, so that they can find out more about what you're posting and the videos you produced in the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Really much appreciated. And thank you for saying that, because that means a lot to me, hearing you say those words. So it's very much appreciated. And yeah, just so people are aware, the wedding guests I've invited to the wedding, they're the ones that we've requested, money from. I don't expect any listeners of Douglas to ever send me any money at all, because if you ever want to donate any money and support to anyone, it's to Douglas. And the people that listen to this, the majority of you are supporters of Douglas. So it's very much appreciated whatever you can donate. I know it's the times are very hard for people to even make ends meet for themselves, let alone help other people, but whatever you can is very much appreciated. Any small amounts goes a long way, and that's all I can ever ask. I wouldn't expect anyone to ever do anything unless they are comfortable doing so. You have to remember to put themselves and their families before others, because that's what we do in this world. But any donations you can for Douglas is very much appreciated, because he's the most important man in this world, and I can vet for that very easily. It's very much appreciated. Anyone that does help Douglas, I'm very much appreciate it. So but anyways, as opposed to with myself, my Facebook timeline is George Knight, and the URL, I believe it's one of those things that it's not in my memory, but my Facebook timeline is George Knight. I think it's .e.knight.7, something like that. It's george.e.knight.7. That's my Facebook URL to locate me. But you'll see me on Douglas's Facebook friends page. Basically, if you go to his friends list, you'll see my name, and that's George Knight. There's only one, but there's thousands of George Knights out there in this world. It's just, it's remarkable. But that you can see my posts. My posts are actually public, so you can a lot of people can view my posts, even if you're not friends with me. And that's the reason why I post things on Facebook. And I give all due credit to Douglas, because I would never have known this if it wasn't my acquaintance with Douglas. I've been acquainted by a lot of this information from himself. And that's the thing. This is what I explained to a lot of people. And on my stag do that happened last week, I was explaining to a lot of my friends that came along to it that a lot of the information on the web, you cannot, if you try to look for anything, it's so scrubbed, so censored, that whatever you type in, you're going to find. And you type anything in the search engine, it says, you got like this many million results of this search, and it's all just jumbled up, and they give you basically at the top, you'll just be the most relevant, which you won't find anything about what you're looking at, especially if you're looking at anything that is very sensitive. Anything that to do with history, you're only gonna find what they want you to know, and that's going to be the most relevant post at the top. The most relevant article will appear at the top of the search engine. But it's like, that's what I explained with like the Dis War period. There is a undeclared war that you can't find anything about online unless you type in things like Captain Thomas Mantell Jr. If you type this man's name in, then you will find stuff about it. You'll find about the Dis War period, that this man was chasing a flying saucer. And this is just one example. There have been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other documented cases.
That's right.
And so this is what's so important for people to understand. The information out there. And this is why people will turn around and say they can't find anything about anyone or certain subjects or certain things. It's because they don't know what they're simply looking for. And you type in Dis War or the United States air wars, or the wars of, because it wasn't just the United States, it was the Soviet Union and Britain were still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich. And this is just one example. You can't find out anything about it. And this is what I couldn't find out anything until Douglas actually explained the diswar period to me. And he gave me all the information I need to actually find it. Unless you know what you're looking for, you can't find it. You simply, there's no record of it. And this is the thing, all these, and for an example of Douglas himself, the gang stalkers say they can't find out any information about Douglas because they don't know where they're looking. They don't know what they're finding. They just don't know what to look for. So that's why they turn up and say, oh, his name's not Douglas Dietrich. You're looking in the wrong place, aren't you? You've met the guy. You know who he is. Oh my God, it's just stupid things like that. And like people saying that, oh, aliens, extraterrestrials have never killed anyone. Well, no, because it's not extraterrestrials that killing people. It's the Third Reich in exile that's killing people.
Yes.
And it's just so. It's actually, yeah, I get really quite, you can hear my passion when I'm speaking, and it's just, it's what I do is try to make. Yeah, I try to make sense of it for people to actually follow and understand. But Douglas, there was something I wanted to say to you actually.
Mm-hmm.
It was it was the other thing I brought up on my stag do was the Lado Road, the building of the Lado Road.
Yes.
And it was like that when you did that interview with what's his name? I forgot what's his name. It's not Bartzies. It's
was it?
I forgot.
It's not Andrew Bartzies. It was maybe. Gosh, who was that?
Yeah, who's that chap? I forgot what it was, but it was a very long video. It's like a 2-part video.
Was it that James Arthur Yanchik guy?
No, not him. No. Beg your pardon. Not James Arthur Yanchik. What's his? I forgot what his name is. But anyway, Douglas was describing the Lado. It was basically talking about how the African Americans were being drafted and they were used as slaves to build the Burma Road and the Lado Road. And it was just like, I've listened to that probably countless times. Probably like 2 or 3 dozen times, and it was just like, and this is what I explained on the stag do. I was explaining how the Americans were still using African Americans as slaves.
Yeah,
they were used as slaves, and you have this there was this manhunt, the largest manhunt in history, against Herman Perry.
Yes.
Herman Perry, and he was a black African American who was drafted. And he was serving in Burma, in the Burma theater, building the Lado Road, and which became known as the what's it? Sorry, Douglas. The Stillwell Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stillwell Road. It became known as the Stillwell. But this man was being whipped by his white officer, treated awfully, and he basically ended up just breaking, and he shot him. He pulled out his. He pulled out the white officers, and I forgot his name. That you can look this up and people can find out. But he actually shot the white officer that was whipping him. He was being treated badly by his white officer, and it became known as the largest manhunt in all history. In this, people can look at the details of Herman Perry and how he escaped and how he was living in the jungles of Burma.
Yes.
For a while, for a period of time, and basically, what I was saying was, and when you listen to that interview with Douglas,
was that with Vinny Eastwood? It wasn't Vinny Eastwood.
It might be Vinny Eastwood. It might be Douglas. Yeah, thank you. It might be him. And it was I love it so much. It's such a great video. I would recommend anyone to watch it. You will learn a lot about Christianity and basically, and aspects of reality such as this, the Lado Road that was being built by these African American slaves. And you hear Douglas, and this is the thing, I've listened to it, like I said, countless times, and yet it only just clicked recently that when Douglas says, and World War II, it was supposed to be the Great Patriotic War, it was fought for freedom. So how hypocritical that they were fighting for freedom, but yet they had African Americans serving as slaves. That doesn't make any sense. And that only just clicked with me, because you hear Douglas go, and they fought for freedom. Let me hear you say it again. Freedom doesn't make any sense, does it? Because they were having these men that were serving, just whilst these white officers were sleeping above on stilts, these platforms that were made from sticks and bamboo, they were not sleeping on the ground. But the slaves were sleeping on the ground, being eaten by rats and the termites and snakes at night, and getting eaten by tigers, and they were dying.
Yes.
And so that's just like, that's the reality that people, that they don't know about, and that like shocked my friends on the stag do. That was like, so that's why that night I came home, that day I came home, I did the post on the Lado Road.
There.
and just to show pictures. That's why I did it.
Amazing. I really
thank you,
appreciate
Douglas.
it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
are amazing. By the way, Viviana Sanchez, she did put something into the text box of Skype. Do acknowledge that. She says, "You're very kind, George Knight." And in the chat as well, if you can enter the chat, she was telling people the one and only George Knight. She was saying, "Welcome on panel, Mr. George Knight." So she's very professional. God bless her.
Yeah, thank you.
We are also very lucky to have her, and we're more than blessed as well to have yourself. And believe me, I couldn't do it without a person of your passion. And honestly, the one thing that people may never have heard, you notice that
Yeah.
I'm never up here saying praising anybody for loyalty, because that's not in question here. What's in question is, what are people contributing? What is their level of passion? And Mr. George Knight has it all. He really has. What was the name of that interview that I was telling people about the 911 interview? That was the
Yes.
first interview you ever saw of me, but I could. Is
Yes.
that still up? Is that thing still up?
Yeah,
on
that's. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. That channel had up there for years. They had up for a good 2 or 3 years. I believe it was about 3 years, but it definitely lasted for 2 years. They took it down, so I can't find it anymore. But thankfully, because John Warrington actually, he archived it, he saved it, and then you republished it on your own YouTube channel. So it's on your YouTube channel. If you scroll down the videos, which takes a long time to scroll all the way down, you'll find it at the bottom, towards the bottom. Which
Holy
is
shit.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
it's-
Thank God we did
yeah.
that. Holy shit!
Yeah, very important, because you have these. You can hear the interviewers. There must have been about 2 or 3. I don't know how many people were in your apartment, but it was about. I don't know how many. It was at least 2 people.
Right.
Because you hear I think you hear a woman's voice in
That's
it.
correct. That's correct. That's Holly
Yeah.
Coditis Kiefer. That's Holly Coditis Kiefer. By the way, Sammy Romero was talking about the Rex Bear interview. It might have been a Rex Bear interview that I couldn't.
It was Rex Bearer.
There
It was
we are.
Rex Bearer. Thank you. Yeah, it was. Thank you, Douglas. It was Rex Bearer. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
God, I forget these people's names. But
well, you can't be expected to remember them. There's so many. There were so many when
Yeah.
I was doing them, and then what happened was that so many of these things just turned out to be just they nothing would be recorded. It was always the same shit.
Yes.
And after a while, I just got demotivated from doing interviews at all. A shout out to Joseph Boyer, who is a wonderful human being. He has this wonderful son, and he's been doing great. But I'll tell you, that last interview that I did with Joseph Boyer was the last. I intend on doing a pre-recording in the first few weeks of next month, which will be pretty much around the time you're having your wedding. And but in terms of the pre-recording, it'll be with Sean Bond, and we'll tell people more about that. But that'll be the first one I did since the Joseph Boyer one, because there was just a convergence of events that made that miserable. Well, one thing, something happened where she had a break, we'll call it a transitional psychotic break, and she basically made me look like wax porcelain. It was something later on I found out about. Maybe she was attempting to make me look like one of the biofac simulacra, and it's not something that I interpret as her even trying to be funny. It was something deeper than that. And it's not like I'm how would I say it, deaf or oblivious to what goes on with people around me. It's just some people are definitely more unpredictable than others. But in that case, I was also dealing with Joseph Boyer, who also had his terrible issues that day. And one of them was that he hadn't slept, and he also had some influenza or something, some terrible case of diarrhea. So, that was so demotivating. So while I was talking, he would either be falling asleep or he would be leaving to walk off the screen, so he could basically run to the crapper. It was just, it was just, oh my God, it was just such an experience. I just said, fuck it after that. It wasn't that alone. It was just cumulative. But, and it's kind of happening with the Facebook now, where I'm just maintaining the Facebook now for private messages. I really am not sure what direction that's going to go in. But we're going to have to adapt and see what we can do. But obviously, for those of you who don't know, I put up a promotional banner for tonight. It is unusual. I keep getting these these congratulations from people who think that this is like some announcement that I'm in a relationship or something. They have no idea what that promotional banner is. Basically telling, there's this stalker who's contacting everybody, whether they know me or not. And that alone is the part that's most disturbing. And basically, if they, anyhow. So I went into the public warning already. No need to go into it now.
Yeah.
So, my dear friend, I love you dearly, and share that love with Sarah and your family. And I'll go back into monologue. I'll try and recover my thread of thought. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. No, very much appreciated, and I'll speak to you soon. Love you lots, and thank you everyone for listening. Send almost all my love and support onto you, Douglas, and everyone else. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Douglas.
You are.
Take care.
You are our. Oh, before you go, Viviana, if you want to come on and say goodbye to George personally, please, by all means, do so for now. Yes. Let's see if we can get her on.
George, it was so lovely to hear your passion. I didn't realize what a scholar you are.
No, thank you. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, and this is why I'm with Douglas. This is why I always will be. I can't be like the rest of them. I can't just do that and then just walk away from it. Yeah, otherwise I'll be lying to myself and lying to everyone. I can't do that. We're the movement of truth. Basically, it's not even that. It's just spreading awareness, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing what I do. It's because Douglas is so important, and people do not understand that, and I understand that fully, how important he is, and I've explained that many times to people, and to my own Sarah. I've explained to her how important he is, and she's got to understand that he's going to be here in my life forever, so she's got to accept that.
Well, that's wonderful.
That's brilliant.
And by the way, I do want you to know, Viviana, and all of our listeners, that our man George Knight, he actually pursued things that I never would have thought to pursue in terms of Michael Aquino. And even though Michael Aquino, I have had a course, of course, like I mentioned, in 1982, 1983, he had gone to Wewelsburg Castle and conducted that ritual. I had never thought to look for photographs of him. Obviously, the memories were just too painful to go looking. But several photographs of Michael Aquino in various secret ceremonies and occult rituals, as well as when he was just posing with weaponry at various training facilities, were uncovered by George Knight. And so George Knight brought us photographs of Michael Aquino that otherwise would be lost. And honestly, I don't know if you heard earlier, but, our man Peter Moon was doing his Tai Chi and talking to Alexa and trying to, query about Michael Aquino. All he got was responses about murderers in the Philippines and shit, which is appropriate enough. But then he was asking about the Presidio et cetera, and all he got was satanic panic bullshit. So if it weren't for men like George Knight, we wouldn't have these photographs of Michael Aquino either. So George Knight he's just been the all-around researcher, truly the epitome of what counts. And thank God for him, and thank God for Viviana.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's wonderful. Thank you,
Yeah.
George. And I'll be thinking of you, and have a wonderful wedding.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I'll be on this week. I'll be on this Thursday. Wednesday night I'll be on. Hopefully, yeah.
I hope so. Yes.
Thank you.
How exciting. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. On Monday. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Thank you.
Take care. Take care.
God
Take care.
bless you.
Yeah, God bless you. Yes, he provided me the break I needed. So let's see if I can recover my thread of thought. And is there anything you want to say, Viviana, before you retreat into the background again, honey?
Oh, no, I just thought I would wake up from my slumber. I heard George talking so passionately. He's like, who's this? What is he talking about? I'm sorry. I
so cute.
take a little nap. I took a little nap.
That's fine. Oh, that's fine, honey. Thank you so much. Well, love you dearly. And our lady Viviana will be in the background by my side. And we will return to basically what's going on is that when it comes to Google and Microsoft as search engines, we've just talked about how our man Peter Moon was doing his Tai Chi and throwing his, shall we say, questions at Alexa and getting just jack-off responses that were being skimmed by Alexa off of Wikipedia. And this is essentially something worse. What I'm sharing with you now is not just a cover-up and a scrub. It is a foreign nation's propaganda. It's bad enough when your own government's lying to you, but when you've got a foreign empire and basically an enemy lying to you, where are you then? But understand that when it came to Xinjiang, Uyghur, that's this northwestern Chinese province that's most central to Beijing's genocide against millions of Caucasian or Caucasoid
ethnically Turkic Uyghur Muslims, the search engines that were consulted, Google Search, Google News, Bing Search, Bing News, and YouTube, Bing being Microsoft's search engine and YouTube being owned by Google, they showed clear bias. So Brookings, the think tank that I once fantasized about maybe working for, but I was really thinking about Rand MIT. But Brookings was in one of the options. Brookings notes that it regularly returned all their searches, state-backed content across news searches, meaning Chinese communist state-backed content, with at least one Commu-Chinese state-backed news outlet appearing in the top 10 results in 88% of searches. 106 out of 128, 106 out of 120 days searched. And on YouTube, state media appeared, meaning communist Chinese state media, appeared among the top 10 results in searches for Xinjiang in 98% of searches, 118 out of 120 days search. So maybe don't Google it. Still, carefully think, or shall we say, reflect on the gravity of this situation. Think as carefully about these figures. 88% of searches led to Communist Chinese government propaganda as their top results. And not just on a matter of tangential dispute, but with respect to an active and catastrophic genocide. On YouTube, 98% of searches accommodated this enemy regime's communist propaganda among its top results. This represents an extraordinary failure by these companies to do what they claim is a top priority, ensuring that users can reliably access accurate information. If they can't do that for you with a Holocaust, an ongoing Holocaust right now, think about how crappy they are when you're looking up anything about World War II and the Thousand-Year Reich in exile or the Empire of Japan winning that war. And these aspiring gatekeepers for accurate news information definitively, by all evidence, are worse than their standard search engine moderator colleagues at screening out communist Chinese propaganda. Brookings notes that both news search, that's Google News and Bing News, and YouTube search are much more likely to disseminate communist Chinese state media than web search. And to make matters worse, these search engines and YouTube are also amplifying CCP, or Chinese Communist Party lies, across these United States. YouTube, for example, has been returning propagandist results for such searches as Fort Detrick, the Biological Warfare Weapons Lab. Fort Detrick is spelled different from my surname, D-E-T-R-I-C-K, like D-E and trick, followed by you turn a trick. And they've been saying that Fort Detrick produces COVID with absolutely no evidence. That's the communist Chinese line. Red China has spent the past few years, 2 years on record, claiming that Fort Detrick is the origin of COVID-19. This lie is already outrageous enough, but it is much worse considering that the communist Chinese empire, with all of its corollary health and social mayhem, is the actual origin of the goddamn virus. Brookings investigators also conclude, in their words, that their research likely underestimates the prevalence and prominence of communist Chinese state media in search results, given the challenges of identifying this content republished in seemingly independent sources. In our data set, I'm reading from their words here, in our data set, at least 19 different sources that are not officially affiliated with the Communist Chinese government, but regularly published Red Chinese state media content verbatim, ergo the Helsinki Times of Finland, appeared in top search results. Including observations from only those 19 sources would increase the total number of Communist Chinese state media occurrences in search results by nearly 10% and bring the Communist Chinese Empire up to 100% control of all Western media. So guess what, people? All your media, 100%, is controlled by the Communist Chinese. Put another way, all major American tech companies are allowing Communist Chinese propaganda cutouts to amplify all of Beijing's lies. All of China's censors are cutting out your reality, people. You live in a communized Chinese fantasy world. And just as Red China attempts to manipulate U.S. tech companies, it also relentlessly steals from American interests. This effort involves an industrial spying campaign by CHICOM, Chinese Communist intelligence officers, and agents that is further enabled by the Biden administration's belief that being woke is more important than national security. It involves intellectual property theft to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars each and every year. It also involves the blatant deception of red Chinese tech companies, which claim only to provide an affordable service, whereas their true service is espionage. Huawei has gained much attention in recent years, but consider new BuzzFeed reporting on TikTok that Chinese administrators have repeatedly accessed the user of data, all the user data of all American TikTok users. If you use TikTok, if you use Zoom, all that information is monitored by the Communist Chinese. The irony is sickening. As U.S. tech firms help Red China lie to the world, Chinese firms are helping their Beijing masters spy on Americans. This cannot stand! Google has a particularly pathetic record when it comes to Red China, notably via its belatedly aborted Dragonfly contact, or rather their contract to support Beijing censorship. It is quite sad that Google employees were far more upset about the idea of supporting U.S. national security than about amplifying the censorship and propaganda of a truly tyrannical genocidal regime. U.S. companies must stop acting as useful idiot puppets for America's most dangerous adversary. If CEOs are unable or unwilling to moderate the tyrannical Xi Jinping's propaganda, the United States Congress should take its action in law. This front in the new Cold War opened well before Russia invaded Ukraine, and senior U.S. officials have since warned that the Ukrainian war must not divert attention from the real long-term threat, Red China. Given that Russia's economy is around the same size as Spain's, its no-limits partnership with mainland China hardly seems to matter economically, albeit its commitment to engage in disruptive activities around the world proves most useful to its larger southern neighbor. That, while Putin thinks it is a good idea to sentence POWs, prisoners of war, to death. What could possibly go wrong? Look, if you really get to a fight, first thing you will learn is you write yourself off. Assume you are going to die. When you come to peace with that, it is a lot easier to deal with, and maybe you don't die. What a bonus. I kind of remember when I came to that conclusion. When my daddy did in his wars. How my Asia side family dealt with it in all their wars. There really is a piece to it. So, they took those kids, those two British and the Moroccan, and now those Yanks, sentenced them to death. Let me explain to you how this works. If you are going to kill me anyway, and I already think I am going to die, first thing that goes through your mind is, I am going to take you with me. Very different reality. It is a whole mindset. And now that is the example that they see. Surrender and they kill you anyway. This is so beyond stupid. Give them no hope. Watch what happens next. There is this thing from this Audie Murphy movie, one of my father's favorites. He used to joke all the time that he was in the Pacific because Audie Murphy's in Europe. That they can kill you, but they can't eat you. That is against the rules. That didn't apply in the Pacific, though. The Japanese had no logistics supply lines of endless donuts and coffee and all the other amenities the Americans had, so they did eat you. But, you know, like Audie Murphy said in Germany, well, they're not going to make sausages of you if you die. Does that make sense to you? You? When you have to face your worst fear? Sort of like that. Just worse. They will envelope them, you know. Oh, pure blood and death right now. In an extremely bloody fight. I really think it did not have to come to this. We could have stopped it. Maybe 200 of our fighters could have stopped it. Because we did not. How many of those poor bastards die? How many millions will starve to death now? For fucking what? Because he threatens a strategic nuclear war? Well, he will do that over and over again. At what point do we say, fuck you? Or do you really want to live with his boot over your throat? You confront bullies. You sure don't cringe from some empty threat. Or you surely damn yourself. Want to chase your shadow the rest of your life? After all, he can't eat you. That is against the rules, to quote his author, Audie Murphy. One of my dad's well-liked films on his list, To Hell and Back, right? God, I love that quote. So funny to me. In a Thursday interview with Euronews, a television network headquartered in France, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, a self-exiled Russian oligarch and a prominent critic of the Kremlin, delivered the warning that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin will eventually wage war in NATO territory if the coalition doesn't help Ukraine win in the current conflict. At one time, Khodorkovsky was the richest man in Russia thanks to a substantial oil fortune. But then he began openly criticizing Vladimir Putin. He founded the pro-democracy organization Open Russia in 2001, only to be arrested by Russian authorities in 2003 for tax evasion. He was found guilty in 2005 and sentenced to 9 years in prison. Embezzlement and money laundering charges were added to his sentence in 2010, which extended his jail time. However, after some high-profile lobbying, Putin pardoned Khodorkovsky and freed him in late 2013. When Shona Murray of Euronews asked Khodorkovsky if he feels NATO should become directly involved in Ukraine, he answered that the alliance must do all it can to ensure that Putin does not prevail. He called on NATO to continue providing Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with weapons and supplies to fight Russia's military, which began its invasion in late February, further emphasizing that the weapons and supplies that NATO has been sending to Ukraine are insufficient in comparison to the considerable amount of weapons in Putin's arsenal. Khodorkovsky told Murray he doesn't believe the sanctions imposed on Russia have had a large impact. He said that while sanctions, in his words, can weaken the regime so this aggression doesn't get reproduced for some time, the issues between Russia and Ukraine are, to quote his T verbatim, being resolved on the battlefield. If NATO wants it to be resolved on the territory of Ukraine, then, of course, it needs to provide much more systematic support. Today, NATO has a great opportunity to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty by participating in this war with weapons, supplies, and training Ukrainian soldiers rather than fighting on its own territories. If this opportunity is missed, I issue a warning. In a few years, or perhaps even earlier, NATO will be directly involved in this war because it will be happening on the territory of a NATO country. Those who believe you can somehow reach agreement with an aggressor are repeating the mistakes of their many predecessors. You see, it is American restraint that has created this unstable and dangerous world. Decades of ignoring the menaces posed by revanchist, revisionist Russia and the communist Chinese Empire has led the West to a precipice. Russian monocrat Vladimir Putin's brutal war has reminded the world that weakness is provocative. Strength is the best way to preserve peace. Deterrence, however, does not disintegrate overnight. Under our republic, we incurred considerable expense to foster a peaceful international order where other nations could thrive. Under the belief that a market economy, normal trading relations, and a democratic wave would foster liberal democracy everywhere, Washington even sought to elevate, embrace, and enrich its former Cold War enemies. A few weeks back, amid Duanwujia, the Dragon Boat Festival, the mid-year festival, one of the four most important holidays in the Chinese culture, when I spraketh with my Tong brethren, I never speak about them as much as I do my son or sugar daddy because they are, after all, involved with underworld activities. During the holiday, when we gathered and I spoke with them about the state of the world, much of our discussion concerned the Communist Chinese Empire, of course, inescapably so, and whether we could avoid a future Sino-American conflict. My point has ever been, it's already here, and been ongoing for years, just not with bullets. Yet. We should have listened to Napoleon when he said, "Let China sleep, for when she awakens, she will shake the world." Instead, the United States played reveille, and we are now suffering the consequences. We tried accommodating Red China within the international rules-based system which the American Empire mostly established under the guidance of the Axis victors. Instead, Red China is now working non-stop to accommodate the global system to its worldview, and succeeding. But an even higher priority for the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, is its continuing and total control over the mainland Chinese people, so it can perpetuate itself in power. The greatest obstruction to that goal is the United States and the Western model of open societies, democracy, and the free flow of information, which they've already stifled here, this side of the Pacific, through your tech companies, your info distributors. In pursuing global domination, the CCP is already at war with us in several areas, and in some, we have unilaterally disarmed. I myself saw this firsthand in Africa, where the Chicoms were spending astronomical sums to control vital resources which are essential for this century's electric economy. Just one example, the Democratic Republic of Congo holds about 70% of all the world's cobalt reserves, a metal essential for batteries and alloys. Red China has not only gained control of most cobalt mining, but 85% of processing takes place in mainland China. This is being repeated with all other key minerals. The CCP is also investing heavily to promote Communist Chinese culture, purchase favorable media, and diplomatic support in all of Africa, which will double in population itself by mid-century, making it a continent of 2 billion people, the population of Asian India and mainland China combined. The future is black, but the hearts and minds of those blacks will be red. Understand that and dwell upon it. And Africa has the largest number of votes in international institutions, which set our global rules. Imagine a world ruled by Communist China through its black middleman out of Africa. Red China understands the key role Black Africa will play this century. We seem to not. And for the first time ever, a recent poll found young Africans favoring communist China more than America. The CCP's strategy is global and all-encompassing. Mainland China's aggressive combat extends to fields beyond controlling global resources, such as intelligence, stealing military, technical, and trade secrets through every means possible, technology, using its vast resources to leapfrog our advantages across the board, and higher education, recruiting the best global scholars to make its universities tops in research. Red China is also increasing its military aggression, like buzzing our allies' aerocraft and saturating my Taiwan's aero defenses, while dramatically upgrading its own military capabilities. Okay, my lovely Susana Sanchez has tagged myself in a post. Let me review that now. Thank the stars for her professionalism. In fact, Red China just launched what it claims to be an ultra-modern aerocraft carrier, and is also increasing the quantity and quality of its nuclear weapons. And how is mainland China able to pay for such global overreach? With dollars and other Western currencies, which flooded into mainland China when we made it into the factory floor of all the world. As an anonymous quote goes, God created the world. Everything else is made in China. But the area which poses the greatest danger to our way of life, beyond military conflict, involves our financial well-being. Currently, almost everything in the world is priced in US dollars, meaning we slap green paint on paper and it has real value. So when Red China buys raw materials, they need to do it with dollars. But mainland China is now introducing its own international digital currency, the yuan. This is for two purposes. By doing away with paper money, every currency transaction in mainland China will be monitored for even greater control over all their people. Big Brother will know how much every citizen spends and on what. Beyond that, Red China will likely export the capability to governments, and there are many around the world, who would also like to control their people. Red China will no doubt gladly provide the technology and maintenance for the surveillance state society. Once implemented, such countries will be able to transact business with Red China without ever having to enter the global dollar transaction system. Eventually, the Commu-Chinese yuan could replace the US dollar as the world reserve currency, meaning everything would be priced in yuan, and we would be the ones having to buy their currency to transact business. And even more seriously, our government could no longer slap green paint on paper and give it value. Our dollars would have to be supported by more than our name. This scenario could come as sooner rather than later, as Red China becomes the major trading partner of more and more countries and regions. In fact, the Communist Chinese Empire is gaining on the U.S. even in Mexico. So, is Red China's victory inevitable? By no means. But to assure our primacy, we need both an external and an internal strategy. Externally, we absolutely need to maintain and strengthen our alliances and partnerships. Now, I hate to quote my enemies, but as Churchill once said, there is only one thing worse than fighting with our allies, and that is fighting without them. Right now, those partnerships are our strength, and we need it to keep them. But even more importantly, we need to again be the United States of America. Again, to paraphrase an enemy. Abraham Lincoln said, "America will never be destroyed from the outside. If we lose our freedoms, it will be because we have destroyed ourselves from within." And unfortunately, we are succeeding at doing just that. Russia and China were emboldened, in part, because the United States undertook the greatest drawdown in military power since the collapse of the Greater British Empire. The policy of restraint continues to limit the U.S. defense budget. At the close of the century, China and Russia together spent 13% of what the United States spends on defense. Today, that number is 67%. Whereas U.S. defense spending fluctuated between 4.5% and 11.3% of gross domestic product during the Cold War, Biden's budget request for 2022 would have put defense spending at less than 3% of GDP, the lowest level since 1940, when Washington was still trying its best to stay out of international affairs in World War II. Or rather, it was already involved in World War II, but as a covert counterinsurgency, as they would have classified it by the era of Vietnam. But because they had to maintain that covert status, a secret war, they couldn't afford the public exposure of a big budget for mobilization of arms. It had to look like we were at peace. That's how Biden put us at present. At peace, pre-war condition. Condition yellow, we call it in law enforcement. The bottom level of alert. Consequently, Putin launching the largest war in Europe since World War II should not have come as any surprise. But it goes back to winning hearts and minds. Because a country at war needs a strategy. And the American empire cannot win a new great power contest by itself. We need friends. Our natural allies are Europe and the other developed democracies around the world. But Donald John Trump did everything he could to alienate those countries. And the Republicans, still wholly beholden to him, have provided ample reason to question whether the United States is a reliable partner at all. Moreover, the United States also must win the hearts and minds of billions of people in the world's developing countries and emerging markets. Not just to have numbers on our side, but also to secure access to critical resources. In seeking the world's favor, the American empire will have to make up a lot of lost ground. Our long history of exploiting other countries does not help. And nor does our deeply embedded racism, a force that Trump expertly and cynically channels. Most recently, U.S. policymakers contributed to global vaccine apartheid, whereby rich countries got all the shots they needed while people in poorer countries were left to their fates. Meanwhile, America's new Cold War opponents have made their vaccines readily available to abroad, at or below cost, while also helping countries develop their own vaccine production facilities. Millions are dying unnecessarily from COVID because of selfishness, greed, and a perverse misunderstanding of human freedom. The upsurge of COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths in these United States itself serves as a bitter reminder that the pandemic is not over. The global economy will not return to normal until this disease is under control everywhere. But the U.S. case is a true tragedy, because what's currently happening here is so unnecessary. COVID-19 vaccines for children younger than 5 are rolling out this week, following that recent sign-off from the FDA and CDC. The U.S. Center for Disease Control signed off on COVID-19 vaccines for children as young as 6 months last Saturday, clearing the way for vaccinations to begin right now. That announcement came as shortly after the CDC's vaccine advisors voted unanimously in support of recommending the Moderna and Pfizer/BioNTech COVID-19 vaccines to our nation's youngest age group. President Joe Biden praised the CDC's decision, calling it a monumental step forward in our nation's fight against the virus. While vaccinations did not begin until Tuesday of Yester-Septimania in some places, health officials must now contend with a large number of parents who remain reluctant to quickly vaccinate. An April survey having found that just 18% of parents of children under 5 said they would vaccinate their child against COVID-19 as soon as a vaccine became available. The safety data from Moderna and Pfizer found potential side effects were mostly mild and short-lived. Side effects most commonly included pain at the injection site, and sometimes there was swelling or redness. As far as systemic or body-wide symptoms, the most common were fatigue or sleepiness. Some children had irritability or fussiness, loss of appetite, headache, abdominal pain or discomfort, enlarged lymph nodes as their body processed out the toxins, mild diarrhea or vomiting, but the data proved everyone got better quickly. While those in emerging markets and developing countries are longing to get the vaccine, with many dying because they cannot get it, the American empire, or in this case I should simply say our American supply, is ample enough to provide a double dose, and soon a booster shot, to everyone in these United States. And if almost everyone got vaccinated, COVID-19 would almost surely just fade away, as former President Donald Trump so memorably put it. And yet, not nearly enough people in these United States have been vaccinated to prevent the highly contagious Delta variant from driving case numbers in many areas to new highs. How do so many in an empire with seemingly well-educated people act so irrationally against their own interest, against science, and against all the lessons of history? Because of misinformation at the speed of light. Part of the answer is that America, for all of its wealth, is not nearly as well educated as one might expect, which is reflected in our country's comparative international performance on standardized assessments. Bottom of the world. In many parts of this country, including some with the highest rates of resistance to vaccination, science education is particularly poor, owing to politicization of fundamental issues such as evolution and climate change, which in many cases have been excluded from school curricula. In this environment, misinformation can gain traction with many people, and social media platforms, insulated from liability for what they transmit, have made a business model of maximizing user engagement by spreading such misinformation, including about COVID-19 and the vaccines. But a key part of the answer is a deep misinterpretation, especially amongst the radicalized right, Russified by the World Wide Web, of individual liberty. This brings us to the problem with individualism in American culture, or anti-culture. Americans gravitated toward individualism as people spread out in a new land that seemed wide open with many opportunities. Many had to make individual decisions to come to America in the first place. Of course, this does not apply to slaves brought here by force, but in general, the settlers saw numerous opportunities for individual enrichment. The arriving farmers looked at land that was ready for farming. The indigenous hunting people, already here, saw the land differently as fully hunted. The arriving farmers soon outnumbered the hunters, and left the hunters nothing left to hunt. Succeeding generations leading up to and beyond the Industrial Revolution rewarded individuals showing initiative. These circumstances led American culture to elevate the value of individualism. American parents still encourage their children with words like, "You can be what you want to be, even President of the United States." However, the problem with individualism in American culture, or anti-culture, is that it blinds people to circumstantial influences, especially when they have experienced more favorable circumstances than others. As a generalization, conservatives tend to favor individualism and progressives tend to see additional broader circumstantial influences. The result is two opposing anti-cultures leaning in completely different directions. Historically, President Roosevelt, the Republican Roosevelt in the 1930s, questioned the individualistic forces of capitalism that brought such great disparities of wealth and the Great Depression. His opponents called him and his party socialistic, seeing America as becoming like European countries, which they felt was a negative. Democrats saw it as America maturing beyond its extreme individualism. The democratic policies of Social Security and later Medicare and Medicaid have come as to be very helpful and taken for granted. Post-World War II policies of the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, favoring aid to the poor and less privileged, were also largely accepted. Now we face a new era of clashing cultures with similarities to past competing viewpoints. The individualism in American culture has reasserted itself in gun culture. Examples of American individualism are the sayings, "It takes a good man with a gun to stop a bad man with a gun," or "Guns don't kill people, it is people who kill people." To think only in terms of individuals leads to half-truths that can be dangerous when they blind people to making laws that protect people over inanimate objects, like guns. One of the results of the ideology of individualism is to blame those who are having a hard time in their lives. Followers of individualism say things like, "If they only tried or worked harder, they would not be having so much trouble." Again, this ignores other important factors beyond one's control. Individualism can also encourage those who are comfortable in life to think they were able to achieve their comfort in life all on their own, which is rarely, if ever, true. It would be a great help to the nation for people to understand both the power and the blindness of individualism in American anti-culture. We should seek to understand the influence on us of our physical and social circumstances. A combination of events and circumstances has brought Americans to the cusp of realizing many realities in American life. Some derisively call this realization as being woke. But coming to new understanding should not be derided. It is important growth in both knowledge and wisdom. It is also part of being a good citizen of America. Of course, we will always be a society where people have differing and competing opinions. Being a democracy means we agree to debate our views and participate in voting for people and policies that we support. But we have two competing parties that lean in completely different directions. One is focused on individualism, which obviously has the value of encouraging individual initiative and innovation, as well as blaming all those without the opportunity to realize such dreams or even foment such fantasies to aspire to. Wherein the men, mostly men on top, say, "Should have applied yourself." The other party, the blue team, considers broader influences in society that can either benefit or harm people. The right to own guns brings to light the danger of seeing only individuals instead of circumstances of others in life. Established European descendants and wealthy immigrants from overseas love the individual freedom to make decisions that they have either always had or gained upon entry, and would never want to give up that freedom. However, they must be made to acknowledge that they have inherited advantages that others have never had. Many people are completely unconscious of the advantages they have received in life compared to others. Our democracy is at stake because our nation is in a world where autocrats have arisen in a number of nations, including in America. Many people are drawn to such people as models of the strong individual they would like to be, and who will make circumstances better for them. Instead, autocrats seek mainly to increase their own power. Those who refuse to wear masks or socially distance often argue that requirements to do so infringe upon their freedom. But one person's freedom is another person's unfreedom. If their refusal to wear a mask or get vaccinated results in others getting COVID-19, their behavior is denying others the more fundamental right to life itself. The essence of the matter is that there are large externalities. In a pandemic, one person's actions affect the well-being of others. And whenever there are such externalities, the well-being of society requires collective action, regulations to restrict socially harmful behavior and to promote socially beneficial behavior. No freedom to kill others. Any ordered society entails restrictions. But while prohibitions against killing, stealing, and so on restrict an individual's freedom, we all understand that society could not function without them. In our post-COVID world, we might interpret the Ten Commandments to include, "Thou shalt not kill," including by spreading infectious diseases when thou can avoid doing so. Similarly, "Thou shalt get vaccinated." Any infringement of an individual's liberty by requiring safe and highly effective COVID-19 vaccination pales in comparison to the social benefits and consequent economic benefits of public health. Or, as so rendered by Howard Stern, another enemy I never thought I'd quote, to the anti-vaxxers, he thus said, "Fuck your freedom! I want my freedom to live." If he can realize that basic fact, it is a no-brainer to require all individuals, with only limited medical exemptions, fuck religion in this case, to be vaccinated. While many governments appear to be too timid to impose this requirement, employers, schools, and social organizations, any organized activity that brings individuals into contact with others, must be made to do so. In my world, should be doing so in the world we're stuck in right now. As we have been learning for the last 18 months, global health is a global public good. As long as the disease rages in some parts of this world, the risk of a deadlier, more contagious, more vaccine-resistant mutation grows. In most of the world, however, the problem is not resistance to vaccination, but a severe shortage of vaccines. Evidently, the private sector is unable to scale up production to ensure any adequate supply. Profit lies in scarcity. Ask yourself for the truth. Are the vaccine industries not producing enough because vaccine producers lack capital? Is there a shortage of glass vials or syringes or some shit I'm not yet aware of? Or is it because they hope that fewer doses will lead to higher prices and even bigger profits? Among the key barriers to greater supply is access to the requisite intellectual property. which is why the IP waiver being discussed at the World Trade Organization is so important. Ramp up vaccine production. Given the urgency and scale of the challenge, more is needed. Among the steps U.S. President Joe Biden's administration could take is to invoke the DPA, the Defense Production Act, and leverage the federal government's ownership of key patents. The American empire has been allowing the pharmaceutical companies to abuse this public IP, intellectual property, freely, while they reap billions of dollars in profit. The United States must use every instrument at our disposal to increase production at home and abroad. This, too, is a no-brainer. Even if the costs of global vaccination totaled tens of billions of dollars, that amount would pale in comparison to the costs of persistent COVID-19 outbreaks to lives, livelihoods, and the world economy. All of this comes down to a credibility gap. Understand that the credibility gap is even wider when it comes to climate change, which disproportionately affects those in the global south who have the least ability to cope. While major emerging markets have become the leading sources of greenhouse gas emissions today, American cumulative emissions are still the largest by far. Developed countries continue to add to them, and worse, have not even delivered on their meager promises to help poor countries manage the effects of the climate crisis that the rich world caused. Instead, U.S. banks contribute to looming debt crises in many countries, often revealing a depraved indifference to the suffering that results. It's all do what I say, not what I do. Europe and the American empire excel at lecturing others on what is morally right and economically sensible, but the message that usually comes through, as the persistence of American and European agricultural subsidies make us clear, is do as I say, not as I do. Especially after the Trump years, the American empire no longer holds any claim to the moral high ground, nor does it have the credibility to dispense advice. Neoliberalism and trickle-down economics were never widely embraced in the global south, and now they are going out of fashion everywhere. At the same time, the communist Chinese empire has excelled at, well, not at delivering lectures, but at furnishing poor countries with hard infrastructure. Yes, these countries are often left deeply in debt, but given Western banks' own behavior as creditors in the developing world, the American empire and others are hardly in a position to point the finger. I could go on, but the point should be clear. If the American empire is going to embark on a new Cold War, it had better understand what it will take to win. Cold Wars ultimately are won with the soft power of attraction and persuasion. To come us out on top, we must convince the rest of the world to buy not just our products, but also the social, political, and economic system we are selling. The United States might know how to make the world's best bombers and missile systems, but they will not help us here. Instead, we must offer concrete help to developing and emerging market countries, starting with a waiver on all COVID-related intellectual property, so that they can produce vaccines and treatments for themselves. Equally important, the West must, once again, make our social, economic, and political systems the envy of the world. In these United States, that starts with reducing gun violence, improving environmental regulations, combating inequality and racism, and protecting women's reproductive rights. Until we have proven ourselves worthy to lead, we cannot expect others to march to our drum. Now, America's inequities are why Brittany Griner was in Russia in the first place. Bring her home to start.
checking out my latest notifications. Oh my God, I've got some woman who posted on my timeline out of China. That's so cute. She also sent me a message in Chinese. Not going to read that out loud. And I just think that's adorable. I've got a Chinese woman who's given me a contact line. Oh my God, she seemed to have a real timeline too. Either her timeline got hijacked or she's, this is what she does. Oh my God. Let me hide this. He's cute enough where I feel like leaving it up there just because it's so silly. But anyhow, that is so sleazy. Let me hide that from the profile. At any rate, where we are right now, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours left. She says, hopefully it's not a sex bot dud. She seemed to have a real timeline. Anyhow, she says, I was tempted to post a domino gif on your timeline. Do me a favor, dear Mirthling. Always, refrain from that. Sometimes it's okay, but, generally, don't overdo it. In the time we have remaining, now that Juneteenth is the 11th paid federal holiday. I mean, this is actually enraging. My Meals on Wheels has to change its delivery schedule based on these paid federal holidays. And they're not a federal organization, mind you, but they take the federal holidays off. And we just had to restructure meal deliveries for Juneteenth. And now we got to do it for the 4th of July. I mean, we're missing out on government services because of this shit. But, what with this being the Pride Month for alternative lifestyles, with everything that happened from the beginning of the month, as I brought up with the Duan Wujie, the Dragon Boat Festival. Honestly, National Flag Day was something that went by without my even acknowledging it this year. What we had was a celebration all month long. I mean, and now that Juneteenth is a federal holiday, all of June is a celebration. In a sense, that's nice. Now, during Pride, Juneteenth, and let me never forget the NBA Finals that turned all of San Francisco into the rally place of the world just a week agone. It's past time we get loud about freeing Brittany Griner. Despite Juneteenth's storied history, the holiday was largely overlooked by non-black Americans until recent years. The momentum of the Black Lives Matter movement propelled Juneteenth into the national spotlight, building on a decades-long push by activists and leaders to get recognition for the landmark occasion. Yesteryear, Juneteenth became the latest federal holiday in these United States, the first to be approved since Martin Luther King Jr. Day in 1983. With Juneteenth now a national holiday, many public and private sector employees enjoy an extra day off from work while brands and corporations capitalize on the event with celebratory marketing campaigns, many of them often inadvertently racist. But there's much more to Juneteenth than a long weekend and branded products. There's the fact that my bank is closed, and that's bullshit, but as Black Americans continue to face the same challenges and inequities that inspired so many to take to the streets in 2020, it's worth reflecting on the history behind the holiday. It celebrates the end of slavery. Now, Juneteenth is also known as Juneteenth Independence Day, Freedom Day, and Emancipation Day, and commemorates the end of slavery in these United States. It's a portmanteau, a blend of the words June and 19th, in case you didn't figure that out yet. It marks June 19th, 1865, the day that Union Army Major General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order No. 3, proclaiming that the enslaved African Americans there were free. His order read, "The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free.
This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becometh that between employer and hired labor. Freedom for the enslaved people of Galveston, Texas, came as 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which could not be enforced in areas under Confederate control. It also came as about 2 months after Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to the Union Army at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, an event generally considered to be the official end of the Civil War. As to how it's celebrated, well, lots of fireworks and firearms. With blacks buying more guns than any other ethnic group right now, a lot of them are firing them off into each other at various celebrations. That aside, what began as an informal celebration of freedom by locals in Galveston eventually grew into a wider commemoration of the end of slavery as African Americans in Texas moved to other parts of the country. Today, many African Americans mark Juneteenth with parties, parades, and gatherings with family and friends. Texas became the first state to make Juneteenth a state holiday in 1980. In addition to it being a federal holiday, all 100 states in Union and Washington, D.C. recognize Juneteenth in some form. All federal employees had this last Monday off after President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, a bill declaring June 19th a federal holiday that marks the anniversary of the end of slavery in these United States, although private employers are also taking note and quickly following suit. It's been a year since Juneteenth was established as a federal holiday, and so a growing number of companies are now recognizing it. According to preliminary data from the International Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans, some 30% of employers were expected to offer Juneteenth off this year. That number represents significant growth as the holiday becomes better known and established. In 2020, when the country was roiled by protests and riots following the murder of George Floyd, companies began examining Juneteenth more seriously. That year, according to data from the IFEBP, some 8% of employers gave workers the day off. Of the employers who offered Juneteenth as a holiday in 2020, the overwhelming majority, 96%, did so for the first time that year. Yesteryear, private companies didn't have much time to prepare or decide whether to give employees Juneteenth off because Biden signed the legislation on June 17th, just 48 hours, 2 days before the holiday is even celebrated. And again, think about that Union Army Major General Gordon Granger enforcing President Abraham Lincoln's 1863 Emancipation Proclamation in Texas, coming as it did in 1865, more than 2 years after Lincoln issued proclamation. Still, the Grand Republic of the Lone Star, Texas, was the first state nation, equal, almost, to California's greatness, to declare Juneteenth a holiday in 1980. The other states later followed suit. It's not just private businesses that are falling in line with the federal guidance. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, a Democrat, announced in April that city employees would get a paid day off and that doing so was long overdue. Unlike the government, private corporations are not compelled to give employees time off on federal holidays. Tight labor markets, with employers struggling to recruit and retain employees, make adding Juneteenth as a holiday a more attractive option. Many companies are wary to return to purely in-office work because many potential recruits prefer remote or hybrid opportunities. The same logic can translate to decisions about how many and what specific holidays they allow time off for. Exempli gratiae. One company might look more attractive to an employee if, all things being equal, it gives employees Juneteenth off and its competitors don't.
There is also the question of perception, especially for companies that brand themselves as progressive. Some businesses might decide to give employees time off in order to avoid negative perceptions, particularly in the current climate in which social media campaigns advocating for boycotts of companies for various reasons have become as commonplace. For some companies, denying their employees a Juneteenth holiday could look like a callous dismissal of the date. But taking time off isn't all businesses are doing to mark this historic holiday, as they did this last weekend. Holland said that outside of just offering employees the day off, certain companies are going even further and trying to teach their workers about the history and significance of Juneteenth. In fact, Barb Holland, Human Resources Knowledge Advisor for the Society for Human Resource Management, told the Washington Examiner she thinks that based on the trajectory of companies marking Juneteenth over the past few years, the trend will likely continue with more businesses giving employees time off, herself observing that some employers are leveraging the holiday to educate and raise awareness about racial barriers that continue to exist today. Some are hosting presentations, creating podcasts, and educating staff on the history behind Juneteenth. James Bailey, professor of leadership at the George Washington University School of Business, said he expects more companies to allow employees time off as Juneteenth grows in our country's cultural psyche and becomes more established as a holiday, himself emphasizing that many of the corporations giving employees Mondays off aren't necessarily doing so because they believe it's the right thing to do, but rather because they are looking at all the factors at play, including public perception and employee satisfaction. Of the decision-making process, he said, "We tend to think that this stuff comes out of the moral largesse of firms, and it really doesn't. They ran all of the numbers." So, on Friday into last weekend, Biden issued a proclamation to mark this one-year-old federal holiday. He said the date is an opportunity to celebrate human freedom and reflect on the injustices of the past. To quote his T, "Juneteenth is a day to reflect on both bondage and freedom, a day of both pain and purpose. It is, in equal measure, a remembrance of both the long, hard night of slavery and subjugation, as well as a celebration of the promise of a brighter morning to come." And as Juneteenth has made its way into the mainstream, some activists and leaders point to the systemic inequities that Black Americans continue to face, such as the racial wealth gap, disproportionate incarceration, and long-standing health disparities. One coalition of civil and human rights groups in particular is acknowledging the holiday by installing a Pan-African flag in front of the White House, or they did so last weekend, calling for a commission to study reparations. And as many of those calling for widespread changes suggest, observing Juneteenth might then be an opportunity to reflect on how far the nation has come and how much further there is to go. All this, a time to celebrate identity, inclusion, and liberation. And we just recently watched one of the most exciting NBA finals in history. There's been a happiness in the air. Yet it's heavy too. Because across the world, during Pride, the week of Juneteenth, WNBA icon Brittany Griner is being unjustly held in enemy Russia. Why? Authorities allege she was caught with vape cartridges that contained hashish oil. She was taken into custody February 17th, a week before the invasion of Ukraine. She's yet to have a trial. Her stay was recently extended until at least the 2nd of July. It wasn't until little over a month ago that the American government finally officially classified her arrest as wrongful detainment. For a lot of black women in America, especially queer black women, the slow reaction to bring Griner home has been a hurtful reminder of the ways in which they are erased. In 2020, almost 100,000 black women and girls went missing
accounting for about a third of the nearly 270,000 missing women and girls reported. How many did you hear about? Racism and sexism already make it so black women are discriminated against at higher rates. Griner's detention in an enemy empire. Russia itself is putting that disparity on display. Griner, a black, queer woman, 7-time All-Star, a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, should never have had to play in Russia in the first. But American inequities led the Phoenix Mercury Center to supplement her income by playing with Russian team Ekaterinburg, named after the German empress of all the Russias. The average NBA player makes about 5.4 million United States dollars. For the Women's National Basketball Association, that number is just $120,600 a year. This stark disparity is why so many women play overseas. The Boston Celtics wore "We Are BG" shirts at a practice prior to Game 2 and made her freedom part of the press conference. Grant Williams coordinated with the WNBA Players Association to make it happen and support wearebg.org and the petition to bring her home. Kathy Delaney Smith has been at the forefront of fighting for women's equity in sports since Title IX was first signed into law. Back then, the legendary Harvard women's basketball coach filed lawsuits for practice time and uniforms and never quit standing up for women. After 40 seasons and an Ivy League record of 630 victories and 11 conference championships, Delaney Smith retired this year. But she's not done fighting injustice. She says Griner's detention is heartbreaking. To quote a she at length and verbatim, "This has been a huge sadness on many levels. We don't live in an equitable world. I have witnessed firsthand how ugly the world is and how ugly it can be to players like Brittany. The staring, the rumors, the discrimination. I am glad people are going public with it and starting to use their voices, and the NBA and WNBA are using their power. We should be doing more. I am hoping to start a foundation. People don't even know what we are entitled to in Title IX. And then you have to have the confidence and courage to speak up because there are consequences to speaking up, but it's time. Maybe that's why I am retired, so I can do this work." Monday opening last work week, State Department officials met with members of Griner's team, the Phoenix Mercury, to discuss efforts to secure her release. For Drea Hudson, a Boston branding and marketing expert, it's the kind of action she needs to see, herself having asked, and here I quote a she, "What is it going to take to get her out of there? We need solutions. It makes you think about what could happen to you." She is a figure to the WNBA, a figure in the queer community, a figure in the black community. She is being held unfairly. There is a Russo-Ukrainian war. Is this a political ploy? Why can't they get her out? It's complicated and it's scary. With a war, the nuances of identity, and the complications of negotiating, we do not know how long this could take, or how much the United States is willing to sacrifice. Another American citizen, Paul Helan, that former Marine, who's still white, he was arrested in 2018 and convicted of espionage in June of 2020 and sentenced to 16 years. With both he and Griner being held unfairly, it seems their cases could be tied together. But he came home, 'cause he's a white, cisgendered, heterosexual male. And she's still there. Freedom never comes easy. Amorashi Yumez Ironini, a native Nigerian and Watertown's Directoress of Statistical Programming and Biostatistics, attests that liberation is a higher hurdle for queer women of color. To quote a she, at some length, "We have to constantly work over and beyond in all areas of life to be heard and seen. I think the largest change will require more from America than it's willing to give. I am worried that if something were to happen to me, the United States wouldn't care. I think she is a masculine-presenting woman of color, and her life, unfortunately, may not be seen as valuable as other Americans. This is speculation, of course, but I face this concern when I travel to Nigeria." So when we say, "We are BG," we are Brittany Griner, it's about recognizing the injustice of her being held captive in Russia, and the ways black women, and specifically black queer women, face oppression in the States as well. Free Brittany, free them all. Instead, Americans are facing a rainbow scare, and it may get worse before it gets any better. During the Euromaidan protests in Ukraine, when they overthrew the Russians, Russia deliberately stoked anti-LGBTQIA plus bigotry in Ukraine as part of a campaign to delegitimize Western values and keep Ukraine in Russia's sphere of influence. Russia exported homophobia into Ukraine. These deliberate attacks must be publicized and taken seriously by the United States and others. If they are not, Russia will continue to sow division within and among democratic nations. We have a history of intervention. In February of 2018, the Ukrainian capital of Kiev recognized what was then the 5th anniversary of the Euromaidan protests. During those protests, state law enforcement officials killed more than 100 peaceful protesters, the investigation of which is still ongoing. One overlooked aspect of the investigation is how Russia exploited the LGBTQIA plus community in Ukraine with the goal of breaking Ukrainian solidarity. Mass protests had started in November of the year 2013 after then-President Viktor Yanukovych refused to sign an association agreement with the European Union, which meant Ukraine lost the chance to gain visa-free travel between EU member states and other economic benefits. This dampened the hopes of millions of Ukrainians yearning for liberal democratic reforms. The association agreement was also seen as the first step toward the European integration. Though de jure association agreements do not necessarily lead to the EU membership, most Eastern European member countries went through that process. Initially, the protesters were mostly students and young people. However, after November 30th of that year, when a special forces unit violently dispersed the Euromaidan supporters, more than 1 million Ukrainian citizens took to the streets to protest the authorities' abuse of power. As the mass protests grew, Russophiliac, or pro-Russian groups, organized and financed a counter-movement called Anti-Maidan, while a small group of pro-Russian individuals set up a protest camp at the square in front of Verkhovna Rada, the Ukrainian parliament. At the same time, Russo-insurgent organizations, such as the Ukrainian Choice, attempted to split Ukrainian society between Western and Eastern loyalties by lobbying for laws to restrict homosexual propaganda. The efforts were meant to monger fear of pro-Ukrainian European integration and NATO accession, while pushing citizens towards the Eurasian Customs Union with Russia and Belarus. Back to the USSR, in other words. To intimidate citizens, the pro-Russian organizations targeted the LGBTQIA plus community. Exempli gratiae, Love Against Homosexuality, a conservative civil society organization, started a mass media campaign against the LGBTQIA plus community. During that campaign, they used printed posters, organized protests, and leaflets distributed in subway stations, warning that if the association agreement was signed, European gays would take Ukrainian children from heterosexual families. Love Against Homosexuality was joined by the organization Ukrainian Choice, which launched its own anti-LGBTQIA+ campaign in the Kiev subway. All of these Russophiliac anti-LGBTQIA+ provocations in Ukraine. In early 2014, Russophiliac organizations arranged a fake gay parade, hiring people to carry the rainbow flag and other LGBTQIA+ symbols in the center of Kiev to foment clashes with pro-European protesters. These organizations launched a second parade at Maidan Najleshnosti, the epicenter of the Revolution of Dignity. Extreme right-wing organizations, present in large numbers at Maidan as a Russian insurgency, hoped it would cause a violent confrontation between protesters and the fake LGBTQIA+ activists, thereby dividing the Euromaidan protests into two camps, one moderate liberal and one right-wing. This, in theory, would turn Western political actors against Euromaidan, as such a conflict would demonstrate the protest movement was not aligned with European values. To make the provocation more successful, there is every evidence that Russian agents provocateurs, even recruited several Russian drag queens who encouraged participation in the fake pride parades. Thanks to the prompt reaction of Ukrainian LGBTQIA+ activists, it was possible to avoid violence. The LGBTQIA+ activists held a counter-press conference, published several press releases, and spracketh in Independence Square, calling on other activists to avoid physical confrontation with the Russian agents provocateurs. A parliamentary investigation later revealed that anti-LGBTQIA+ provocations were organized by Russian agents of the Russian Federal Security Service in cooperation with officials from the then Russian puppet state's Ukrainian Security Service, the Ukrainian counterintelligence agency under the pro-Russian dictator of that year. And in the subsequent months, Russophiliac agents of influence in Ukraine, non-governmental organizations or NGOs, political experts and politicians cozy with Moscow, Russo collaborators in other words, actively spread Russian messages in the media, intimidating Ukrainians with different falsehoods about the LGBTQIA+ community. Russia abused multiple instruments, from political lobbying to media campaigns, to convey anti-LGBTQIA+ messages. On repeated occasions, Ukrainian members of parliament registered bills prohibiting the promotion of homosexuality, modeled on similar anti-LGBTQIA+ legislation in Russia itself. In other words, the same laws they wish to impose here. In addition, advertising campaigns were launched in the public transportation systems and on the streets of the largest cities, linking association with the European Union to the legalization of gay marriages. Experts and LGBTQIA+ activists saw that much of the anti-LGBTQIA+ activities in Ukraine, although initiated by different organizations, agents provocateurs, and members of parliament, clearly originated from Moscow. Exempli gratia, far-right, militaristic, and nationalist groups such as C-14, White Hammer, and the National Squad use the same anti-LGBTQIA+ rhetoric and talking points as Russia. They also oppose Ukraine's accession to the European Union and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the EU and NATO, speakest about traditional family values, like beating your wife and fucking your daughter, and call for physical violence against LGBTQIA+ and other minority groups. The founder of the organization, Ukrainian Choice, also has direct family ties to Putin himself, who is the godfather of the founder's daughter. And in Russia, that means everything. Despite the evidence, the Ukrainian government and law enforcement did not investigate the activities of anti-LGBTQI groups as a Russian effort to split Ukrainian society and keep the country in Russia's sphere of control. The Ukrainian parliament also did not appoint any independent consul, similar to the Mueller investigation in these United States, to study Russian interference in Ukrainian politics. However, it is crystal clear to Ukrainian human rights experts and LGBTQIA+ activists that Russia's primary export is not just natural gas, but homophobia. Gas of a different sort. All of it sourcing from Putin's asshole. Do you want cheap gas or democracy? 8 years since the Revolution of Dignity began. It is evident the war in Ukraine is just one of Russia's attacks on the democratic world. We have already witnessed how Russia has exported anti-LGBTQIA+ policies to other countries in Eastern Europe and these United States, continuing to provoke internal conflict by spreading divisive disinformation about Western values, being somehow intrinsically, inherently gay. The United States and other democratic countries face a global challenge. Can we appropriately respond to Russia's attempts to delegitimize Western values? After all, the Russian regime does not simply export homophobia and transphobia to the world. It tries to question the foundation of democracy by offering to replace respect, love, and acceptance with pure, raw hatred. Anti-LGBTQIA+ threats, fueled by the internet's far-right machine, have shut down annual trans rights and drag events. As Pride celebrations take its place around the world this month, marking more than 100 years of LGBTQIA+ visibility, extreme right groups in localities nationwide have been acting like it's pre-Stonewall. And they're targeting our children. Inundated with threats during Pride Month, LGBTQIA+ advocates, or the rights advocates for that particular interest group, to which my son belongs, and I belong as an ally, have been forced to cancel events and involve local law enforcement after a group of white nationalists were arrested outside a Pride event in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The threats mostly aim to shut down events for transgender rights and drag performances of all things, which have become as frequent targets of extremists, militias, and far-right personalities during Pride Month. Just as I myself, as a cross-dresser, am the target of all these gang stalkers of Edom. What's behind threats to these LGBTQIA+ events? A very orchestrated attack machine. Like mine. The one that attacks myself. Take the far-right extremist group, the Proud Boys. According to all local reports, a group of men known to be affiliated with them stormed into a drag queen story hour at the San Lorenzo, California library the week before last, terrifying children and their parents and librarians. Or the 31 people with white nationalist ties arrested for trying to riot at an Idaho Pride event the weekend before last. Inundated with threats during Pride Month, LGBTQIA+ rights advocates and allies have been forced to cancel events and involve local law enforcement authorities after that group of white nationalists were arrested outside that Pride event in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Michael Hayden, the senior researcher at the Southern Poverty Law Center, that nonprofit civil rights and legal advocacy organization, has confirmed there were instances in 2018 of the white nationalist group Identity Europa, spelled with a V in the ancient Roman style of Latin, crashing talks by trans rights activists and drag queen story hours. But those events did not snowball into a string of actions by disparate extremist groups. Now the process of targeting specific LGBTQIA+ events has become mainstreamed and systematized in recent months by far-right influencers with megaphones on social media. So, in his words, Michael Hayden's, the level of disruption that's happened in the last few weeks is new. The way this works is that they have to get their targets from somewhere. Things get broadcast in advance by libs of TikTok and other major influencers on the right wing right now. Then extremists go into planning over it. There's a level of chaos involved with the target, but the choice of target comes down, well, from top down. And the messaging is tied up with the far-right machine. The person who runs the Libs of TikTok account has never responded to my request for comment, but I myself can personally confirm that increase in online discussion has been matched by a growing number of real-world incidents. California State Senator Scott Wiener said he was at a supermarket Sunday before last when he was alerted by a staff member not to return to his home before calling police. Wiener, who had joked on Twitter about making Drag Queen 101 part of the K-12 curriculum in response to a tweet the week before by a Texas State House representative announcing a bill seeking to ban drag shows in the presence of minors, had received an email saying there was a bomb inside his house. Bomb-sniffing dogs had to clear Wiener's apartment before he went back in. Despite the wave of threats against LGBTQIA+ events, Wiener said via telephonic interview with myself that it's even more important this year for us to be out at events during Pride Month. To quote his T verbatim, particularly with all of these threats around the country, now, more than ever, we need to be visible and vocal and out there. The last thing we should be doing is curling up into a ball because then they win. There is a very orchestrated network of right-wing accounts and personalities to coordinate on whatever the current attack message is and who's going to be targeted. And they have an army of social media trolls who amplify their messages. It's a very orchestrated attack machine. The bomb scare directed at the state senator's home was just one of several threats and intimidation tactics aimed at LGBTQIA+ activists in the last few weeks. The 4twin knit are 14 nights. Till now. Some just hours after the high-profile arrests of those 31 members of the white nationalist group Patriot Front in Idaho, Saturday before last. The threats mostly aim to shut down events for transgender rights and drag performances, which have become these frequent targets of extremist militias and far-right personalities during June, which is Pride Month. They come as more than 200 bills targeting LGBTQIA+ peoples have been filed across these United States this year alone. Far-right influencers and militias have been particularly focused in the last month on Drag Queen Story Hour events, which have been hosted at libraries throughout the United States since 2015, when same-sex marriage was legalized. According to data provided by the social media intelligence company Signal Labs, discussion of such events has spiked online. Mentions of Drag Queen Story Hour on Twitter increased 777% in the last month. As aforecited, around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday before last, hours before the threat to Wiener's house, members of the far-right group Proud Boys interrupted a drag queen story hour at the San Lorenzo Library in Alameda County, California, right here in my Golden Gated San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, and screamed transphobic and homophobic slurs in front of the children, as confirmed by local authorities. In a news release, the Alameda County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Ray Kelly is quoted as confirming that an active hate crime investigation is underway, as is an investigation into the annoying and harassing of children. Sarah Kate Ellis, the Presidentress and CEO, Chieftainess Executrix Officier of GLAAD, GLAAD, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, an American non-governmental media monitoring organization created in 1985, founded as a protest against defamatory coverage of gay and lesbian people, said in a statement that the recent spate of threats are an example of, in her words, how inaccurate and harmful portrayals of LGBTQIA+ people can lead to real-world violence. It's inevitable that extremists will be activated online and in the real world when right-wing leadership is feeding them horrific lies about LGBTQIA+ people around the clock. Now, the 31 men associated with Patriot Front were charged with criminal conspiracy after the event. A 911 caller, 911 caller, I mean to say, described them to police as resembling a little army after seeing the group of masked men loading into a U-Haul truck with shields. The Coeur d'Alene police chief, Lee White, said following their arrests that he believed that caller likely prevented a more dangerous situation, as the group allegedly planned to incite a riot at the local Pride in the Park event nearby. White told reporters that he assumed the Pride event, Pride in the Park, became just a flashpoint for anti-LGBTQIA+ groups. Groups that participated in the January 6th riots, such as the Proud Boys, and the 3%ers also appeared at that rally, along with Atomwaffen, an armed neo-Nazi militia group. Of those arrested, only 2 individuals were residents of Idaho. On Monday, opening the work week before last, White also confirmed to reporters that he observed documents in which the group planned to create a confrontation, including the use of smoke grenades, before retreating down Sherman Avenue, a tactic taught to them by Russian agents provocateurs. The Russians are here, people. The Russians have invaded. They're taking known internationally recognized terrorist groups like Atomwaffen and teaching them the tactics to use their arms effectively for domestic terrorist operations in these United States. I am appalled that nothing is done. The Russians are allowed to rampage across America. Where are all our guns that all the gun rights advocates say would defend us from foreign invasion? Instead, hours after the Coeur d'Alene arrests conducted Saturday night before last, a transgender rights rally scheduled for that Sunday at Atlanta's Liberty Plaza was canceled when organizers said they received a specific, targeted threat for an activist that included the date, time, and location of their planned event. Alex Ames, an organizer for the Georgia Youth Justice Coalition that had planned the rally, said it was a vulgar death threat that caused them to quickly cancel the event. She confirmed that the rally was rescheduled as a virtual event on Tuesday of that week for the safety of attendees. To quote as she, "We want to get those stories out anyways, without anyone having to make that difficult choice of, will I go out there without knowing how safe I will be? This means the terrorists have won. We can't let the Russians win on the American home front. If the Russians win here, and their insurgents take over, it's the end of your world. And we have entered the era of the Rainbow Scare. The Rainbow Scare has haunting echoes of the Red Scare and related Lavender Scare, as historian David J. Johnson, well, David K. Johnson, really, so coined it, from the mid-20th century, when fears about the spread of communism during the Cold War emboldened Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin and others in the U.S. government to persecute and ostracize people who were deemed to be communist sympathizers, cavorting with the Soviet enemy. LGBTQIA+ people were among them, fired from their jobs, forced to undergo psychiatric treatment and institutionalization during a time of ice picks to the skull and electric shock therapy. And that included many of them having their brains literally burned out by electric shock treatment. And thereafter, while brain dead, prosecuted as security threats to the nation. This was the era when then President Dwight Eisenhower signed Executive Order 10450, which helped fuel a national witch hunt to purge queer Americans from the federal government. Around 5,000 federal agency employees lost their jobs on the basis of their sexual orientation. McCarthy and other leaders used LGBTQIA+ people as a wedge issue and scare tactic to justify state-sponsored discrimination, just as right-wing leaders are trying to today. Today, Russian radicalized extreme right officials and community leaders are heinously abusing LGBTQIA+ students as pawns to stoke fear and win votes. Banning books, censoring curricula, and silencing LGBTQIA+ students and teachers are the latest tactics in the right's efforts to perpetuate regressive discrimination under the guise of a culture war. The Rainbow Scare is evident in the more than 200 bills in state legislatures that aim to, or already have, stripped LGBTQIA+ and specifically transgender kids of the right to access life-saving health care, to play sports, or even to talk about orientation or gender identity in schools at all. It's there in the coordinated efforts to ban books in libraries and schools that have LGBTQIA+ characters or themes. And in bills like the one passed by the Ohio House of Representatives, which would, in addition to banning trans girls from sports, require a genital examination and verification by a doctor if a student's sex were questioned. Even in progressive localities, like that town in Connecticut, a blue state that was second to pass marriage equality, where right-wing school board officials recently secretly stripped explicit mention of LGBTQIA+ students from its Title IX policy. They apparently hoped no one would notice, but we did. The board's response? This policy covers all students, whether or not certain language is included. The sting is felt regardless. While America is one of the most egregious offenders, the regression isn't just limited to these United States. Australian actress Rebel Wilson was recently outed by the Sydney Morning Herald. The paper apologized, but this is the kind of media tactic that frequently plagued LGBTQIA+ celebrities some decades agone. Coming out has long been misconstrued as a one-time action rather than a long, often difficult process. But many of us believed our culture had evolved enough to acknowledge that taking away a queer person's agency to own their own narrative causes undue harm. That harm is measurable. The kids are not all right. Compounded by the pandemic, children are facing higher rates of anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. LGBTQIA+ children and teens fare even worse. 73% of LGBTQIA+ youth have experienced symptoms of anxiety, according to a recent study by the Trevor Project, a nonprofit devoted to suicide prevention among LGBTQIA+ youth. And another 73% of LGBTQIA+ youth reported that they have experienced discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Indeed, it feels there is a mounting effort to return to McCarthyism, to punish people for free thinking or for honoring our differences. The good news this time around is that, unlike in the 1950s, the majority are on the right side of history. Support for LGBTQIA+ people is at an all-time high, with almost 8 in 10 Americans believing we should have laws that protect us from discrimination, which includes almost 2/3 of Republicans, at least according to a 2022 poll by the PRRI, the Public Religion Research Institute, a trusted source of mine. A record number of Americans, 62%, have accepted LGBTQIA+ people into the mainstream and are satisfied with their acceptance, at least according to a 2022 Gallup poll. And the highest number ever, 71% of Americans support marriage equality, as my son enjoys, with sugar daddy, according to another 2022 Gallup poll. The polls are proving that the people have evolved. I'm heartened by the outpouring of LGBTQIA+ support from allies, including leaders, elected officials who are Republican and still stand with their LGBTQIA+ constituents, teachers who risk their own livelihoods to provide affirming spaces, what the radicalized Russophiliac right likes to deride as safe spaces for their queer students, parents who take the time to learn and grow and support their children, and the many localities and small towns across America that are standing up their first Pride events this year. All of which raises the question, where is all this hate coming from? Clearly, the rainbow scaremongers are in the minority. Perhaps they're getting louder and more unscrupulous in desperate last-ditch efforts to win a losing battle. It's possible because they are fighting dirty, as my gang stalkers do. That they will make us headway and win more seats on school boards and other roles, pushing for harmful rollbacks of gains and protections for LGBTQIA+ students and communities. It will get worse before it gets better. We will continue to stand up and speak out to fight for the safety of our children so that they can be out and proud and go on to do great things in this world. As Martin Luther King Jr. did sayest, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Le young Madame Jojo Mikolajik mailed myself a number of drawings that her wonderful child had made, one of which read, "A rainbow exploded near my mom. Then she used an umbrella to walk through the rainbow." May all our proverbial umbrellas, allies and advocacy, protect us from the rainbow scare. And may we walk confidently through the storm, our rainbows shining brightly in their glorious full spectrum of colors. Yet under those dark, ominous, and foreboding clouds roiling behind us, the Senate cast a key vote to advance newly released bipartisan gun safety legislation on Tuesday of Yester Septimania, a major step moving the bill forward as lawmakers face pressure to respond to the recent string of mass shootings, albeit the bill still has a number of hurdles to clear. In the Senate, it faced at least two more major votes that I knew of. First to break a filibuster, of course, and then on to final passage. The vote to break the filibuster was a critical, high-stakes moment for the legislation, since it required 60 votes to advance, which means at least 10 Republicans had to join Democrats in support. This latest move to advance the bill was the clearest sign that it was likely to overcome that filibuster. Since then, the bill went on to a final passage vote. At that point, the House took up the measure. Yet the Supreme Court's selective memory preempts all efforts to legislate. You see, in the time we have remaining, 2 hours left, the court's originalist justification for striking down the New York gun law is more than capricious. It relies on a fundamentally anti-democratic historical record that deliberately excludes women and people of color. This week last, in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, the Supreme Court struck down a more than century-old Empire State law that restricts the right to carry a concealed handgun in public, ruling that it violated both the Second and the 14th Amendments. Meanwhile, Congress passed a bipartisan agreement on a new federal gun safety law. The court's decision in Bruin seems likely to render much of that law unconstitutional. As is true of the court's opinion in the Dobbs case, which overturned Roe v. Wade on the grounds that a right to abortion is not deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition. The majority argument in Bruin was strictly originalist and, in that sense, nonsense. In Bruin, lawyers for the state of New York presented a rich, centuries-long tradition of restrictions that balanced two interests: gun ownership and public safety. Clarence Thomas, writing for the majority, dismissed all of it. Per Thomas's writ, the Second Amendment was adopted in 1791, the 14th in 1868. Historical evidence that long predates either date may not illuminate the scope of the right. That chronological rule did not stop him from dismissing as well evidence between those two dates, or after them, that supported New York's case. For Thomas, the rule of evidence self-evidently is, if I agree with it, it's evidence. If I don't, it's not. Originalists are always narrowing the pool of available historical corroboration. What counts? 5 sources: the Constitution, James Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention, the records of the ratifying conventions, the Federalist Papers, and Samuel Johnson's 1755 Dictionary of the English Language. That's basically it. How about a volume titled Laws Enacted in the Third Sitting of the 11th General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which commenced at Philadelphia on the 4th day of September in the year of our Lord, 1787. That is, a book of laws passed at the very time and place the Constitutional Convention was meeting, Philadelphia, in September of 1787. A book that includes the following law, which I shall now read to you. Whereas it hath been usual for merchants and traders to keep large quantities of gunpowder in their dwelling houses and shops, to the manifest danger of the inhabitants, be it therefore enacted, that no person or persons whatsoever shall keep in any house, shop, cellar, store, or other place any more or greater quantity than 25 pounds weight of gunpowder, which shall be kept in the highest story of the house at any one time, unless it be at least 50 yards from any dwelling house. That, of course, is a gun safety law. If the government can limit how much gunpowder you keep in your house or shop, should not it be able to limit how many guns you keep there too? Or where you carry them? Thomas recommended, and here I quote his T, "When confronting such present-day firearm regulations, this historical inquiry that courts must conduct will often involve reasoning by analogy." This one seems pretty straightforward. The court's opinion in Bruin suggests that you can't beat originalism by following its growing number of strictures on what counts as historical evidence. There is no method to it, nothing but inconsistency and caprice. Robert Bork, one of the earliest architects of originalism, itself an invention of the 1970s, strenuously argued, in 1989, that the original intention of the Second Amendment was to guarantee the right of states to form militia, not for individuals to bear arms. Only later did originalists come as to disagree with his position. And, as Bork also made clear, originalists don't really care about chronology. In 1990, Bork wrote, "If someone found a letter from George Washington to Martha, telling her what he meant by the power to lay taxes was not what other people meant, that would not change our reading of the Constitution in the slightest." If Washington didn't say it at the Constitutional Convention, or if he said it but Madison didn't write it down, it doesn't count. Originalists have another evidentiary rule, one that seems, at first glance, like a good one. What counts as evidence, if it's not in that set of 5 historical sources, has to have been written and enacted by an elected body. But the problem with this rule is that during the eras of American history that originalists say they care about, roughly 1787 to 1791 and 1865 to 1870, the majority of people living in these United States could neither run for office nor cast a ballot. They could not elect, and they could not enact. The historical analysis employed by the court to make its decisions about the constitutionality of laws concerning everything from guns to abortion relies on a fundamentally anti-democratic historical record. It deliberately excludes, as inadmissible, all constitutional and legal thought authored by women and people of color, a form of distortion that the Yale legal scholar Reva Siegel calls the politics of constitutional memory. Everyone living in these United States today has to abide by decisions made by Supreme Court justices, even though most of us, if we'd been alive during the times that originalists look to, would have had no vote and no voice in what laws were passed. The most democratic jurisprudence, then, would go searching for historical evidence that can tell the court what people disenfranchised in the 18th and 19th centuries, and well into the 20th, would have won it if they'd been able to influence the writing and rewriting of the Constitution. As far as historical analysis is concerned, there's no good reason for discounting that kind of evidence. And as far as democracy is concerned, there's a very good argument to be made for including in the constitutional record the voices of people who, for centuries, had been left out of it. In Bruin, Clarence Thomas wrote, "When it comes to interpreting the Constitution, not all history is created equal." Oh, so true. What the disenfranchised would have wanted should matter more, not less. Tellingly, Bork, in his hypothetical, spracketh only of the absurdity of reading a letter from George to Martha Washington. He apparently couldn't even begin to fathom that the courts might consider, as evidence, a letter to George from Martha, or from Harry Washington, a man born in Gambia, Blackest Africa, and later enslaved by the Washingtons at Mount Vernon. What would gun or abortion laws look like if the courts did consider that kind of evidence? In May of 1787, Benjamin Franklin's own sister Jane wrote to him from Boston. He was about to be sequestered for the Constitutional Convention, and she wanted to wish him luck in advancing a great design for the benefit of mankind, and your own nation in particular. Jane Franklin Meekum, born in 1712, had lived through not only the Revolutionary War and the chaotic evacuation of Boston, but also the British Army's occupation of that city, which, in addition to the Boston Massacre, when troops fired on a crowd of townspeople, had involved a lot of soldiers raping women. She had one concern, or really two. She was worried about guns, and she was worried about capital punishment, or halters, meaning nooses used at the gallows. She hoped that, with the assistance of such a number of wise men as you are connected with in the convention, Ben Franklin could put a stop to such violence. I had rather hear of the sword being beat into plowshares, and the halters used for cart ropes, if by that means we may be brought to live peaceably with one another. Use evidence from 1787 to 1791. Reason by analogy. Fine. Beat your swords into plowshares. Advice sent by a woman to a delegate to the Constitutional Convention. Americans, lay down your arms. But American sales of lethal firearms aren't just a domestic issue. America is all the world's gun store. Western countries' coordinated arms deliveries to Ukraine, already worth tens of billions of dollars, have cast a fresh spotlight on global military assistance. But while the world's attention is fixated on fighter jets, battle tanks, and rocket launchers, it is the millions of small arms, light weapons, and ammunition traded and trafficked globally each year that exact a far higher human toll. Of the more than 1.3 trillion United States dollars in Americans' arms export authorizations issued since 2009, firearms such as machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, and ammunition make up an estimated 228 billion United States dollars. These deliveries are disproportionately destabilizing, especially since there is little oversight and many of the weapons end up on the black market and in the wrong hands. Every year, tens of thousands of people are violently killed and injured by firearms in war zones around the world, far more than by bombs, missiles, and other major weapons, according to a recent study by the United Nations. The poorly regulated flow of firearms disrupt peace agreements, undermine the work of peacekeepers, prolong armed conflicts, and inflict untold pain and suffering on civilians. Outside these war zones, hundreds of thousands more people die as a result of gunfire every year, including in ostensibly peaceful countries such as Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and these United States. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for men between the ages of 15 and 34 in each of these countries and many others. The majority of the weapons and bullets contributing to global mayhem are made in and sold by these United States, which adds another deadly layer to the notorious American inability to regulate firearms and stem gun violence at home. While U.S. President Joe Biden promised to restrain arms sales with a more human rights-oriented approach during the 2020 presidential campaign, reforms since then have been sluggish, to say the least. American arms keep flowing to places where criminal and police violence are rampant. His administration has continued, for example, to export small arms, ammunition, parts, and components to the security forces of countries such as the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula and the Philippines Islands archipelago, where human rights are flagrantly violated. These United States have a long history of exporting firearms and ammunition to our military and police partners near and far. These deals mainly work through two federal mechanisms: military sales to foreign governments directly facilitated by the United States Department of the Defense, and commercial sales by gun and ammunition vendors, which require an export license from the U.S. government. In all instances, the U.S. Arms Export Control Act requires risk assessments and end-use monitoring to ensure that transfers are unlikely to produce unwanted outcomes. Through these and other channels, American firearm and ammunition sales have quickened in recent years, including to countries where the risks of unintended impacts are quite obvious. Consider the Merida Initiative, a U.S.-Mexican counter-narcotics program. Launched in 2008, it has scaled up exports of U.S. weapons to Mexico. It is one of the reasons U.S. exports of firearms reached almost 123 million United States dollars over the 3-year period from 2015 to 2017, a more than 12-fold rise compared to a similar 3-year period from 2002 through to 2004. This vast expansion in exports was criticized for lacking the oversight needed to ensure that rifles, handguns, and ammunition were not being diverted to those parts of the Mexican security forces that have been involved in human rights violations, crime, and corruption. Since taking office in 2018, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has criticized the initiative on the grounds that it prioritizes a militarized approach to fighting crime rather than focusing on job creation and development. Beyond formal bilateral programs, U.S. guns are fueling Mexico's epidemic of lethal violence, which has exploded over the past decade as the share of homicides involving firearms has soared. Part of the reason is the steady flow of illegal firearms across the U.S.-Mexican border. Whereas Mexico restricts legal firearm sales to a single gun store at an army base in Mexico City, an average of 212,000 firearms are trafficked illegally into Mexico each year, usually involving strawman purchases from among the United States' innumerable gun shows and more than 52,000 federally licensed gun dealers, which, to the eternal shock of foreign visitors, include mass-market retailers such as Walmart. After discovering that more than 70% of the firearms recovered at Mexican crime scenes could all be traced back to these United States, the Mexican government filed a lawsuit against major American gun manufacturers and distributors in 2021. It is seeking punitive damages of at least 10 billion United States dollars. Meanwhile, the United States Congress is negotiating a historic 13 billion US dollar bipartisan gun bill that could slow the illegal flow of firearms to Mexico. Already approved by the U.S. Senate, that bill will not only fund local violence prevention measures, but also tighten restrictions on gun dealers and ramp up penalties for strawman purchases and gun trafficking. U.S. firearms exports received a sharp boost during the early years of the Trump administration. Domestic gun sales fell sharply between 2016 and 2018, a decline arms industry analysts call the Trump slump, and traced to diminished fears of gun restrictions from a Republican administration. Domestic gun sales skyrocketed to their highest ever levels during the final year of the Trump administration, and the first year of the Biden presidency, attributed to pandemic-related insecurity, widespread social unrest, and the police defunding debate. The temporary drop in domestic sales incentivized U.S. gun manufacturers to scale up exports to foreign markets. They exported a record-breaking 710,031 firearms in 2017 and another 817,189 in 2018, along with tens of millions of rounds of ammunition, including to countries affected by conflict and systemic human rights abuses. In 2018, for example, 86,000 semi-automatic handguns went to the Philippines. And in 2020, overseas sales of semi-automatic pistols more than doubled, with many going to Brazil and Mexico, countries registering some of the highest levels of homicide and police violence in the world. The way these increases in firearms exports were engineered seriously set back efforts to control the spread of United States-manufactured lethal weapons. Urged on by gun manufacturers and the National Rifle Association under sponsorship from Russia itself, the Trump administration began implementing regulatory changes to ease weapons exports and diminish congressional scrutiny over how the weapons were used. This included creating the Direct Commercial Sales Program, which has significantly decreased government involvement in brokering deals with foreign customers. These reforms involved transferring oversight of many types of weapons, including semi-automatic rifles, handguns, sniper rifles, shotguns, non-lethal grenades, and other equipment, from the State Department to the Commerce Department. This sent a powerful signal to gun and ammo makers to ramp up production and expand commercial exports. President Donald Trump even withdrew the United States from the 2013 Arms Trade Treaty, the world's first legally binding instrument to rein in weapons transfers to serial human rights violating regimes. Despite Biden's campaign promises, his administration has been sluggish about updating arms export-related restrictions. Although foreign sales of military equipment fell abruptly in 2021 when the Biden administration entered office, the U.S. government continues to export firearms and other weapons to rights-abusing governments. One of the reasons is continued Republican opposition. In 2021, for instance, Republican lawmakers convinced Congress to ignore the activism of gun control groups and drop a proposed amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, that would have required congressional notification for arms export licensing. As a result, both the State Department and Congress still lack oversight over exports approved by the Defense and Commerce Departments. What's more, end-user certificates, which explain how and by whom exported arms will be used, are still not rigorously enforced once deals are struck. Meaning, the United States is not sufficiently well equipped to monitor weapons misuse. Similarly, another gun control effort, the Biden administration's much-anticipated CAT, Conventional Arms Transfers policy, was expected to be published in this year, but seems to have been overtaken by geopolitical events. Most notably, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and strong bipartisan support for supplying arms to Kiev will likely slow the strengthening of arms export controls. And while the weapons delivered to Ukraine will help stave off the Russian invasion, it's also likely that in the medium to long term, small arms and light weapons will end up in black markets and in the hands of other militaries and militias that Washington had no intention of arming, as has happened and continues to happen in Afghanistan. Interpol, the international police organization, once administered by Reinhard Heydrich, the hangman of the Third Reich, has already expressed concern about how weapons sent to Kiev may eventually be recycled into criminal markets across the European Union and beyond. The Biden administration says it is serious about upgrading U.S. arms export policies. That the revised CAT, C-A-T, will be published this year is a long shot given competing priorities. But when it finally comes out, it is expected to prioritize human rights provisions over the economic benefits of these exports. Advocates also believe the policy will shift accountability over foreign firearms and munition sales back to the State Department. And there is also an expectation that Biden will urge Congress to ratify the arms trade treaty before his term is up. If the Biden administration delivers on its arms control agenda, never an easy sell given its political opponents, it will hopefully give special attention to small arms, light weapons and ammunition, where more restrictions and better monitoring would have a disproportionate effect on lethal violence around the world. If implemented, these revisions would go some distance toward reducing future American transfers to rights-abusing regimes and conflict zones. Geopolitical headwinds and an increasingly rancorous American political environment, however, give us few reasons to be optimistic. Nevertheless, President Biden, but yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, signed into law the first major federal gun safety legislation passed in decades, marking a significant bipartisan breakthrough on one of Washington's most contentious policy issues. And regardless, in this worldwide context I've just articulated, the National Rifle Association, the terrorist NRA, can never erase its ties to a Russian agent who targeted Ukraine. The leaders of the international terrorist gun cult of the NRA long embraced a Kremlin operative who openly backs Putin's military conquest. Have you ever wondered how long are Americans sad and angry about mass shootings? 4 days. And 'twas but 4 days into the Russian invasion of Ukraine when the political arm of the National Rifle Association published an article praising a valiant Ukrainian army and resistance from ordinary Ukrainians taking up arms to defend their country and communities. Since early February, the gun lobbying group has used the ongoing war, exploited it as an opportunity to talk up gun rights. Now the NRA reiterates, what is happening in Ukraine proves the wisdom of our founding fathers in drafting the Second Amendment. As the bloodshed grows, a right essential to preserving human dignity, self-destiny, and freedom. Forgotten in the face of Vladimir Putin's barbaric attack, it seems, were all the cozy ties between top NRA officials and convicted Russian agent Maria Butina. The Kremlin operative didn't just commit conspiracy against these United States. She also worked on behalf of Putin's military conquest in the Ukraine region. During the same period, she was forging alliances, both in these United States and in Moscow, with NRA leaders. Butina is best known for infiltrating the Republican Party and seeking to influence the 2016 election in favor of Donald John Trump. She cultivated relationships among the conservative movement alongside her boss, Alexander Torshin, a high-level official from Putin's party who donated to the NRA as a life member and later was sanctioned by the U.S. government. After Butina's downfall, the NRA sought to distance itself and claimed it had no knowledge of Butina's foreign activities. But as Hanna Leventova reported in a 2019 investigation, while Butina was spending time with NRA leaders David Keene, Wayne Lapierre, and others, information publicly available on social media and from other sources made quite clear that Butina was aggressively working against American national security interests. In fact, reading from the column published in Mother Jones magazine, Mother Jones has uncovered a trail of activity showing that during the same period when top NRA leaders welcomed Butina into the fold, meeting with her extensively in Moscow and these United States, Butina actively supported Russian President Vladimir Putin's military takeover of Crimea. In the immediate aftermath of the invasion and annexation in March of 2014, Butina denounced retaliatory sanctions by the Obama administration and traveled to Crimea to promote the arming of pro-Russian separatists. Her efforts there included pledging support to a leader of a militia group that violently seized a Crimean news outlet it deemed pro-American and swiftly repurposed for a Kremlin propaganda operation. Now, after serving most of an 18-month federal prison sentence, Butina was deported to her native country in October of 2019. Putin personally defended Butina, declaring that the American empire had nothing on her and had convicted her in order not to look totally stupid. By last fall, at the age of 33, she began serving in the Russian parliament as a member of Putin's United Russia Party. As the invasion commenced in February, Butina posted video of herself on social media in which she penned a white Z on her jacket lapel to show her support for Russian troops invading Ukraine. Understand there is no Z in the Russian alphabet, which is Cyrillic, but the Z has become a prominent pro-war symbol for Russians after appearing on Russian tanks and armored vehicles as they massed along Ukraine's border. And pointing directly into the camera, Butina said, in the Russian, "Work, brothers! We are with you always." The war now raging in Ukraine continues the Russian expansionism that Butina has long openly supported on behalf of the Kremlin. Again, as was previously reported, and here again I read from Mother Jones, on March 17th, 2014, after Putin sent in troops and used an illegal referendum to declare Crimea part of the Russian Federation, President Barack Obama announced sanctions in response, including against entities operating in the Russian arms sector. That same day, Butina posted a lengthy commentary online warning that the Obama sanctions would bankrupt the Russian arms industry, calling them a direct threat to Russian national security. She soon announced plans to travel to Crimea the following week to establish offices for her group there and advise local citizens on arming themselves under Russian law. There, Butina met with pro-Putin group called the Crimean Front, whose Cossack self-defense unit had recently seized the offices of the independent Crimean Center for Investigative Journalism, using about 24 men clad in camouflage uniforms and balaclavas, like terrorists. Butina held a press conference with the leader of the Crimean Front at their newly captured media headquarters, where the Twa spracketh on camera about arming pro-Russian separatists in region. In other words, arming an insurgency. In a statement that was made to Mother Jones magazine in 2019, responding to their expositions on Butina, an attorney for the NRA said, "NRA executives were unaware of the alleged activities in question, and the organization is not in a position to comment on them." 4 weeks after Butina's meeting with the Crimean Front, she traveled to Indianapolis for the NRA's annual convention, where NRA executives welcomed her as a VIP, a very important person. It was one of several NRA confabs Butina attended, in addition to visiting the organization's headquarters in Virginia, hosting NRA leaders in Moscow, and joining them in a video promoting a Russian sniper rifle prior to her arrest in 2018 by the FBI. Now the Supreme Court has just realized the very objective of her mission by dramatically expanding Americans' right to bear arms. In a 6-3 opinion, with the court's Republican-appointed justices in the majority, the court ruled that a New York law that heavily restricts the ability to carry a concealed handgun in public violates the Constitution. This decision is a big deal. Previously, the court had only said that the Constitution protected the ability to have a gun inside the home for self-defense. In that decision, which came us down circa 2008, the year of the stock market crash, the justices didn't rule on how guns carried outside the home could be regulated. It took almost 15 years for the justices to come back to that question, but now they have. In the majority opinion for Thursday's ruling, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home. Laws like New York's, which required people who wanted a license to carry a concealed handgun in public to show they have a good reason, are no longer allowed. That doesn't mean there is no way to regulate the carrying of guns in public. Justice Brett Kavanaugh said that explicitly in his concurring opinion. But Thursday's ruling does change the way regulations are evaluated. Thomas's opinion states regulations need to be historically consistent with the Second Amendment. That means when they look at a modern gun regulation, judges will have to figure out if another reasonably similar law was passed earlier in this country's history. Previously, courts had also considered whether a regulation could be justified for other reasons, but that second layer of consideration is no longer allowed. What all of this means in practice, however, will have to be worked out by the lower courts, which means there will likely be a flood of new litigation over gun restrictions that will inevitably come us right back to the Supreme Court. This decision is a big expansion of gun rights. The rights of inanimate objects superseding those of the human lives they be built to extinguish. Gun rights advocates have been waiting for over a decade for this ruling, and it did not disappoint them. Thomas, who has been complaining for years about the court's reticence to clarify the meaning and scope of the Second Amendment, wrote a sweeping opinion that expands gun rights significantly and could have a big impact on Americans' lives, certainly in ending all too many of them. That's because the 2008 opinion, while it transformed the way that the Second Amendment is interpreted to include an individual right to bear arms, did not actually change the status quo very much. There were relatively few laws that restricted the ability to have a gun at home, and the justices were clear that the opinion did not extend further. A study that looked at lower court rulings on Second Amendment challenges from 2008 to 2016 found that the Supreme Court's opinion didn't really change the way other judges were ruling on gun regulations, though the study so acknowledged that could also be due in part to the types of cases under consideration. Before Thursday's ruling, judges had two factors to consider when evaluating the constitutionality of a gun regulation. Does it fit with the history of the Second Amendment? And does the state have another responsible justification, like social science data suggesting that the law could reduce gun violence? Under the new ruling, state governments they can no longer argue that a gun restriction should be upheld because it serves an important interest. Instead, judges will only consider whether the regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. In his opinion, Thomas noted that modern regulations don't have to be a dead ringer for historical precursors. But as gun law experts have pointed out, figuring out whether modern gun regulations are similar enough to laws that were passed 200 years ago won't be any simple matter. The ruling opens the door for every gun regulation that was upheld under the 2008 ruling to be challenged again in a judiciary that is much more conservative than it was even a few years ago. We have new battle lines in the war over gun laws. As with many Supreme Court rulings, we won't understand the full implications of Thursday's ruling for a long time. 5 other states and the District of Columbia have laws like New York's, and they will have to pass new regulations for people who want to carry handguns in public. That in itself is no small thing, since these states include my own Golden California, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, which are all populous states with big cities. But the conservative justices could have gone further and cut down a huge swath of gun regulations at once, which they did not. In his concurring opinion, Justice Samuel Alito wrote, "Our holding decides nothing about who may lawfully possess a firearm or the requirements that must be met to buy a gun, nor does it decide anything about the kinds of weapons that people may possess." This ruling does, however, create a bunch of new opportunities for advocates who want to limit states' ability to determine who can carry a gun and where. In his opinion, Thomas said that guns can still be banned in sensitive places, I guess like his asshole, but didn't expand much further on what a sensitive place actually is. So his asshole comes first to mind, because that's where he should shove his gun. In his dissent, Justice Stephen Breyer pointed out that, with a historical approach, this category could turn out to be pretty limited, himself so writing that, where does that leave the many locations in a modern city with no obvious 18th or 19th century analog? What about subways, nightclubs, movie theaters, and sports stadiums? So the future will depend, at least in part, on what state lawmakers try to do. Lawmakers in a state like New York or California could test the limits of the Supreme Court's ruling by designating the subway, Broadway theaters, or grocery stores as sensitive places, where heightened restrictions can be applied. The risk for them, of course, is that the next Supreme Court ruling could expand gun rights even further over those of human beings. You see, the Supreme Court has already made New York streets meaner. In its ruling on Bruin, the court ignores precedent and rejects the idea that courts should consider the real-world consequences of their decisions. In a stunningly broad and transformative decision, the Supreme Court has struck down the New York law that says you can only carry a concealed handgun outside your home if you can show you have proper cause to do so. For New Yorkers and residents of 6 other states, including my Golden California and Massachusetts, this means concealed carry is now basically an automatic right. Anyone you meet on the street or in the car ahead of you may be lawfully packing. For gun rights more generally, the opinion is perhaps even more consequential. Decided 6-3 along pure ideological lines, the opinion by Justice Clarence Thomas astonishingly make his Second Amendment rights even more protected than all the other fundamental rights in the constitutional pantheon. It also applies historical analysis so narrowly and bizarrely that it calls into question the very practice. In a separate concurrence joined by Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Brett Kavanaugh insisted that some gun regulations might still be constitutional, including bans on gun possession by the mentally ill. Perhaps he was alluding to the bill currently in the Senate. Perhaps not. In any case, Kavanaugh's insistence that some gun regulation remains permissible tells you a lot about how far Thomas's opinion went. In other cases, the court first asks if the right exists, then asks if there is an appropriate reason to abrogate the right based on a compelling or important government need. Thomas wrote that in gun cases, the only inquiry is whether there is a historical analogy to the current regulation deriving from the moments the Second Amendment was passed or the 14th Amendment made applicable to the states. The case, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, is one for the history books. Historians are going to be trying to figure out how, at precisely the moment when the United States is facing an epidemic of mass shootings, the Supreme Court could be expanding citizens' rights to guns and elevating its protection above that of other basic human rights, such as the right to fucking life. When juxtaposed with the court's expected abortion decision at that time, now already passed, the Bruin case reveals a court that is contracting women's right to control their bodies and choose not to bear children, even as it expands the right to bear arms. Increasingly, this court appears to be the Thomas Court, with the most conservative justice convincing the other conservatives to follow his lifelong practice of ignoring precedent and rejecting the idea that the real-world consequences of judicial decisions should matter to the courts. To understand what's so shocking about the broader implications of Bruin, you must first understand that when courts decide the First Amendment or 14th Amendment or other constitutional claim, they don't just ask if a law or other state action violates the Constitution. That's the first question, to be sure. But after asking that, the court always goes on to ask whether the government had a good enough reason to limit the right in this situation. For the most highly protected rights, the court asks if the government has a compelling interest and has narrowly tailored its action to serving that interest. That is, the court asks if the ends of the government's action are compelling and the means chosen are narrowly tailored to the ends. When it comes to less protected rights, the government gets it easier. The court asks if the government's interest is important and if the means are substantially related to the ends. The most astonishing part of Thomas's legal reasoning in the Bruin case is the assertion that, when it comes to the Second Amendment, there be no need to ask how important the right is, how compelling or important the government's interest is, or how well the government's means fit the end. Rather, the only question for the courts is whether a given gun regulation is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of gun regulation. This elevation of gun rights, ahead of all other human rights, would be outrageous enough on its own. But the court then went on to apply its own historical test with a degree of outcome orientation I have rarely seen in any Supreme Court opinion. In the past, the court had said that the right to bear arms was one inherited from our English ancestors. English legal tradition restricted the carrying of firearms in multiple ways. But Thomas said that English practice was in fact not relevant to assessing the New York law because he saw little reason to think the framers would have thought it applicable to the New World. Such reasoning blatantly contradicts the whole idea that the right to bear arms was derived from English practice. 3 colonies out of 13, so almost a quarter, restricted public carrying of firearms, indicating the framers themselves would have accepted some restrictions. Thomas rejected that historical evidence as well. saying on Thursday that, unlike in the 18th century, handguns are the quintessential self-defense weapon. They're also the quintessential weapon of murder, stranger murder, the murder we all fear, killed by someone we don't even know, as well as the majority of deaths in domestic violence and suicide and everything else. After the Constitution was ratified, many states either treated carrying weapons as a criminal offense or passed laws against the concealed carry of small weapons, or required people to post a bond before carrying a gun in public. Thomas rejected all this evidence as irrelevant as well. Finally, in the latter part of the 19th century, with westward expansion, still more localities banned public carry. Thomas said that the evidence of these localized restrictions could not overcome an otherwise enduring American tradition permitting public carry. The upshot is that, having said that history is the only test of gun rights regulation, Thomas then systematically reread the historical record to render a long tradition of regulation legally irrelevant. It's hard to read the opinion and take seriously the idea that history is really a guide at all for the 6 reactionary justices. Justice Stephen Breyer, joined by the court's 2 other liberals, dissented. With his characteristic pragmatism, he pointed out rising gun violence and mass shooting. Breyer has spent his entire judicial career, and his career as an attorney and professor before that, trying to make government and the law actually work to protect and promote the needs of the public. Seen from that lifelong perspective, the Bruen decision looks like a kind of madness. But twisting the knife, Thomas actually challenged Breyer's very reference to the real-world reality of gun violence. The anti-pragmatism of the reactionary justices could hardly be more overt. If consequences don't matter, there'd be no reason to ask about the government's interest in protecting public safety. As he nears retirement in the coming week or so, Breyer must be agonized by the rise of a court that considers putting its head in the sand, rather up its ass, to be good constitutional judgment. Viviana Sanchez says I'm still here. Thank you, honey. In this grave new world, closing the boyfriend loophole would be a huge deal. President Biden had just finished his national address on gun violence earlier this month when, more than 1,000 miles away, a man arrived at a church in Ames, Iowa, carrying a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol. Jonathan Whitlatch, a 33-year-old member of the Iowa National Guard, was looking for his ex-girlfriend, Eden Montang. Just days earlier, he'd been arrested and charged with harassment for making repeated unwanted calls to her place of work. It wasn't the first time. Whitlatch's behavior toward a romantic partner had attracted the attention of the authorities. In 2017, a different ex-girlfriend obtained a protective order against him after he grabbed her by the throat and threatened to murder her. In her petition, she wrote that she was especially worried about his access to guns. 5 years later, her warning was tragically realized. In the church parking lot, Whitlatch fired on Montang, who was only 22 years of age, and her friend, the 21-year-old Vivian Flores, both students at Iowa State University, before shooting himself. All 3 died. For many Americans, the issue of gun violence is wrapped up in images of horrific mass shootings or random stranger attacks on the subway. Yet what happened in Iowa? A man killing his estranged partner and a bystander before dying by suicide is a more accurate representation of this country's crisis. That's why it's so notable that the bipartisan gun reform deal struck in the Senate over the weekend includes a proposal that domestic violence advocates have pushed for years. Under federal law, people who have been convicted of misdemeanor of domestic violence or who are subject to a final protective order are prohibited from owning or purchasing guns. But the ban only applies to spouses, those who share a child, and cohabitants, not dating partners. That yawning gap in the law is known as the boyfriend loophole. And the new gun bill, which looks likely to get through the Senate, does close it. This is a very big deal. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, has found that more than half of all female homicides in these United States between 2003 and 2014 are related to domestic violence, and that the most common weapon used is a goddamn gun. A landmark study by Jacqueline Campbell found that abusers who have access to firearms are 5 times more likely to kill their partners, possession of a weapon precluding use. Aaron J. Kivisto, Associate Professor of Clinical Psychology at the University of Indianapolis, has confirmed that domestic violence homicides are far more common than most people think. To quote his T, "I think a lot of people assume that someone is far more likely to be killed by a stranger than an intimate partner, when, in fact, the numbers don't really show this. These findings tell us that the introduction of firearms into domestic conflict not only enhances the risk that an intimate partner will be killed, but it also extends this risk to others." Based on an analysis of data from the FBI's supplemental homicide reports for the years 1990 through to 2016, Kivisto found that nearly 1 in 3 homicides in these United States are domestic homicides, a category that include killings by intimate partners, parents, siblings, or other family members. 1 in 6 specifically involves the killing of an intimate partner. In fatal domestic violence shootings, it is not uncommon for the death toll to include people other than the targeted victim, such as friends, neighbors, bystanders, and police officers. A 2019 paper by Kivisto proved that men who use firearms to commit domestic homicide are nearly twice as likely to have at least one additional victim compared to domestic homicides where a gun is not involved. Although mass shootings are typically thought of as violent attacks against strangers in public settings like schools or malls, many more occur in the home and are associated with domestic violence. According to an analysis by Everytown for Gun Safety, in at least 53% of mass shootings between 2009 and 2020, defined as any incident in which 4 or more people are shot and killed, excluding the shooter, the perpetrator shot an intimate partner or family member during their attack. Another study found that in 68% of mass shootings, the perpetrator either killed at least one partner or family member or had a history of domestic violence. As Lisa Gold, a clinical professoress of psychiatry at Georgetown University School of Medicine, wrote in a commentary for the Journal of the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, it follows that additional laws to prevent people who perpetrate domestic violence from purchasing or possessing firearms may decrease the incidence of mass shootings. Now, this new rule comes with plenty of caveats. For one, it only affects those who have been convicted, and few domestic violence cases get to that stage. Its efficacy will depend on effective and consistent enforcement, which is often lacking when it comes to gun laws. And the Senate bill doesn't institute universal background checks, so abusive partners who find themselves barred from buying guns at a store could simply visit a gun show or arrange a private sale where their prior convictions wouldn't prevent anything. Still, closing the boyfriend loophole would be a significant step toward protecting victims of domestic abuse, as well as the public at large. It won't just help allay the scourge of domestic gun deaths. It will improve the lives of countless women who experience horrifying but non-lethal violence. Abusers who use guns against their partners is an immense problem that is completely ignored when it comes to the issue of gun violence, despite the fact that about half of the intimate partner homicides in these United States are perpetrated by an unmarried partner. In fact, over 750,000 have been pistol whipped, shot at, or actually shot by their partners. Research from Susan B. Sorensen, a professoress of social policy at the University of Pennsylvania who studies the intersection of gun violence and domestic abuse, has proven that more than 4 million women in these United States have been threatened by a romantic partner with a gun. To quote a she, at some length, "Women are harmed by armed abusers. Some are killed. Others survive, and like school children who survive mass shootings, live with the terror. There's so much more to gun violence than the body count. Marriage and dating patterns have changed substantially such that fewer people meet the criteria set out by Congress in the 1990s. Closing the boyfriend loophole keeps the focus where it belongs, on the bad behavior rather than on the nature of the relationship between the two parties. Closing this loophole will make women safer." Kate Ranta, a domestic violence victim who was shot by her ex-husband in 2012, said she was cautiously optimistic about this legislation. To quote a she, "I unfortunately know all too well about living in fear of an abusive partner with a gun. Guns change everything in a domestic violence situation." All this reinforces my case for mandatory gun liability insurance. A breakthrough on potential new gun regulations is welcome news, but the recently announced proposals from a bipartisan group of senators are striking in their narrowness. They include incentivizing states to pass more red flag laws, improving background checks for buyers younger than 21, and widening the group of sellers required to register as federal firearms dealers. Better than nothing, these reforms nonetheless address only a small fraction of the more than 45,000 gun deaths and 120,000 gun injuries that occur each and every single year in these United States. The modesty of the ideas on the table is a byproduct of intense polarization over gun rights.
Can I bring up a point, Douglas?
Oh, of course. By all means.
I just tuned in a little while ago, but I think not with regards to the general things you're saying, but I think with regards to the legislation, you're missing an important point, is that this legislation makes these politicians feel good about themselves. and that's yeah.
That's the most important point of all. Yes, of course.
Oh yeah, it makes them justify their existence. But that this is apocalyptic in its nature. All of the shootings. It's I think your chances of getting shot are pretty slim. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the ratio between getting COVID and getting shot is. It's probably you got a lesser chance of being shot by a stray bullet or a real or an intended bullet with these insane shootings. Mm-hmm. I think I don't really know the statistics, but I know your chances are not high in general. Mm-hmm. If you go to a high crime area, even walking the streets of San Francisco, your chances are much less than 1% that you're going to be shot.
Yeah.
But be that as it said, we're having more craziness than we've ever had, and the crux of the matter is to solve the root causes, and the root causes are mental illness and insanity, and the insanity of the Congress as much deep as you well know. But I'm saying the laws are like, it's like toilet paper. It's like, okay, let's use this for toilet paper, because it's not. It's like, okay, we're going to legislate that you need a background check. Therefore, how many shootings is that actually going to reduce? And as you say, it's ignoring the domestic issues. But yeah, what is the effectiveness of the legislation? And as one astrologer said many years ago, he said, that he looked at Congress, that the chart of Congress, and he said it's going to be replaced. Mm-hmm. And this was not a commentary on the legitimacy of the United States or the Constitution. Mm-hmm. It was on the institution of Congress. In other words, it wasn't doing anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it doesn't seem to be. It passed the COVID bill, to give everybody a check, and it really bailed out a lot of businesses. Yeah. It destroyed businesses, but it also, like Tom Brady got, millions and millions of dollars for his businesses during COVID. Businesses he doesn't even need.
Yeah, that was outrageous.
Well, it's just, it's a business. So you want to keep it going. I don't know what the hell the business is. So, if you're a business, I got about, $4 or $5 grand, which is small potatoes compared to Tom Brady. But
indeed. Oh shit! Oh my God!
But
I'm glad you got something. But
well, yeah. It helped. But
as you said, they certainly did the wrong thing by not concentrating on the poor. As a matter of fact, proportionately, the wealthier you were, or the better off you were, the more higher your stimulus was.
Yeah, that's because you had more to lose.
There you go. Yeah.
It's so illogical in the way it gets done, and then you have all these rich or all these restaurants that were hit the hardest. Yeah. And harassed, and even harassed in New York they were. Yeah. If they stayed open, but. Yeah, so I just, but it's like the crux of this matter, the crux of this whole matter is what we're addressing with the core insanity of not just the Congress, but the entities that run the Congress and that feed off of the human misery. Yeah. The human misery. And they would have this whole United States turn into a gulag. And it was pointed out to me a long time ago that the fundamentalists, who are in their own right despicable, they actually keep a lot of these satanic forces at bay, actually. Now, sometimes they're polarized and are the satanic forces. Yeah. But sometimes they are not. And it's like, just like, Viviana's she's not a fundamentalist. No. But it's because some of these people embrace Christianity to the best of their ability. Mm-hmm. And it's not my cup of tea what they do. Mm-hmm. But it's like, it's a preferable alternative to, what Aquino was doing or his acolytes are doing.
Well, it would be hard to argue that, but then again, when you see what might develop, but
what I'm about is what you did at the Presidio with reading the Lord's Prayer.
Yeah, got it.
It's that like reversing the energy, and even your own involvement in Orthodox Christianity. It's like it's a balancing, act. Yes. It's just like having, a yin yang ball. You want the dark and the light, and you want it. The dark is in the light is in the dark, and you want it balanced in all of these things. And what happens in the world that I grew up in, Christianity was a beast, and it was so insipid, disgusting, and pervasive in the minds of my fellow students. Yeah. And they weren't. I wasn't going to a religious school.
Understood.
And it was and people don't examine what their thinking process is, and they subscribe to this because they've been told so. And you know, and I love to tell the story of my daughter, who I sent to Sunday school with her cousins, just because I was going off on my adventures up to Santa Barbara, wherever I was going. Not Santa Barbara, but when I was in California, and I said, okay, I wanted her to be exposed to Sunday school with her cousins, just so she could see what it was. Not that I, wanted to indoctrinate her. And she told me she almost busted out laughing. She had to stop herself from busting out laughing because it just sounded so ridiculous. And now this is just somebody who's, probably 9 or 10 years old. Mm-hmm. She's very intelligent, and she's not been indoctrinated. And she asked me, a few questions about it when she was a kid, because her kids, all of her friends were either Jewish, Christian, or a couple were Muslim. And from school, her classmates. And so it's like, she's like, look, what is this? It just sounds like a cartoon, and it's like she's having to hold herself back from busting out laughing. And, and then I remember the court psychiatrist who was assigned during the divorce, he says, he was concerned that she didn't have any religion. But how does she know right from wrong? And I said, well, it's pretty common sense to her, And she did have a very good moral compass, a very good one.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's natural. It's inside of you, nature. You don't need to be told. Jesus said, "Don't do this." So, and I was also thinking when you were talking, what would happen if somebody went back in time to the time of the disciples and had a mass shooting and shot them all?
Yeah, well, that would be, that would affect history. Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing, and this is, well, it's off topic, but it's not. One of the archaeologists who introduced me to Choclavina Cave one time, he was talking about, because they have Saint Thomas, no, Saint, what's his name? What's Peter's brother? Saint Peter's brother, I think his name was
which one?
Andrew.
Yeah,
Andrew.
Okay.
Andrew is the patron saint of Romania and the patron disciple of Ukraine.
Well,
and so there's things named after him and whatnot. And I was talking to the archaeologist about this because I think there's a cave named after him that I wanted to visit in not far from Atlanticron. Right. And he said that archaeologically, there's absolutely no corroboration to indicate that there was any such person there. It doesn't make sense with the archaeology and the history of the actual history and archaeology of the location. Mm-hmm. So if his information is accurate, and he's not saying this, fervently, he's just matter of factually saying it, that it's that so much is invented, and that's not the only thread to say so much is invented about the early Christianity. Mm-hmm. And then I don't know much about the legends of. I know Thomas is very popular in India.
Right.
It's just but this it's almost like it's a meme. We can call it a disease, but it's a meme that just kind of spread throughout that millennium and just started, quote unquote, infecting or influencing everybody and their mother. Mm-hmm. Christianity spread like a virus.
Yeah.
And it certainly didn't result in any good stuff.
I mean, I can see that can be argued, of course.
It can be argued.
Yeah.
But as it was the Dark Ages, it was the onset of the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
And all of the torture that was done in its name. Mm-hmm. And you can even make arguments that they were torturing the right people in some cases. You can make arguments,
No, I've always been the first to say that Christianity certainly has its violent history, which has resulted, of course, in mass murders and genocides, just like any emergent political ideology.
It's the human condition. This is indicative of the human condition, and the human condition is embedded with, satanic predicament.
Yeah. By the way, the
And
St. Andrew's Cross is basically, if anyone wonders
X.
about the St. Andrew's Cross, that's similar to the Confederate flag, which is basically a St. Andrew's Cross. In case people didn't know, the Confederate flag is the St. Andrew's cross with stars placed inside of it. That's all. Yeah, so go on. Yes.
Well, I digress from, well, if I have, but I haven't from the shooting, because it's you know,
Oh no, that's fine. I do want to say
it's
that.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's killing. It's you know, it's negative, and it's like I feel so fortunate to have been born into a life where I have not had to bear arms to protect myself. Generally, the only thing I've had to protect myself is to stay vigilant and be intelligent about things. You know, it hasn't required fisticuffs or arms. You know, and of course, you know, you try to steer away from confrontations.
Oh yeah. The one thing that I will say, just to qualify this, whatever money they put into trying to deal with what might be construed as a core problem, the mental illness, I'm happy the money goes towards that, because obviously one thing I would insist upon is that, if anything, America has a pandemic of mental illness. We are steeped in mental illness. It is the sewer in which Americans swim. So whatever help can be directed towards treating mental illness is welcome. But
some of the money that, and I don't remember which politician it was.
Yeah.
If it was, I think it might have been Pelosi, but it was this money that was just completely misappropriated. In other words, there was so much sent to, you know, fix people. Maybe it might have been in New York City. It might have nothing to do with Pelosi, but it was like, it was misspent, and it was what do you call it? Corrupted or taken. In other words, oh no, it was, I think it was the wife of somebody. The wife of, who was, maybe de Blasio's wife. I don't really remember, but whatever it was, the politics were such that all this money, just a small one of it, went to help the mental health crisis in New York City. And it just was spent because of issues of entitlement, and it was misappropriated. And of course, little prosecution is done. Right. So this is the big problem, is you have, I mean, these issues should be pursued because they need to be pursued, but it's like, wow, it's the abuse and corruption is so aggressive, and it's like nobody has any teeth, can use any teeth, and it's like the reporting there have been times in history where a report is like a shot heard around the world, like the Watergate reporting. Right. It just affected everybody. I mean, people were watching it on TV. I was not, because I was in Scientology, but I heard about it.
Right.
And then when I went to Washington D.C. many years later, it was still the buzzword. Like, they were thinking, oh, another Watergate. This is how the congressman thought. Like, everybody was waiting for the next Watergate because it was so commanding of their attention. But the Woodward, and he was all, hiding. At the same time, he was hiding things when he was reporting on Deep Throat. He was hiding the Howard Hughes connection to the White House. This was all hidden. It was, and so in other words, he becomes the hero for centuries, and he's nobody more twisted. Completely twisted mind.
Oh my God.
And so what, it's like you're constantly dealing, and this is why, as I say, the Taoist masters would go into the mountains and start balancing energy, because you're not going to deal with humans because they're too messed up. Yeah. And I say, not that we shouldn't try to do the right thing, but it's like, it's just madness. It's just utter madness. And so when we get to the utter madness, we're getting madness at what do you call it? What's the word? Continuous progression. The progression of it is is becoming untenable. It might become more untenable, but it certainly seems to be that way. And you have the oil barons just, kind of like laughing, and they were laughing 20 years ago. They were. I heard about some of them that they don't give a shit, about. And now they're getting some reverse on it because, because it's not about the common man. The common man, even Napoleon, who gave so much to the common man, he took so much from the common man.
Yeah. Yes.
Legally, he gave legal rights and stuff, but he devastated France.
Yes.
And it's like, what? You just want to be in the right position. So, and this is why your book is important.
Thank you.
Because this is the core madness. And we roll it back to L. Ron Hubbard in 1950s. He said that man is basically aberrated. He's off course. And he's off course because he's working with unconscious commands that are not necessarily even directed. They were just whatever imprint was put on the unconsciousness, the person was acting out and acting irrationally. Where it becomes more sinister is when you have orchestrated intentions behind those unconsciousness. And he did recognize that. But instead of, pointing the finger at the satanic element, he pointed the finger at psychiatry.
Right.
And not that wasn't satanic, because
right.
it clearly was, but it evolved into something a little different. And it just was a different energy of the times. But the basic treatise is that mankind is aberrated, and they're messed up, and they're operating on unconscious impulses.
Right.
And certainly, I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
And,
no, definitely.
And even if you have a person who can see that, like Preston Nichols, he understood that.
Right.
But then he had his own baggage.
Yeah.
mixed with superior intelligence like you wouldn't believe.
Right.
And superior gift of spirit. He had a almost photographic memory of the Bible.
Wow.
And that shocked my friend that was the one that went up to the Poconos. He was just shocked when he heard Preston talk in the Bible, because he thought Preston was unholy. In every sense of the word. And Preston said, "Oh yeah, I grew up in Catholic school. Yeah. And he knew the Bible backwards and forwards.
And
so did Crowley. That's what that one thing they had in common.
Yes, of course. I mean, that would be important to anyone who's doing an inversion. In terms of what you had said earlier, though, about the mental illness, there is, like I said, definitely whatever can be done to treat it, because God knows we've got all too many crazies. But at the same time, people who are truly mentally ill, they really are not usually the perpetrators of gun violence. Obviously, the perpetrators of mass firearms violence are disturbed, but they're usually far more bizarrely functional than truly mentally ill people. Truly mentally ill people are usually the victims of violence, and that was something that I was trying to make people aware of, was that usually truly mentally ill people are too dysfunctional to purchase a firearm, because there's usually so many warning signs that there's usually various factors that are put in place to prevent them from getting access to them. The people who conduct the firearms, shall we say, mass murders, they have a bizarre level of functionality, but their monofocal fixation points is what leads to their mass murderous rampages. Obviously, they're crazy, but it's one of those things that's a different kind of crazy. And so it's a nuance that really needs to be, imposed upon the public. But, all I can say is it does, it's almost a moot point, so long as treatment goes to mental illness, that's definitely needed too. God knows, maybe that would, preempt some of the types of gang stalkers that I have, one would hope.
One thing I want to address that too, but one thing I want to say about mental illness, from what I've seen, the industry of psychology, or the work that JoJo does with the social work,
Yeah.
is it's so much more efficient than it was 30, 40 years ago. Mental health therapy that psychologists offer. And there is one major problem with it, though. It is all in the hands of the insurance companies.
Yeah.
In other words, JoJo, I think most of what she does is through insurance.
Wow.
I think.
I had no idea. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, but see, her husband, they were both in a, they both had to be treated as addicts.
Right.
And that's where they met.
That's right.
And he is a liaison for, insurance companies and connecting people with, and he makes a huge salary off of it.
Wow.
So in other words, he turned his addiction into a profitable business.
Cool.
Well, it's very good, and they deserve a lot of credit, both of them. I don't know him, but I do know he's he takes care of his family, as does she. She might out earn him for all I know. It's none of my business. I'm sure she'd tell me if I asked her, but it's none of my business, and I'm not going to ask her.
Understood.
But the thing is that, yeah, and they've really made real lives for themselves, and they deserve a lot of credit for it.
Right.
But see, the thing is, and then I guess if you're a derelict, I don't know if it's so easy to get onto your program, and the help's not necessarily be as good. I don't know all her clients, but some of them are, either high earners or respectable earners who have insurance. So, it's like if you're from, Massachusetts is known for its wealth. So the good help is, it depends, what your lot in life is. Where are you? Where can you go sign up and get help? If I needed help, it would cost me pretty dearly, to get the help.
Right.
And it might not be as expensive as Scientology, but it wouldn't be too far away.
You're basically telling us you're not very well insured, right? I think.
I don't know. Well, I have Medicare.
Okay.
So maybe that might make it, maybe that would make it,
You should be all right. I mean, yeah.
it'd probably make it $45 a session.
Okay.
But they'd be getting paid more than that.
Right. Okay.
Just like I was getting chiropractic service. She says, okay, yeah, you're covered on your new program. You're covered. And I looked at them, what's the coverage? It's $45 a session. I can go to a regular chiropractor and pay $40 cash, Wow. It's going to cost me money to go to this particular chiropractor that I was going to.
Wow.
I have my friend who does me if I need to from football. He does me for free.
Right.
But it's like, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I pretty well covered because of Medicare. It's and I don't. If I went for mental health problems, I might start turning the tables and start helping them. Who knows?
Yeah. Yes, that's always a temptation.
Yeah. But I mean, that's something. And of course, the whole idea of going clear in Scientology was to put a person in a position where they can solve their own problems.
Right.
Where you can solve your own problems. And with regards to the gang stalkers, this is like, I was really reflecting on what you said about your parents and how much love they gave you despite all of the challenges they had in their own life. And this is so appreciated. And it's like, wow, this is what your listeners, and I'll mention this again for people who listen to me, when I come on at 9.
Yeah.
It's like we'll mention this again. It's like people should be loving and appreciating you because what you have to offer.
Thank you.
And this is the key thing. This opens the gateway instead of liking you because you talk about dark things.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want some of that darkness. I want to hear more about these biofax simulacra and how the generals violated them.
Right. Oh my
yeah,
God.
The lurid. People like to be associated with darkness because it makes them feel cool.
Right.
Or for worse yet, that they want to consume.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's
gratuitous. Go.
Oh yeah. And yeah. Instead of they might not be into watching Saw, but they want to hear the Douglas Dietrich because they want to hear about the ghouls.
Yeah.
And they might go up to their neighbor and say, "Do you know there's these ghouls in the desert?" You don't realize how crazy you'd sound if you went up to your neighbor who's watering the lawn. You know about this. And you start telling him, there's ghouls in Saudi Arabia. And this is the mindset of people, that they're into some big secret. Whereas in actuality, when they do that, they're in the territory of the ghouls themselves mentally.
It's true. It's true. I mean, certainly, obviously, Jameson Reese was there at all times. It was sickening. He made me physically ill. Just this is why I was so antithetical to speaking of these subjects. It's a wonder I spoke of them as often as I did. But of course, the sickening part of it was his basically masturbating while I was doing so. Whenever I brought up particularly unsavory topics.
You mean he was actually masturbating, or just you're using that metaphorically?
I'm using that metaphorically, but how do we fucking know? He certainly seemed to have been orgasmic at times that I went into those topics. We can't see the motherfucker or what he's doing, so for all we know, it's like his hands are under the table, right? I never saw him on screen, thank God. But it sure sounded at times like he was orgasmic in terms of... bringing up the topics that I did at times just in context of what I felt was relevant. And the more horrific it was, the more happy and gleeful he was. It was just disgusting. And of course, there are people out there who have a legitimate interest in things that are dark, and they deserve to hear about them. I'll be talking about zombies again in the near future because I received a contribution from an individual who asked for that because his anger was with Penny Bradley for cutting me off when I brought up the topic. I had actually said, "What do you want to talk about on Halloween?" I said, the most immediate thing I could think about was the zombies. But of course she went into, "Let's make this a conversation, not a lecture," and said that meant that she lectures. And you just sit there and listen. That's her idea of a conversation. So he said, I'd like you to talk about that because you piqued my curiosity, and then she cut you off. So, yeah, I can understand that. And certainly we'll talk about it with people because, that's one of the first things I actually talked about as a public informant in the sense of general exposure to people hearing about me at all. But when it comes to, say, for instance, something more sedate, people's Christianity, I do want to clarify, and of course I can't speak on her behalf, but Viviana, you're more than welcome to just pipe in a little bit. I do want to say on your behalf that you were so disgusted by the way pretty much everyone was practicing Christianity that you just pretty much found out about it on your own. That's my impression, pretty much. So she's basically her own Christian, as opposed to belonging to any denomination. And she can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's my understanding of where she's coming from.
That's not uncommon. People study on their own and basically identify with that they can identify with.
Yeah.
And one of the unfortunate things about the Bible is that all of these, whether it be the Talmud, there is the Bible is the outer tradition. It is the Vulgate for the common man.
Yeah.
It is not, and then with that, there's also an intermediate tradition, which is the priesthood. Mm-hmm. And beyond that, there's an inner tradition. This applies to all religions,
right,
as well as Freemasonry. There's an inner tradition that is secret, and that has a much more insight. This is your sort of Illuminati type of mindset, where the eye is in the triangle on the top of the pyramid. That sort of mindset, where you're seeing the true inner stuff. And this is, in the Jewish tradition, it's the Torah that's for everybody, the Talmud, which is for the learning class, and the inner Kabbalah is the secret tradition. And then it gets downgraded because it gets marketed, and it gets ridiculous. It can get really ridiculous in terms of, you go to the rabbi with the expert Kabbalah, and sometimes they really know stuff, and sometimes they're just a hack. And even when they're a hack, they do know stuff. Yeah. They're iterating basic truths.
Yes.
And whenever have been in airports or even on an airplane, and I'm sitting next to a ascetic or somebody who's like not just Orthodox but learned Orthodox, I will more often than not engage them in conversation and talk about this stuff. And I always learn something. Yeah. I'm like, they don't expect what do they call us? Gentiles?
Right.
Right. And sometimes, I remember one guy, he was just so uptight. He was feeling all this prejudice from me. I didn't have any prejudice.
Wow.
He was just like, I'm a Jew. This guy next to me hates me. And then I just said something to him like, do you know what time we're leaving? And I talked to him, and he just completely, his anxiety just completely deflated, and he talked to me like a human being.
Right.
But he had all this anxiety and apprehension because he must think I'm sitting next to a Jew that I hate this Jew. And when I talk to him very calmly and very, treat them like people. And sometimes there's a little bit of ontological shock that you treat them. You just talk to them. And I remember one time waiting for Paula's brother and mom to come in Amsterdam. And I knew these Jews were very Orthodox, and I knew they were waiting for the Amsterdam flight because Jews come in from Amsterdam. It's a big Jewish center. So I figured he must. And I said, do you know are you waiting for the Amsterdam flight? Oh, and he just came right into communication with me. But he was shocked that I would just talk to him,
right,
as if he was just a regular Joe,
right,
and because they're not used to that.
No.
And when they walk around, you see them around in Brooklyn with these clothing that some of it is pretty pronounced and some of it is not that pronounced. They just wearing a black coat with a yarmulke and a white shirt. But some of it is like, they've got these stockings on, and they've got these, looks like the Tower of Babel on their head. It's like,
Yes.
They're inviting disparagement by reason of their difference and uniqueness.
Right.
It's like, if you saw one of these African people that elongate their necks,
Yes.
Walking down the street, it
Yes.
would attract a lot of attention.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And so, if I were leading them, I might tell them to be more clandestine about revealing who they are and what they are. I'd tell them to be more like a Trojan horse if I wanted to push their movement. Yeah. And wearing a yarmulke, if we're dealing with hostile people, it's an invitation to identify who you are and make you vulnerable to your enemy. So I would advise them to, they have a right to be who they are, but I'm talking about from their own protection.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying, and I'm really glad, of course, you dropped in this morning, and it helped save my throat, from a little bit of overuse, and definitely it always helps. It's and again, help us in the few minutes we have remaining, probably about 12, I guess, before I safely end the stream, just to make sure that we can publish it without anything getting cut off. You can tell people.
Campaign to love Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah, I like that. Yes, there we are.
This is what I came down for.
Yes, thank you.
And because I'm thinking about it, and it's like, yeah, in other words, you just get rid of the hatred.
Yes.
And people recognize and love you, and this is good, you know, rather than, you know, and it takes away all that stuff which is just based upon, you know, hatred and malevolency.
Thank you. Yes.
And then when you side with the malevolency, okay, well, that's your choice. You can side with ineffective malevolency.
Yeah.
You know, get out of your parents' basement and love Douglas. That would make a good title for the book. Get out of the basement.
I like that. Yes, it's
get out of the basement. And you know, that's a double meaning, you know, because it's not just literally the person who's living in the basement, but get out of the netherworld.
Yes. Yeah.
And by the way, you know, when we first moved to Long Island, and we're looking for an apartment, I think I looked, or somebody said about a basement apartment, and I mentioned it to my ex-wife, and no way are we living in a basement. You know, we ended up in a 1-bedroom apartment, which was fine. It was, you know, we're starting out, but you know, she was just so adamant, no basement, and she was right.
Yeah,
you
of
don't
course.
really want to live in a basement. There are other reasons for not wanting to live in a basement, but you don't want, I mean, and some people have to, you know, or don't have to, but you don't want to be in a basement. It's not good energetically.
No.
I don't even have a basement in my house. I've never lived in a house with a basement.
Wow. Holy shit.
No, and it's like there are always problems with basement.
Yeah.
There's plumbing problems that you don't have if you don't have a basement.
So true. No, that's right. That is so true. You wonder why people have them. It's especially in places where there's floods. God. But yeah, bizarre. So aside from that, how's the morning weather? I heard birds outside. It sounds so pleasant. And
it's not. It's muggy. Oh. It's not hot, but it's overcast. I was hoping to go out in the sun in the backyard and do qigong, but it's not a sunny day, so it's muggy, but it looks muggy, but it doesn't feel muggy, at least not yet. So it's I don't know what's in the forecast.
Okay. Yeah, and these, you know, obviously.
How is it out there? How is it, San Francisco? Well, it's too early in the morning to tell.
Yeah, that's right. It's too early. Well, it's cloudy according to the computer, and I'm sure it is if I look outside. You know, the computer has the little screen here where I can take a look at the cloud, and it gives you the little reading, 55 degrees right now, cloudy, very humid, 96% humidity. You know, other than that, this is one of those days where, you know, I'll spend most of the day sleeping. I might stay up for a little bit, but you know, my son will actually pick me up and I'll probably do some sleeping over at the estate and then party a bit more because of, you know, I came in to do the show, but yesterday was the Gay Pride Parade day. And that's why I, after meeting with Sammy Romero, because I had basically till then was growing my hair longer and had dyed it back to black because of the Dragon Boat Festival earlier in the month. As soon as I was done rendezvousing with Sammy, it was very soon after that, I just cut the majority of my hair and dyed it back to blonde. So then I was ready for the gay parade without the fear of the hair getting caught in something. But just taking some participation in that, and my son's anniversary, because he was married on the day of the legalization of gay marriage and the Pride Parade all on the same day back in 2015. And so this was his 7th anniversary with his husband. And of course, have to leave some time for them alone concerning that, but was certainly with them during the day. Yesterday, came back to do the show. We'll be picked up.
I got to tell you something about that when we get off the air.
Sure. Yes, sure. That's fine.
I got something to tell you, and it's a good time. It's a good time to remember to tell you.
Right. So how about Viviana, honey? If you're there, can you please come on? I'd like you to say goodbye to our audience, and then after that, I'll probably end stream very shortly thereafter. And and then talk with Peter privately for a short bit before I get ready to do the day. So Viviana, darling,
I think she's snoozing.
is she? Viviana, she was awake such just a short time ago. I hope we didn't.
She'd be talking if
Yeah,
she
she'd
was.
be talking. So, God, she's probably asleep. So that's fine. And just bear in mind, of course, when we're talking privately, she could jump back on the call at any moment. Of course, if she wakes up. So,
It's okay if
yeah.
she jumps on the call because it's
Yeah, understood. And so this looks like we had a great night. This was a very good night, and we can go on for a few more minutes. Of course, we've
well,
got
that's good. There will be more. There will be more good because we gotta, you know, just put more positivity. And you know, we did say that when Salmon Sheikh came on, he was a much more positive character.
Yeah.
And you know what? He actually was much more positive than what you'd had in the past. He was. It turned out there was an underlying, what do you call it?
Definitely something. Yeah, there was something vicious underlying that I was.
But he was much more positive than, you know, he wasn't preaching negativity. And
of course, all that went out the window immediately.
Well, it did, but nevertheless, it's an upgrade. It was an upgrade, and now we've got a better upgrade.
Yes, that's true. It's
so we want to keep, and we want to, you know, upgrade the audience.
Yes, that's right. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's just a matter of clearing energy, and just it's working. The process is working. So we'll.
You know, you're absolutely right. I think that there's really been truly an upgrade in the kind of vibes, all the way around. Definitely there was something, you know, I appreciate what you're saying about Salman, but let's just put it this way. You probably had a habit of, or maybe your news feed was different. I would suspect that
I
maybe...
didn't pay any attention to his news feed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd see it occasionally, but it wasn't like I've got too much going on. To be reading the news feed. And I would also say that Laura Lee Solomon was an upgrade over Lorianne Ann Fenton.
Oh, yes, that's true too.
So it's like, you know, okay.
We're getting smarter. We're progressing.
Yeah, in other words, it just, you know, it's the stairway to, stairway from hell.
That's right. You're right. That's right. It's true. It's true. That was a long stairway out of hell. For anyone who wants to get a good analogy of this, read The People of the Pit by Arthur Merritt. It's public, so you can access that. Yeah, did you ever read that? Sorry, do you know of it?
No, I never heard of it. What a title, The People of the Pit.
Oh God, I'll provide you a link. I'll give you a link, and that was a profound story. It's what gave Arthur Merritt his reputation. He actually wrote very little. He was not a prolific writer, but that short story alone was his reputation, really. And the other stuff he produced was mostly nowhere near that level of quality. Dynamite comes in small packages. And what he, you know, when I was so impressed by what he wrote, and when I was young, I sought out other things he wrote. One of them was just shit. I mean, it was just crap. You know, and I was just impressed by how bad some of the rest of his writing was. But such being said, do let people know. Repeat, of course, the different books, the Mount Shasta, whatever you want them to pay attention to in terms of where they can look up websites.
Well, they can go to skybooksusa.com for books, including The Roswell Deception with Douglas Dietrich as the author. And also, I will be going to Mount Shasta, September 16th through the 19th, Living Truth Summit 2, awakewithinthedream.com, Awake Within the Dream, and you can sign. If you sign up before July 1st, you get $100 off. So that's that money does not go to me. It'll go to pay for some of my expenses, but it's that's the event organizer, Jonathan Shalimar, who's coordinating the event. Yes. So those who would be interested in that. This is all very good.
Excellent. And with that, I will end stream. My thanks to all of you who provide me fiscal and moral support. And God bless you all of those. Oh, by the way, Jeannie's bot was there saying, yeah, I follow that. Not obviously not on mainstream media. So she was dropping in to say good morning. So shout out to her. We had some other wonderful people drop in earlier. And of course, good night, Mirthling, or have a blessed day. And Viviana Sanchez will be able to say good night to her before we check out. But we're going to be checking out after ending stream. So I'll end stream now. And this is a triple redundancy process. So give me just a second here to find the right buttons. And, oh, Jesus, what did I just do? Here we are.